C2667 Next City Hunyuan Universe, Dao Discussion Mountain. All the core disciples were gnashing their teeth in anger. They wished they could drag Luo Li over and give him a good beating. Say, you're just a trash at the bottom of the pyramid, why did you start a mountain struggle? Or did you have so many contribution points in your hands that you could burn your hands? Now, it had given little son Yang Fann a chance to catch his breath. With little son Yang Fann's potential, how many people would be able to defeat him after 100,000 eras? On the arena, thank you Yang Fann cupped his fist towards Luo Li and did not continue to chase after him. Not to mention top-rank high-level Chaos God, compared to the current Yang Fann, it was just a drop in the bucket. Not to mention a single person, even 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger would not be enough to make his cultivation base improve by even a little bit. Besides, with the presence of the Dao Palace Elders, there was nothing he could do even if he wanted to kill them. The Guardian Elder was prepared to save him at the critical moment, and he would also save Luo Li. Regarding this, it was as if Luo Li had lost his soul, and there was no reaction from him at all. 10 million contribution points, that was a total of 10 million contribution points. It was gone, it was all gone. Woo, why am I so impulsive? Why did I activate some mountain struggle? Regret, endless regret, it was as if it was going to devour his soul. In order to gather these 10 million contribution points, he could be said to have sold everything he had. Ever since he had advanced to the true inheritance, all of his accumulation had benefited Yang Fann. Dripping blood, his heart was really dripping blood. Sigh disperse, everyone should disperse. Quite a number of elders and disciples were somewhat dispirited. They really did not expect that it would be such an outcome. Now that they had finished watching the show, it was time to leave. They didn't think that Yang Fann would continue to accept the mountain struggle. Although a peak top-level Chaos God was strong, he was nothing compared to the other Chaos God stage true disciples. It was difficult for him to even enter the top 100. Furthermore, those who dared to activate the mountain struggle, which one of them wasn't confident enough to defeat Yang Fann? They would never have a fish like Luo Li, who was just making up the numbers. Yang Fann's winning rate was infinitely close to zero. As long as he wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would never accept the challenge. Right at this moment, a mysterious sound of great Dao once again sounded at the top of the mountain. Mountain struggle, True Disciple Tuo Yun versus True Disciple Yang Fann. I would like to invite True Disciple Tuo Yun to fight him. Before he finished his words, buzz, on the arena, a stream of light flashed, and Luo Li, who was in so much pain that he wished he could die, was teleported out of the arena. Ah, what? Receive, accept. He accepted the second round of mountain struggles. This can't be my hallucination, right? How dare he agree? The crowd of elders and disciples around the arena had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They could not believe their ears at all. This little son Yang Fann, could he have gone crazy? Even the true disciple, Tuo Yun, had a dumbfounded expression on his face. The second round of mountain struggle was merely a challenge that he had subconsciously challenged. He didn't have any hope in his heart, and Yang Fann would definitely agree to it. As long as he was a normal person, he would never accept the challenge as long as he could defeat Luo Li with great difficulty and win the chance to catch his breath for 100,000 eras. Core disciple Tuo Yun, please step onto the stage. If you still do not step onto the stage after 10 breaths of time, you will be considered to have forfeited. Ah, it's true, he really accepted the second round of mountain struggles. Gulp, gulp, this is crazy. This Yang Fann must be crazy. He doesn't know his own limits. Does he really think that he can ignore the other true disciples just because he defeated Luo Li? At this moment, the elders and disciples around the arena finally believed that Yang Fann had accepted the challenge. Each and every one of them looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. After seeing his strength comparable to a peak top-level Chaos God, they still dared to challenge him. All of them were Chaos God stages from the 173 Chaos God stage true disciples, and the weakest of them had the strength of an extreme top-level Chaos God. If he wasn't crazy, how could he accept this challenge? Bitch it Yang Fann, if you think Godly Mountain of the 5th grade is too hot for you, you can give it to me as a gift, but now, you've given it to this barbarian Tuo Yun for free. Ha 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 ha, luck, this is my luck. Yang Fann, here I come. Ha ha ha, accompanied by a burst of excited laughter. Boom boom boom, heavy footsteps came from the eastern horizon. It was as if a chaos beast was trampling on a void. The next second, a majestic figure appeared on the arena. It was a giant that was 1,000 feet tall. He wore a set of golden suanis in divine armors, and his entire body was glowing with a golden light. He looked like a golden armored warlord who had just arrived in the mortal world. He looked down upon the world, and looked down upon the heavens. He was Yang Fann's opponent in the second round of mountain struggle, the true disciple, Tuo Yun. Yang Fann, I'm not that useless Luo Li. It's still not too late for me to admit defeat now. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship as fellow disciples. Tuo Yun looked down at Yang Fann from above. His voice was like devil god's roar, echoing throughout the Dao Discussion Mountain. As he spoke, rumble, rumble, Tuo Yun's 300-meter tall body rapidly grew taller, and the aura around him rose exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant that was 1,000,000 zhong tall. The qi around his body was thousands of times more terrifying than before. Compared to Luo Li, he was comparable to a quasi-god king warrior. Cut the crap, let's fight, Yang Fann shouted coldly. The qi around his body was rising rapidly. He was not much weaker than Tuo Yun. Fuck, this Yang Fann is actually hiding something. This pressure is only slightly weaker than Tuo Yun's. Are you kidding me? He has just broken through to the chaotic god realm. How could he have such a terrifying strength of divine body? The group of elders and disciples who were mocking Yang Fann for not knowing his own strength glared at him. Many of them even started cursing. Although the body cultivator and expert possessed unparalleled divine strength that far surpassed those of the same level, it didn't mean that their strength could ignore their cultivation base and increase infinitely. The primeval chaos Dao Palace. There was a youth named Pan Zhen Dao Child who was the #1 body cultivator amongst the young generation. In the low-grade chaos god stage, his divine strength was only comparable to an extreme top-level chaos god. On the arena, bitch it, this little son Yang Fann is hiding his true strength. A trace of seriousness flashed across Tuo Yun's eyes. He cursed, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Currently, Yang Fann was only slightly weaker than him. If they really fought, the one who won would be the one who won. It was really hard to say. At most, it would be 30 to 70%. He would be 7, and Yang Fann would be 3. Yang Fann took a step forward and threw a punch at Tuo Yun. Boom boom, metal, wood, water, fire and earth. The divine light of the 5 elements flickered, transforming into chaos that suppressed the surrounding area. The Great Perfection Stage Great 5 Elemental Chaotic Godly Fist could still slightly enhance the strength of extreme top-level Chaos God warriors. In any case, this divine ability had already been exposed, so there was no need to hide it. Roar, Yang Fann, you are courting death. A hint of anger flashed across Tuo Yun's eyes. This little son Yang Fann actually dared to attack first. Did he really think that he wouldn't put Tuo Yun in his eyes just because he had the strength to chase after a quasi-god king? Divine ability, thunderous stellar godly fist rumble. The black giant and the golden giant collided. The terrifying power shattered the voids in all directions. Bang bang, Yang Fann kept retreating. Every step he took left a huge hole in the void. This was the first time they had clashed. Yang Fann, who had controlled his strength to the extreme top-level chaos god, was obviously at a disadvantage. Thunderous stellar godly fist. This was a supreme grade chaotic divine ability. Tuo Yun had been cultivating it for tens of millions of years. Although he hadn't cultivated this supreme grade chaotic divine ability to the Great Perfection stage, he had still reached the peak of the Great Perfection realm. Combined with the high-grade top-level chaos divine artifact in his hand, the gold-shattering fist. This punch was so terrifying that it wasn't any weaker than an ordinary low-level quasi-god king's full-powered attack. This guy has such a terrifying divine body defense. Tuo Yun wasn't happy at all that he had gained the upper hand with this punch. Instead, he became even more serious. Golden shattering fist. It contained the law of shattering, and it was incomparably sharp. Combined with the mighty force that was comparable to a low-level quasi-god king, even a quasi-top-level chaos god weapon could be broken into pieces with just one punch. However, this Yang Fann had only taken a dozen steps back. Not to mention shattering his divine body, there wasn't even a crack on it. This divine body was definitely comparable to a top-level chaos divine artifact, and it wasn't even a low-grade top-level chaos divine artifact. Fuck, how did this Yang Fann cultivate? Unknowingly, a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of Tuo Yun's eyes. He, Tuo Yun, had been cultivating bitterly for 60 million eras. During this period of time, I don't know how much suffering, now, his divine body was in a defensive state. It was only comparable to a supreme grade high-level chaos divine artifact. Compared to the top-level chaos divine artifact, it was more than 100 times, 1,000 times worse. As for this Yang Fann, how old was he? The cultivation era was not even a fraction of his age. Comparisons were really infuriating. Again, Yang Fann shouted. He tore open the spatial zone once more and lunged at Tuo Yun. Bastard, do you think I'm afraid of you? Kill bang bang. The two great giant beasts crazily swelled up. A terrifying energy tide rampaged through the arena universe. The situation isn't good. If Tuo Yun doesn't have any other means, I'm afraid he's going to die. C2668 Dao Z level monster Hunyuan universe, Dao discussion mountain, and the arena at the top of the mountain. Rumble rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless mushroom clouds rose into the air as the black giant and the golden giant fought with all their might. Large, the starry sky and stars were destroyed and turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Yang Fann and Tuo Yun had already lasted for 2 hours. Many of the elders furrowed their brows. They could already see that the scale of victory was slowly tilting towards Yang Fann. Even though Tuo Yun had been suppressing Yang Fann until now, he was still suppressing him. In fact, it was just a show of strength, but a show of weakness. Yang Fann's terrifying defense was almost unassailable to Tuo Yun. In 2 hours, Yang Fann was constantly being pushed back. In fact, all of his hair had fallen off his body. His face was not red, and he was not breathing, as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Tuo Yun's chi was much weaker compared to 2 hours ago. In the beginning, every punch and every strike was no weaker than a full-powered strike from a low-level quasi-god king. But now, he was barely able to step into the low-level quasi-god king, and was weaker than before. If Tuo Yun didn't have any other techniques, then it would only be a matter of time before he lost. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Bang bang. Tuo Yun forced Yang Fann back time and time again. His eyes were filled with indescribable anxiety and even a faint trace of regret. The gap between them had almost been completely closed. Under such circumstances, he almost could not see any hope of victory. If it was somewhere else, he could still use the forbidden divine ability and take the risk. However, in this Dao discussion mountain, using the forbidden divine ability to improve his cultivation and strength was the same as courting death. One should know that the primeval Chaos Dao Palace had decided on this mountain struggle in order to foster a healthy competition among the disciples, and not to let them waste their foundation and potential. No matter who it was, using the forbidden divine ability was the same as admitting defeat. Not only that, but they would also be punished by the law enforcement palace. Unconsciously, Tuo Yun felt a sense of regret. Why was he so impulsive as to activate the mountain struggle? 10 million Dao Palaces. The contribution point was an entire 10 million Dao Palace contribution points. Although his wealth was much greater than Luo Li's, and he wouldn't go bankrupt like Luo Li, 10 million Dao Palace contribution points were still enough to severely injure him. The efforts of millions of eras were all in vain. 2 hours later, PCHT. The situation had completely reversed. Tuo Yun could only parry, and had no strength to fight back at all. His entire body was covered in crisscrossing and terrifying cracks. He was like a broken piece of porcelain that could be completely shattered at any moment. Drops of golden blood that looked like a lake kept dripping down from the cracks. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Tuo Yun's defeat was already decided, and it was only a matter of time before he lost. This time, little son Yang Fann has made a huge profit. Many of the core disciples' eyes revealed traces of jealousy. Including Luo Li's 10 million Dao Palace contribution points, that was a total of 20 million Dao Palace contribution points. Even many Chaos God King stage true disciples had to work for millions of eras or even longer to accumulate such wealth. With these 20 million Dao Palace contribution points, Yang Fann's cultivation and strength would definitely experience a qualitative leap in a short period of time. After 100,000 eras, it would be difficult for them to seize the Granary Mountain from him. Another hour passed. Roar. Explode for me. Yang Fann's face was ferocious, like the devil god from hell. Ah, no. Bang. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked. Tuo Yun finally reached the limit of his endurance. He was like a balloon that had been pierced through, leaking out air. He was extremely concentrated and exploded. Blood bones, and blood splattered all over the four directions starry sky. It's over. One had to admit that the defense of this Yang Fann's divine body was really strong. Even if it wasn't as strong as an intermediate top-level chaos divine artifact, it wouldn't be much weaker. With the strength he just displayed and his terrifying divine body's defense, he should be able to enter the top 80 amongst all Chaos God stage true disciples. It seems like we have underestimated this Yang Fann. He hasn't even reached the age of 100,000 eras. He was able to enter the top 174 Chaos God stage true disciples even though he had just stepped into the Chaos God stage. He is ranked in the top 80, and his talent and potential. Even if he wasn't as good as the Dao children, he wouldn't be much weaker. Currently, out of the 32 alternate Daozi, there were only a few alternate Daozi. He can be compared to them. The elders shook their heads and carefully analyzed the situation. Previously, they were dissatisfied that Yang Fann, a newbie, had occupied the godly mountain of the 5th grade and was on equal footing with them, but now, their dissatisfaction had dissipated. With Yang Fann's monstrous talent, he did have the qualifications to do so. Just like them, the godly mountain of the 5th grade was their training ground. Among the 32 alternate Daozi, the top-ranked ones were all the monster in the monster. Currently, none of them had a cultivation base lower than their elders. Their true combat strength had exceeded theirs by more than 10 streets. In the future, there was at least half a chance of advancing to a quasi-supreme being and becoming one of the powerhouses of the Dao Palace. Unlike them, who had almost exhausted all their potential, let alone trying to become a quasi-supreme being, they might even be able to achieve a breakthrough. It was still a mystery. Mountain struggle, core disciple Kui Shi versus core disciple Yang Fann. Core disciple Kui Shi, please step onto the stage. All of a sudden, the sound of great Dao exploded in everyone's ears once more. What, again? Fuck, are you for real? What is Yang Fann trying to do? It's the third match. Does this Yang Fann really think that no one can cure him? The eyes of the elders and disciples bulged. If it were the true disciples, they would have entered the Dao Palace for tens of millions of eras. The old men from the last hundreds of millions of years had fought 3 battles in a row. It wasn't a rare thing, but 4 or 5 battles. It was not that there were none, but Yang Fann was just a rookie who had entered the palace for less than 40,000 eras. He had received 2 mountain struggles in a row. Both of them were extremely rare, let alone 3 consecutive battles. Looking at the history of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, 2 hands. They could be counted on one hand. But soon, the group of elders and disciples had no time to think about it. Their eyes were completely attracted by the mighty figure on the ring. It was a rock creature, like a moving mountain. It was as tall as 1,000,000 feet. More than that, its aura was so terrifying that it could dominate the entire wilderness. As it stood in the starry sky, all the voids in the surroundings started trembling, as if they were bowing down and worshipping it. I wonder who will win this battle. Needless to say, it will definitely be Kui Shi. The Kui stone was different from Tuo Yun. It was one of the 174 Chaos God stage true disciples. That's right. Besides, the Kui stone was born in the Glazed Heaven Stone clan. He was also known for his strong defense. They were even stronger than Yang Fann. In this battle, Yang Fann had no chance of winning. Indeed, judging from the strength that Yang Fann just unleashed, this Yang Fann can only be considered a small Kui stone. Almost no one thought highly of Yang Fann. Whether it was divine power or defense, Yang Fann was at an absolute disadvantage. They really did not think that Yang Fann had the ability to turn the tables. Unless, Yang Fann still had something to hide. But was this possible? Low-grade Chaos God, the power of a quasi-low-level quasi-God king. This was already scary enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fann was born with a humble background and came from a low-grade large-sized chaos circle where Chaos God King didn't even have many people, if he had a few quasi-chaos original treasures in his hand, the true power he could unleash would most likely be at the low-level quasi-God King. To be honest, even if one said that this talent was the potential of a Dao child, one wouldn't be able to find any problems with it. If there was still a way to hide it, that would be terrible. However, not long after, the eyes of the group of elders and disciples bulged. They looked like fish eyes that were about to burst out of their eyes. Fuck, he is really hiding something. Dao child, super monster. This Yang Fann really was a Dao child level monster. This C2669 danger was imminent. Hunyuan Universe, Dao Discussion Mountain. All the elders and disciples widened their eyes. The entire peak of Dao Discussion Mountain was boiling with excitement. Hiding, that Yang Fann really did have something to hide. The power that had just burst out had definitely reached the low-level Quasi-God King, and he was almost at the middle-rank Quasi-God King before he could even step into it. The Kui stone was different from Tuo Yun. No matter if it was in terms of strength or defense, it was much stronger than Tuo Yun. Especially in terms of defense, with the innate ability of the glazed heavenly stone, the glazed heavenly body. Its defense was not much weaker than some high-grade top-level chaos divine artifacts. With Yang Fann's explosive strength, even if he fought for 10 days or half a month, he wouldn't be able to tear the glazed heavenly body apart, let alone defeat the Kui stone. That would probably take 1,000 years. 10,000 years, perhaps even longer. Individual cultivators, especially stone golems like Kui Shi, didn't lack endurance and regenerative abilities. Although he had to suppress his own strength in order to attract more true disciples to take the bait, it didn't mean that Yang Fann was willing to fight such an ant for tens of thousands of years. Of course, if Yang Fann was willing to, he would expose his stronger divine body's defense. It would be a piece of cake for him to break the Kui stone's defense. Even if he didn't use the Chaos Origin divine body or the Yang Fann's divine body's defense, it wouldn't be much weaker than a low-grade high-level Chaos Origin divine artifact. Even if he only used a tiny bit of his divine body's defense, it would still be better than those quasi-origin of chaos divine weapons. However, compared to the low-level quasi-god king's strength, the terrifying divine body that was comparable to a quasi-origin of chaos divine weapon was even more shocking. If such a terrifying divine body's defense was really unleashed, there would only be a few true disciples left. It was afraid that no one would come and challenge him. It was comparable to the divine body of a quasi-origin of chaos divine weapon. Unless there was a real origin of chaos divine weapon in his hand, he could even tear apart Yang Fann's defense, let alone defeat him. Even in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it was not easy to obtain a origin of chaos divine weapon. Among these Chaos God stage true disciples, besides the few Quasi-God King who had battle force of Chaos God King, there were very few who had a origin of chaos or divine weapon. In fact, Yang Fann still had a lot of choices. That was to use the quasi-origin of chaos divine weapon, like Dragon and Elephant God King's lifeblood divine artifact, the Dragon Elephant divine halberd. One strike of the halberd was enough to tear apart the glazed heavenly body of the Kui stone. But too bad, when he was in secluded cultivation, he had these quasi-origin of chaos divine weapons in his hands. He didn't give them to his parents as a protective divine tool. He had given them to Tang Wei and turned them into origin elemental crystals. He couldn't possibly borrow it from his parents, could he? Yang Fann couldn't put down his pride. He could only take a step back and use even more power. Although the strength of a low-level quasi-god king was strong, it could only be ranked in the top 60 amongst all Chaos God stage true disciples. It shouldn't be too much of a shock to these true disciples. Bang bang bang, one black and one gray, these two enormous gods, in the starry sky of the universe, rapidly collided. Whether it was divine body defense or divine power, both seemed to be on the same level. For a moment, the two seemed to be on the same level. For a moment, it was as if they were competing against each other, as if they were about to meet a good talent. 2 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, 7 hours, unknowingly, a day had passed. Hiss. This Yang Fann has such a terrifying recovery ability. A green-robed elder with white hair and a youthful face and an ethereal aura took in a cold breath. During this day, Yang Fann and Kui Shi had exchanged countless of blows. Furthermore, each of their attacks was full strength, without any reservation. Even the Kui Shi, who was known for its recovery ability, was gasping for breath. On the other hand, Yang Fann's breathing was only slightly heavier. If this goes on, I'm afraid the Kui stone will be in danger. Another day passed. Bang bang, the Kui Shi was completely suppressed by Yang Fann, and cracks began to appear on its divine body. After 2 days of bitter fighting, the divine power within the Kui stone's body was almost completely exhausted, and the defense of the glass celestial body had obviously dropped by quite a bit. 3 days later, bang, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose up in the arena universe. The Kui stone had finally reached its limit, and it was destroyed by Yang Fann. Defeated Kui Shi really lost. Although he had already guessed that Kui Shi was no match for Yang Fann, he really thought that everything had become reality. All the elders and disciples still felt that it wasn't real. He was only a low-level chaos god Dao child level monster, 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 Dao child level. There was no doubt that Yang Fann was a Dao child level monster. At this moment, the elders were no longer unconvinced. As long as a Dao child level monster didn't fall, then advancing to the quasi-paragon level was a matter of absolute certainty. Directly enjoying the treatment of candidate daughter level, in their primeval chaos Dao palace. It wasn't the first time. On the arena, Yang Fann's breathing was chaotic. He was breathing heavily, as if he had used up too much energy. Although little son Yang Fann has defeated the barbarian with the Kui stone, he has also consumed a lot of energy. This is my chance, little son Yang Fann. Don't let me down. A flaming young man whose body was surrounded by endless divine fire flashed his eyes. He connected with the Dao spirit and unleashed the mountain struggle at Yang Fann. In less than a breath's time, mountain struggle, true disciple heavenly flame versus true disciple Yang Fann, true disciple heavenly flame, please step onto the stage. The sound of great Dao once again swept across the summit of the Dao discussion mountain. Ha ha ha, sure enough, my prediction was right. With Yang Fann's pride, he didn't reject my challenge. Granary Mountain will be my dojo from now on. Heavenly Flame, which was wrapped in flames, felt proud in his heart. His body moved and turned into a ray of fiery light, entering the arena on the summit. Yang Fann, I want your dojo. Look at my divine sense. Void-burning heavenly flame. Without any intention of being polite to Yang Fann, the heavenly flame launched an attack at Yang Fann. The first attack it launched was its innate divine ability, void-burning heavenly flame. For example, these body cultivators were best at recovering their strength. Each and every one of them was an unkillable cockroach. As long as they were given a chance to catch their breath, they would be able to recover immediately. Take advantage of his illness and take his life. If he were to delay for another breath of time, his chances of winning would be slightly lower. If Yang Fann really recovered to his peak condition, the one who would lose in the end would most likely be him. Among the group of Chaos God stage true disciples, his heavenly flame was on par with the Kui Shi. One was good at attacking while the other was good at defending. Both had their own advantages. Bitch it, I was robbed by heavenly flame first. The other Chaos God stage true disciples, faces were filled with regret as they realized that this was the best time to challenge Yang Fann. After 3 big battles, even if Yang Fann wasn't at the end of his rope, he had already used up most of his divine energy. It was very likely that his combat strength wasn't even half of his peak strength. On the arena, alright, he took the bait. Yang Fann was secretly delighted. He said firmly, if you want my dojo, have you asked me if my fists are there? Kill Great 5 Elemental Chaotic Godly Fist. 2 hours later, a hint of anxiety flashed across Tian Yan's eyes. Damn it, this Yang Fann hasn't reached his limit yet. His recovery ability was far from comparable to the Kui stone. In just 2 hours, he had used up most of his divine power, and he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. As for Yang Fann, although his divine body's defense had been completely ripped apart by him, his body was covered in crisscrossing cracks. There was also a fragrance of meat lingering in the air. However, his strength wasn't weakened by much. It would still take him a few hours before he was truly defeated. Another 2 hours passed. No, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. An extremely unwilling wail. Bang! The heavenly flames exploded, turning into countless divine flames that burned the starry sky around them. Yang Fann, on the other hand, wasn't any better. His entire body was covered in cracks, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, as if he had reached his limit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rays of golden light continued to wash his wounds, as if they were trying their best to heal them. No, we can't give Yang Fann any chance to catch his breath. Quick, Dao Spirit, I want to challenge Yang Fann. Mountain struggle, a true disciple will fight a true disciple, Yang Fann. Please challenge him. It's me, it's me. Ha ha ha, luck, it's really luck. Granary Mountain, it's impolite for me to refuse. Ha ha ha. C2670. The battle was tragic. Hunyuan Universe, Dao Discussion Mountain, and the arena at the top of the mountain. Ah no, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Woo woo woo, I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this. Accompanied by an extremely unwilling wail. Bang, The core disciple's eyes directly turned into a dazzling blur as he exploded. Yang Fann's divine body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing in the next breath, and he was defeated by him. However, he had reached his limit, and couldn't hold on any longer. The unwillingness in his heart was like a surging tide that was about to devour his soul. Good opportunity, this is my chance. Quick Dao Ling, I want to challenge Yang Fann. Dao Spirit, I want to apply for the mountain struggle. Around the arena, all the Chaos God stage true disciples were filled with excitement. Currently, Yang Fann was on the verge of collapsing. It was hard to say whether he would be able to take even a single strike from them. This was the best time to pick a peach. Even those high-grade Chaos Gods whose combat strength was not comparable to Luo Li clamored to challenge Yang Fann. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of him for free? 100,000 eras. Mobilize all of your forces and excavate the resources of Granary Mountain. It wouldn't be difficult for you to plunder the treasures that were worth 300,000 to 400,000 units of origin elemental crystal. This was especially true for the high-level Chaos Gods, who had even their training grounds robbed by others. They were even rarer, and it was enough to save them 2 to 3 million eras of hard work. Mountain Struggle, True Disciple Yuan and True Disciple Yang Fann, please challenge True Disciple Yuan He. Ha 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 ha, Granary Mountain is mine now. Yang Fann, lose to me. Bitch it, he was the first to be snatched by Yuan He. Heaven Flame, Kui Shi, and the others paid such a huge price. Who would have thought that it would be a wedding gift for Yuan He? Bitch it, I can't accept this. Why is it this Yuan He? However, don't be complacent. After 100,000 eras, you'll have to obediently give up this Granary Mountain. One by one, the true disciples glared fiercely at Yuan He on the arena. Their faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. In their hearts, they secretly made up their minds. After 100,000 eras, they would definitely activate the mountain struggle to seize the Granary Mountain of Yuan He. Yuan He was only slightly stronger than Luo Li among the 174 Chaos God stage true disciples. He had the combat strength of a peak top-level Chaos God. Never mind, a mere 100,000 eras was considered the help of the Granary Mountain. To be able to break through a major grade was the limit. He would never be able to protect the Granary Mountain. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 7 breaths, very quickly, 10 breaths passed. Yang Fann was like a lone boat on a furious ocean. It seemed like he would be buried in the waves of the furious ocean in the next second. However, what was strange was that even though Yang Fann was in danger, he could always avoid the danger and avoid being completely blown up by Yuan He. This was completely illogical. In their current state, it should be a matter of one move to determine the winner. If Yang Fann wasn't defeated, it would be Yuan He who was defeated by Yang Fann. Another 10 breaths of time passed. Not good, Yang Fann's aura. Bitch it, he's stalling for time. He's using this as a source of help to heal his injuries. Bitch it, what a cunning kid, we have all been fooled by him. Suddenly, the expressions of many true disciples changed. Compared to before, Yang Fann's aura had clearly become much calmer. Even the crisscrossing cracks on his body seemed to have healed up. What a useless bastard, why hasn't he lost yet? All the true disciples gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush into the arena and drag Yuan He down. The rest of them were using up Yang Fann's divine energy to severely injure him. However, this bastard actually gave Yang Fann some time to recover from his injuries. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew that Yang Fann didn't have any friendly relationship with Yuan He. If not, they would have suspected that Yuan He was Yang Fann's man. This Yang Fann is really smart. He actually borrowed the help of the arena match to recover his strength. An elder stroked his long beard and laughed lightly. Judging from the current situation, it won't take long for him to recover his strength. At that time, it will be very difficult for these true disciples to take down Yang Fann. Even the Kui stone was taken down by Yang Fann. Among the 174 Chaos God stage true disciples, his peak combat power could be considered as one of the top 50. Apart from those quasi-God King, there were only a handful of other true disciples who could defeat Yang Fann. This arena match might continue for a few more rounds. Given Yang Fann's pride, once he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely not give up so easily and reject the challenges of others. After the time for an incense stick to burn, wang, a golden light flashed, and Yang Fann's chi soared. There was not a single crack on his body. Bitch it, this Yang Fann has truly recovered. Yuan and senior brother, thank you for your help. I'll send you on your way. Yang Fann looked at Yuan He in a mocking manner. After the bitter battle that lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had finally recovered to his peak condition. It was time to end this boring monkey show. Great Five Elemental Chaotic Godly Fist Rumble. A terrifying force that could rival a middle-rank quasi-god king swept out, sealing off the source of the attack in the four-direction space. Ah, no. Bitch it, this bastard Yuan He really screwed us over. All the true disciples gritted their teeth in hatred, especially those Chaos God stage true disciples who were ranked in the top 100. They even wanted to beat Yuan He up badly. It was this bastard Yuan He who had made them lose the chance to seize the Granary Mountain. Mountain Struggle. True Disciple Kong Lin is going to fight True Disciple Yang Fann. I would like to invite True Disciple Yang Fann to fight him. What? It's Senior Brother from the Senior Brother Forest. With Senior Brother's help, that Yang Fann should stop here. Many of the true disciples looked at the peerless sabersman who was surrounded by saber chi, and came to the conclusion of this battle. Although the true disciple was not a quasi-god king, he was still a true disciple. His combat strength was extremely strong. Amongst all the Chaos God stage true disciples, he could be said to be ranked in the top 30. Furthermore, he was sabersman, who was known for his combat strength. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the natural enemy of Body Cultivator. Fuck, it can't be. Defeat. He lost. Senior Brother from the other one forest lost just like that hiss. What a good Yang Fann. Ruthless. He's really too ruthless. However, very quickly, the expressions of the true disciples changed. Some of them looked at Yang Fann with a hint of unity in their eyes. Obviously, Yang Fann had made up his mind that both sides would suffer heavy losses. He was going to take the ultimate strike of the Southern Wasteland Forest, while he punched the divine body of the Southern Wasteland Forest into pieces. If it was them, they would never be so decisive. The forest cultivated the great Tao of destruction. Even those quasi-god king warriors had a high chance of taking the deadly strike of the forest, and the chaos domain within their bodies would be destroyed by it. Their origin root would also be completely destroyed. A ruthless man. This Yang Fann was truly ruthless, but immediately, the group of true disciples were delighted. Although Yang Fann had blown up the entire forest, this slash from the forest was not that simple. At this moment, Yang Fann was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Any one of the high-grade chaos gods would be able to easily take care of Yang Fann. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded by the ears of the core disciples. Those who haven't reached the top-level chaos god aren't allowed to challenge me in the next battle. Otherwise, they'll become my enemies. Yes, all those below the top-level chaos god are not allowed to activate the mountain struggle. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding the friendship between us. Hearing this, many of the core disciples reacted and warned. Last time, Yuan He and that idiot had tricked him. This time, if he allowed these guys to seize the opportunity again, it might be helping them and helping Yang Fann recover from his injuries. Although it wasn't easy to get rid of the destructive blade light of the forest, and Yang Fann looked like he was on the verge of death, he wasn't afraid of 10,000. He was just afraid that one of Yuan He's idiots would appear. Besides, excluding these high-grade chaos gods, their chances of success would increase by a lot. Bitch it, why shouldn't we challenge them? The group of high-level chaos gods clenched their fists tightly as they roared in their hearts. However, they were unable to twist their arms or legs. They only dared to roar in their hearts. If they really ignored the warning and started a challenge, even if they seized the Granary Mountain, they would have to bear the consequences. If they were not careful, they might even die. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace forbade harming fellow disciples, but that didn't mean that there was no way to deal with them. Besides, they couldn't stay in the Hunyuan universe all the time, and wouldn't be able to leave. All of this was Yuan He's fault. It was all that bastard's fault. Yuan He, just you wait. This matter won't end just like that. C2671140 million contribution points. Hunyuan Universe, Tao Discussion Mountain. More than 20 high-ranked Chaos God stage true disciples gritted their teeth and cursed Yuan He. In their hearts, they had made up their minds to find an opportunity in the future to teach Yuan He a lesson and let him know what it meant to be a public enemy. If Yuan He didn't overestimate himself and give Yang Fann a chance to catch his breath and recover from his injuries, they wouldn't have been dragged into this matter. They would have been warned by hundreds of true disciples not to release the mountain struggle. The current Yang Fann was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Anyone else could have easily dealt with him. However, such an opportunity had been ruined by Yuan He. Mountain struggle, true disciple Chen Yun versus true disciple Yang Fann. I request true disciple Chen Yun to fight him. A mysterious sound of great Tao sounded. Whoosh! A stream of light tore through space and appeared on the arena. Bang 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 in next to no time, one black and one white, the two streams of light continuously collided within the void's universe. Hiss! This Yang Fann's will is really tenacious. In the eyes of many elders, Yang Fann was only relying on his own will to hold on. If it was them, they were afraid that not many of them would be able to hold on. Most importantly, in their point of view, this wasn't a life and death battle. There was no need for them to fight with their lives on the line. The destructive saber light from Zhuoqiu Lin was like a maggot that kept on destroying his divine body. As time went on, it would most likely affect his foundation. If that was the case, it would be too late to regret it. Compared to his own foundation, the godly mountain of the 5th grade's Granary Mountain was nothing. Besides, he had already defeated so many challengers. As long as he didn't accept the challenge, they wouldn't force him to fight. Less than an hour later. Not good, Chen Yun is no match for Yang Fann. Bang! A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ring. A ruthless person, truly a ruthless person. 7 rounds. It's the 7th round. Throughout the history of the Tao Palace, it's still the first rookie to fight 7 consecutive battles. However, he has persisted until now. It should be time for him to reach Yang Fann's limit. At this moment, basically no one thought that Yang Fann would continue fighting. No matter how arrogant Yang Fann was, he should know his own situation. He was already severely injured, but after nearly an hour of bitter fighting, he was unable to stand stably. How could he raise his combat strength? On the arena. 70 million Tao Palace contribution points. I'm only 30 million Tao Palace contribution points away from my goal of 100 million. Yang Fann calculated in his heart. Is the next challenger Ivan? He can deal with it with his current, incomplete body. He doesn't need to expose his strength. The true disciple Ivan was a middle-ranked top-level Chaos God. Among the 174 Chaos God stage true disciples, he had barely made it into the top 100. He had the strength to fight extreme top-level Chaos God warriors who were stronger than him. Fuck no way, he actually dared to accept the challenge. Isn't he afraid of damaging his own foundation? Many elders frowned in confusion. If his foundation was damaged, it would be extremely difficult to make up for it. Furthermore, the Tao Palace's higher-ups would lower their evaluation of him. It was not impossible for candidate daughter level's treatment to be revoked if he was not treated well. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Fann and Ivan quickly clashed. One was heavily injured while the other was not strong enough. For a moment, the battle was inextricably locked. Ah, no, I am not willing, I am not willing. Ivan let out an unwilling wail. Just a little bit more. 80 million Tao Palace contribution points. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. 6 hours later, a trace of doubt faintly crept into the eyes of the group of elders and disciples. Bitch, Yang Fann's will gulp gulp. Is he really seriously injured? 6 rounds, another 6 rounds. Every round of battle was half dead, but every time, the one who persisted until the end was Yang Fann. No matter how tenacious a person's will was, there should be a limit to it. With the warning from before, none of the 6 rounds of battle had a combat strength below the extreme top-level Chaos God. The strongest one was only slightly weaker than the previous one, and was slightly stronger than the Kui stone at its peak. Logically speaking, even if Yang Fann was at his peak, he would have to pay a heavy price if he wanted to defeat him. Not to mention the half-crippled body, the one who won in the end was Yang Fann. Should I continue to challenge this Yang Fann? With my cultivation base and strength, can I really defeat him? Many of the true disciples started to retreat in their hearts. This loss was worth tens of millions of Tao Palace contribution points. On the arena, Yang Fann clenched his teeth tightly. It was as if he was enduring an indescribable pain. However, his heart was filled with joy. After 14 rounds of challenges, he had already surpassed his goal. 14 million Tao Palace contribution points was equivalent to 14 million origin elemental crystals. Even a palace lord like Hall Lord Xian Yuan might not be able to gather so many origin elemental crystals even if he sold everything he had. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen middle-ranked Chaos God waving at him. The next challenger is actually Suan Lin. Looking at the challenger in the first row, Yang Fann frowned slightly. This Suan Lin was a tough nut to crack. His strength was much stronger than that of the Lin family. Amongst all the true disciples of the Chaos God stage, he could be ranked in the top 20. Apart from those who could jump ranks to challenge Chaos God King, there weren't many who could be his match. His overall combat strength was probably not much weaker than God Lord Xingmu, who he had once suppressed. Even if he didn't have the combat strength of a great perfection quasi-God king, he wouldn't be much weaker. If he wanted to defeat him, with the strength he had just unleashed, that was far from enough. He had to at least exert top-level quasi-God king's strength. Should I accept this battle or not? This Suan Lin was really not good at all. If it was those few who had reached the limit of the battle force of Chaos God King, Great Perfection Quasi-God King, Yang Fann would give up on the battle. Chaos God King, Quasi-God King was a bottleneck. Throughout the history of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there had never been a single person who could challenge Chaos God King with a cultivation base of a low-grade Chaos God. Even those legendary Great Dao Sovereign, who was a low-grade Chaos God stage, could only survive in the hands of a Chaos God King without the help of external forces. If he really exposed himself and defeated the power of Chaos God King, there might be some hidden dangers. So there was no need for him to take such a risk. However, if it was Suan Lin, it was not impossible for him to fight. Although the power of a low-grade Chaos God, top-level Quasi-God King, was shocking and had surpassed most Dao Seed-level monsters, it was not unheard of. Throughout the history of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, a monster of this level would appear in almost tens of billions of eras. Especially those Great Dao Sovereign, who had defeated Great Perfection Quasi-God King warriors even though they were only at the low-grade Chaos God stage. I will accept this battle. After hesitating for a moment, a resolute look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. 10 million Dao Palace contribution points. On one hand, the main reason was that Yang Fann wanted to take the opportunity to raise his status in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Sometimes, he had to be high profile. Alternate Daozi was able to attract the attention of a quasi-giant like Elder Lan Yu, but in the eyes of a true giant, it was just one thing. As long as he didn't break the common sense of the world and unleash Chaos God King's power, the higher-ups of primeval Chaos Dao Palace wouldn't have any crooked ideas about him. If their disciples had any fortuitous encounters, the upper echelons of the Dao Palace would want to rob them. If there was anyone else who was willing to join the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, how could they become one of the top 10 powers in the entire primal chaos? It had to be known that true disciples like them, Dao children, were all blessed by destiny, and had countless fortuitous encounters throughout their lives. Mountain Struggle, True Disciple Suan Lin vs True Disciple Yang Fann. I would like to invite True Disciple Suan Lin to challenge him. What? Yang Fann's next challenge? Did I hear it wrong? Does he know what he is doing? C2672 Monster Hunyuan Universe, Dao Discussion Mountain. All the elders and disciples stared at Yang Fann in disbelief. What did they just hear? This Yang Fann actually accepted Suan Lin's challenge. Could it be that his head had been kicked by a donkey? Did he really think that the power of will was omnipotent? One should know that even among the 27 true disciples of the Quasi-God King, it was enough to rank 15 or 16. It was far from comparable to the Kui stones in the forest. 300,000 eras ago, he'd once fought a extreme Quasi-God King for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a draw. Now, 300,000 eras had passed. His true combat strength had surely improved by quite a bit. Even if he was inferior to a Great Perfection Quasi-God King, he wouldn't be too far behind. As for Yang Fann, even at his peak, he could only rely on his powerful divine body to slowly drag an middle-rank Quasi-God King to death. Compared to Suan Lin, he was at least 1,000 times weaker, 10,000 times weaker. They were on completely different levels. Not to mention, he was still seriously injured. Could it be that the series of victories had completely blinded his eyes and made him forget how much weight he had? Other than this explanation, they really could not find a second possibility. Sigh, this Yang Fann is still too young. In the arena at the top of the mountain, boom, a long beam of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, shooting into the arena. Within the beam of light, young man, who was wearing a luxurious divine armor, was walking. His eyes were wild and arrogant, and his entire body was emitting an ancient and majestic aura. A casual breath of air from him seemed to be able to destroy thousands of universes. Junior brother Yang Fann, you are really bold to accept my challenge. However, the gap between us isn't something that can be made up with just willpower and courage. Just admit defeat. I don't want to hurt you. Suan Lin looked down at Yang Fann. His voice was calm, as if he was telling a certain fact. Although the power of will was profound, sometimes it could reverse the situation and turn defeat into victory. However, that was only limited to one rank difference. Suan Lin was more than 2 or 3 ranks stronger than Yang Fann. Yang Fann had no chance of winning this battle. Suan Lin, senior brother, don't be too full of yourself. If you lose, you won't look so good on the surface. Yang Fann showed no signs of weakness. He chuckled lightly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that he would attract the attention of the big shots of the Dao Palace, he would have killed tens of thousands of ants with the combat strength of great perfection quasi-god king. Junior brother Yang Fann, you. Suan Lin opened his mouth and wanted to say something. He only wanted to seize the granary mountain. He didn't really want to make Yang Fann his enemy. A low-grade chaos god with the combat strength of middle-rank quasi-god king. This was basically a Dao child monster. His future achievements would be limitless. It was absolutely not something he could compare with. However, before he could finish his sentence, his pupils constricted, and a hint of disbelief appeared on his face. Rumble, rumble, boundless golden light kept rushing out from Yang Fann's body, crazily expanding. That terrifying wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than an instant, it had recovered to its original state. The aura around his body was 100 times, 1,000 times, endlessly rising, as if it was endless. Fuck, Yang Fann, am I seeing things? There's actually something hidden. This pressure. Top-level quasi-god king was the only one with this kind of pressure. In all directions, the elders and disciples were so shocked that their jaws almost couldn't close. This sudden change had completely exceeded their imagination. Was this Yang Fann still human? And this scheming, was this really a junior who was less than 100,000 eras old? We were all fooled by him. He wasn't even seriously injured at all. What did he rely on tenacity to hold on? It was all a lie. Sinister. This Yang Fann is really King sinister. Ivan and the other 14 core disciples looked at Yang Fann and their eyes were filled with resentment. At this moment, if they still didn't understand that everything was Yang Fann's disguise, they would have lived for nothing for so many eras. Yang Fann, oh Yang Fann, there's no such thing as cheating people. He was the dignified top-level quasi-god king, and even the quasi-extreme quasi-god king. He had spent so much effort to scheme against them, could he still show some face? Did he really want to feed a dog the sincerity between humans? Phew, it's alright, it's fortunate that my hands are a step slower. Otherwise, even more true disciples were rejoicing in their hearts. They had nearly lost 10 million Dao Palace contribution points. It was better for Yang Fann to hide from him in the future. He didn't want to be caught up in his schemes and not know about it. This level of forbearance was truly frightening. In the air above the arena, Elder Mo Kei's gaze was slightly dazed as he faintly sighed. Brother Lan Yu, in terms of discernment, you are the one who is better. If it wasn't for Elder Lan Yu's decision to let Yang Fann stay in Granary Mountain, he would have replaced it with him. At most, he would arrange for a 4th-grade divine mountain that was ranked in the top 100 to serve as Yang Fann's training ground. Brother Mo Kei, where is it? Where is it? Elder Lan Yu's facial expression remained unchanged. He chuckled lightly, but the shock in his heart was not much weaker than Elder Mo Kei's. Although he could tell that Yang Fann was extraordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand against the crowd and let Yang Fann enjoy candidate daughter levels treatment. However, the degree of Yang Fann's monster had exceeded his imagination. Low-grade chaos god, top-level quasi-god king's strength. This kind of monster was extremely rare even among the many Dao seed-level monsters. At least, out of the 13 Dao children of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, not a single one had the strength to challenge top-level quasi-god king in this generation. With Yang Fann's monster potential, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the 13 Dao children. Unfortunately, what Yang Fann lacked now was time. Unknowingly, a hint of regret could be seen in Elder Lan Yu's eyes. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have become an excellent investment target. Adding the kindness he had when he was at the beginning, once he reached the top of Palace Lord's position, he would be able to become Palace Lord. I will definitely be one of them. The position of Palace Lord of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was not fixed and unchangeable. It was the position of Palace Lord in the 100 billion eons. The next Palace Lord would be selected from the Tao children of the past generations. Currently, the time limit of Palace Lord's reign had exceeded 99 billion eras. There were less than 80 million eras left, and he would be abdicated from the throne. Even if Yang Fann's talent and potential were several times greater than the other Tao children, his chances of surpassing the other 13 Tao children in less than 80 million eras and inheriting the position of Palace Lord were infinitely close to zero. Of the 13 Tao children in the current generation, none of them were simple. The weakest of them was not weaker than him, and they were only a step away from quasi-paragon. All of the outstanding ones among them had already advanced to the quasi-supreme realm and entered the ranks of giants. Not only that, but they had also managed tens of billions of eras in the Tao Palace and were deeply rooted in them. They basically had quasi-paragons' support behind them. There were even some people who supported them more than one or two quasi-paragon. As for Yang Fann, not to mention quasi-paragon's support, he didn't even have an ordinary elder. The gap between them was not something that could be made up for with just 80 million eras. It was more than enough to make up for it by 10 times or even 100 times. On the arena, Xuan Lin looked at Yang Fann and revealed a bitter expression. Strange. Monster. This Yang Fann was really a monster. Low-grade Chaos God, top-level Quasi-God King, there was a difference of 4 grades and dozens of grades between them. Was this really something that a mere human could do? Xuan Lin was the young master of the Heavenly Ni Lions, a rare genius of the Heavenly Ni Lions. When he was a low-grade Chaos God stage, he was only able to unleash top-ranked high-level Chaos God's combat strength. The gap between the two of them was more than 1 billion light-years. Compared to this monster, what kind of genius was he? What kind of monster was he? Saying that he was a mediocre talent was already thinking highly of him. Taking a deep breath, Xuan Lin tried to persuade him again. Junior brother Yang Fann, I really don't want to hurt you. Just admit defeat. C2673 defeats Su Lin Hunyuan Universe, Tao Discussion Mountain, and the arena at the top of the mountain. Xuan Lin once again advised Yang Fann. His voice had a hint of helplessness and regret. I really regret sending this mountain struggle to Yang Fann. I was impulsive. This time, I was really impulsive. Although Godly Mountain of the 5th grade is good, if I offend such a monster for this, it would be worth it. A low-grade Chaos God, the power of top-level Quasi-God King. This type of monster was completely the Tao child of a Tao child. In the 100 billion eras of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, there might not even be a single one. Among the 13 Tao children of this generation, there was not a single one that could be compared to them. It was a piece of cake for him to become a quasi-paragon in the future. Furthermore, it was a top-grade expert amongst quasi-paragons. There was even a glimmer of hope for him to break through to the position of Great Tao Sovereign. He was destined to be an existence that they could only look up to. If he really bore a grudge against them, there was no need to talk about him anymore. Even the Heavenly Ni God race behind him might be unlucky. Although the Heavenly Ni celestial race was one of the 9 top celestial races in the Tianlin's primal chaos in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, there were a few top-level Chaos God Kings among them. The old ancestor had even stepped into the quasi-sovereign stage. But to a true quasi-supreme being, it was nothing. A quasi-supreme expert. Even the weakest quasi-supreme expert would only have to pay a certain price to be able to annihilate the Heavenly Ni celestial race. However, he was unwilling to give up the battle just like that. Millions of Tao palaces. Contribution point was one aspect. Even he would need to spend hundreds of thousands of contribution points to collect Tao Palace eras. Of course, more importantly, he couldn't lose face like this. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, he was only a low-level Chaos God, and he was a middle-ranked Quasi-God King. If he didn't even have the courage to fight a low-level Chaos God, he, Xuan Lin, would become the laughing stock of true disciples. How would the upper echelons of the Tao Palace view him, Xuan Lin? Xuan Lin, senior brother, make your move. Yang Fann glanced at Xuan Lin indifferently. He didn't even need to think about making Xuan Lin admit defeat. Forget it. It seems like this battle is inevitable. Xuan Lin sighed in his heart and said, Junior brother Yang Fann. Be careful then. Buzz. A stream of light flashed, and a 3-meter-long lion head golden spear appeared in Xuan Lin's hand. Lion head golden spear, a supreme-grade quasi-origin of chaos divine weapon, Suan Lin's natal divine spear. Since he had made up his mind to fight, there was no reason for him to hold back. Otherwise, it would be disrespecting Yang Fann. Rumble. With the spear in hand, Suan Lin's energy started to rise crazily. His body started to grow taller and taller. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant that was as tall as Yang Fann. The lion knee golden spear in his hand. It had also transformed into a giant spear that was as long as 1,000,000 feet. It was like a pillar that could hold up the heavens, piercing through the heavens. Kill one strike from the heavenly lion tribe. The spear thrust out like a divine dragon that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, voids, stars, and turbulent currents would appear. Everything collapsed into dust. Come on, break it. Great five elemental chaotic godly fist. Yang Fann didn't show any signs of weakness as he threw out a punch. This Yang Fann really hid his divine body's defense. Around the arena, all the elders and disciples stared at each other. Many of them even began to curse. Although they had thought that since Yang Fann had concealed his true strength in his divine body's defense, it was possible that he had hidden it as well. However, they still found it hard to accept that all of this had become reality. The lion knee golden spear was a supreme-grade quasi-origin of chaos divine weapon. Coupled with the infusion of Suan Lin's strength, the terrifying power of this spear was below that of a quasi-origin of chaos divine weapon. Even if it was a supreme-grade top-level chaos divine artifact, it would still be pierced through by his spear. But what about Yang Fann? It was only a small crack that barely broke through his defense. Terrifying, this divine body's defense was not much weaker than some low-grade quasi-origin of chaos divine tools. One had to know that many body cultivators and low-level chaos god kings were similar to their divine body's defense. As for Yang Fann, he was merely a low-grade chaos god. There was a gap of 1 great secret stage and 5 great grades between the two of them. I'm afraid the outcome of this battle is hard to predict. If the outcome isn't good, perhaps Suan Lin will be the one to lose. At this moment, the elders and disciples who had high hopes for Suan Lin began to waver. Yang Fann had said more than once, defeat the strong with the weak. Previously, Kui Shi and the others had been defeated by Yang Fann's abnormal divine body. Bang bang, the two enormous gods, one gold and one black, continuously collided in the arena universe. Grug grug grug, countless stars. A vast expanse of the starry sky was obliterated. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Suan Lin, I'm afraid we're going to suffer. Many of the elders furrowed their brows. Yang Fann, who was only able to parry the attack and didn't have much strength to fight back, was now able to strike back at Suan Lin from time to time. This scene was similar to what Kui Shi and the others had seen. Another 2 hours passed. Sigh, if nothing unexpected happens, Suan Lin's defeat is already decided. There's only one way to defeat Yang Fann, and that is to defeat him with a single strike, and not give him any chance to resist. Otherwise, under the defense and recovery ability of his abnormal divine body, he will slowly be worn down and destroyed. All the elders shook their heads and sighed. Even though Suan Lin still had the upper hand, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that his defeat was only a matter of time. Unless, he could also hide something like Yang Fann. But was this possible? Suan Lin was different from Yang Fann, who was a newcomer. They knew very well how much he weighed. Apart from those forbidden divine ability, which could save his life, Suan Lin had used almost all of his divine abilities. The two of them had been fighting for 6 hours. Suan Lin gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Bang! Suan Lin forced Yang Fann back with his spear. He didn't continue to attack Yang Fann. Buzz! A light flashed in his hand, and he put away the lion knee golden spear. He cupped his fist towards Yang Fann and said, Junior brother, Yang Fann's divine ability is boundless. I am no match for you. Ah, yes, admit defeat. Suan Lin admitted defeat just like that. All around the arena, the elders and disciples were in disbelief. Although Suan Lin had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position and losing was only a matter of time, it was still out of their expectations for Suan Lin to lower his head and admit defeat so decisively. However, there were also some elders who had a look of appreciation in their eyes. Knowing the situation, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. This Suan Lin was indeed a figure. If they continued fighting, they would lose without a doubt. There was no need for them to continue fighting. If they really wanted to fight to the end, they might as well give it their all. Both sides would suffer heavy losses. Apart from making Yang Fann sick of them, there would not be a second benefit. Why not just admit defeat and gain some goodwill from Yang Fann? If he could form a good relationship with Yang Fann because of this, or even step on the line of Yang Fann, he, Xuan Lin, would be furious. Although Xuan Lin was a rare heaven's pride of the heavenly Ni Lions, he was one of the thousands of true disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. His talent and potential could only be considered ordinary. At most, he could be regarded as a medium or higher talent. Wherever there were people, there would be the Zhonghu, and there would be no exceptions among the true disciples. Without a strong backer, it would be extremely difficult to obtain more resources apart from some basic resources. The resources allocated to the true disciples by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were limited. If you took more, the others would have to take less. In the end, it was still a competition of talent, strength, and their backgrounds. Yang Fann was undoubtedly the best backer. After this battle, Yang Fann's status in primeval Chaos Dao Palace would surely be higher than the 32 alternate Daozi. Even if he wasn't as good as the true Dao child, he wouldn't be much weaker. Even those supreme elders had to give him some face. On the arena, Yang Fann was slightly stunned. He couldn't react in time. Why did Xuan Lin suddenly admit defeat? After a breath, he came back to his senses. He returned a bow and said, "Xuan Lin, senior brother, thank you for letting me win. When others respect me a foot, I respect them a jong." Since Xuan Lin had already admitted defeat, Yang Fann naturally would not continue to pester him. Besides, if they continued to fight, there wouldn't be any other gains. It wasn't like they could really kill him and completely suppress him. 150 million Dao Palace contribution points. I wonder if it will be enough for me to smoothly break through to the middle-ranked Chaos God. Although 15 million origin elemental crystals is a lot, Yang Fann isn't completely confident that I'll be able to break through. If he had tens of millions more Dao Palaces, the contribution points should be a piece of cake. Let me see who my next opponent will be. Strange, why isn't anyone challenging me? C2674. Its name shook the Chaos Universe. Hunyuan Universe, Dao Discussion Mountain, and the arena at the top of the mountain. A hint of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The previous challenger was one after another, but now, there was no news of the challenger. What was going on? Was he shocked by the power I just unleashed? That's impossible, right? Although the power that he just unleashed was strong, at most, it was enough to make those true disciples with great perfection quasi-God King combat strength fear him. Compared to those true disciples with power of God Kings, those true disciples with great perfection quasi-God King combat strength were afraid of him. Hong Long, it would only take a palm to suppress him. It was fine if those great perfection quasi-God King true disciples didn't dare to attack him with the mountain struggle, but those true disciples of the power of God King shouldn't have chosen to give up. Don't tell me they don't want the Granary Mountain anymore. No one wants to challenge me anymore. If not, I will have to go back. Yang Fann looked around. His eyes seemed to have passed through the surrounding barrier and saw the true disciples. This Yang Fann still wants to accept the challenge. Could it be that he has gotten addicted to it? All the elders and disciples had strange expressions on their faces. The other new disciples were all afraid of this mountain struggle and were deeply afraid of being targeted by others. However, this Yang Fann had already accepted the challenge 15 times in a row, yet he still refused to give up. That was true. A single challenge was worth tens of millions of Dao Palace contribution points. 15 consecutive challenges meant a total of 150 million Dao Palace contribution points. No wonder Yang Fann kept thinking about it and refused to give up so easily. If it were them, they probably wouldn't let go so easily either. 150 million Dao Palace contribution points. Even elders like them had to work hard for tens of millions of eras in order to accumulate such a large amount of wealth. As for the true disciples, including those at the God King realm, many of them were unable to gather all of them even if they went bankrupt. However, Yang Fann had managed to plunder so many Dao Palace contribution points in less than 10 days. Comparisons were truly infuriating. However, that was all there was to it. As long as the remaining true disciples weren't stupid, they wouldn't dare to challenge Yang Fann. If a true disciple below Chaos God King's combat strength wanted to challenge Yang Fann, it would be like sending a vegetable to the ground. Even if it was those true disciples with great perfection quasi-God King combat strength. If they were to fight Yang Fann, it was very likely that they would be defeated by him, just like Xuan Lin. If they wanted to defeat Yang Fann, they would have to rely on the power of God King. But would they dare challenge Yang Fann? If Yang Fann was just candidate daughter levels monster, it would be fine. Although they weren't candidate daughter levels monster, they were only inferior to him. In the future, even if Yang Fann bore a grudge against them, it wouldn't be easy for him to take revenge on them. However, the truth was that Yang Fann's monster was millions of times scarier than what they had imagined. It was a monster that surpassed most Dao children and had the potential to attack great Dao sovereign. If Yang Fann really bore a grudge against them because of this mountain struggle, even if they seized the Granary Mountain, they wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Such a monster was something that even top-level Chaos God King elders like them had to curry favor with. They didn't even need Yang Fann to personally make a move to express their dissatisfaction towards them. There would be a large number of experts that would stand up for Yang Fann and settle the score with them. Although the godly mountain of the 5th grade was tempting, it wasn't to the extent where they would offend such a monster. If no one challenges me anymore, I'm going back, Yang Fann asked again. His voice was filled with a hint of unwillingness. 150 million Dao Palace contribution points. He still had no confidence in pushing him to the middle-ranked Chaos God. Unfortunately, after several breaths of time, no one dared to launch another mountain struggle. Looks like there's really no one left. Forget it, 150 million Dao Palace contribution points have already exceeded my goal. I should be content with what I have. It's better not to be too demanding. After comforting himself, Yang Fann's body moved and he descended from the arena. Wherever he walked, all the disciples would retreat. The way they looked at Yang Fann was full of respect. They did not dare to have the slightest bit of jealousy and hatred. It was the same for all living things. If they were just a little bit stronger than them, they might be jealous and even jealous. However, when faced with a monster like Yang Fann, the monster, they couldn't arouse the slightest bit of jealousy. This was an existence that they had to look up to in their entire lives. Even if they cultivated bitterly for billions of eras, it would still be difficult for them to look up to him. Both sides were not people of the same world at all. Very quickly, Yang Fann had defeated 15 true disciples in a row. He had just advanced to the chaotic god realm, and there was already news that he was a match for extreme quasi-god king. The news spread across the entire Hunyuan universe like a sudden clap of thunder. What? Defeating 15 core disciples and a low-grade chaos god in a row, he has the power to fight extreme quasi-god king. Gulp gulp this. Are you kidding me? How can there be such a monster in this world? That's right, even Dao children with the same cultivation bases wouldn't have such terror-fighting powers. The first reaction of countless disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was disbelief. What kind of joke was this? That was a low-grade low-level Chaos God. It wasn't low-rank middle-level Chaos God, and it wasn't low-rank high-level Chaos God either. Even the number 1 Dao child of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Tuo Luo Dao child. When he was a low-grade low-level Chaos God, he only had the strength to fight a high-rank quasi-god king warrior. Not to mention that Yang Fann had just broken through to the Chaos God realm, and his cultivation base was far from that of a low-grade Chaos the limits of God. However, with so many elders and disciples witnessing it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but believe it. It's true. Everything is true. Strange. Monster. It's really a monster. It seems like the young generation of primeval Chaos Dao Palace will have to respect Yang Fann. Being in the same generation as this monster is definitely the greatest tragedy. Godly Mountain of the 5th grade, Tianshu's Divine Mountain, Tianshu's Divine Palace. This was one of the 32 alternate Daozi's Divine Kings, the Divine King Dao Field. Buzz. Boundless starlight quickly gathered and turned into a silver-robed youth. His body glittered with starlight, as if he were the king of billions of stars. Hiss. How is this possible? That Yang Fann doesn't only have candidate daughter levels potential. How can he have such a monster? Godly Mountain of the 5th grade, Silver Moon Divine Mountain, Silver Moon Divine Palace. One of the 32 alternate Daozi, Silver Moon God King Dao Field. Bang! A silver moon sky wolf that was tens of thousands of meters tall rapidly shrank and turned into a silver-haired young man with silver armor. I wonder how the addition of such a monster amongst the core disciples will affect us. Rank 6 God Mountain, Huntian God Mountain, Huntian God Palace. One of the 13 Dao children, Huntian Dao Child Dao Field. Buzz. The face of one of the Dao children was covered in layers of dense fog, making it difficult to see his face clearly. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. A magnificent figure suddenly opened his eyes. Yang Fann, what a good Yang Fann. Luckily, there are only 78,368, 528 eras left until the next palace lord. If there are tens of billions more eras, the 13 of us don't need to fight anymore. All of us will be obedient Dao children and wait for him to succeed the position of palace lord. Then, we will become supreme elders. Level 6 Divine Mountain, Purple Ruins Divine Mountain, Purple Ruins Divine Palace. One of the 13 Dao children, the Purple Ruins Dao Child Dao Field. Low-grade Chaos God, Extreme Quasi-God King's combat strength. What a monster compared to him. I'm just an ordinary person. Purple Ruins Dao Child laughed bitterly. A deep sense of defeat rose in his heart. A mere Tuo Luo Dao Child was already suppressing him so much that he almost couldn't catch his breath. He hadn't expected that an even fiercer one would come. Fortunately, this Yang Fann was only at the beginning. If they wanted to put their position in real danger, they would need at least a few 100 million, or even a few billion. A great era. Someone, prepare a generous gift and send it to the Divine Palace. The 6th grade Divine Mountain, Golden Brilliant Divine Mountain, Golden Brilliant Divine Palace. Golden Brilliant Dao Child Dao Field. I never thought that there would be such a peerless monster in the Dao Palace. Unfortunately, I was born a little late. My first opponent was still him, Tuo Luo Dao Child. However, this Yang Fann is worthy of me befriending him. After a while, Hunyuan Universe, the starry sky of the universe. Rumble. A terrifying pressure that terrified countless top-level Chaos God Kings spread out in all directions. It was as if some ancient existence had crossed the time-long river and revived in this era. Good, the heavens bless my Dao Palace. Who knows, after 100 billion eras, my Dao Palace will have another supreme being. C2676 The Primordial Epic Divine Tower Hunyuan Universe, Granary Mountain, Grain Divine Palace. Thank you, Master. Chief Steward Tang Wai kowtowed heavily, his voice was filled with excitement. Although he knew in his heart that his master would not treat him unfairly, take the last time, for example, he was rewarded with 100 units of origin elemental crystals. However, he never would have thought that the reward would be so heavy. 100,000 units of origin elemental crystals, a total of 100,000 units of origin elemental crystals. Even if some of them were to be given to his subordinates, at least 30 to 40,000 units of origin elemental crystal would fall into his hands. This was almost his salary of 3 to 4 million eras. As the chief steward of the Divine Palace, Tang Wai's salary for an entire era was 0.01 units of origin elemental crystals. Alright, this is what you deserve. Yang Fann laughed lightly. Tang Wai and the others had brought him nearly 100 million units of origin elemental crystals, but they had only given him 100,000 units of origin elemental crystals as a reward. To be honest, even Yang Fann felt that he owed them. If there's nothing else, you can leave first. Yes, Master. I will retire. Very quickly, the entire grain storage Divine Palace erupted into cheers, turning into a sea of joy. After he left the 4th floor with the 100,000 origin elemental crystals, the rest of the 60,000 origin elemental crystals were given to him by Tang Wai. Among them, 3 deputy managers each received 5,000 units of origin elemental crystals, 16 high-level low-level Chaos God King stewards, and 500 units of origin elemental crystals each. As for the other maid servants and guards, they all received at least a billion origin of chaos, which was 0.1 unit of origin elemental crystals. It seemed very little, but compared to those ordinary maid servants and guards, this was already their salary of 10 million eras. With this 0.1 unit of origin elemental crystal, they would definitely be able to advance to the high level, or even the top-level Chaos God in the shortest amount of time possible. Appeared. Another era passed. Yang Fann had once again absorbed and refined nearly 2 million units of origin elemental crystal. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's aura was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing crazily. Chi. The surrounding space was extremely distorted and cracked. After breaking through and absorbing close to 12 million units of origin elemental crystals, Yang Fann finally began his breakthrough. Right at this moment, rumble, rays of bright divine light rose from the surroundings of the divine hall, suppressing the 4-direction space. Last time, when he broke through to the Chaos God realm, his explosive pressure was almost enough to blow up the entire divine hall. This time, Yang Fann had already prepared for his breakthrough. He had opened the Guardian Formation of Granary Mountain, and most of the power of the Divine Formation was concentrated in the Grain Divine Hall, suppressing the time and space of the Divine Hall. This was a terrifying divine formation that could even severely injure a top-level Chaos God King, or even suppress it. It was only able to seal Yang Fann's advancement for a short period of time, causing the pressure to rise continuously. It was truly an easy task. If it wasn't for the fact that he was fully prepared, Yang Fann wouldn't have dared to break through to the next realm in the Item 1 Divine Palace. Once this pressure was released, it would shake the entire primeval Chaos Dao Palace. At that time, it would be difficult for the upper echelons of the Dao Palace not to have any evil thoughts. A middle-ranked Chaos God, a terrifying pressure that surpassed the high-level Chaos God King, was there anything more frightening than this? Even the elusive Great Dao Sovereign had to find him. Billions of years passed. After absorbing another million origin elemental crystals, Yang Fann's cultivation base stabilized at the middle-ranked Chaos God. Compared to the low-grade Chaos God, Yang Fann's overall strength had increased by more than 10 times. Yang Fann could not guarantee that he would be able to challenge a top-level Chaos God King with a higher cultivation base, but for an ordinary quasi-top-level God King, he would have to fight one more time before deciding who would win and who would lose. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann continued his seclusion. There were still 516 million origin elemental crystal left. If he did not convert all of these origin elemental crystals into strength, Yang Fann was not prepared to break through and leave. Grug grug grug, the origin elemental crystals began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye as they shattered. His cultivation base had broken through to a new level. Yang Fann's heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique had improved by quite a bit. In less than 200 million years, a single unit of origin elemental crystal was absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. With just a single era, Yang Fann had absorbed close to 4 million units of origin elemental crystal. Ferocious luckily, Yang Fann was the only one in the entire Divine Hall. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. Such a terrifying devouring speed was enough to make even a peak quasi-supreme expert's expression change. It was afraid that only the elusive Great Dao Sovereign would be able to suppress him. 2 eras, 5 eras, 10 eras, 20 eras, 50 eras. Very quickly, 60 eras passed by. Yang Fann's 516 million units of origin elemental crystals were less than half of it, less than 230 million units. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the Yang Fann's body began to rise again, multiplying in size. After absorbing nearly 290 million units of origin elemental crystals, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally took another step forward, successfully stepping into the ranks of high-ranked Chaos God. A terrifying pressure that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept across the Divine Hall. At this moment, if anyone dared to take a step into the Divine Hall, even a high-level Chaos God King would instantly be crushed to the ground, and wouldn't be able to move. An era later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Divine light shone brightly, piercing through the void and destroying all worlds. Powerful compared to the middle-ranked Chaos God, his combat strength had increased by several hundred times. Yang Fann was confident that he could fight even the top-level Chaos God King. In fact, he could even drag him down and destroy him. After 2 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation, his divine body's defense had also improved by quite a bit. Once he unleashed all of his strength, the Chaos Origin divine body's defense would be terrifying, and it wouldn't be any weaker than those quasi-top-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts. Even if it was a low-grade top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact, it would not be able to easily tear apart his skin and break through his defense. As for low-rank top-level Chaos God King, other than a peak power like the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there were very few low-grade top-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts in the other god clans, let alone intermediate or high-grade top-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts. The mountain struggle from before was the best proof. If he couldn't shatter Yang Fann's divine body in the shortest time possible and break through his defense, in that case, the one who won in the end would usually be Yang Fann. In the center of Hunyuan universe, there was a heavenly tower. This divine tower was tens of thousands of light years tall. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens, supporting the entire Hunyuan universe. The divine pagoda was covered in a layer of sacred light, making people not dare to look at it. Vaguely, one could see countless great Dao divine imprints engraved on it. Each divine imprint was an interpretation of the supreme great Tao. It was as if as long as one could comprehend it, a single divine imprint could cause one's cultivation base to skyrocket and advance by leaps and bounds. Primordius Pagoda was said to be one of the hidden divine weapons of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was a great Tao divine artifact that surpassed the origin of Chaos divine weapon. It contained the secrets of great Tao sovereign. According to the legends, as long as one could comprehend the Primordius Pagoda, all the divine imprints would be able to control the great Tao of chaos, condense the heart of the great Tao, and become great Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, the legend was just a legend. Up until now, no one had been able to fully control all the divine imprints in the Primordius Pagoda and verify that legend. At the same time, the Primordius Pagoda was also the place where countless elders and disciples of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace practiced their divine abilities and evaluated their combat strength. Primordius Pagoda there were a total of 108 floors. The first level corresponded to low-rank Universe God, the second level corresponded to the middle-rank Universe God, the third level corresponded to the high-rank Universe God, and so on. The 33rd level corresponded to the low-level Chaos God. The 67th level corresponded to the battle force of Chaos God King, and the 100 levels of the Divine Pagoda. Only the real Great Tao Sovereign could step into that level. On this day, a black-clothed youth walked in from outside the Primordius Pagoda. His pace was very slow, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, every step he took was well versed in the Tao of space, and every step he took was tens of millions of miles away. Ah, it's Brother Yang Fann. No, it's not. It's tall, high-ranked Chaos God. Did I see wrongly? Less than 100 eras, and he broke through 2 major ranks in a row. This. 3 very quickly, below the Primordius Pagoda, all the disciples stared with their eyes wide open in shock. That was the Chaos God, not the Universe God. And not Universe Lord, but from the mountain struggle. From now on, everything was calculated. He had only passed 80 eras, but this Yang Fann had actually gone from a low-grade Chaos God to a low-grade Chaos God. He had broken through 2 major grades in a row and advanced to high-ranked Chaos God. When they thought about how they had all advanced from a low-grade Chaos God to high-ranked Chaos God, each of them had spent thousands or tens of thousands of eras. Perhaps even longer. Psi comparisons between people were truly infuriating. He has entered the Primordius Pagoda. Is he trying to break into the Primordius Pagoda? C-2677 entering the Tower Hunyuan universe. Ah, what? His Royal Highness Yang Fann wants to enter the Primordius Pagoda. How long has it been? How could His Royal Highness Yang Fann do that? It's fake. Even if he wanted to break into the Primordius Pagoda, he should have digested all the resources in his hands. How could it be now? The news of Yang Fann appearing in the Primordius Pagoda was spreading at a terrifying speed. The news spread to the Hunyuan universe. The elders and disciples, their first reaction was disbelief. 80 eras ago, how many congratulatory gifts did Yang Fann receive? Although they didn't know the exact number. Especially after that, Tang Wei and the others were running around to exchange for origin elemental crystals. They had all seen how wealthy Yang Fann was. Even if he didn't have 500 million origin elemental crystals, it wouldn't be too much of a difference. If it were them, they would at least have to consume more than half of the resources in their hands and convert them into their own strength before they could break through and leave. No matter how many origin elemental crystals there were, if they were unable to convert them into their own strength in time, then everything would just be a decoration. It would just be some pretty crystals. As for the fact that Yang Fann had already used up all of his resources, they hadn't even thought about it. That was close to 500 million units of origin elemental crystal, not 50 million. And it wasn't even 5 million even if it was just 5 million units. Of origin of chaos in a low-level Chaos God King, if he wanted to completely refine and absorb it, he would need 100,000 units of time. With 1,000,000 units of time, no matter what kind of monster Yang Fann used, he would only be a low-grade low-level Chaos God now. No matter how fast he refined it, it was still the limit of being comparable to a low-level Chaos God King. However, it had only been a short period of time. 80 eras, just 80 eras. Furthermore, taking 10,000 steps back, Yang Fann's refining speed had far exceeded their imagination. He had really absorbed nearly 500 million units of origin elemental crystal. How could his cultivation base be the same as it was now? He had only broken through 2 grades. One should know that this was the total wealth of an ordinary low-rank top-level Chaos God King. He might not even be as good as low-rank top-level Chaos God King. Even a peerless monster, who had the potential to break through to Great Tao Sovereign, would surely break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King after absorbing so many middle-level Chaos Divine Kings. It was not impossible for him to break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King in one go. However, very quickly, the group of elders and disciples could not be bothered to think too much about it. This is the first time His Royal Highness Yang Fann has ventured into the Primordius Pagoda. How can I be missing? Primordius Pagoda, I'm coming. Many experts turned into streams of light and rushed towards Primordius Pagoda. Yang Fann was the rare peerless monster of 100 billion eras. He was the Tao child of a Tao child. This was the first time he had ventured into the Primordius Pagoda. This was definitely a memorable event. Not long after, a large number of elders and disciples appeared below the Primordius Pagoda. Rumble. One spiritual consciousness after another began to interweave and collide with each other, causing a heated discussion to break out. I wonder what level His Royal Highness Yang Fann will be able to reach in Primordius Pagoda this time. Low-grade Chaos God Stage. His Royal Highness Yang Fann's true combat strength is no weaker than extreme quasi-God Kings. Now that he has broken through 2 levels in a row, his true combat strength won't be much weaker than Chaos God Kings. Indeed, the 66th level of the Divine Pagoda is still very likely. I just don't know if he can successfully ascend to the 67th level. The 33rd level of the Divine Tower was a huge obstacle. To ascend to the 67th level of the Divine Tower, only those invincible great perfection quasi-God King experts were confident. As for passing the 67th level of the Divine Tower, one had to possess battle force of Chaos God Kings. Although Yang Fann had broken through 2 levels, most of the elders and disciples were not optimistic about whether Yang Fann could have a battle force of Chaos God King or not. Similar to the mountain struggle, the strength of a cultivator was also tested in Primordius Pagoda. No external force, divine weapon, or forbidden arts were allowed to be used. If one wanted to fight high-ranked Chaos God, one would have to have the strength of a low-ranked Chaos God King. In the history of primeval Chaos Tao Palace, only Great Tao Sovereign could do that. Although Yang Fann was the rare peerless monster in 100 billion years, there was still a big gap between him and those Great Tao Sovereign. At the bottom level of the Divine Pagoda, Yang Fann casually sized up his surroundings and ignored the curious gazes of the people around him. He arrived in front of a spatial door and reached out his hand to push open the tightly shut spatial door. The breakthrough competition in Primordius Pagoda was very simple. There was no need to register anything. At the bottom level, there were thousands or tens of thousands of spatial gates. After finding an empty spatial gate, one could enter it and be transported to the first level of the Divine Tower. Then, one could begin to enter the tower. Buzz. Space and time distorted. Yang Fann found himself in a small world. It wasn't a large area, and it wasn't even 1,000,000 miles in radius. With just a glance, he could see the end of the world. At this moment, rumble, rumble, one after another, low-rank universe gods' pressure rose up from the ends of the world. In the space of a breath, it transformed into 10 blood-red mammoths that were over 100,000 meters tall. The blood-red mammoth, every single one of them had the strength to rival low-rank universe god. Although there weren't any chaos treasures around them, 10 blood mammoths working together was enough to deal a heavy blow to them, and they could even kill quasi-intermediate low-level universe gods. And to break through to the second level of the Primordius Pagoda, it was very simple. That was to kill all 10 blood mammoths. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He didn't see Yang Fann attack. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The 10 blood mammoths directly shattered into pieces, and they transformed into powder. In the next second, a light of chaos fell from the sky and covered Yang Fann's body, bringing him to the second level of the Primordius Pagoda. The blood mammoths were also at the low-rank universe god realm, but their numbers had increased by 10 times, which was enough to kill quasi-high-rank low-level chaos god warriors. However, in front of Yang Fann, it only made him say the word kill. The third level of Primordius Pagoda. The 5th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. 8th layer of the Primordius Pagoda. The 12th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. 17th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. The 23rd floor of the Primordius Pagoda. The 30th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. Yang Fann was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In less than a minute, He had reached the 34th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. He still had more than half of his time to waste on the teleportation. Otherwise, it would not have lasted more than 3 seconds. Rumble, rumble, endless lightning descended from the sky, transforming into terrifying giant tigers. This time, the monster that had appeared was no longer that bloody mammoth. It was the white thunder tiger that was known as the Sovereign King of Thunder. Similar to the first level of Primordius Pagoda, there were also 10 of them. However, their cultivation base was at the low-grade Chaos God stage. Unfortunately, no matter if it was low-rank Universe God or the low-grade Chaos God, they were all the same in front of Yang Fann. They wouldn't be able to last for even an instant. As the 10 Thunder White Tigers collapsed, the Dao Palace Yang Fanns that had been emptied out by Yang Fann's true disciple token increased a little. The first 33 levels of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were the foundation. There were no rewards, but from the 34th level onwards. Every level was different. All Dao Palace contribution points, 34th level, 1 contribution point. Level 35, 2 contribution point. Level 36, 3 contribution point. And so on, 39th level. Then, he reached the 40th level of the pagoda. His combat strength had increased by a large level, and he had advanced to low-rank middle-level Chaos God. The number of contribution points increased by tenfold, which was equivalent to clearing the 40th level of the pagoda. However, he would be able to obtain 10 contribution points. It was the same principle. After passing the 46th level of the pagoda, his combat strength would increase by another level. When he reached the high-level Chaos God base, he would obtain 100 contribution points. On the 52nd level of the pagoda, his combat strength would increase by another level. 1,000 contribution points. At the 58th level of the pagoda, 10,000 contribution points. The 63rd level represented the 4 levels of the Great Perfection Quasi-God King. The number of contribution points increased by tenfold once again, allowing him to obtain 100,000 contribution points. In the Star Dragon Chaos Circle, there were only a few Great Perfection Quasi-God King. There were only a few of them, and since he could count them all with both hands, he naturally wouldn't divide them into smaller portions. However, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace was different. There were countless Great Perfection Quasi-God King warriors, and the gap between Chaos God King and the rest was huge, like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. Therefore, the Great Perfection Quasi-God King was further divided into 4 levels: Ordinary, Elite, Peak, and Invincible. The difference in strength between them was no less than a rank. Of course, the reward for this breakthrough competition was only effective for the first time. The upper echelons of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would not leave behind such an obvious loophole to farm points. But even so, the Primordius Pagoda was still one of the main sources of Dao Palace contribution points for the Elder's disciples. As long as they could pass the 66th level of the Primordius Pagoda, they could combine all the Dao Palace contribution points together. That was 1,233,331 Dao Palace contribution points. Of course, what Yang Fann was interested in wasn't the Dao Palace contribution points. 123,331 Dao Palace contribution points could be exchanged for 12,333 units of Origin Elemental Crystals. Compared to the current Yang Fann, it was like a drop of water in a bucket. It was the 42nd level. One had to know that from the 67 levels onwards, the reward of Dao Palace contribution points didn't increase by 10 times, but 100 times. In other words, as long as one passed the 67th checkpoint, it would be 10 million Dao Palace contribution points. What a fast speed of clearing the level. It's the 63rd level of the pagoda. Indeed, Yang Fann's combat strength has already reached the Great Perfection Quasi-God King. The 64th level of the pagoda, could it be? Could it be that his combat strength had really reached the Chaos God King stage? C2678, the Son of God of the Great Dao Hunyuan Universe, the lowest level of Primordius Pagoda. All the elders and disciples widened their eyes, staring at the portal Yang Fann had entered with disbelief. The 64th level of the Divine Pagoda. Just like that, His Royal Highness Yang Fann had entered the 64th level of the Divine Tower. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? It had only been a short period of time, but it had not even been a breath's time. How is this possible? How is this possible? On the 63rd level of the Divine Pagoda, there were 10 White Thunder Tigers. Although they were all ordinary great perfection quasi-god king warriors, to kill all of them so easily, they were all below Chaos God King. Even those invincible quasi-god king warriors might not be able to do it. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann already had a power of Chaos God King that could match his strength? This is impossible, right? High-ranked Chaos God, challenging Chaos God King who had a cultivation base higher than his own. This was a power that only great Tao Sovereign in the legends had. Although Yang Fann had the monster, with his performance back then, he wouldn't be able to break through great Tao Sovereign's cultivation base by more than 1 point. It can't be, the 65th level of the Divine Tower is already broken. It's another instant kill. Chaos God King, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, another instant kill. They definitely have a power of Chaos God King that can match them. Big, Great Tao God's son, we have all underestimated His Royal Highness Yang Fann. He's not a Tao Child level monster at all. He is the legendary Great Tao God's son. The 64th level of the Divine Pagoda. There were hundreds of White Thunder Tigers that were comparable to ordinary Great Perfection Quasi-God King warriors. 100 White Thunder Tigers. Even if they couldn't compare to an invincible Great Perfection Quasi-God King warrior, they wouldn't be much weaker. Without the power of Chaos God King, it was impossible for them to slaughter 100 Lightning White Tigers so easily. As for Great Tao God's son, he was a legendary existence that surpassed the Tao Child grade monster. He was the beloved child of the primal chaos. He had at least a layer of confidence in advancing to Great Tao Sovereign in the future. Although a level of hope was insignificant, in fact, it was already an extremely high probability. Take the 13 Tao children of the primeval chaos Tao Palace as an example. Even the most talented Tao children of the primeval chaos Tao Palace, if there were no miracles. In this lifetime, he would only be a quasi-paragon. There was no way he could break through the shackles and become Great Tao Sovereign. Good God bless my Tao Palace. After so many eras, the primeval chaos Tao Palace has finally produced another Great Tao God's son. Many of the elders hurriedly praised. For peak powers like the primeval chaos Tao Palace, the true deciding factor was still the number of Great Tao Sovereign. As for the other quasi-supreme beings, no matter how many of them there were, they were just a bunch of ants to Great Tao Sovereign. Tao Child grade monster. Although it surprised the primeval chaos Tao Palace, it was still incomparable to Great Tao God's son. The difference was not small. If Yang Fann could successfully advance to the Great Tao Sovereign realm, it would be enough to boost the overall strength of primeval chaos Tao Palace by a huge margin, and even increase the ranking of primeval chaos Tao Palace among the top 10 major powers. Primeval chaos Tao Palace, Primordious Divine Mountain. This was one of the rare grade 7 divine mountains in the Hunyuan universe. It was the place where Palace Lord used to be in the primeval chaos Tao Palace. Buzz, Lord of Primordius, who was wandering outside the divine ocean, suddenly opened his eyes. An indescribable surprise flashed across his eyes. Great Tao God's son, that Yang Fann is actually a Great Tao God's son. You have really given me a big surprise. Great. Initially, I was still hesitating whether I should let him advance to Tao Palace Tao Child, but now, it seems like there's nothing to worry about anymore. Hong Long the Yang Fann from before was one of the best among the Tao Seed level monsters. He was directly promoted to Tao Palace Tao Child. As for Tao Child Tuo Luo and the others, they would be more or less dissatisfied. Thinking about them, all of them wanted to become Tao Palace Tao Child. How much suffering had they suffered? How many sins had they suffered? That was especially true of the final Tao Child trial by fire. Each and every one of them had almost reached the gates of hell. Why was Yang Fann not willing to pay anything? He had been able to stand on equal footing with them, but now there was no such concern anymore. Great Tao God's son's talent and potential were 10 times, 100 times greater than Tao Child's. He had directly advanced to Tao Child. That was completely normal. If it wasn't for Yang Fann being late to the beginning and the fact that there were only 8 million Palace Lords left for Palace Lord's next selection, Lord of Primordius would have directly announced that Yang Fann would be the next Palace Lord. Hiss. The 66th level of the Divine Tower was still easily insta-killed. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann's true strength was not as simple as an ordinary low-ranked Chaos God King? Looking at the bright words, 66th level, above the spatial gateway, all the elders and disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The 65th level of the Divine Pagoda. That was a total of 1,000 great perfection quasi-god king white lightning tigers. Although an ordinary low-ranked chaos god king could slaughter them all, it would still require a lot of effort. If they were not careful, they would have to pay a price. Gulp, gulp, 67th floor, insta-kill, or instant kill. This, could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann was an intermediate battle force of Chaos God King? All the elders and disciples were stunned. That was a total of 10,000 great perfection quasi-God King, and it was more than enough to fight a low-ranked Chaos God King to the death. Primordius Pagoda, 67th floor. Awoo waves of loud and clear dragon's roars resounded throughout the universe. Yang Fann's opponent was no longer that white lightning tiger. Instead, it was 10 dragons with 9 heads. 9 purple dragons covered his body from top to bottom. Rumble, rumble, terrifying dragon's aura radiated out from their bodies, suppressing all living beings. The pressure of each 9-headed purple dragon was no less than that of a low-ranked Chaos God King. With the combination of 10 9-headed purple dragons, even a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God King like Dragon and Elephant God King would be surrounded and killed by them if he didn't retreat and fight to the death. We have to take it easy now, Yang Fann muttered in his heart. The 9-headed purple dragon was different from the white thunder tigers. Between the two of them, there were 2 different levels of life. If he was still able to deal with the white thunder tiger, he would be instantly killed. That would not be a pleasant surprise, but a shock. Phew, it finally slowed down. At the bottom level of the Primordius Pagoda, all the elders and disciples heaved a sigh of relief. If this continued, they would definitely collapse. Even some of the extreme Chaos God Kings couldn't guarantee that they would be able to kill 10 9-headed purple dragons in a single strike. High-ranked Chaos God, a monster with the combat strength of a quasi-middle-level Chaos God King, let alone seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Time passed by. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. Buzz. The number on the portal changed again. Ah, it passed. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had really passed the 67th level of the Divine Pagoda. Middle level, intermediate battle force of Chaos God King. He really had the power to fight middle-ranked Chaos God King. 3 At this moment, the shock in the hearts of all the elders and disciples was hard to describe with words. High-ranked Chaos God, intermediate battle force of Chaos God King. This talent was considered outstanding even in the group of Great Tao God's Son. As long as he didn't die in the future, he would have at least 3 levels of hope to break through to Great Tao Sovereign. Soon, another day passed. Wang. On the portal, the 8 words turned into 9. On the 69th level of the Divine Pagoda, his combat strength was at the high-level Chaos God King, but he was actually at the high-level Chaos God King. Combat strength. TLLD, this is completely not giving anyone a chance to live. C 2679 Illusionary Divine Island Hunyuan Universe, the lowest level of Primordius Pagoda. Many elders and disciples jumped up from the ground, their eyes bulged, as if they were going to burst out from their sockets. They had seen a pervert before, but they had never seen such a pervert before. What did they see? The 69th floor of Primordius Pagoda. That was the 69th floor of Primordius Pagoda, the 69th floor that represented the combat strength of high-level Chaos God King warriors. If it was another true disciple, it wouldn't be a big deal, let alone the 69th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. Even the 79th and 89th floors of the Primordius Pagoda were filled with people. The key was Yang Fann, a high-ranked Chaos God. During this period of time, there was a difference of 1 great secret stage and 5 major grades. Even the legendary Great Tao God's Son would never be this abnormal. Throughout the history of primeval Chaos Tao Palace, only Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos had the combat strength of high-level Chaos God King in high-ranked Chaos God. But who was Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos? He was the founder of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The indisputable number 1 person was the top 10 expert in the entire Primal Chaos. It was incomparable to the other Great Tao Sovereign. In the next second, many elders and disciples were overjoyed. With Yang Fann's terrifying talent that was not weaker than Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaoses, ordinary Great Tao God's Son would never be able to catch up to him. As long as he didn't die prematurely, it wasn't guaranteed that he would advance to the Great Tao Sovereign realm. At least, he would have a stable future. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become an expert like Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. To the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, this was a joyous occasion. If that day really came, it wouldn't be impossible for the primeval Chaos Dao Palace to enter the top 3 of the 10 major powers in one go. As for the disciples and elders of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, they were bound to rise in power as well. Perhaps, there was also a glimmer of hope that they could peek into the secret of the quasi-supreme being. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. It has already been 2 days and His Royal Highness Yang Fann has yet to be transported out. Could it be that he wants to clear the 69th floor? Gulp gulp this is impossible, right? All the elders and disciples were bewildered. The 69th level of the pagoda. There were thousands of low-ranked Chaos God King 9-headed purple dragons inside. Even an ordinary top-level Chaos God King might not be their match. If Yang Fann could still pass this level, the scariness of his talent was just too horrifying. Even Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos could not match up to him. How could this kind of abnormal behavior exist in this world? As for Yang Fann's safety, no one was worried about it. Primordius Pagoda was their place to train their combat strength, not a dangerous place. Once Trial Taker's life was in danger, the artifact spirit of Primordius Pagoda would immediately send him out of the trial space. Since ancient times, no one had ever fallen in the Primordius Pagoda. Soon, another 2 days passed. Gulp. No way, it's already been 4 days. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann is the one who made the decision? Could it be that he really wanted to? This. The voice of an elder trembled. He had never forgotten the battle between Yang Fann and Yang Fann. As long as he didn't suppress the elder in one go, it was very likely that the elder would be able to recover with his terrifying divine body's defense. It would be destroyed. The 1,009-headed purple dragons were powerful, but as long as the trial space was wide enough, it wasn't impossible to destroy them bit by bit. As for the trial space, there were big and small, everything was random, not the same level without changing. If one's luck was good, Yang Fann really might create a miracle. 2 hours later, Wang, a divine light flashed as Yang Fann entered the spatial gate, and a man fell out. His body was covered in crisscrossing cracks, and streams of golden light had turned into a warm current that quickly washed over the wound. The wounds were healing at a rapid rate. It's His Royal Highness Yang Fann Phew. He finally came out. If he didn't come out, I would have thought that he was going to pass the 69th floor. The group of elders and disciples heaved a sigh of relief. If they really allowed this monster to go up to the 70th level, their tiny hearts might not be able to withstand it. If they remembered correctly, this monster did not even seem to be 60,000 eras old. Compared to this monster, all of them, who were Era of the Year's warriors, were like dogs. In the time it took to breathe, Yang Fann's injuries were completely healed. Ignoring the respectful gazes of the people around him, he walked straight out of the Divine Tower. After thinking for a long time, Yang Fann decided to give up on the idea of clearing the 69th level of the Divine Tower. High-ranked Chaos God's high-level Chaos God King combat strength was already shocking enough. He had surpassed most of Great Dao Sovereign. If he continued to clear the 69th level, it would be too high profile. Sigh, in the end, his cultivation base was still too low. If he was a middle-level Chaos God or a high-level Chaos God, he would be able to break through to the 72nd level of Primordius Pagoda with his intermediate battle force of Chaos God King. One should know that after the 72nd level, there would be hundreds of millions of contribution points as rewards for every level he passed. Unfortunately, because of his cultivation base, he had no choice but to give up on these rewards that he could easily obtain. This was the problem of having a strong foundation. After leaving the Primordius Pagoda, Yang Fann did not immediately return to the Granary Mountain. After passing the 69th level of the Primordius Pagoda, he obtained a total of 123,333 Dao Palace contribution points and exchanged them for Origin Elemental Crystals. That was 12,333 million units. Compared to the other high-ranked Chaos God, this was an astronomical figure. It was enough for them to not have to worry about the lack of resources before Chaos God King. But to Yang Fann, this amount of resources was nothing. It was not enough for him to cultivate an era. Not to mention breaking through a big realm, it was impossible for him to even advance a small realm. This is the direction to the Illusionary God Island. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann is preparing to explore the Illusionary God Island? That's true. He has already entered the Primordius Pagoda. How could he not make a trip to the Illusionary God Island? The illusionary god island was the same as the Primordius Pagoda. It was also one of the places where the disciples of the elders came from. There were a total of 108 illusionary god island. As long as one passed the 33rd or 34th illusionary god island, they would be able to obtain the contribution point. I wonder how many illusionary god island His Royal Highness Yang Fann will be able to pass this time. Will he be able to break through 68 illusionary god island in a row just like when he was exploring the Primordius Pagoda? I'm afraid this is going to be difficult. The Primordius Pagoda mainly tests one's combat strength, but the illusionary god island is competing with the strength of soul. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, it's the body cultivator and expert. Everyone knew that the weakest part of the body cultivator was their soul. Indeed, the strength of soul has always been the weakness of the body cultivator. It has broken through 68 illusionary god island in a row. That is without a doubt, whether or not it can pass the 66 illusionary god island. It's still unknown. In the Primordius Pagoda, or in the Tao Discussion Mountain, one could borrow the souls of the soul to protect one's soul. However, in the illusionary god island, one could not use any souls or defensive divine artifacts. If one wanted to pass through the 108 illusionary god island, it would depend entirely on one's strength of soul. As for a body cultivator, its strength of soul was often much lower than their strength of divine body. There were many people who were a few levels lower, or even one level lower. Normally, they would use the power of the soul's defensive divine artifact to protect their soul, making up for this shortcoming. In their opinion, Yang Fann was no exception. Whether it was in the Taiyu division or among the congratulatory gifts from the various big shots, there were no small number of souls and divine artifacts. The weakness of souls. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, revealing a playful expression. Recently, because he hadn't had the chance to devour other experts and souls, it had caused his strength of soul to improve at a rapid pace. Compared to his divine body and cultivation base, it was indeed a step slower. However, his weakness was far from being considered. Especially after the baptism of the great Tao divine imprints, it had made his strength of soul. It was almost a qualitative leap. Even amongst the many high-level Chaos God King warriors, it could be said to be at the top. 2 hours later, a vast sea of clouds appeared in Yang Fann's sight. Within the sea of clouds, there were numerous huge divine floating islands. There were exactly 108 of them. In many of the divine floating islands, there were either standing or sitting upright. Each of them had different expressions, emotions, and joy. These 108 divine floating islands were none other than the 108 illusionary god island. In this sea of clouds was also known as the Illusion God Sea. Look, His Royal Highness Yang Fann has entered the Illusionary God Island Sea 2680 Divine Will Mountain Hunyuan Universe, Illusion God Sea. Buzz. As soon as Yang Fann stepped into the first Illusionary God Island, the scenery around him changed, and he found himself in a bustling city. He wrote the words, Feng Yang. If it wasn't the Feng Yang city that Yang Fann was born in, then where was it? There was a sea of people, and there were rows upon rows of people lining up to compete with each other. The pedestrians on the road were like woven silk, and they were connected to each other. The tea shop, the pub, the inn, and the meat shop, they could be found everywhere. The sounds of peddling and bidding came in an endless stream. Ah, young master is back. Quickly inform the old master. Madam, young master is back. Young master is back. Quickly let mother take a look. My fan has suffered. Look at how thin he has become. Unknowingly, a nostalgic expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. He had never felt such a warm scene in so many eras. These eras had been busy cultivating, hoping to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. However, he had somewhat neglected his parents and the others. Once I'm done with these trivial matters, I'll definitely accompany the two elders properly. For a period of time. It can't be, right? It had been 15 minutes, and His Royal Highness Yang Fann was still in the first illusionary god island. Is this really a monster that a Tao father can compare with? The elders and disciples rubbed their eyes with all their might, their faces filled with disbelief. The first level of the illusion realm in illusionary god island could only confuse low-rank universe god. Although His Royal Highness Yang Fann was a body cultivator and the strength of soul was his weakness, he was still comparable to a high-level Chaos God King terror fighting power. No matter how weak the strength of soul was, it was still comparable to a great perfection quasi-God King. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for him to be trapped in the first level of the illusionary God Island. "CC, you little girl, don't keep pestering eldest brother. Fan, go wash up. We'll be able to eat soon. Today, your mother made your favorite sweet and sour fish. Come, Fan, take a look at the new clothes mother made for you. Try it on and see if it fits." Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour had passed. Yang Fann was still standing in the first illusionary God Island. The intoxicated expression on his face was getting more and more obvious. Gulp, gulp, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Is he really confused? This is only the first illusory magic formation. Bitch, this shortcoming is a bit too short. Many elders revealed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. If they couldn't even pass the first illusionary God Island. Yang Fann, this great Tao God's son, wasn't he a little too shallow? Was he really confident that he could advance to great Tao sovereign in the future? Or is it that we were all fooled by him? It was just a fortuitous encounter that caused his strength of divine body to improve by leaps and bounds, but in reality, it was just a mediocre talent. No, that's not right. According to the information provided by the Taiyu division, His Royal Highness Yang Fann's strength of soul at that time was no weaker than a high-level chaos god. At that time, he was merely a great perfection quasi-chaos god. But how could he explain this scene in front of him? If he wasn't confused by the illusion, how could he not step onto the second illusionary God Island after half an hour? Since ancient times, no one in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had been in the illusionary God Island for such a long time. Almost no one had been able to become a disciple of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Their cultivation base was below the universe God realm. Furthermore, all of them were peerless geniuses of the Chaos domain. Even the most ordinary outer sect disciple wouldn't need the time for an incense stick to burn to pass the first illusionary God Island. 2 hours. Could it be that we are really? Did you really misread it? At that instant, most of the elders' hearts sank. 2 hours was simply too long. It had been so long that it had made them despair. At this moment, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. "Father, Mother, forgive me for being unfilial. Fan, what are you talking about?" Buzz. A wisp of strength of soul turned into a surging tide and engulfed the entire Fengyang city. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann took a step forward and went straight to the second illusionary God Island. Without stopping, he went to the third and fourth illusionary God Island. Illusionary God Island. In just a breath's time, Yang Fann had passed 18 illusionary God Island in a row, and he was rapidly approaching the 34 illusionary God Island. Phew, you gave me a scare. This is His Royal Highness Yang Fann. He must have fallen into the illusion on his own accord. All the elders heaved a sigh of relief and saw through some of the tricks. If Yang Fann really was the king of trash, it would be an irreparable loss to the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Fortunately, the thing they were most worried about did not appear. 63 illusionary God Island. His Royal Highness Yang Fann's speed should be slowing down. 63 illusionary God Island. That illusory realm could already affect an ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god, even the strongest great perfection quasi-god king. It would take a lot of effort to break through the illusory realm. He didn't stop at all. It seems like we have underestimated His Royal Highness Yang Fann. His strength of soul is probably at the same level as God King. 67 illusionary God Island. No way, in just 3 breaths of time, he had broken through the illusion realm. His Royal Highness Yang Fann's strength of soul was probably not much weaker than his strength of divine body. 10 breaths of time, His Royal Highness Yang Fann passed the 67th illusionary God Island. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he really is that body cultivator with unparalleled divine strength. A trace of doubt flashed across the eyes of many elders and disciples. In just 10 breaths of time, he had reached the 68th illusionary God Island. Clearly, the 67th illusionary God Island was far from its limit. It was just some top-grade and even king extreme chaos god. It doesn't even have to be as easy as him. Pursue him flat. If not counting the first 2 hours, it only took His Royal Highness Yang Fann 30 breaths of time to reach the 69th illusionary God Island. This time, it only took him 30 breaths of time. At this moment, all the elders and disciples were shocked speechless. It was almost impossible for them to step into the 69th illusionary god island in such a short period of time without the strength of soul of a quasi-middle-level chaos god king. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had the strength of soul of a quasi-middle-level chaos god king. Gulp, was he really that body cultivator barbarian? It's the 72nd illusionary god island. I'm afraid we have some misunderstanding about the body cultivator. What soul shortcoming? Could it be the smoke grenade thrown out by the body cultivators? In fact, what they were best at was actually the strength of soul. Otherwise, how could this monster in front of them explain it? In the 72nd illusionary god island, none of the people who could step foot on this island were below the quasi-middle-level chaos god king realm. One day later, the expressions of the elders and disciples changed once again. It was over. He had passed the 72 illusionary god island. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann had also cultivated the great Tao of illusions? Apart from this explanation, they really couldn't think of any other explanation. High-ranked Chaos God's body cultivator was able to step into the 73rd illusionary god island. Could it be that his strength of soul was comparable to a middle-level Chaos Divine King? 73 illusionary god island. 5200 and 1200 and 3300 and 3333 contribution points have been obtained. It's about time. A resolute look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had passed 71 illusionary god island in a row, and his performance wasn't any worse than some middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors. The illusionary god island was different from the Primordius Pagoda. It was the invention of real swords and spears. In this place, there were still some loopholes that could be found, like those masters of the illusion Great Tao. Compared to the other cultivators, it was obvious that they had a lot of advantages. Even if the strength of soul was only comparable to the high-grade, and even middle-ranked Chaos God King, it wasn't impossible for him to pass the 72nd illusionary god island. With the shocking performance of the Primordius Pagoda, it wasn't impossible for him to reach the 73rd illusionary god island. However, if this continued, it would be hard to explain. 73 illusionary god island, 72 illusionary god island. Although there was only a difference of one level, the difficulty was more than 100 times greater. Huan Ling, send me away. Wang. A mysterious force enveloped Yang Fann, and he was instantly transported out of the divine illusion sea. Phew, it's finally over. After passing through 72 illusionary god island in a row, Great Tao God's son was worthy of being compared to Tao ancestor of primeval chaos. Sure enough, it is not something that we can estimate. Primordius Pagoda, illusionary god island has passed. Now, only Mount Shenyi is left. C 2681 10 billion Tao Palace contribution points. Primordius Pagoda, illusionary god island, Mount Shenyi. These were the three great treasures of primeval chaos Tao Palace. They were also the three main sources of income for the disciples of primeval chaos Tao Palace, the Tao Palace contribution point. The Primordius Pagoda tested one's combat strength. The illusionary god island tested one's soul realm. The Mount Shenyi, just like its name, tested the willpower of a cultivator. The strength of a cultivator's willpower was related to their own cultivation base. Normally, the stronger one's cultivation base was, the higher their willpower would be. However, it was not absolute. Many trials of life and death could also improve one's willpower. There were not many low-level Chaos God warriors with stronger willpower than Chaos God King, but there were also many of them. Especially this second-generation Silk Pants. Each of them had their own cultivation base and resources, and their will was their weakness. Take Yang Yunfeng and his wife for example. Over 30,000 eras had passed, and both of them had steadily broken through to the middle-level Chaos God. If they used the origin of Chaos Divine weapon that Yang Fann had given them, even an ordinary Chaos God King might not be a match for them. However, if it was a competition of will, not to mention comparing it to a Chaos God of the same level, even some universe gods with stronger wills would not be a match for them. Compared to these experts that walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Yang Yunfeng and his wife's willpower could be said to be extremely weak. His cultivation was entirely dependent on the accumulation of resources. No life and death training was even possible once. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a flower in a greenhouse. Of course, this was also what Yang Fann was happy to see. There was no need for life and death training. It was fine as long as his parents were safe and sound. As for fighting and fighting, as his son, he had to do it. The reason why he kept urging his parents to cultivate was to improve their longevities, so that they could stay by his side forever. Mount Shenyi. This was a divine mountain that was as tall as 99,999 light-years. According to the legends, it was personally refined by Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, and there was a will of Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos on it. If Great Tao Sovereign could reach the top of the mountain and comprehend the will of Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, it would be impossible for him to do so. However, he would be a quasi-supreme expert. It was very likely that he would become a quasi-supreme expert. In the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, many of the Supreme Elders and quasi-supreme experts had successfully advanced because they had reached the top of the Mount Shenyi and comprehended the will of their ancestors. However, unlike the Primordius Pagoda and the Illusionary God Island, the Mount Shenyi did not have so many stages. There were a total of 8 stages, 9 light-years, 99 light-years, 9999 light-years. Every 9 counts was a stage. Moreover, unlike the Primordius Pagoda and Illusionary God Island, the first 33 checkpoints were not rewarded at all. In the Mount Shenyi, every stage that one passed would be rewarded with contribution points. The first stage, 1 Tao Palace contribution point, the second stage, 100 Tao Palace contribution points, the third stage 10,000 Tao Palace contribution points, and so on. Once one reached the top of the Mount Shenyi, besides the high and mighty quasi-paragon, even a quasi-giant like Elder Lan Yu and Elder Mo K would find it difficult to produce such a large amount of Tao Palace contribution points. 2 hours later, Yang Fann appeared at the foot of Mount Shenyi. He looked at the towering mountain. It was like a pillar that could hold up the sky, and a glimmer of hope could be seen in his eyes. I wonder if I can reach the top of the Mount Shenyi. Whether it was the Primordius Pagoda or the Illusionary God Island, they were just the appetizers. The Mount Shenyi was the true feast. He was not a flower that came out of a greenhouse. Along the way, he had experienced countless battles. Yang Fann believed that his will was no weaker than those top-level Chaos God Kings. Furthermore, unlike the Illusionary God Island and Primordius Pagoda, he did not want to expose his true strength and attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Tao Palace. He had no choice but to suppress his strength. In this place, Yang Fann could do his best to see the limits of his will. Even if his willpower was comparable to a top-level Chaos God King or even a quasi-supreme, they would only think that he had gone through too many life and death tribulations to improve his willpower. They would never doubt his true strength, which was comparable to a top-level Chaos God King if he could successfully reach the top of the Mount Shenyi. That would be 100 trillion Tao Palaces. The contribution point was worth 10 trillion origin elemental crystals. Not to mention breaking through to the middle-level Chaos God, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the advanced Chaos God realm in one go. At that time, even Quasi-Paragon and Yang Fann were confident that they could defeat him, or even defeat him. This Mount Shenyi might be the opportunity for him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart and stepped onto the Mount Shenyi. Buzz! In an instant, a vast and mighty will enveloped his entire body, as if he was the supreme emperor that ruled the world, making people bow their heads and call him King. The universe God with a weak will would definitely find it difficult to take a single step at this moment, let alone climbing up 9 light years. After passing the first stage, it was unknown whether he would be able to climb up a single light. Look, His Royal Highness Yang Fann is starting to climb the Mount Shenyi. I wonder how many stages His Royal Highness Yang Fann will be able to pass. That's hard to say. The Mount Shenyi tests one's willpower. Strong combat strength doesn't mean strong willpower but a great Tao God's son like His Royal Highness Yang Fann. However, for someone like His Royal Highness Yang Fann, the first 3 stages should be different. There shouldn't be much of a problem. The 4th stage of Mount Shenyi is also possible. Whether or not he can pass the 5th stage is uncertain. The group of elders and disciples looked at the thin figure that was climbing up the stairs and started discussing amongst themselves. These monsters, son of God, and Tao children were definitely not those hedonistic sons who relied on divine herbs to accumulate resources. One should know that if a cultivator wanted to attain the peak of God King, a quasi-paragon, or even the true great Tao sovereign, soul, will and potential were all indispensable. Any one of these monsters chosen with a bit of ambition would not ignore the tempering of their will, but even so, no one was optimistic that Yang Fann would be able to pass the 5th trial of Mount Shenyi. The difficulty of every round in Mount Shenyi was 1,000 times, 10,000 times higher than usual. Putting aside everything else, just the height of each trial was enough to tell one or two things. Even if it was the same stage, the amount of Tao ancestor of primeval chaos's will that he received from different heights was different, but it was gradually increasing. Especially the last 4 stages, which were 90,000, 900,000, or even 9 million. The difference in height between 9 million light-years made it extremely difficult. Even if it was just 1 light-year or 1 level higher, it would still make countless people despair. Da 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 da, da 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 da. Yang Fann's steps were steady, but unusually firm. Every step he took was tens of thousands of miles. 2 hours later, Yang Fann had successfully passed the first stage. The will of Tao ancestor of primeval chaos that enveloped his body had increased by 100 times. An ordinary low-level chaos god wouldn't be able to walk far before being crushed to the ground, unable to move at all. However, Yang Fann's steps were firm as always, neither too fast nor too slow. With a speed of tens of thousands of miles per second, he advanced steadily. 1 day later, 3 Yang Fann successfully stepped into the 3rd stage of the Mount Shenyi. 10 days later, as expected, the first 3 trials won't be able to stop His Royal Highness Yang Fann. A look of understanding appeared on the faces of all the elders and disciples. His steps are steady, and he hasn't changed at all. It seems like the 4th round has a total of 8 to 9 rounds. That won't be a problem for him either. 4 months later, the 5th stage is over. His Royal Highness Yang Fann's footsteps didn't change much. Could it be that he can pass the 5th stage? The faces of all the elders changed slightly. Many high-level Chaos God King warriors had stopped at the 5th trial of Mount Shenyi. 5 years later, gulp, the 6th stage, he really passed the 5th stage. This monster, this willpower. Even us old fellows aren't much weaker than it. The elders glanced at him in astonishment. There were very few people who could pass the 5 stages of the Mount Shenyi, except for God King, who was at the top of the grade. There was no one like Yang Fann who could reach the 99,999 light-years of the Mount Shenyi with just a single high-ranked Chaos God. 100 years had passed. Nearly half of the 6th stage had passed. Yang Fann's footsteps still did not stop. He continued to climb. Gulp, gulp. No way, could it be that he could still climb to the 7th stage? No, impossible, I must have been thinking too much. This monster should have reached his limit by now. C2682 Limit Hunyuan Universe, the foot of Mount Shenyi. All the elders stared at the thin figure that was slowly walking forward, afraid that they would miss out on some details. Some of the elders kept muttering to themselves, trying to comfort themselves. No, I think too much. It must be that I think too much. No matter what kind of monster that Yang Fann had, it's just a high-ranked Chaos God. The 7th trial of the Mount Shenyi. Not everyone, including them, who were all top-level Chaos God King Realm Elders, was able to step into this trial, stopping at the 6th trial of the Mount Shenyi. The final 9,999 light-years Elder was also able to step into the 7th trial of the Mount Shenyi. It wasn't just 1 or 2 elders. If they were to be surpassed by high-ranked Chaos God like Yang Fann, how could they put their face down? Time passed day by day. Soon, another 100 years had passed. Yang Fann had already passed 990,000 light-years in Mount Shenyi. He was only 9,999 light-years away from the 7th stage. Yang Fann's steps were still steady. Apart from his speed slowing down a little, he had changed from 1 step per second to 2 seconds per step. There were almost no changes. Obviously, he had not reached the limit of his will. Hiss. It's the last 9,999 light-years. His speed hasn't changed much. It seemed like he had blocked the 6th round. Many of the elders were in a daze, and a deep sense of defeat surged up in their hearts. It was fine that their talent couldn't compare to this monster, but now, even their will had been defeated by Yang Fann. All of them had truly lived for nothing for so many eras. 2 years later, Wang, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had passed the 6th round of Mount Shenyi and had successfully earned 10 billion Tao Palace contribution points. If he counted the previous 5 rounds, that would be 101,010,101 Tao Palace contribution points. Adding the 46,666 Illusionary God Islands he had obtained from the Primordius Pagoda in Illusionary God Island, he now had 1,034,476,767 contribution points in his hand. If he exchanged all of them for origin elemental crystals, Yang Fann had at least 5 levels of confidence that he would be able to smoothly advance to the peak of the primal chaos god realm. However, the risk of breaking through just like that was a little too high. Without sufficient resources to stabilize his cultivation base, he would need a lot of time to nurture his foundation. If something went wrong, he might fall back to high-ranked chaos god. It's still too early to say this. There's no hurry. I'm not in a hurry. There was still the 7th and 8th stage in Mount Shenyi. Compared to before, those few rounds, these last 2 are the real big ones. Not to mention reaching the top of the Mount Shenyi, the 7th trial alone was worth trillions of Dao Palace Mount Shenyis. It was more than enough for him to break through to the middle-level chaos god. In the next second, Pucci, Yang Fann moved his feet and continued forward. 5,000 years later, half of the 7th trial of Mount Shenyi was completed. However, Yang Fann's speed did not change much. This can't be right. His Royal Highness Yang Fann wanted to break through to the last stage. All the elders swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. Their eyes bulged like fish eyes. Although the strength of one's will did not have an absolute connection with their cultivation and strength, there had not been a single person who had stepped into the 8th stage of the Mount Shenyi after Chaos God King had appeared. Even the few great Dao sovereign had only successfully stepped into the Mount Shenyi after advancing to the Divine King realm. They were 9,999,999 light-years old. Let alone a high-ranked chaos god like Yang Fann. The training of life and death could continuously increase a person's will. However, there was a limit, and it wasn't unlimited improvement. For example, an ordinary person who didn't know any cultivation path, no matter how strong his will was, it could be compared to some martial master warriors, and Marquis warriors were his limit. In terms of pain, being dismembered into thousands of pieces and executed by Ling Kai was a pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. However, it was nothing to cultivators, especially those powerful cultivators. Their divine bodies were destroyed and reforged, and it was a common occurrence. A mere Ling Kai was nothing to them, and a mere Ling Kai was nothing to them. It was not much better than being bitten by a mosquito. Another 5,000 years passed. Yang Fann had gone to Mount Shenyi for 9 million light years. However, at this moment, Yang Fann had lost his usual calm. There was a trace of seriousness on his face, and his footsteps slowed down by more than 10 times. The willpower that enveloped Yang Fann's body was enough to make most of the high-level Chaos God King's steps difficult. Yang Fann had stepped into the Mount Shenyi for 30,000 years. Drip 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 beads of sweat kept dripping down Yang Fann's forehead. It seems like I have overestimated myself. I have only just arrived. I'm still far from reaching the halfway point of the Mount Shenyi. Do you still want to reach the top? A hint of self-mockery flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. The cruel reality had taught him a lesson. In the past 20,000 years, he had once again climbed 928,569 light years. He was still 71,430 light years away from the 7th trial. Not to mention the peak of Mount Shenyi. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had reached his limit. If this continued, it would be unknown whether he would be able to reach the 8th stage of the Mount Shenyi. 30,000 light years away, his Royal Highness Yang Fann. He was still continuing. Could it be that he could really step into the 8th stage? Many of the elders' thoughts began to waver. Their hearts were already somewhat numb. Monsters are monsters. How could ordinary people like them compare to them? The final 30,000 light years of the 7th stage. Amongst the elders, those who were able to step into this stage. There's no one among the 10 of them. Most of the elders' will had already been surpassed by Yang Fann. It has already passed 99 million light years. Perhaps His Royal Highness Yang Fann can really create a miracle and become the first person in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace to step into the 8th stage of the Mount Shenyi with the cultivation of Chaos God. No one knows when, but the mentality of all the elders has changed. A hint of expectation has appeared in their eyes. They hope that Yang Fann can create another miracle. People should know their own limitations. How could ordinary people like them compare with a monster like Yang Fann? This was purely looking for trouble for themselves. Furthermore, the more monster Yang Fann surpassed, the greater the benefits they could reap in the future. It would be best if he could surpass their Grand Master, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. The chaos was vast and boundless. It was similar to the ordinary major powers. For a major power like the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, it wasn't limitless. 5. The resources within it were unlimited. Similarly, there was a limit. If Yang Fann could be compared to their ancestor, or even surpass their ancestor, then under the leadership of the two greatest experts, he would definitely be able to obtain more resources for the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Even if he were to flip through them, it wouldn't be impossible. Yang Fann had stepped into the Mount Shenyi for 300,000 years. Regret and disappointment appeared on the faces of all the elders. Sigh, they had failed, but His Royal Highness Yang Fann had still failed. 300 light years, just 300 light years away. But Yang Fann had obviously reached his limit. Although he was still moving forward, every step he took would take a quarter of an hour. Moreover, the distance between them was also greatly reduced. At the beginning, every step Yang Fann took was 1 million miles, but now, he had just crossed 100 miles, which was 10,000 times smaller. Mount Shenyi, 999,999 light years. Yang Fann was breathing heavily. His straight spine was almost bent and his back was hunched. He looked like a mortal old man who had just stepped into the gates of hell. However, his eyes were full of unwillingness. 9 light years. He was only 9 light years away from successfully breaking through the 7th stage. However, his legs seemed to be filled with lead. It was difficult for him to even take a step forward, let alone 9 light years. Am I really going to stop here? No, I'm not willing. Sigh, it's been a day. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had not even moved a single step forward. It seemed like he had really reached his limit. 9 light years, only 9 light years away. What a pity, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. What a pity. C. 2683 Promotion to Dao Child Hunyuan Universe, Mount Shenyi. All the elders were shaking their heads with regretful expressions. It was just a mere 9 light years, but it was like a natural chasm that made it difficult for Yang Fann to advance any further. The miracle they had hoped for had yet to appear. His Royal Highness Yang Fann still stopped at the 7th stage of Mount Shenyi. But even so, it's still terrifying. Indeed, there are 999,999 light years in the Mount Shenyi. Even the elders of the Tao Palace are few in number to be able to reach this stage. There won't be more than 100 of them. Limit. Is this my limit? No, I don't believe it. Yang Fann's face twisted, and he let out an unwilling roar in his heart. It wasn't 90,000 light years, nor 900,000 light years. 9 light years was only 9 light years away. A trillion Tao Palace contribution points would brush past him. No matter what, I have to pass the 7th trial and obtain the trillions of Tao Palace contribution points. Only by obtaining the trillions of contribution points could his cultivation experience a qualitative leap. Otherwise, what use would the hundreds of billions of contribution points in his hands be? Roar. The trillion contribution points are mine, they must be mine. Yang Fann's face was ferocious and twisted to the extreme. Blue veins were popping out all over his body. He looked like the devil god from hell, with a ferocious face. So what if it's the will of a supreme being? I am the strongest. Looking at the entire primal chaos, who else could be like me, advancing from a tiny world to a chaotic god in less than 60,000 eras? My combat strength is comparable to a top-level chaos god king. In terms of talent, that Tao ancestor of primeval chaos doesn't even deserve to carry my shoes. With just his will, is he worthy of making me shrink back? Roar, move, boom. An invincible belief rose from the bottom of Yang Fann's heart like a ray of hope that could dispel the darkness, illuminating the entire heart sea. Kacha, an invisible sound of glass shattering rang out in Yang Fann's ears, as if something had been broken. The hunchback man straightened his back again, like a divine spear that pierced through the sky. He took a steady step that he had not taken for a day. Move. He moved. His Royal Highness Yang Fann moved. This is breaking through the limits of will. This monster, breaking through is too simple. In an instant, the sound of cold air being sucked in came from the foot of the huge Mount Shenyi. Whether it was the elders or the disciples, all of them were extremely shocked as they broke through at the last minute. This was not a rare thing, all of them. Which one of them had never experienced such a thing? More than once or twice. However, that was when their cultivation base was low. As far as Chaos God King was concerned, breaking through at the last minute was almost a legend. The current Yang Fann had a strong will. Even if he was compared to an ordinary extreme top-level Chaos God King, he wouldn't be much weaker. In the history of primeval chaos Dao Palace, there had never been anyone who could make a breakthrough in such a short period of time. 100 years later, 3 light years, only 3 light years are left. Perhaps His Royal Highness Yang Fann can really create a miracle. The eyes of the elders lit up. Their hearts were once again filled with hope. Although Yang Fann's steps had slowed down, his steps were unusually stable. At this moment, Yang Fann's thin body seemed to be growing infinitely in their line of sight. It was like a pillar that could support the heavens. It made them feel a sense of worship in their hearts. 2, 9 light years. 2, 7 light years. 2, 4 light years. 2 light years. 1.5 light years. 0. 1 light year, almost there. His Royal Highness Yang Fann almost passed the test. Everyone was staring at Yang Fann, not even blinking their eyes. They were afraid that they would miss out on any details. 100 million miles, 10 million miles, 10 million miles, 100,000 miles, 10,000 li, 10,000 li, 100 miles. Drip, 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 drip. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down Yang Fann's body, as if he had just been fished out of water. He clenched his teeth tightly, as if he was enduring indescribable pain. He staggered, but his eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. 100 meters. There is only 100 meters left. I will definitely be able to pass. I will definitely be able to pass. 100 meters, 90 meters, 75 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. All right, I've finally passed. Bang. Yang Fann's mind relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. In an instant, Yang Fann's body went limp, and he collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud. Buzz. A divine light flashed, and covered Yang Fann's entire body. The next second, Yang Fann had arrived at the foot of Mount Shenyi. In the Primordius Pagoda, there were illusionary god islands in the illusionary god island, and the Mount Shenyi was no exception. Hu. Yang Fann panted heavily. It was only after a few breaths of time that he regained some of his strength. The last 9 light years had exhausted a large amount of his mental strength. Of course, the benefits were not small either. The power of will had broken through the limit and baptized his soul, allowing his strength of soul to have a qualitative breakthrough. Previously, there was still a big gap between his strength of soul and those top-level Chaos God Kings, but now, it was comparable to a top-level Chaos God King. It's over, it's really over. Monster, an out-and-out monster combat strength, soul, willpower, all of them are at the monster level. I can't find any weaknesses at all. Looking at Yang Fann's fading back, even the elders' eyes were filled with a hint of respect. The 8th trial of Mount Shenyi, this will, Elder Lan Yu, Elder Mo Kei and the others who had stepped into the ranks of giants, could be said to be as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. But now, there was another person, and it was still the same person. This was a high-grade low-level chaos god who wasn't even a middle-level chaos god. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Who would dare believe it? Phew, it's a good thing this monster is a true disciple of our Dao Palace. If it were from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to sleep well. The Heavenly Devil God Palace was the same as the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, one of the 10 major powers in the Primal Chaos. They were the enemies of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. The war between the two sides had lasted for hundreds of millions of eras. It was as if they were going to kill each other as soon as they encountered each other. There was no way for them to calm down. Once such a monster appeared in the Heavenly Devil God Palace and Great Dao Sovereign was proven to be Great Dao Sovereign, the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace would be completely suppressed by the Heavenly Devil God Palace. If anything went wrong, it would be possible for the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace to be turned upside down. The Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain was one of the few 6th-grade divine mountains in the Hunyuan universe. Whether it was origin power or resources, they were thousands of times more powerful. It wasn't just limited to the Granary Mountain. Even among all the 6th-grade divine mountains, the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain belonged to the high grade. At the top of the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, in the Divine Palace. Teng Wai, I'll leave the rest of the matters to you. Yang Fann casually found Teng Wai and instructed him. Not long after he returned to the Granary Mountain, Lord of Primordius's decree was transmitted to him, and he was promoted to the Dao Child of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. In less than 40,000 eras, the beginning had become the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace's Dao Child, and Yang Fann was the only one who had died. Tuo Luo Dao Child and the others were the fastest to complete the Dao Child trial by 130 million eras. They had successfully broken through to the Dao Child realm. Less than 40,000 eons. 130 million eons. The difference was simply too great. Comparisons between people were truly infuriating, not to mention that Yang Fann had the right to choose his own peak. As a 6th grade divine mountain, that was the same. There were 3 to 6 to 9 grades. Those 6th grade divine mountains that were ranked at the bottom were much weaker compared to the godly mountain of the 5th grade in the Granary Mountain. In other words, there were dozens or even hundreds of times more divine mountains that were ranked at the bottom of the ranking. The Dao Palace usually allocated the disciples of Tuo Luo Daozi and the others. They were basically ranked at the bottom of the 6th grade divine mountains. Unlike Yang Fann, they were chosen from the remaining 6th grade divine mountains. The Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain was the Dao Child Training Hall that Yang Fann had chosen. However, the reason why Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain was chosen wasn't because of the abundant resources in Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Although Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain was also a rare high-grade divine mountain among the 6th grade divine mountains, it was only able to squeeze into the top 10 of all the remaining 6th grade divine mountains. There were still a few 6th grade divine mountains that were ranked above it. It was only because of its name. The word saint reminded Yang Fann of the sect's Holy Ji sect. In any case, a mere training hall's resources was nothing to Yang Fann. Even the number 1 ranked 6th divine mountain could only get 10,000 units of origin elemental crystal in a single era. To the other chaos gods, this was an astronomical figure that could not be imagined. To the nouveau riche Yang who possessed trillions of Dao Palace contribution points, this was nothing. If he really relied on the resources of the divine mountain, how many years and months would he need to break through to the top-level chaos god? There was no need to even talk about proving chaos god King's Dao. It all depended on the other rewards, like the 108 levels of the Primordius Pagoda and the 108 Illusionary God Island. This time, I have advanced to the Dao Child realm. Those elders and tycoons, I don't think they won't say anything. I just wonder if I'll be able to make another profit this time. How many origin elemental crystals were there? 10 billion, 100 billion, or even more. C2685 changes Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, the Divine Palace. Yang Fann waved his hand and dismissed Teng Wai. There was a trace of anticipation in his heart. I wonder how many Teng Wai can bring me this time. 2 trillion origin elemental crystals, that's impossible. But 15 to 16 billion units of origin elemental crystals, there should still be some hope. Unlike last time, when he had practically emptied all the resources in his hands, Yang Fann had left quite a number of good things behind in this batch of resources. Not only for his parents, but also for himself, he had left behind 3 Origin of Chaos Divine tools. High-rank Flying Origin of Chaos Divine Artifact, Chaotic Divine Wings. It was refined from the wings of an extreme advanced God King Chaotic Heavenly Dragon. Once it was completely refined, it would allow him to exert a speed that was not inferior to quasi-top-level God Kings. The high-ranked Flying Origin of Chaos Divine Weapon, Purple Plane Divine Halberd. Its limit could increase a quasi-top-level God King's attack by 3 times. As long as the low-level Chaos God King could control the Purple Plane Divine Halberd, it wouldn't be difficult for it to challenge a middle-level Chaos Divine King. Lastly, it was the Defensive Divine Armor, a high-ranked intermediate divine weapon, Golden Crystal Divine Armor. It could offset the attack of a 9th-level Extreme Advanced God King, and it could ignore all attacks from the low-level Chaos God King. Of course, to Yang Fann, whether it was the Chaotic Divine Wings, the Purple Origin God-Slaying Halberd, or the Glazed Crystal Divine Armor, they were all of little value. With his terrifying Chaos Origin Divine Body, he could easily blow up these 3 great high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts. Unfortunately, his current strength was severely restricted. He had no choice but to use these trash to support the scene. He would use the Primordius Pagoda. At that time, if he had a few high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts with him, he could easily pass a few more levels. In order to avoid getting more points, he couldn't use any high-grade divine tools that were beyond his ability. Once he discovered them, he would take away all the breakthrough competitions and contribution points from before. Otherwise, if those elders and heirs of tycoons borrowed a high-grade or top-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact, they would be able to easily break through to the intermediate, or even the high-level Chaos God King, surpassing the top 80 levels of the Primordius Pagoda. Especially those personal disciples of the Supreme Beings, they could even borrow Great Tao Divine Artifacts. With the help of the Great Tao Divine Artifacts, those below the 100 levels of Primordius Pagoda were practically useless. The power of the Great Tao Divine Artifact was far beyond the imagination of the world. Even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection was just a slightly stronger ant compared to the Great Tao Divine Artifact. At that time, everything would be in chaos. No matter how many resources the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a farming method. However, Yang Fann didn't have such a concern. With his current strength that wasn't any weaker than a top-level Chaos God King, he could easily refine the high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. Although it was shocking for a high-level Chaos God King warrior to completely refine 3 high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact, once he had fully digested all the resources in his hands, he would be able to break through to the middle-level Chaos God, and his explosive strength would be comparable to a middle-level Chaos Divine King warrior. A middle-level Chaos Divine King warrior had the qualifications to truly control the high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. However, normally speaking, he would need 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 eras to cultivate and refine the high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. As for Great Tao God's son, he was the most powerful person in the primal chaos, top-level Heaven's Pride. How could he be compared to those mediocre people? In just a few hundred high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts, completely refining 3 high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts was not that difficult to accept. Buzz. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't immediately enter secluded cultivation. Instead, he moved his body and entered the inner chaos. Although the trial in Illusionary God Island didn't cause any trouble for Yang Fann, it had deeply touched him. So that he could catch up with the elders of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The big shots had indeed neglected his parents' feelings. Now, he was already a Tao child of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Adding Great Tao God's son's identity, his status had already far exceeded that of Tuo Luo Tao child and the other 13 Tao children. Even an ordinary middle-low-level quasi-sovereign would be shorter than him. Ming Lao and the others were the witnesses. They were the Tao protectors. To put it bluntly, they were Yang Fann's subordinates and followers. It could be said that they had truly squeezed into the ranks of the major powers of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. They didn't have to rush to improve their cultivation base like they did when they first entered the palace. In any case, it would take Tang Wei and the others some time to get rid of the resources in his hands. During this period of time, he would calm his heart and accompany his parents. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. An era had passed. During this great era, Yang Fann didn't cultivate. He didn't stay on Mount Tianju, he stayed by Yang Yunfeng and his wife's side, or he accompanied the 6 girls to travel the entire primal chaos. From the time he had broken through to the primal chaos god until now, there were less than 100 eras. However, the entire inner chaos had undergone a tremendous change. The lesser universe that was scattered in the chaos-like stars had given birth to its own civilization. There were even many universe lord and universe god experts. Although the lesser universe was far from being comparable to the origin universe in the center of the chaos, which occupied almost 1,000th of the size of the chaos, even if the resources of the highest grade of the lesser universes were far less than 1/1000th of the total resources of the origin universe, it did not mean that the energy levels of these lesser universes were low. Yang Fann wasn't an ordinary high-ranked chaos god. The strength of the chaotic strength of origin in his body wasn't much weaker than those elders of the primeval chaos Tao Palace. Because of this, there wasn't a single lesser universe that was below the low grade of the origin universe. Every lesser universe had the potential to give birth to a chaotic god. Among them, the most outstanding ones had abundant resources, and it wasn't impossible for them to give birth to a quasi-god king. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yang Fann successfully advanced to Chaos God King. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Unless they could obtain the divine fruit of fortune, break through the shackles of life, and go against the Shantian realm. However, this was almost impossible. With Yang Fann's chaotic grade, it was as difficult as making a top-level chaos god break the shackles. The living being in the king's body had returned to the innate state. Even if he sold a quasi-supreme being, he might not be able to afford such a grade of divine fruit. Not to mention these aphids. Being born in the chaos within Yang Fann could be their misfortune. In this lifetime, they didn't even need to think about going against the Shantian realm and advancing to the Shantian realm. However, On the other hand, it was also their luck. If they were born in the inner chaos of high-ranked chaos god, how could they have their current cultivation base? For ordinary lesser universe creatures like high-ranked chaos god, with just less than 100 eras, it was unknown whether or not universe sovereigns would appear. How could it be like the creatures of the chaos lesser universe in Yang Fann? Universe Lord, there were countless of them. Even the number of universe gods was not small. Among them, the best of them had even stepped into the intermediate, or even the advanced universe god realm. Of course, behind these intermediate and advanced universe gods, there were the shadows of some major powers in the origin universe, the expert. Along with the opening of the chaos domain, all the major powers in the origin universe continued to expand towards the entire chaos domain. One or two lesser universes were nothing, but when all the lesser universes were combined, they were comparable to the resources of the first level of the origin universe. No major power could ignore such a huge amount of resources. Even the superpowers of Spiritual Martial Temple, Holy G Sect, Seven Stars Sect, Yang family and Luo family had joined the fight. Apart from his parents and other close relatives, Yang Fann rarely took care of his family and friends, as well as the forces behind them. If they wanted to develop and obtain resources, they would have to rely on themselves. During this period of time, although the major powers wouldn't completely fall out with each other because of Yang Fann, there were still some conflicts among them. Among them, the Qin family that Qin Hu was from and the barbarian family that Maniu had established were the strongest. They were only a step away from a full-scale war. Even Qin Hu and Maniu had become like strangers, never interacting with each other. Yang Fann had seen all of this in his eyes during this era, but he had no intention of interfering. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. The two clans had developed for tens of thousands of eras. Just the direct descendants alone numbered hundreds of millions, let alone those disciples from the branch families. Moreover, the two clans were located in another region. One mountain could not accommodate two tigers. Fighting was unavoidable. As long as it wasn't a matter of endangering the lives of Qin Hu and Maniu, Yang Fann wouldn't care too much about the annihilation of the two families. The main hall of the Divine Palace, the Supreme Hall. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. 18. 42 billion origin elemental crystal. Although it's not as high as the previous one, it's still 200 billion more than I expected. Including the 106. 37 billion origin elemental crystal I had before, that's 287. 9 billion origin elemental crystal. I wonder how much my cultivation base will improve. Low rank middle level chaos god, is the middle rank middle level chaos god higher? C2686 intermediate chaos god sacred extreme miracle mountain, divine palace, supreme palace. Yang Fann weighed the dimensional ring in his hand, and his eyes sparkled. 287. 9 billion origin elemental crystals should be enough. Once he successfully broke through to the middle-level chaos god, even if it was only low-rank middle-level chaos god, his cultivation base and strength would increase by leaps and bounds by 1 million, 10 million times. Even amongst all the top-level chaos god kings, he was considered one of the best, and even had the strength to fight against top-grade and even extreme top-level chaos god king. He would be able to enter the ranks of the first-grade primeval chaos Dao palaces in the primeval chaos Dao palace. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart race. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann's hand flashed and an origin elemental crystal appeared in his hand. Boom! Enveloped the unit of origin elemental crystal, crazily devouring the chaotic strength of origin. 1 unit, 10 units, 100 units, 1,000 units, 10,000 units, 100,000 units, 1 million units, 10 million units, 100 million units. In less than 100 million years, a unit of origin elemental crystals was devoured and refined by Yang Fann. 9 eras later, the amount of origin elemental crystal that Yang Fann had absorbed and refined had already exceeded 1 billion units. It was close to 1 billion and 100 million units. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's body grew rapidly, and his energy also rose steadily and crazily. Including the nearly 200 million origin elemental crystal he had absorbed, after absorbing nearly 1.3 billion origin elemental crystal, Yang Fann's cultivation finally broke through another level, and entered the peak chaos god stage. 100 trillion years later, Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at the peak chaos god stage. The next second, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of happiness. Fortunately, he had finally broken through the limits of his will and successfully passed the 7th trial of the Mount Shenyi. He had obtained trillions of Dao Palace contribution points and had so many Dao Palace experts as gifts. He did not lack origin elemental crystals. If it was only the 6th trial of the Mount Shenyi, the trillions of Dao Palace contribution points would have chosen to attack high-ranked Chaos God. At this moment, he was afraid that he had failed his breakthrough. At that time, the trillions of Dao Palace contribution points would have been wasted. Not to mention, even he himself would be severely injured. Very quickly, Yang Fann got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and continued to cultivate in seclusion. After advancing to a peak primal Chaos God, Yang Fann's devouring speed increased by another fold. Not only that, in less than 20 million years, a unit of origin elemental crystal was completely devoured by Yang Fann. This terrifying refining speed was something that even the high and mighty great Dao sovereign might not be able to possess. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 30 eras. The origin elemental crystal in his hand had been reduced by nearly 15 billion units. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stepped into extreme Chaos God's realm, and his combat strength had once again increased by dozens of times. An ordinary middle rank, top-level God King was no longer a match for him. Of course, he was still far from being able to completely suppress middle-rank top-level God King just by defeating him. Not to mention middle-rank top-level God King, even if low-rank top-level Chaos God King wanted to leave, the possibility of Yang Fann keeping him here wouldn't exceed 1 level. Unless Yang Fann had a top-grade spatial origin of Chaos Divine Weapon, but it was easier said than done. A top-grade spatial origin of Chaos Divine Weapon, even the most ordinary low-grade top-grade spatial origin of Chaos Divine Weapon. Its value was higher than many high-grade top-level Chaos Origin Divine artifacts. It was a quasi-giant like Elder Lan Yu. He might not even be able to have them. Although Yang Fann had collected a lot of origin of Chaos and Divine tools, however, there weren't many spatial origin of Chaos and Divine tools. There were only a few of them. The highest grade was only a quasi-high-level Chaos Origin Divine artifact. It was barely enough to seal a middle-rank top-level Chaos God King, but to Yang Fann, it was completely useless. He had already exchanged Teng Wei's hand for the origin elemental crystal. Soon, another 100 eras were exchanged. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's power was like a tsunami, growing stronger and stronger. Poochie 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 in all directions, a large area was created. Thin and dense cracks appeared in the space. The pressure was so terrifying that anyone below the top-level Chaos God King, even quasi-top-level God King, who stepped into it, would instantly be crushed to the ground, unable to move. Luckily, Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the Dao Child realm and entered the Divine Palace. If he was still in the Grain Lotus Divine Palace, he might not be able to withstand the sudden increase in pressure with the defense of the Grain Lotus Divine Palace. Not to mention, this was only because Extreme Chaos God had broken through to the quasi-middle level Chaos God. Once Yang Fann broke through to the middle level Chaos God, the pressure would increase by 100 times, or even 1,000 times. It was not something that the Divine Palace could withstand. At that time, if Yang Fann wanted to continue his advancement, he would have to leave Hunyuan Universe and find another place to break through. However, the Divine Palace was different. The Dao Child level Divine Palace had a powerful defensive divine formation. Even if Quasi-Paragon wanted to break through it, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Perhaps, he might even have to pay a price. Furthermore, the Supreme Divine Palace wasn't an ordinary Dao Child level Divine Palace. For the sake of Great Dao God's Son, the Dao Palace hoped for the safety of the palace. The Supreme Divine Palace was even strengthened by the formation experts of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Although the Hunyuan Universe was the headquarters of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it was Great Dao Sovereign who dared to set foot in the Hunyuan Universe. He was confident that he would be completely suppressed. It was almost impossible for any danger to appear, but he wasn't afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid that if the 10 great factions, there were many aconite and other powers. Some of them had even stolen their high positions, and it was hard to say whether or not they would be able to do so. In the Hunyuan Universe, there was their mortal enemy, the aconite of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. In order to kill Great Dao God's Son, who was comparable to Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, in the cradle, the Heavenly Devil God Palace would definitely do anything. If the Heavenly Devil God Palace really succeeded, it would be a devastating disaster for the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. It was worth it no matter how much importance they attached to Yang Fann's safety. Currently, the defense of the Divine Palace was terrifying. Amongst all the 6th-grade Divine Mountains in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, no one would dare to claim the first place. Even if it was compared to the Chaos Origin Divine Mountain where Lord of Primordius was located, it would only be slightly inferior. Even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection would need some time to break through the defense of the Divine Palace. In just a breath's time, those quasi-paragon from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would arrive. An era had passed. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. He was feeling a little weak in his heart. I still have nearly 260 billion origin elemental crystal left. I wonder if it will be enough for me to break through to the middle-level Chaos God. The amount of resources he needed was much more than what he had expected. Breaking through to the quasi-middle level Chaos God required nearly 180 billion origin elemental crystals, which was 12 times more than what he needed to break through to the middle level Chaos God. As for the quasi-middle level Chaos God, breaking through to the middle level Chaos God was a major breakthrough, so the amount of resources needed would only be more. 26 billion origin elemental crystals might not be enough. As for intermediate and high-rank middle level Chaos God, Yang Fann no longer dared to dream about it. There was no way he could do it. Let's give it a try first. If it's not enough, we'll go to the Primordius Pagoda and search the illusionary God Island. After breaking through to the quasi-middle level Chaos God and adding the 3 great high-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts in his hands, he would be able to unleash the strength of a quasi-high-grade expert, and even the combat strength of low-rank high-level Chaos God King. At that time, he would have a chance to break through to the 80th level of the Primordius Pagoda, and in the illusionary God Island, he would be able to break through to the 80th level. Adding the two together, it would be a huge amount of Dao Palace contribution points. There was also the Mount Shenyi. It wasn't as if he couldn't just take a break. If he could successfully reach the top, Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 500 eras. Less than half of the 2.6 trillion origin elemental crystals were left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the limit of the quasi-middle level Chaos God. I have already touched that barrier. Perhaps I will be able to break through smoothly without needing to come out of seclusion midway. Another 100 eras passed. Another third of the origin elemental crystal in Yang Fann's hand was gone. His cultivation base had finally reached the critical point of quasi-middle level Chaos God. If I don't break it now, when will I be able to do it? Roar middle level Chaos God, break it for me. C 2688 Shocking Boss Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Pagoda. Boom boom boom. Terrifying pressure that could make even top-level Chaos God Kings tremble kept intertwining and colliding with each other. In an instant, all the elders and disciples were filled with fear and excitement. All kinds of emotions were mixed together. Quasi-supreme being, it was actually a quasi-supreme being who personally came. To most of them, Quasi-Paragon was practically a legend. Even some of the elders, except for elders like Elder Lan Yu and Elder Mo Kei, only a small portion of them were able to come into contact with Quasi-Paragon, let alone facing so many of them at once. At this moment, there were more than a few Quasi-Paragon who had come to Primordius Pagoda. There were more than a dozen of them, more than 3 digits. As expected of His Royal Highness Yang Fann, the most powerful monster of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If it was any other disciple, even if it was Tuo Luo Daozi and the other 13 Dao children, attracting 1 or 2 quasi-paragon would be their limit. Middle-level Chaos God, a mere 600 eras and you have broken through a major realm. 4 major realms. You are worthy of being called the ancient monster that is comparable to ancestral Master Primordius. I wonder if His Royal Highness Yang Fann will be able to pass the 72nd level of Primordius Pagoda this time. I'm afraid it will be difficult. I hope it won't exceed the 3rd level. The group of Quasi-Paragon were not sure. Although Yang Fann had the strength to challenge a high-level Chaos God King when he was still in high-ranked Chaos God, it didn't mean that. He was still able to surpass a great secret stage warrior when he was still a middle-level Chaos God warrior. He was able to challenge a middle-level Chaos Divine King warrior when he was 5 levels higher than him. The higher his cultivation base was, the more obvious the gap between each realm. An ordinary Great Dao God Son and high-ranked Chaos God could challenge a low-ranked Chaos God King, but if they wanted to challenge a middle-level Chaos Divine King, they would need to at least step into the quasi-high-level Chaos God realm. As for a top-level Chaos God King, if he didn't verify Chaos God King's Tao, they wouldn't even think about it. One should know that those who could break through to the top-level Chaos God King were the geniuses amongst geniuses. Among the thousands of true disciples in the current generation, only 32 alternate Daozi could break through to the top-level Chaos God King. The rest of the true disciples only had the chance to break through to the top-level Chaos God King. Compared to the ordinary Great Tao God's Son, most of the top-level Chaos God Kings were only 2 levels lower. The further one went, the more difficult it was to challenge someone who was a higher level than him. This was inevitable, especially those quasi-supreme experts, and even the true Great Tao Sovereign. Challenging someone who was a higher cultivation base than them was almost a legend. Look, His Royal Highness Yang Fann has started the breakthrough competition. 69th floor. What a fast speed. In less than 15 minutes, he has already slaughtered all 9 heads of purple dragons. What? Even the 70,000 9-headed purple dragons on the 7th floor were unable to last more than an hour in His Royal Highness Yang Fann's hands. This strength was definitely not weaker than a middle-level Chaos Divine King. It seemed like the 72 floors of the Primordius Pagoda would not be able to stop His Highness's footsteps. 10,000 low-ranked Chaos God King warriors. If a middle-level Chaos God didn't appear, even a quasi-middle-level Chaos God King wouldn't be able to slaughter all of them within a short 2 hours. As expected of the top Great Tao God's Son who was comparable to Patriarch Primordius. The iron law of cultivation world was almost non-existent to him. 3 days later, buzz. At the bottom level of Primordius Pagoda, the number of spatial gates changed. 72%, 73%. Sure enough, the 72 levels of the Primordius Pagoda can't trap His Royal Highness Yang Fann. I wonder if His Royal Highness Yang Fann can break through to the 73rd level of the Primordius Pagoda. A trace of anticipation emerged in the hearts of the group of quasi-paragon. According to the legends, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos only had the strength to fight low-rank middle-level Chaos God when he was still in the low-rank middle-level Chaos God realm. If Yang Fann could break through to the 73rd level of Primordius Pagoda, this also meant that Yang Fann's talent had surpassed their ancestor, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, it's been 10 days, His Royal Highness Yang Fann still hasn't failed to break through to the 74th level of the Primordius Pagoda. Could it be that he can really break through to the 74th level? Many of the quasi-paragons' eyes lit up. The longer it took, the higher the chances of him passing the trial. Especially when they recalled that Yang Fann was a body cultivator with unparalleled defense and unlimited life force. He was an expert at prolonging a battle of attrition. Unlike Sabersman and the Sword Cultivator, who had unparalleled attacks, all of them had 3 axes. They were able to push forward in one go, and then weaken again and again, until they were exhausted. Once one fell into a bitter battle, there was almost no possibility of turning the tables. 1 day later, Wang. At the bottom level of Primordius Pagoda, the number of spatial gates that represented Yang Fann changed once again. Arg. After that, His Royal Highness Yang Fann really passed the 73rd level of the Primordius Pagoda. Although they had already expected that Yang Fann would have a high chance of reaching the 74th level of Primordius Pagoda, they still couldn't accept that all of this had become reality. The 73rd floor of Primordius Pagoda. It represented the combat strength of the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King. Low-rank middle-level Chaos God, the combat strength of the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King. What kind of monster was this? Thinking about them, most of them only had the strength to fight a low-ranked Chaos God King warrior with the same cultivation base. The difference between them was like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. Primordius Pagoda, 74th floor. Who? Yang Fann was breathing heavily. His body was glowing with a golden light. It kept brushing against the criss-crossing cracks on his body, which looked like spider webs. He was putting on an act. Not only did he control low-rank middle-level Chaos God's strength, but he also controlled the defense of his divine body. It was also controlled by him at a low-grade intermediate origin of chaos, which was slightly stronger than some of low-rank middle-level Chaos God's body cultivators. Although the Primordius Pagoda's trial space was sealed, it didn't mean that no one else could know what was inside. First of all, the artifact spirit of Primordius Pagoda could monitor everything inside the pagoda. For example, if Lord of Primordius and the other big shots were willing, they could also borrow the power of the artifact spirit to easily retrieve all the images in the trial space. With my current condition, the 73rd floor of the Primordius Pagoda is my limit. There is absolutely no way I can pass the 74th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. Yang Fann quickly calculated in his mind. There were only 10 times more of the 14 levels of the Primordius Pagoda compared to the 109 purple dragons of low-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm. However, the danger involved was more than 10 times greater. That was more than 100 times greater. Even an ordinary quasi-high-rank middle-level Chaos Divine King would be a match for them. If I can't use my true strength, then I can only rely on external forces. A bright light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He waved his right hand. Buzz. A dark shine tore through the sky, and the purple origin divine halberd, which was covered in a thick murderous aura, appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura rose infinitely, and crazily. The scariness of his energy was almost on par with low-rank high-level chaos gods. A good divine weapon, it was indeed the best weapon to challenge someone who had a higher cultivation base than him. Unfortunately, he would never be able to rely on the power of a divine weapon to challenge those who had a higher cultivation base than him. With his terrifying speed of growth, it wouldn't take long for the quasi-Great Tao Divine Artifact to be unable to keep up with his pace of growth. Unless it was the Great Tao Divine Artifact, perhaps it would be able to accompany him for a few more years. However, it was not that easy to obtain the Great Tao Divine Artifact. Not to mention quasi-Paragon, even the real Great Tao Sovereign might not have the Great Tao Divine Artifact in his hands. Every single Great Tao Divine Artifact holder was one of the best amongst Great Tao Sovereign. Although he was strong now, he wouldn't be afraid even if he confronted quasi-Paragon. However, if he challenged Great Tao Sovereign recklessly, there was only one possibility waiting for him, and that was to be crushed by Great Tao Sovereign like an ant. Right at this moment, a woo wave after wave of bright dragon's roars descended from the sky. The terrifying dragon's aura of King low-rank middle-level Chaos God rose from all directions in the world. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It rolled like a tidal wave, crushing towards Yang Fann from the world center. Not more, not less. There were 100 of them in total. Great Tao Divine Artifact, we'll talk about it later. Let's get rid of these long worms first. Killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he eliminated the distracting thoughts in his mind. Kill with a sway of his body, he appeared above a 9-headed purple dragon. The purple origin divine halberd turned around, and like chopping melons and vegetables, it chopped off the 9 ferocious dragon heads and wiped out the soul. God-slayer God-slaying halberd, what slaughtered was the expert's soul. Without soul defensive divine artifacts and patron saints' soul would be destroyed by the purple plain God-slayer halberd. It would be difficult for their soul to escape death. These 9 purple dragons were merely energy bodies condensed by the strength of origin in Primordius Pagoda. They weren't real Chaos God King, so how could they have any divine weapons protecting them? Ah, what exactly happened? 75th floor. 75th floor of Primordius Pagoda. How is this possible? How is this possible? C2689 Chaos Origin Divine Pagoda's 84th level Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Pagoda. All the quasi-Paragon were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Many of them even doubted if they were dreaming. What did they just see? The 75th floor of the Primordius Pagoda, His Royal Highness Yang Fann had actually ascended to the 75th floor. Was this possible? The 74th floor of the Primordius Pagoda was a total of 109-headed purple dragons at the low-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann's strength, passing the 73rd floor of the Primordius Pagoda was his limit. No matter how tenacious the life force of the body cultivator was, there was still a limit to it. More importantly, it took less than a quarter of an hour. It was 100 times, 1,000 times shorter than when he passed the 73rd level. He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had slaughtered 109-headed purple dragons at the low-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm. This was a power that even an ordinary quasi-high-level Chaos God King might not possess. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was a quasi-high-level Chaos God King. But was this possible? Low-rank middle-level Chaos God. Low-rank middle-level Chaos God's combat strength could be counted on both hands in the entire Primal Chaos. Not to mention low-rank middle-level Chaos God and King quasi-high-level Chaos God's combat strength. Not to mention seeing and hearing, it was impossible for them to exist in this world. But what was the matter with the 75th level of the Primordius Pagoda? Could it be that the artifact spirit Lord Hun Ling made a mistake? As soon as this thought was born, it was immediately killed by the group of quasi-paragon in the bud. The Primordius Pagoda was a true great Tao divine artifact with unlimited power. Even their eyes were dazzled. It was impossible for Lord Hun Ling to make any mistakes. Everyone, blindly guessing like this isn't a solution either. Ask Lord Chaos Spirit, won't everything be clear? That's right, if you want to know the true form, just ask Lord Chaos Spirit directly. Right, I'll contact Lord Chaos Spirit right now. Very quickly, the group of quasi-paragon reacted. Those elders and disciples were unable to communicate directly with the artifact spirit in Primordius Pagoda. Quasi-paragon was not one of them. One breath later, a short scene appeared in the group of quasi-paragon's sea of consciousness. It was none other than the horrifying scene of Yang Fann wielding the purple origin god slaughtering halberd, like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep, slashing at a little kid. This. The upper-tier high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact His Royal Highness Yang Fann had actually completely taken control of a upper-tier high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. The group of quasi-paragons swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. High-grade high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts were nothing. Any one of them could easily refine 1,000 or even 100 of them. However, the key person was Yang Fann. Low-rank middle-level Chaos God had just broken through, not to mention in just 600 eras. No, that's not right. Besides the time needed to break through, the time needed for this ritual would be even shorter. It might be less than half of the time, or perhaps even more than 100 eras. In such a short period of time, even an ordinary low-rank top-level Chaos God King might not be able to refine a high-grade high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. Hiss. This was the terrifying aspect of a top-notch Great Tao God's Son. This was too terrifying. No wonder His Royal Highness Yang Fann could easily pass the 74th level of the Primordius Pagoda. Not only that, but also the 74th level. It was the 75th level, the 76th level. The 77th and 78th levels are very difficult to stop him. Even if it was because of the limitation of his cultivation base and strength, however, even if it was only the power of the third floor. As for a high-level Chaos God King, that represented the combat strength of the 79th level of the Primordius Pagoda. Pucci. Under the unique characteristic of the purple origin god slaying halberd, these 9 purple dragons that were not protected by soul divine artifacts were like weak aphids. They would be wounded and die as soon as they touched them. Every breath and every second, there would always be one purple dragon that was killed by Yang Fann. This was also the reason why Yang Fann chose the halberd. Among the congratulatory gifts, not only was the purple origin divine halberd a high-ranked divine weapon, it was also a high-ranked divine weapon. It wasn't that there weren't any of them. It was just that in the Primordius Pagoda, the purple provenance god-slaying halberd, which had the characteristics of a god-slayer, was extremely dangerous. It was much more dangerous than many high-grade high-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts. Primordius Pagoda's 76th floor, Primordius Pagoda's 77th floor, Primordius Pagoda's 78th floor. One day later, Yang Fann successfully stepped onto the 99th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. The real test has begun. I wonder if His Royal Highness Yang Fann can step into the 80th level of the Primordius Pagoda. The group of quasi-paragon was somewhat uncertain. In the 80th level of the Primordius Pagoda, the number of 9 purple dragons had reduced to 10. However, their cultivation base and strength had increased by a huge level. The difficulty of stepping into the low-rank high-level Chaos God King realm had increased by more than 100 times compared to the previous level. Even though Yang Fann had a high-grade origin of Chaos Divine Weapon, the purple origin with the help of the god-slaughtering halberd, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than low-rank high-level Chaos Gods. The odds of him winning against 10 opponents alone were very slim. Currently, Yang Fann's physique no longer held any advantage. The attack of the 9 purple dragons was enough to heavily injure or even blow him up. In less than a breath's time, all the quasi-supreme beings glared at him, and immediately began cursing. WTF, high-grade high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact, another high-grade high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. Are you kidding me? 600 eras ago, in such a short period of 600 eras, not only does his cultivation base have to break through 4 major grades, he also has to refine 2 high-grade high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts. Is he still human? He couldn't believe it. That was a high-grade Origin of Chaos Divine Weapon, not a low-level Chaos Origin Divine Weapon, and definitely not a Chaotic Divine Weapon. It seems like our worries are groundless. How could the 79th floor of Primordius Pagoda be able to withstand such a monster? Not to mention the 80th floor of the Primordius Pagoda, even the 81st and 82nd floor of the Primordius Pagoda is probably not the limit of this monster. A high-grade flying origin of chaos was enough to increase Yang Fann's speed to the extreme advanced God King, or even faster. With the speed of those 9 purple dragons, they couldn't even touch Yang Fann's shadow, so how could they stop him? It was nothing more than a waste of time. Soon, 3 days passed. Yang Fann had successfully stepped into the 83rd level of the Primordius Pagoda. The 83rd floor of Primordius Pagoda. This should be His Royal Highness Yang Fann's limit. The group of quasi-paragon was deep in thought. If it was in the outside world, it would be a vast territory. Relying on their speed advantage, these 100,000 9-headed purple dragons. There was nothing they could do to Yang Fann. As time passed, they might be killed by Yang Fann one by one, but this was the Primordius Pagoda. There was a limited space in the world of trials. 100,000 9-headed purple dragons were spread all over the place. They were so dense that they almost filled up the entire world. Yang Fann's advantage in speed was limited to the limit. At this moment, a golden light flashed. The intermediate high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact, glazed crystal divine armor, and the golden crystal divine armor covered Yang Fann's entire body. He had transformed into a golden armored divine spirit. The golden light was bright and dazzling, and it looked down upon the world with disdain. Fuck, a high-ranked intermediate defensive origin of Chaos Divine Tool. His Royal Highness Yang Fann actually refined a high-ranked intermediate defensive origin of Chaos Divine Tool. Motherfucker, can this monster be any more ferocious? Looks like His Royal Highness Yang Fann has mastered some kind of secret technique that can refine divine weapons within a short period of time. Besides this explanation, they really couldn't figure out how Yang Fann could refine the 3 great high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts in a short period of 300 eras, or even a shorter period of time. Normally speaking, it was just some middle-ranked top-level God King who wanted to completely control an intermediate high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. Usually, 2 high-grade high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts would require over 1,000 eras of secluded cultivation to be refined. Great Tao God's son, no matter how abnormal his condition was, it was impossible for him to have a strength of soul that was more terrifying than middle-ranked top-level God Kings, even though he had just broken through to the middle-level Chaos God. With the protection of the high-grade intermediate defensive origin of Chaos, these 9 purple dragons' attacks have been weakened to the extreme. 10 layers of energy landed on His Royal Highness Yang Fann's body. It was afraid that there wouldn't be more than one more layer of energy left on him. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann's terrifying divine body's defense, this little bit of energy. It wasn't a big deal. The 83rd layer. I'm afraid that even the next 84th level won't be able to stop him. C26 92nd Step Divine Will Mountain Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Pagoda, lowest level. Wang. With a flash of divine light, Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. It's over, it's finally over. The surrounding quasi-paragon looked at Yang Fann and heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally come out. If this continued, they would be shocked and doubt their lives. The 85th floor of Primordius Pagoda. This monster had actually reached the 85th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. He had just broken through to the middle-level Chaos God, so why was he so cruel and frightening? If it wasn't for the fact that everything in the Primordius Pagoda was controlled by the mixed spirit of the artifact spirit, they would have wondered if there were any loopholes in the Primordius Pagoda. One should know that the 85th floor of the Primordius Pagoda represented the low-ranked top-level battle force of Chaos God King. Among all the true disciples, except for the 32 alternate Daozi, there wouldn't be more than 100 people who could reach the 85th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. In other words, Yang Fann had already surpassed most of the true disciples. However, Yang Fann had only entered the palace for a short period of time. In total, there were less than 40,000 Yang Fanns. As for those who were able to step into the 85th level of the Primordius Pagoda, all of them had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of millions of eras, or even billions of eras. It could be said that not even a fraction of them could be compared to them. Even the top great Tao God's son shouldn't have changed his attitude like this. Sai being in the same generation as this monster was definitely the greatest sorrow of all the geniuses and monsters. Fortunately, we old fellows don't have to face this freak. Otherwise, our lives would be a complete darkness, and we wouldn't be able to see any hope of rising up. The group of elders and disciples were even more dumbstruck. They stared blankly at Yang Fann for a long time, and were unable to speak for a long time. Especially those alternate Dao children were filled with bitterness and despair. The little bit of dissatisfaction they had towards Yang Fann disappeared without a trace. It was a feeling of powerlessness and helplessness. He had originally thought that the rumors were false, and that it was somewhat inconsistent with the truth. Even if this Yang Fann was great Tao God's son, he wouldn't be so ridiculous. Who would have thought that the rumors weren't exaggerated at all? Instead, they were even less exaggerated. Compared to this monster, they, alternate Daozi and Dao children, were nothing. They were nothing more than ordinary people. With this monster around, I'm afraid I'll have to live under his shadow for the rest of my life. The 85th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. I've somewhat underestimated the power of these three great high-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts. Yang Fann muttered in his heart. Initially, he thought that going to the 83rd floor of the Primordius Pagoda would be his limit. However, he didn't expect that he would be able to go all the way to the 85th floor of the Primordius Pagoda. Of course, Yang Fann also understood that the main reason why he was able to go all the way to the 85th level was because of low-rank high-level Chaos God's nine-headed purple dragon. The combined strength of the 100,000 nine-headed violet dragon in the 83rd level was indeed not weaker than an extreme advanced God King. However, if it was an extreme advanced God King, he would be defeated in the end by relying on the power he had just unleashed. It was very likely that he would be the one to lose. Speed, defense, not to mention offense, it was a weakness. It was comparable to the power of low-rank high-level Chaos God's King. Adding the sharpness of the Violet Origin Divine Halberd, killing these 9 purple dragons was like chopping melons and vegetables. However, if they were to fight against an extreme advanced God King 9 purple dragon, not to mention cutting off his head with the halberd, it was unknown whether they would be able to tear apart his dragon scale. This could be considered a small flaw of Primordius Pagoda. The entire primeval Chaos Tao Palace knew a lot about it, but it wasn't easy to replicate it. Although Yang Fann regarded high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact as trash, it didn't mean that he wasn't precious. Even some of them, including low-rank top-level Chaos God King, didn't have many of them, let alone those middle-level Chaos Divine King. Apart from the descendants of those elders and the young masters of the top divine families, there were very few people who could have a high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact at the middle-level Chaos Divine King, and they could be counted on one's fingers. Even if they had enough high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts, it would be a huge problem to completely refine them. Middle-level Chaos Divine King was suitable for intermediate origin of Chaos Divine weapons. They could jump ranks to refine high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts. Every single one of them, as well as their souls. It's not a small burden. Most middle-level Chaos Divine King souls could only withstand one high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. Basically, they were just some low-grade high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifacts. Otherwise, the heirs of those elders and tycoons would have come here long ago to earn some points. Compared to that huge amount of contribution points, cultivating in seclusion for 1,000,000 years and refining divine artifacts for millions of eras, it was nothing. Starting from the 73rd level of the Primordius Pagoda, the number of contribution points is 100 million. 79. Starting from the 73rd level, the total number of contribution points is 1 billion. If that's the case, there's a total of 32 billion Tao Palace contribution points. Yang Fann counted the rewards for the contribution points. To most true disciples, this was an astronomical figure. In exchange for origin elemental crystals, there were 3 billion 5 million units. Even if they worked hard for hundreds of millions of eras, they might not be able to accumulate such a fortune. However, when it came to Yang Fann, not to mention improving his cultivation base and breaking through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God realm, even his unstable foundation would be completely stabilized. Next, we will have to depend on the illusionary God Island. Yang Fann was in a dilemma. How much power should he reveal? The illusionary God Island couldn't rely on external forces, so the 3 origin of Chaos Divine weapons were just decorations. If I want to completely stabilize my cultivation, I will need close to 10 billion units of origin of chaos. I only need around 7 to 8 billion units of origin of chaos. If that's the case, I will have to go to the 86th illusionary god island. As for the Mount Shenyi, Yang Fann didn't have much hope. The last trial of the Mount Shenyi, even among the quasi-supreme experts, more than half of them had yet to reach the top. The last stage was as big as 90 million light-years, and it was extremely difficult. It wasn't something that the previous stages could compare with. It was a completely different level of difficulty. Currently, his willpower wasn't weak, but whether or not he could match up to a quasi-supreme being, Yang Fann still didn't have much confidence, let alone being an outstanding quasi-supreme being. Last time, I stopped at the 73rd illusionary god island. Zhu Yu was in front of me, but this time, there were 13 illusionary god island in a row. It should still be acceptable. Otherwise, if one relied solely on hard work to stabilize one's cultivation, even if the strength of origin of the divine palace was 1,000 times more powerful than the item 1, it would still take hundreds of thousands of eras. Yang Fann couldn't wait that long. Besides, if Yang Fann really wanted to absorb the surrounding origin power to cultivate, that terrifying cultivation momentum would definitely attract the attention of the Dao Palace expert. The others might not be too clear about the obstruction of the mountain protection divine formation, but they would definitely not be able to hide from the group of Dao protectors. At that time, the consequences would be hard to predict. It would be hard for anyone not to suspect that low-rank middle-level Chaos God's cultivation was even more terrifying than those supreme beings. Even if he was the legendary Great Dao God's son, he wouldn't be able to explain it. 10,000 years later, Wang, a stream of light flashed, and Yang Fann was teleported out of the Divine Illusion Sea. The 86th illusionary god island, SSS, is this monster. All the elders were at a loss for words. They thought that Yang Fann wouldn't be able to walk far in the illusionary god island without the help of external forces, and reaching the 80th illusionary god island was the limit. They never thought that Yang Fann would actually reach the 86th illusionary god island in one go. This place corresponded to middle-rank top-level God King. In fact, half of the middle-rank top-level God King in Primeval Chaos Dao Palace had stopped at the 86th illusionary god island. Even if this monster was proficient in the Great Dao of Illusions, its resistance to illusions was far above others. The strength of its soul was definitely not weaker than most high-level Chaos God King warriors. It had just broken through to the middle-level Chaos God, and it was comparable to a high-level Chaos God King soul. Even its Grand Master was not this terrifying. Could he still find a monster that was on par with him in the vast primal chaos? No wonder His Royal Highness Yang Fann can afford the 3 great high-level Chaos Origin Divine artifacts. They had originally thought that Yang Fann was able to afford the 3 great high-level Chaos Origin Divine artifacts by borrowing the strength of a secret technique. Now, it seemed like they had taken it for granted. With the strength of soul that was comparable to a high-level Chaos God King, the high-level Chaos Origin Divine artifact was no longer a burden to him. Not to mention the 3 great high-level Chaos Origin Divine artifacts, even if he had 3 more, it would still be nothing. Next is the Mount Shenyi. What kind of surprise will this monster give us? Hiss, don't tell me that we will be able to reach the peak of the 999,999 light-years Mount Shenyi. C-2691 Mission Hunyuan Universe, Mount Shenyi. The group of Quasi-Paragon looked at Yang Fann, who was climbing up the mountain, and started discussing amongst themselves. They were guessing whether Yang Fann would be able to create another miracle and reach the top of the 99,999 light-years Mount Shenyi in one go. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to think this way. It was only the second time they had climbed the mountain, and they wanted to reach the top of the Mount Shenyi. What kind of joke was this? Since ancient times, there had never been such a monster. Even they, Quasi-Paragon, had yet to reach the top of the Mount Shenyi. There were still plenty of people who had yet to do so. However, Yang Fann was different. This was a true ancient monster. Its innate potential and potential were even greater than their ancestors. It wasn't something they could casually estimate. It was a huge miracle. He had just broken through to the middle-level Chaos God, and he had already ascended to the 85th level of the Primordius Pagoda. If he could break through the 8th level of the Mount Shenyi in one go, he would be able to reach the 86th level of the Illusionary God Island. It seemed like it wasn't impossible. He passed the 7th stage of Mount Shenyi. What a fast speed. It hasn't even been 1,000 years. Compared to the first time, His Royal Highness Yang Fann's willpower is much stronger, much stronger. The Mount Shenyi has been 30 million light years. His Highness, steps were steady and his speed did not change at all. Clearly, he was far from his limit. Could it be that he can really reach the top of the Mount Shenyi? He has passed the mountainside of the Mount Shenyi. Although His Highness' footsteps have slowed down a little, however, this is not his limit. Perhaps, His Highness can really create another miracle. It has been 98 million light years in Mount Shenyi. His Highness is still moving forward. There is only 1,099,999 light years left. Unknowingly, 10,000 years had passed. Wang, a divine light enveloped Yang Fann's body and shifted him out of the Mount Shenyi. Everything is over. Failed. His Highness still failed in the end. The Mount Shenyi has 99,366,486 light years. There is only 63,513 light years left. What a pity. The group of quasi-paragon were filled with regret. There was still a trace of disappointment in them. They were already close to the top of the mountain. Why didn't His Highness persist for a while longer? He might be able to break through the limits of his will and reach the top of the Mount Shenyi like the first time he changed his breakthrough competition. It would be another miracle for him to reach the top of the mountain in one fell swoop. Yang Fann breathed heavily and quickly recovered his lost mental energy. Fortunately, he did not know what quasi-paragon was thinking, or else he would have spat on their faces. These guys didn't mind the pain in their waists even if they just stood there and talked. Did they really think that the limit of their willpower was as simple as eating and drinking? Did they think that he could break through just because he wanted to? Furthermore, even if he was lucky enough to break through, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the top of the Mount Shenyi. It was not like the 7th trial, where there were only 9 light years left. He gritted his teeth and persisted until he passed 63,513 light years. A total of 63,513 light years. Without 3 times, 4 times, or even 5 times, he would have broken the limit of his will. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach the top. To be honest, to be able to reach the 9,936,486 light years of Mount Shenyi had already exceeded Yang Fann's expectations. In his mind, it was already considered not bad to be able to reach the 99 million light years in Mount Shenyi. One must know that the 99 million light years in Mount Shenyi was a great boundary. Many of them, low-level quasi-sovereign, had only barely passed the 99 million light years of Mount Shenyi. In other words, his will was already above most of low-level quasi-sovereigns. Even some high-order quasi-sovereign were not much inferior to him. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, Saint Extreme Divine Palace, Saint Extreme Hall. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann sat on his divine throne, circulating the heaven, swallowing earth, devouring great art to its limit. His body turned into a black hole, crazily devouring that single unit of origin elemental crystal. Without exchanging pleasantries with those elders and supreme beings, Yang Fann recovered a bit of his mind and returned to Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. That unstable foundation still had a slight flaw. It was better to stabilize it as soon as possible. If something unexpected really happened, it would cause his cultivation base to drop to the quasi-middle level chaos god. Yang Fann would definitely cry to death. He had no choice but to harvest a few trillion origin elemental crystals within a short period of time. He couldn't hold another celebration banquet and let those elders and giants pay some more blood. Yang Fann didn't have such a baseless bottom line. While Yang Fann was in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, Yang Fann's heaven-defying performance once again swept across the entire Hunyuan universe like a thunderstorm. What? The 85th level of the Primordius Pagoda, the 86th Illusionary God Island, the 9,936,486 light-years Mount Shenyi. Did I hear it wrong? How long has it been? I don't think it has been more than 600 eras. His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Hisses this great Tao God's son's monstrous talent. Brutal, truly savage, he didn't even give anyone a chance to live. Sigh, that Teng Wai is really lucky. He was actually chosen by His Royal Highness Yang Fann and became the chief executive of His Royal Highness Yang Fann. He is also a Taoist guardian, but my cultivation base is even higher than that Teng Wai. Why isn't it me? Even if I can't be the chief steward like Teng Wai, I'm willing to accept any one of them, Deacon. Countless people wished they could replace Teng Wai and become the chief steward of Yang Fann. Even if he wasn't the chief steward, he was just a deputy chief steward, or even a chief steward or deacon. It was good to enjoy the cool breeze under a big tree. He wanted to give Great Tao God's son a chance to enjoy the cool breeze. Being a servant wasn't shameful at all. Look at Teng Wai and the others. Before this, any high-ranked disciple would be able to shout at them. But now, even an ordinary servant was qualified to be on equal footing with those high-ranked disciples. As for Teng Wai and the other managers, even many elders had to give them some leeway. No one knew when, but there were a lot of people wandering around the sacred extreme miracle mountain. Most of them were beautiful women who could topple cities and topple cities. Obviously, they were preparing to have a beautiful encounter with Yang Fann. Even if they couldn't become Great Tao God's son's woman, it would still be good if they could get to know each other. With that little bit of affection, it would be enough for them to fight for less than 1,000,000 eras. Hunyuan Universe, a 6th-grade divine mountain. Inside a palace that was isolated by all kinds of divine formations. Clusters of black shadows were covered in layers of fog, making it hard to see their faces. Even the men and women could not see their faces clearly. They were communicating with each other. No, we can't let him continue to grow like this. 600 eras, a short 600 eras. That junior has successfully mastered 3 great high-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts, and his combat strength isn't any weaker than a high-level Chaos God King. If he was given more time, he would be able to break through to Chaos God King. That wouldn't be good. He might even be a quasi-supreme expert. At that time, he might not be able to do anything to him. This kid will surely become a huge threat to our divine palace. That's right, this young man's talent is unparalleled since the ancient times. I'm afraid only the old ancestor of the divine palace can compare with him. Once he matures, it might be another Tao ancestor of primeval chaos. However, almost all of that young man is staying in Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. What can we do to him? HMPH, I don't believe that this junior will be able to hide in the shadows forever. In the blink of an eye, an era had passed. Swoosh. The last unit of Origin Elemental Crystal was absorbed and refined by Yang Fann, and his cultivation had completely stabilized. He no longer had to worry about the danger of his cultivation falling. It's almost 40,000 eras. It's about time to go out for a walk. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a divine light. He had made up his mind. All the resources in his hands had been devoured by him. If he wanted to break through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God realm, he would need at least 30 to 40 trillion Origin Elemental Crystals. That was 3 to 400 trillion Tao Palace contribution points. Putting aside the current him, he had no confidence that he could reach the top of the Mount Shenyi. Even if he could reach the top, he would only need a few hundred trillion Tao Palace Mount Shenyis. He was still half a step away from breaking through to the next realm. Unless he could break through to the 91st level of the Primordius Pagoda and the 91st Illusionary God Island. The 91st and 91st levels of the Primordius Pagoda corresponded to low-level Quasi-Sovereign. As long as he could break through to the next level, it would be the same as reaching the top of the Mount Shenyi. It would be 100 trillion contribution point. And with Yang Fann's true strength, it wasn't impossible for him to surpass it. Those 2 levels, however, were just thoughts in his mind. As long as Yang Fann's brain wasn't kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't do such a thing. If he really wanted to expose his true strength, he would have already exposed it a long time ago. There was no need to wait until now. If he didn't have enough resources, he would have to stay in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace and rely on the resources of Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. If he wanted to break through, he wouldn't know how many hundreds of thousands of eras had passed. Since he started cultivating until now, Yang Fann hadn't even reached 70,000 eras. How could he be willing to wait for such a long period of time? Leaving the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was inevitable. Buzz. A stream of light flashed, and the core disciple token appeared in Yang Fann's hand. With a flick of the spiritual consciousness, Yang Fann began searching for Tao Palace missions that were suitable for him. Primordius Pagoda, Illusionary God Island, and Mount Shenyi were all one-time use missions. Passing one level was one less level, and carrying out all kinds of Tao Palace missions was the main source of the many elders and disciples' contribution points. An hour later, suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. All right, this is the mission C2692. Leave Hunyuan Universe, Divine Palace, Supreme Palace. Yang Fann had made up his mind. It was time to leave Hunyuan universe. To others, even quasi-paragon had trillions of quasi-paragons. It was enough for them to cultivate for hundreds of millions of eras, but it was enough for them to break through to the middle-level Chaos God. If he stayed in primeval Chaos Tao Palace, his cultivation base would be stuck for a long time. A high-level Chaos God alone would consume hundreds of millions of era, not to mention the top-level Chaos God, or even the Tao-confirming Chaos God King. That was a long way to go. There was only one way to make rapid progress, and that was to fight and plunder. Among the countless Tao Palace missions, there was a mission that made Yang Fann's eyes light up. The demon hunting mission was to hunt down the old enemy of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Devil God of the Heavenly Devil God Palace. At that time, not only would they be able to devour a large amount of experts, they would also be able to obtain a huge amount of points. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. One had to know that a low-level Chaos God from the Heavenly Devil God Palace was equivalent to 1 Tao Palace contribution point, middle-level Chaos God, 10 Tao Palace contribution points, high-grade Chaos God, 100 contribution points, and so on. A Quasi-God King was equivalent to 10,000 Tao Palace contribution points, and a Great Perfection Quasi-God King was 10 times more powerful. A human head was equivalent to 100,000 Tao Palace contribution points. As for Chaos God King, who was above that, he was even more terrifying. He was 100 times more powerful, which meant that he was a low-level Chaos God King. 10 million Tao Palace contribution points, middle-level Chaos Divine King, 1 billion Tao Palace contribution points, to top-level Chaos God King. That was 10 million Tao Palace contribution points. If one was lucky enough to kill a quasi-supreme being, it would be 10 million Tao Palace contribution points. It would be 9 times more than when one reached the Mount Shenyi. As long as he could suppress one person, it would be enough for Yang Fann to advance to the advanced Chaos God realm. However, Yang Fann was just thinking about it. It wasn't easy to kill a quasi-supreme expert. He didn't even know if he was a match for low-level quasi-sovereign, let alone killing a quasi-supreme expert. Anyone who could become a quasi-supreme expert would at least be candidate daughter levels monster. He would have unparalleled luck, fortuitous encounters, and countless trump cards. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill him. If Great Tao Sovereign didn't appear, not even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection would dare to say that he would be able to defeat low-level quasi-sovereign. With Yang Fann's current strength, his best target would be those top-level Chaos God Kings from the Heavenly Devil God Palace, especially those low-ranked top-level Chaos God King. He had at least 7 or 8 layers of confidence that he would be able to kill them all. At that time, killing a dozen or 20 low-ranked top-level Chaos God King would be enough for him to break through to the middle-ranked Chaos God. It might not even be that much. A top-level Chaos God King represented a huge amount of origin elemental crystals. Also, their belongings were not few either. Apart from this normal demon hunting mission, there was also a Heavenly Devil ranking above the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It listed the young generations of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, top-level Heaven's Pride. At the very least, they all had the ability to break through to the top-level Chaos God. The potential of a king. The reward for the weakest of them was no less than a high-level Chaos God King. The 12 Devil Sons at the front were comparable to quasi-supreme beings, especially the first 3 Devil Sons. The reward was as high as 1 billion quasi-sovereign of great perfections and was comparable to a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. If they could kill these 3 Devil Sons in one fell swoop, not to mention a high-grade Chaos God, even advancing to the top-level Chaos God wouldn't be impossible. As the next Heavenly Devil God, the 3 Devil Sons' wealth was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Unfortunately, in the short period of time, he could only think about it in his heart. The 12 Devil Sons of Heavenly Devil God Palace were equal to Tao Palace Tao Child, and none of them were weak. The cultivation base of the first 3 Devil Sons even surpassed low-level quasi-sovereign. In fact, they were even amongst the quasi-supreme experts. They had the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation base than themselves. If they were to really fight them, it was still uncertain who would be able to suppress them. I guess I should be on the Heavenly Devil God Palace's Tao Slayer board by now. I might even be ranked first. The Tao Carnage Proclamation of Heavenly Devil God Palace was just like the Heavenly Devil Proclamation of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Those who were ranked on it were all Heaven's Pride evildoer that the Heavenly Devil God Palace wanted to kill. Although he had been in the palace for less than 40,000 eras and had never left the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Yang Fann was sure that the monstrous talent that he revealed had already been known by the Heavenly Devil God Palace. There were countless disciples in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and there were always some people who betrayed them. The human heart was hard to predict. For the sake of benefits, betraying his fellow disciples was nothing. Furthermore, the Heavenly Devil God Palace was the best at toying with people's hearts amongst the 10 major powers. However, Yang Fann wasn't too worried. It wasn't a big deal for him to be on the list. Given his current cultivation base and strength, as long as Great Dao Sovereign wasn't the one who attacked him, even if he was a quasi-supreme expert, he was confident that he would be able to escape if he couldn't defeat him. In the eyes of the world, he was merely relying on the benefits of a divine tool to possess the combat strength of a high-level Chaos God King. At that time, only a few top-level Chaos God Kings would be able to deal with him. There should be a lot of quasi-supreme experts, and Great Dao Sovereign could be ignored as well. It was impossible for him to attack him. Great Dao Sovereign was the ultimate expert that stood at the peak of the primal chaos. Usually, he would fight for face, and he wanted to kill a quasi-supreme expert. It was extremely difficult, let alone the real Great Dao Sovereign. After Great Dao Sovereign died, the number of people who died could be counted on one hand. If it was a mere middle-level chaos god, they would have to personally deal with him. Where would they put their faces? And why did they need so many subordinates? Should they follow behind them and shout 6,666? Besides, Great Dao Sovereign had an agreement with each other that he was not allowed to casually attack anyone below the Supreme Being level. Or else, you wouldn't care about your face. In the face of a genius of my family, I can also disregard my face and start a massacre. This was the bottom line. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, the Heavenly Devil God Palace wouldn't have broken it so easily. Otherwise, it would only cause both sides to suffer heavy losses. After making some arrangements, all set off. In any case, with the Dao Child token, even if he left the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, he would be able to exchange it for origin elemental crystals, numerous divine fruit and divine medicines, heavenly treasures, and earthly treasures through the Dao Child token. It wouldn't affect him much if he wasn't in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. The disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were divided into 5 grades. Each grade of identity token had different permissions. Intermediate and low-grade disciples could only exchange for treasures in the Hunyuan universe. Moreover, the grade of the treasures wasn't high. High-grade disciples and true disciples could exchange for treasures outside of the Hunyuan universe, but they had to be in different branches. As for the Dao Children's Honor Medallion, its authority was second only to Great Dao Sovereign's Sovereign God Medallion. There were almost no restrictions. The primal chaos was so vast that as long as you had enough contribution points, you could exchange for them. One day later, a silver-haired old man who wore a white robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being appeared in front of Yang Fann. His entire body was filled with experts that had returned to their original state. The aura of Yang Fann's could not be detected from his body at all. This silver-haired old man was none other than the captain of Yang Fan's team, quasi-paragon of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Ming Yang Dao Zun. However, at this moment, there was a faint trace of anxiety in Ming Yang Dao Zun's eyes. "Your Highness, please think twice." It was too early for him to carry out a Dao Palace mission after just breaking through to the middle-level Chaos God. Currently, the most important task was to take the initiative to improve his cultivation base and break through to Chaos God King as soon as possible. Almost none of the other Dao children had left the Hunyuan universe to carry out a mission before they reached the Chaos God King stage. Potential was ultimately just potential. Before it could transform one's strength, it was nothing. Of course, that was fine. What was even more exaggerated was that they actually didn't want their team to follow them. How could he not worry about his own safety? Currently, not only was the old enemy of the Heavenly Devil God Palace keeping an eye on Yang Fann, even the other major powers were keeping an eye on him. It was fine for an ordinary Great Dao Sovereign, but a supreme being was enough to change the structure of the entire primal chaos. No major power was willing to have another supreme being from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. As for Yang Fann's personal combat strength, although he wasn't weaker than a high-level Chaos God King with the help of a divine weapon, there was still a huge gap between him and a true expert. Not to mention quasi-paragon, even top-level Chaos God Kings could suppress him with ease. If anything were to happen to him, it would be like the collapse of the heavens to primeval chaos Dao Palace. There was only one ancient monster like Yang Fann that existed since the establishment of the primeval chaos Dao Palace. Once he fell, only one would appear after hundreds of millions of eras. It might even be impossible for him to be born again. No matter what, nothing could happen to Yang Fann. Alright, Ming Lao, you don't have to say anymore. I have made up my mind. This matter is decided. After I leave, I will announce to the public that I have entered a death seclusion. I will do my best to improve my cultivation base and no longer meet any guests. C-2693 Escape Hunyuan Universe, Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, Saints Hall. Yang Fann's attitude was firm, and there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. There was no way to talk about this matter. With Ming Yang Dao Zun and the other Dao protectors by his side, how could he improve his cultivation base so quickly? At that time, in order to prevent Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others from having any evil thoughts or the upper echelons of the Dao Palace coveting him, he would not be able to unleash his power in front of them. Unlike Tang Wei and the other ordinary Dao protectors, his life and death were completely within his control. There was no need to worry that they would harm him. However, Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others were his followers. More importantly, they were collaborators. When he was weak, Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others protected him. When he truly grew up, they would support him and mutually benefit each other. The natal spiritual consciousness that could control their life and death was not in Yang Fann's hands at all. Under normal circumstances, they naturally wouldn't do anything to harm him. If the Dao Protector dared to attack Dao Palace Dao Child, he would certainly suffer the wrath of the primeval chaos Dao Palace. Not only would they die, even the clans behind them would have to die along with him. However, once he revealed his true strength, it would be hard to say what would happen. 100% profit was enough to make someone take a risk. Not to mention, this kind of terrifying inheritance that could make someone break through to the middle-level Chaos God and break through to the quasi-supreme level would be even more terrifying. It was not him who judged a gentleman's heart with a petty heart. Yang Fann never had absolute trust in these experts that didn't belong to his control. In World of Cultivators, it was common for people to scheme against each other and betray each other. Yang Fann did not want to be kept in the dark after being sold one day. However, if he could not use his full strength, with his current combat strength, the most he could do was kill a high-level Chaos God King from the Heavenly Devil God Palace. Although he had 100 billion contribution point, it was nothing compared to Yang Fann. Even if he included those high-level Chaos God King warriors, he would still need to consume 1 to 2,000 middle-rank middle-level Chaos Gods in order to break through to the next realm. In the Heavenly Devil God Palace, although high-level Chaos God King warriors could not be called the higher-ups of the Divine Palace, they could still be considered as the higher-ups. It was absolutely not an easy task to suppress 1 to 2,000 high-level Chaos God King warriors in a short period of time. Not to mention, it wasn't easy to suppress 1 to 2,000 high-level Chaos God King warriors in a short period of time. They weren't idiots. If they couldn't defeat him, wouldn't they leave? If they didn't take it seriously, Yang Fann wasn't confident that a high-level Chaos God King could leave with just one thought. He wouldn't be able to keep them here. It wasn't like those 9 purple dragons in Primordius Pagoda didn't have divine weapons or divine abilities. They wouldn't run away even if they wanted divine weapons or divine abilities. They would fight to the death. As for asking the guard to help him hunt the expert of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, if possible, Yang Fann couldn't wait to bring them along. 1 high-order quasi-sovereign, 2 low-level quasi-sovereign, 8 top-grade and extreme top-level Chaos God King. If they were prepared, even if some of them were low-level quasi-sovereign, it wouldn't be impossible for them to be severely injured, or even completely suppressed. Compared to the current him, they were much stronger. He would definitely win by lying down. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was only thinking about such a good thing in his heart. Dao protectors had their own rules. When they left Hunyuan Universe, they would train outside. Unless Yang Fann was in a desperate situation and his life was in danger, they were not allowed to help him. Dao protectors were the guardians of Dao children, not their nannies. Ming Yang Dao Zun opened his mouth, wanting to say something else. Yang Fann had already been listed on the Heavenly Devil God Palace's Dao execution list, and had even surpassed Tuo Luo Daozi, becoming the number 1 on the Dao execution list. The reward was as high as billions of Heavenly Devil points. The price was 1,000 times higher than a high-order quasi-sovereign like him, 10 times higher than a quasi-sovereign of great perfection. There were countless heavenly devil god palaces from the heavenly devil god palace that were sharpening their blades, wanting to take Yang Fann's life. To tell the truth, to be honest, even the 11 experts of the Dao Protection Squad had been guarding him the entire time. He was somewhat worried about whether there would be any danger. Although the strength of their team of 11 was extraordinary, with the 11 of them working together, they would be able to fight to the death. Even top quasi-sovereign had the strength to fight them all. However, they were still a bit weaker than those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. This was especially true for the supreme expert amongst quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to get past the first level. 1 billion heavenly demon points was equivalent to 1 billion origin elemental crystals. Ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection might not even have such a fortune, and it was more than enough for many quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors to break through. Yang Fann didn't want to bring them out alone. This was simply a joke to his life. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Yang Fann's firm eyes and tone told him that Yang Fann was serious. If he continued to object, it would only make Yang Fann unhappy. This wasn't something Ming Yang Dao Zun wanted to see. In order to become Yang Fann's Dao protector, he had paid a hefty price. If this caused Yang Fann to be unhappy, he would withdraw his Dao protector. Then all his previous investments went down the drain. Tuo Luo Daozi and the other 13 Dao children wanted to withdraw a quasi-paragon Dao protector. If there wasn't a proper reason, then they wouldn't even think about it. In fact, there hadn't even been a quasi-dignosis Dao protector for them in the beginning. However, Yang Fann was different. As long as he wasn't satisfied, not to mention a high-order quasi-sovereign like him, that was his limit. Even a quasi-sovereign of great perfection like this monster could change anything he wanted. The two breakthrough competitions had refreshed their understanding time and time again. Currently, Yang Fann was the treasure of primeval chaos Dao Palace. His status was revered, and he had already faintly surpassed Lord of Primordius. Only great Dao Sovereign was able to suppress him. It was far from what a high-order quasi-sovereign like him could compare with. Taking a step back, even if Yang Fann didn't change his Dao protector and bore a grudge against him, he would never have a good ending in the future. Yes, Your Highness. Please be careful, Your Highness. Since they couldn't forcefully stop him, they could only protect him in secret. No matter how powerful Yang Fann's monster was, he was only a middle-level chaos god now. All they needed to do was to conceal their aura. It was impossible for Yang Fann to discover them. All right Ming Lao, you can withdraw. Yang Fann waved his hand lightly and did not seem to mind. It wasn't easy to take his life. As long as he could kill some top-level chaos god kings and raise his cultivation base to the intermediate, it wouldn't be easy. High-ranked chaos god, even if he was a quasi-sovereign of great perfection, he was confident that he would be able to save his life. Tian Suo Chaos Circle, one of the 9 great large-sized chaos circle under the jurisdiction of primeval chaos Dao Palace. It was ranked 6th among the 9 great large-sized chaos circle, and there were a total of 1,136 large-sized chaos domain. It was also the nearest top large-sized chaos circle to the heavenly devil god palace. The Junyang chaos domain was one of the 1,136 large-sized chaos domain in the Tian Suo chaos circle. An advanced grade origin universe in Zhenyang chaos domain, outside the cosmic crystal wall. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the chaos, and Ming Yang Dao Zun appeared out of thin air. No, how is this possible? Your Highness, you are merely a middle-level chaos god. No matter how hard you try to disguise yourself, you shouldn't be able to fool me. Puchi Ming Yang Dao Zun's figure quickly tore through the chaos, drops of cold sweat gradually soaking his forehead. Almost at the same time, in the billions of years that Ming Yang Dao Zun had lived, a trillion light years away, there was a group of people who were searching for something. Their eyes were filled with an unconcealable anxiety. If anything were to happen to His Highness, they, the Dao protectors, could not absolve themselves from the blame. At that time, not only would they be in trouble, even the forces behind them would be in trouble. Your Highness, where are you, and where are you? Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, within a 6th grade divine mountain. Yang Fann, you just stay in Hunyuan universe obediently. My heavenly devil god palace can't do anything to you, but you actually left Hunyuan universe without saying anything, and you even dared to leave the team. You are courting death. C 2694 forcibly charged Tian Suo Chaos Circle, Zhenyang Chaos Domain, Yanyun Empire. This was a 5th grade empire in the chaos domain of Zhenyang. Under the rule of primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there were countless large and small empires in the 9 great large-sized chaos circle. With the strength of the empire, they were divided into 10 levels. Among them, a level 1 empire was the weakest, as long as they controlled a low-level universe. You can become a first-level empire, the strongest. Usually, there was only a middle or low-grade universe lord, and a 10th grade empire was the strongest. It was the strongest empire that was strong enough to fight against a top-grade god race that had a top-level chaos god king. It would be able to dominate one or even several large-sized chaos domain. As for a rank 5 empire, it wasn't considered a large empire in the Zhenyang chaos domain, but it wasn't too weak either. Controlling the 2 low-grade origin universe, the name of the empire, Yanyun, was precisely because of these 2 origin universe. As for the other universes, there were millions of them. Their overall strength was not any weaker than some powerful forces that had high-grade chaos gods. The flowing cloud universe was a universe of stars. It was formed by countless stars of various sizes. It was not the spiritual martial universe that Yang Fann was born in. It was built by countless planar worlds. In addition, the universe was formed by many main continents and lesser continents as the main bodies. It was the most mainstream form of the 3 major universes in the chaos. Luyun universe. Countless stars, based on the level of energy, were divided into lower levels, middle level, high level, special class, 5 stars. The special class stars were the least, and there were only 17 of them that had the potential to give birth to a chaos god. Every special class star was the flowing cloud universe pillar stone. Of the higher universes, there were 636 of them. They had the potential to give birth to a universe god. There were 89,086 medium-grade stars, and the highest one could nurture a quasi-universe god. There were millions of low-grade stars, and the remaining low-grade stars were even more numerous. Luyun universe, Moyang star. This was one of the 636 high-grade stars, and it was one of the best amongst the 636 high-grade stars. It had given birth to a quasi-chaos god and a dozen top-level universe god. Moyang star, Moyang star harbor. This was the biggest star harbor in Moyang star. Every day, there would be thousands to tens of thousands of flying ships, and the god ship would travel here and there. Yang Fann slowly walked into the star harbor. Whether it was his face or aura, they all made some adjustments. Even the people closest to him would find it hard to recognize him. Very quickly, Yang Fann arrived at the ticket counter. Like a universe sovereign, the ticket check boarded a 30,000 feet long medium-sized flying ship. After leaving Hunyuan Universe, Yang Fann went through a few rounds and arrived at Moyang Star. Although he could no longer sense Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others' auras, Yang Fann still did not dare to relax. The demon hunting mission was not urgent. It was a mission with no time limit. As long as the Heavenly Devil God Palace was not destroyed, it would continue. The most important mission now was to completely shake off Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hunt down those devil god from the Heavenly Devil God Palace with all his strength, accumulate resources, and improve his cultivation base. In fact, it wasn't that Yang Fann hadn't thought of requesting resources from Lord of Primordius before. However, the moment this thought appeared in his mind, it was snuffed out by him in the bud. It wasn't because he was worried that Lord of Primordius wouldn't agree to it. Given his current status in the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, as long as he was willing to speak, the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace would do their best to satisfy him. It was because he couldn't do it. In less than 100,000 years, he would devour and refine 1 unit of origin elemental crystal. This was shocking. Compared to a middle-level chaos god, he was almost on par with a quasi-supreme force. Once it was exposed, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? The bigger one was in the world, the smaller one was in the wilderness. Within these small empires, there was a period of silence. Thinking about it, Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others did not expect it either. As the Dao child of Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it would be in such a small empire, without even a single top-level chaos god. In the midst of his thoughts, Yang Fann went to his seat and sat down. At this moment, on his left, there was already a person sitting there. This was a beauty with an exquisite face that could topple cities and cities, and her skin was as white as jade. Her figure was slender and curvaceous. She had a pride and nobility that came from her bones, and it seemed as if she was born with it. It was as if he was superior to others. Interesting. With just a glance, Yang Fann had already seen through all the people around him. Top-level universe lord, a top-level universe lord who was less than 100 eras old. To Yang Fann, a top-level universe lord was nothing. He could easily kill billions of people with just a breath of air. However, in a fifth-grade empire like the Yan Yun Empire, a top-level universe lord was considered a small expert. In addition to her age, it had been less than 100 eras. She could be considered a Heaven's Pride expert amongst Heaven's Pride experts. As long as she didn't die in the future, top-level universe god was a sure thing. If there were any more fortuitous encounters, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a chaos god. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a proud daughter of heaven to be on the same ship as him. Under such low-profile circumstances, Yang Fann chose the most ordinary flying ship, and it was the cheapest third-grade ticket. Looking at the entire cabin, what kind of people were sitting on it? Most of them were sovereigns who weren't even universe sovereigns. There were even some domain gods. A proud daughter of heaven at the top-level universe lord was truly out of place. But very quickly, Yang Fann's gaze shifted, not caring about anything else. It was just a puny little top-level universe lord. To be able to make him look at her one more time was already an overestimation of her. As for her beauty, which made in sacred extreme Miracle Mountain didn't have a better appearance than her. Her temperament was 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than hers. To be chosen to join the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, even if she was just a maid, she wasn't an ordinary person. At least, there was a low-level Chaos God King standing behind her, and many of them were God King's descendants. As for the daughters of these divine kings, the princesses of the divine race, Yang Fann was not moved by them. Not to mention such an extraordinary daughter. Nan Yunxian frowned slightly. This seemingly ordinary-looking young man beside her actually made her feel as if she had been stripped of everything and seen through with just a glance. No, how could this be possible? Very quickly, Nan Yunxian denied herself. What was her cultivation base? She was the leader of the young generation of the Southern Cloud family, a dignified top-level universe lord, and also had the secret treasure, the Void Spirit Stone. She had completely concealed her true cultivation base. Even those universe god stage elders of the Nanyan clan couldn't see through him, let alone a puny low-level universe sovereign like him. 15 minutes passed. Rumble. With a slight tremble, the medium-sized flying ship soared into the sky. After a few breaths of time, the flying ship left Mo Yang Star and disappeared into the starry sky. Very quickly, a month's time passed. Bang! Suddenly, the spaceship started to shake violently, as if something had exploded. The next second, one by one, they were all wearing black full-body armor, and their bodies were emitting fiendish cheese. They were like a terrifying god of slaughter from hell. As the black-armored soldiers entered, Nan Yunxian, who was standing beside Yang Fann, couldn't help but tremble. It seems like these ants are here for her. Yang Fann had an understanding in his heart. That's right, if it was anyone else, they wouldn't have the qualifications to attract these ants. Right at this moment, who are you? A group of 100 guards wearing bright silver armor stood out under the lead of a golden-armored godly general. This group of silver armor guards was the guards' flying ship. The universe was filled with danger. Without a certain amount of protection, they wouldn't dare to travel in the universe. All of them were universe lord, but apart from the golden-armored godly general that was leading them, there was also a high-level universe lord. The others were all middle and low-ranked universe lord. So noisy kill them all killing intent flashed in the eyes of the leader of the black-armored killing gods. The black-armored soldiers behind him attacked one after another. They were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. The flying ship, the guard, and the golden-armored godly general were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. None of them were a match for them. The gap between the two sides was too huge. The leader of the black-armored soldiers was low-level universe god. Although the other soldiers were not universe gods, they were at least top-level universe lord. Many of them were quasi-universe gods who had stepped into the universe god realm. Compared to the flying ship's guards, they were more than 2 levels stronger. In less than 3 breaths of time, the entire flying ship, guard, had been slaughtered. Ah, no, how could this be? All the guards are dead, all dead. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save us, save us. C2695 Origin Source Stone. Ah. No. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Despair and endless despair enveloped the entire cabin, causing the millions of passengers to let out miserable wails. Compared to the ordinary passengers who were only at the quasi-universe lord, the guards of the guard were invincible experts. Any one of them could easily defeat them, but in front of these black-armored killing gods, they were all slaughtered in less than 3 breaths of time. This strength was far beyond their imagination. If these people wanted to kill them, they would have to wave their hands. Fools could tell that this group of black-armored people were all ruthless and merciless, killing without blinking their eyes. Killing them while they were at it was extremely normal. Under the rule of the Yan Yun Empire, generally speaking, it was still considered to be peaceful, and it was constrained by the law. Killing a few people on a small scale, dozens of people. It was fine, but once he slaughtered a large number of people, it would definitely attract the pursuit of the experts of the punishment division, with the exception of the Supreme Chaos God. Even a top-level universe god could only die. However, that was within the stars, in the vast starry sky of the universe. Law, what was that? Towards these ruthless people, there was no restraint at all. So what if it was a large-scale massacre? Patting his fart and leaving, the Empire's punishment division simply would not know. Even if they knew, they might not waste a lot of time and energy to hunt down these black-armored killing gods for the sake of these useless people. It wasn't easy to find a bunch of slayers in the vast universe. Shut up, whoever dares to make noise, die as he spoke. Bang! The passengers who were close to the black-armored leader were instantly crushed to pieces by the terrifying baleful aura. Human lives were as worthless as grass in the universe, the least valuable thing was human life. In an instant, the faces of the millions of passengers in the cabin changed drastically. They subconsciously covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of those unlucky fellows. Nan Yunqian, the third young lady of the Southern Yun family, you really made it easy for me to find her. The leader of the men in black armor turned around and looked at Nan Yunqian, who was standing beside Yang Fann. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. The third lady of the Southern Cloud family, Nan Yunqian, hissed, could it be that Nan Yunqian, the one known as the Southern Cloud Flower? When the surrounding passengers heard this, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a very important person. The Southern Cloud family of South Cloud Star was one of the 108 first-rate families of the Yan Yun Empire, and it was the overlord of the high-grade star South Cloud Star. The previous patriarchs of Nanyan clan were all marquises of the empire, and they were veteran nobles who had existed for millions of years. Within the family, there are as many experts as clouds and experts as rain. Just the universe god alone has no less than 100 of them. Legend had it that the first patriarch of Nanyan clan had already stepped into the Chaos God stage, just a step away from becoming a Chaos God. The Southern Cloud Flower, Nan Yunqian, was the granddaughter of the current Marquis of Southern Cloud. She was known as the #1 beauty in South Cloud Star, and her name spread far and wide. No one knew how many young and talented people wanted to get close to her. Who are these people? How dare they attack the Southern Cloud Flower? Aren't they afraid that the Southern Cloud family will be furious? Nan Yunqian, the Southern Cloud Flower, was the representative of the Southern Cloud family. Her intention to attack the Southern Cloud Flower was to fight the Southern Cloud family to the death. Even the other first-rate families had to consider carefully whether they could withstand the wrath of the Southern Cloud family. Hand over the Origin Stone. I might be able to give you a quick death. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't want to see the consequences. What? Origin Stone? Many of the passengers' expressions changed once again. The Origin Stone was a legendary treasure. A supreme treasure that even the legendary Chaos God would go crazy over. It's actually for the Origin Stone. Yang Fann felt that it was rather funny. These people had gathered so many people here, and he thought that they were here for some sort of treasure. So, it was only for the Origin Stone. What was this Origin Stone? It was just the broken Origin Elemental Crystal. Yang Fann had refined trillions of units of Origin Elemental Crystal. A mere Origin Stone was not much different from trash in Yang Fann's eyes. Even if it fell to the ground, Yang Fann might not even bend down to pick it up. Of course, to these Universe Lord and Universe Gods, it was another concept. 1 unit of Origin Elemental Crystal was equivalent to billions of units of Origin of Chaos. Even a soybean-sized Origin Stone was worth tens of thousands of units of Origin of Chaos. Many low-level Chaos God warriors might not even have this much. In a 5th-level empire like the Yan Empire, where the strongest expert was only a high-level Chaos God, every origin stone that appeared would cause a large number of major powers to fight each other, causing countless bloody storms. Black Steel, does your Black Flood Dragon Prefecture really want to become the enemy of the Southern Cloud family? Nan Yunqian warned him. Black Flood Dragon Prefecture, Black Fiend Guards. It's actually this group of Dark Star. The pupils of the surrounding passengers shrunk, and they were filled with fear. Black Flood Dragon Prefecture was the absolute overlord of the high-level star, Black Flood Dragon Star. Its ruler, Black Flood Dragon, was a top-level universe god. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Nanyan clan, it was only slightly weaker. There were countless experts in the mansion, and there were dozens of universe gods. And the Black Fiend Guards were the sharp blades of King Black Flood Dragon, who knew how many Black Flood Dragons he had slaughtered for King Black Flood Dragon. Every Black Fiend Guard was a god of slaughter that reeked of blood. Kekekeka. Third young lady, there is no one in the boundless starry sky. Who would know what our Black Fiend Guards did? Ah, not good. The facial expression of the surrounding passengers changed drastically, and they finally realized what was going on. The Origin Stone was a treasure that even the Chaos God coveted. Once it was leaked, Black Flood Dragon Prefecture wouldn't be able to protect it. Although Black Flood Dragon Prefecture was strong, in front of the high and mighty Chaos God, it was just a group of slightly stronger ants that could be easily destroyed. Now that this Black Steel had said the Origin Stone without any hesitation, there was only one possibility, and that was that he wanted to kill them all. As long as they were all dead, there was naturally no need to worry about the news leaking out. Woo woo woo. It's over, we're finished. Spare us, please spare us, my lord. Noisy bang bang, the passengers exploded into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people died a violent death. What should we do? What should I do? Am I, Nan Yunqian, going to die here today? Nan Yunqian's pretty face turned pale, and her heart was burning with anxiety. Although she was known as the young top-level Heaven's Pride of the Nanyan clan, and she had been fighting for Universe Lord for less than 100 eras, and her true combat strength was comparable to the gods of Quasi-Universe, it was impossible for her to fight against this group of Black Fiend Guards. The Black Evil Guards were all top-level Universe Lord warriors, and the captain was the god of Quasi-Universe. As for Black Steel, he was one of the 18 Black Fiend generals. Although he was ranked last, he was still the real low-level Universe god, who was thousands, tens of thousands of times stronger than him. With just a casual strike, he could kill her. I'm still young, I haven't broken through to the Universe God realm, and I haven't even broken through to the Chaos God realm. How can I die here so early? I am not willing, I am not willing. Wang. All of a sudden, a glimmer of hope blossomed in Nan Yunqian's hopeless heart, but she caught a glimpse of Yang Fann, who was standing at the side. From the beginning to the end, there was no change in Yang Fann's expression, and there was no panic in his eyes. It was as if the group of ferocious Black Fiend Guards in front of him did not exist. There were only two possibilities for him to be so calm and composed. Firstly, he did not realize the situation he was in, and secondly, he was absolutely confident that he could deal with these Black Fiend Guards. Although she didn't think that this ordinary man beside her had any ability, being able to stand against the ferocious Black Evil Guards and the Black Evil Guards was the best combination technique. A large group of 36 Black Evil Guards, combined with this Black Evil General, formed the Black Evil God slaughtering formation. Even a middle-level Universe God might not be a match for them, so how could the man beside them be a middle-level Universe God? One should know that a middle-level Universe God, he was already a first-class expert in Yanyan's universe. No matter which force he went to, if one was willing to join the Empire, he could be conferred the title of Viscount and become the Star Lord of an intermediate star. With such experts, even if they did not have their own carriers, he would only be riding that luxurious flying ship, so why would he choose such a civilian flying ship? But at this moment, she had no other choice. This was her only hope. Senior, I beg of you, please save me. After this, my Nanyan clan will definitely reward you handsomely. C-2696. The team was wiped out. Yan Empire, the starry sky of the universe. Nan Yunqian looked at Yang Fann with a pitiful look. At this moment, she could only hope that this man, who she could not see through, was really that middle-level universe god, or even an expert. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be something she could bear. Black Steel frowned slightly upon hearing this. To be able to cultivate to become a universe god. However, no one was stupid. At this moment of life and death, to be treated as a life-saving straw by Nan Yunqian, he had to use his toes to think. Everyone knew that this person was not an ordinary person. When he looked at this person again, he had an ordinary cultivation base. He was only a low-level sovereign stage, and among the millions of passengers in this cabin, it could only be considered to be above average, but it was just an aphid. Facing his gaze, there was not the slightest bit of unity. It was not simple. This child was definitely not simple. Thinking about him, Black Steel had slaughtered countless experts in his life. Even the quasi-universe god who had stepped into the universe god stage did not dare to look back at him as if nothing had happened. Not to mention a low-level universe sovereign ant. If he concealed his cultivation base, he must have concealed his true cultivation base. Great perfection quasi-universe god, or even the same as him. He might even be a true universe god. Indistinctly, Black Steel's heart was filled with regret. He had thought that such an ordinary flying ship would not have any experts. If he had known that there was such a person, he would not have mentioned the origin stones so openly. Once the news was leaked out, not only him, even his master, King Black Flood Dragon, would be in trouble. One should know that what Nan Yunqian was holding was not an ordinary origin stone. It was the size of an egg and was comparable to tens of millions of origin of chaos. Many quasi-middle-level chaos gods' possessions might not even have that many origin of chaos. It was enough to make many middle-level chaos god go crazy for it. No matter what, he had to keep this brat here today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for hearing things you shouldn't have heard. Buzz. Black Steel's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he made a decision. This is killing me. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and found it funny. How many eras had it been since someone dared to kill him? And it was low-level universe god who was just like an ant. The ignorant were fearless. All right, Nan Yunqian's heart was wild with joy. She saw the changes in Black Steel. Black Steel immediately had the intention to kill this mysterious expert. Even if he did not want to take action, he would not be able to. She just did not know if he would be a match for Black Steel and his Black Fiend guards. In an instant, Nan Yunqian's heart was in her throat again. The two of them were already on the same boat. If this mysterious expert was not a match for Black Steel and the rest, she would definitely not be able to escape death. In fact, if something went wrong, it would be an extravagant wish to die a quick death. Once a woman, especially a beautiful woman, was captured, the outcome would be 10 times, 100 times more tragic than a man's. Nan Yunqian had always been proud of her beauty. Otherwise, how could she be called the Southern Cloud Flower? Black Slaughter God formation, Rise Black Steel and the 36 Black Fiend guards combined into a mysterious formation. Their auras perfectly merged together as if they were a whole. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the pressure on Black Steel's body began to rise madly, and it continued to rise, catching up to the middle-level universe god. Poochie Poochie Poochie. With Black Steel as the center, a large number of passengers who didn't manage to retreat in time were crushed into pieces. However, the strange thing was that the entire spaceship did not have the slightest effect. One had to know that this ship was just an ordinary third-grade ship, and it could barely withstand the power of a top-level universe lord. It was Yang Fann. He secretly protected this ship. Currently, he was only a puny low-level universe sovereign. He didn't have the ability to travel in the starry sky of Origin Universe like the floating cloud universe. The Origin Universe wasn't something an ordinary universe could compare with. The universe sovereign could barely fly in the starry sky. The distance was extremely short, but if one wanted to fly in the starry sky for a long distance. And this was only a low-level Origin Universe. In those top-grade Origin Universe Lord, he could only be considered a star or a world expert. He wanted to fly out of the world and out of the stars. Without external help, it was almost impossible. Ah, Senior, quickly, stop him. Once the Black Slaughter Divine Formation is fully formed, its power will rise to top-rank middle-level universe god. Nan Yunqian's pretty face turned pale as she exclaimed. She attacked at this time, interrupting the formation completely. Black Steel's combat strength had just stepped into low-rank middle-level universe god's level. Low-rank middle-level universe god and top-rank middle-level universe god were two different concepts. The gap between them was more than 1,000 times and 10,000 times. However, Yang Fann acted as if he didn't hear her warning. He didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Black Steel frowned once more. Something was wrong with this fellow. Something was very wrong. Normal people should have destroyed their formation at this moment. However, this guy just looked at him like that. There was a hint of a cat toying with a mouse. Could it be that his strength was even greater than top-rank middle-level universe gods? If that was the case, it would be bad. However, very quickly, that strand of negative thoughts was completely wiped out by him. At this point, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. No matter how much he thought about it, it was all in vain. HMPH, the expert above top-rank middle-level universe god, is already a famous expert in the Empire. I don't believe that I, Black Steel, will be so unlucky. Any random civilian spaceship can encounter such an expert. Divine ability, Demon Blade of Death Boom. A terrifying blade beam that was as black as ink, like a source of darkness, whizzed past and slashed towards Yang Fann. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the thoughts of everyone present. Only Nan Yunqian, who was a top-level universe lord, could vaguely see the trajectory of the attack. Ah, what a terrifying blade. It can't be blocked. It can't be blocked at all. I wonder if Senior can block it. Right at this moment, Yang Fann casually said the word, slaughter. Poochie. The devil blade that could slaughter low-level universe god was instantly shattered. Ah, how is this possible? Black Steel was so shocked that he couldn't believe his eyes. The Death Devil blade was his most powerful divine ability. It had already been cultivated to the mastery, and with the help of the Black Slaughter divine formation, the power of this strike was comparable to the attack of an extreme middle-level universe god warrior. Even some deities of low-order advanced universe wouldn't be able to break this strike so easily. Middle-rank high-level universe god. He was middle-rank high-level universe god. I didn't want to bother with you aphids, but you're courting death. Why do you have to? Yang Fann shook his head and spoke in a somewhat compassionate manner. If Black Steel didn't attack him, he wouldn't even bother to care about these things. Even if he killed Nan Yunqian in front of him, he wouldn't help. There was nothing wrong in World of Cultivators. Everything was a struggle. She was not related to him, so why should he help her? Just because she was a beauty. What a joke. World of Cultivators lacked everything, but not beauties. Apart from those who cultivated special skills, the cultivation world couldn't find a single ugly girl. Any one of them would be considered a city's beauty in the mortal world. No, we are subordinates of King Black Flood Dragon. Please spare us for the sake of our master, King Black Flood Dragon. Our lives. Black Steel's expression changed. An extremely ominous feeling swept across his body. With a light shout, he broke his most powerful divine ability. Such an expert was not something they could match. At least half of the Black Fiend generals had to gather the power of the Black Fiend guards under their command and form the Black Fiend God slaughtering formation to fight against it. Die like a sound of great Tao in the dark, it sounded in everyone's ears, announcing the fate of Black Steel and the others. Grug including Black Steel, low-level universe god, all 37 Black Fiend guards had been turned into ashes, as if they had never appeared at all. Ah, dead, a large group of Black Fiend guards. Even the Black Steel Black Fiend general died just like that. Gurgle, he. Who on earth is he? Nan Yunqian's heart trembled. This power was definitely not something that a high-level universe god could possess. It was not that she had never seen a high-level universe god from the Nanyan clan before. But, including a few quasi-top-level universe god warriors, none of them had such a terrifying power. With just the word, die, they had completely killed a large group of black evil guards. Top-level universe god, he was a top-level universe god warrior. As for the quasi-chaos god above, Nan Yunqian didn't even dare to dream about it. Who was a quasi-chaos god? He was the true big shot of the Empire, a terrifying existence who could easily establish a first-rate family. For example, the reason why the Southern Cloud family was able to dominate the South Cloud Star and become one of the 108 first-class families in the Empire was because of the existence of the old ancestor, the quasi-chaos god. She had only seen such a big shot once in nearly 100 eras. How could it be so easy to meet him? Not good. Origin Stone. The news of me possessing the Origin Stone has already been known by him. If he has any greed towards this, then C2697 Human Nature Yan Empire, the starry sky of the universe. The wave had just calmed down, and another wave of trouble arose. Nan Yunqian's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again in her throat. Bitch Black Steel, even if he died, he wouldn't let people live in peace. Why did he just say the origin stone so openly? Why didn't he open his mouth and point it out? Could the matter of the origin stone be casually said? How was it now? Wasn't he digging a hole for her to die? Did this top-level universe god in front of her give up the origin stone in her hands? She knew it even if she used her toes to think about it. The origin stone was a legendary origin stone. It was the size of a soybean, and it was enough to allow his cultivation base to improve tremendously. He could even break through to the Chaos God realm in one go, becoming one of the Empire's most powerful experts. Wherever she went, she would never be able to withstand the temptation of the origin stone. Not to mention that they were completely strangers. Even if they were best friends, they would still be nothing in the face of a great opportunity to break through to the Chaos God realm. The Chaos God was the highest grade expert in their empire. No matter what family or power it was, as long as they could produce a Chaos God, they would immediately become top families, who had surpassed the Southern Cloud family, and would be conferred the title of Duke. What should I do? What should I do? Should I just hand over the origin stone to someone else? Furthermore, even if I hand over the origin stone, will he really let me go? Once the news of the origin stone was leaked out, even if he was a top-level universe god, he wouldn't be able to escape death at that time. On the side, Nan Yunqin's pretty face kept changing. Yang Fann thought for a moment. He had roughly guessed what the third young lady of the Nanyan clan was thinking. She was afraid that he would rob her of the origin stone. In an instant, Yang Fann found it funny. A origin stone that wasn't even 1/1000th of a origin elemental crystal was given to him for free. He didn't even want it. Was there a need to be so nervous? Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann closed his eyes to rest. He didn't have any intention of explaining and comforting Nan Yunqin. At this time, instead of explaining, could she listen? There were 8 to 9 people who would get worse and worse. Moreover, there was only such an aunt. Was it worth it for him to specifically explain it? Was she worthy? Not to mention a mere top-level universe lord, even a top-level chaos god king was not qualified to do so. Strange, he didn't force me to hand over the origin stone. What's going on? Glancing at Yang Fann out of the corner of her eye, a trace of doubt surfaced in Nan Yunqin's heart. She couldn't figure it out. At this moment, shouldn't he immediately force her to hand over the origin stone? Why did he suddenly close his eyes and meditate? Was it because he was afraid of the Nanyan clan and didn't dare to make a move on her? Was this possible? Under normal circumstances, top-level universe god wouldn't dare to provoke the Nanyan clan, but this was related to a legendary treasure like the origin stone. The reputation of the Nanyan clan was useless. Black Flood Dragon Prefecture was a good example. It was just a second-rate power with only a top-level universe god guarding it. If the Nanyan clan wanted to eliminate them, they would have to pay a small price, but they still dared to take the risk and pull out their teeth. Just like what Black Steel had said, as long as they could get rid of all of them, they wouldn't be exposed. What could Nanyan clan do to him? Taking 10,000 steps back, at worst, they could just leave their South Cloud Empire. The influence of the Southern Cloud family would be limited in the South Cloud Empire, and even in the Jade Swallow universe, which was the other main universe of the South Cloud Empire, let alone the other empires. As for a top-level universe god, even in those 6th and 7th grade empires, he would only be a first-class expert, and he would still be able to make a name for himself. Or did he have some other conspiracy? However, this didn't seem necessary. The current her was like a piece of meat on a chopping board, waiting to be kneaded and cut by him. Even if she wanted the purity of the flower of the South Clouds, she couldn't resist it. There was no need at all. She had put in so much effort and schemed against him. Or perhaps he wanted to show the demeanor of a senior expert and make me take the initiative to hand over the origin stone. If that was the case, he might still have a chance to keep the origin stone in his hand. 1 month. There was still 1 more month left. Die. Dead. All of those beautiful girls are dead. Woo woo woo. We're alive. We don't need to die anymore. We don't need to die anymore. Ha ha ha. Hua Sheng, you all have today as well. Retribution, this is retribution. At this moment, the remaining passengers finally reacted and erupted into cheers after surviving the disaster. Woo woo woo. Brother, why did you leave just like that, leaving your sister alone? How am I going to live? Brother Tien, my poor brother Tien, why are you so heartless? What should Donger and I do? What should we do? Dad, you died so miserably woo-woo-woo. Soon, the entire cabin was filled with wails. Under the terrifying pressure of the black steel that was comparable to top-rank middle-level universe god, the entire cabin had lost more than half of its members. Out of the millions of passengers, there were less than 500,000 people who were still alive. Woo-woo-woo. Why didn't you make a move earlier? If you were willing to make a move earlier, my father wouldn't have died. It's you who caused my father's death. A cry filled with enmities attracted everyone's attention. In the next second, yes, it's you. You clearly have the strength, why didn't you attack earlier? What exactly do you want? Return my brother's life. Murderer, you murderer, return my parents' life. The crowd was furious. Tens of thousands of passengers were staring at Yang Fann. Their eyes were filled with enmities, as if Yang Fann had killed their parents and relatives. If he had acted earlier, their parents and relatives wouldn't have died. Everything was his fault, it was all his fault. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had some rationality and told them that they weren't a match for Yang Fann, they might have already killed him and torn him into pieces. Human nature, this is human nature. Yang Fann gently shook his head. No matter what, he was their savior. He did not help them. None of them would have survived today, but what did they get in return in the end? If he knew this would happen, he would have let them die under that aphid. The next second, those aphids know how to kill people. Don't tell me I don't know how to kill people. A cold voice sounded in the cabin. In an instant, all the passengers shivered as a bone-chilling coldness attacked their hearts. The tens of thousands of passengers who wanted Yang Fann to pay with his life completely woke up. What exactly was he doing? This was a peerless dark star who could even kill a terrifying black fiend guard in an instant. They actually wanted to take revenge on him and make him pay with his life. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't just do it like this, right? Even the high and mighty dark evil guards were aphids, let alone these ants who didn't even have a single universe lord. Killing them was as easy as pinching an ant to death. Spare us, my lord, spare us, Lord. You have to understand that all of this is that lowly servant's fault. It's all that lowly servant's fault, my lord. This lowly one was bewitched by that lowly servant. I didn't mean to offend my lord. Please be magnanimous and spare this lowly one this time. Very quickly, all the blame was pushed towards the young woman who first spoke to criticize. Quite a few people even went to capture that young woman. Who? Cheap servant, why aren't you kneeling before the Great One? Lowly servant, the kindness of saving my life is greater than the heavens. Not only are you not grateful, you even dare to disrespect the Great One. Is your conscience eaten by dogs? You're quite clean, a bunch of ingrate. Since you want to see your family so much, then go down and accompany them. Ah, no, spare my life. Lord, spare me. Poochie. In an instant, all the passengers who had accused Yang Fann were turned into powder, just like the black fiend guards. Silence. The huge cabin was terrifyingly silent for a moment. The remaining 300,000 passengers did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were deeply afraid of angering Yang Fann and stepping on those people. A group of idiots. After cultivating for so long for nothing, didn't they know that experts couldn't be humiliated? They actually criticized that lord. They really didn't know how the word, death, was written. Fortunately, my dog is rational. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that lowly servant. Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly, another month passed. Wang. Suddenly, Nan Yunxin's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. It's here, it's finally here. C 2698 threatening Yan Empire, the starry sky of the universe. Poochie. A fleet of 100 level 3 space god ships was rapidly tearing through space, passing through the wormhole time and time again, approaching the universe ship that Yang Fann was on. There was at most another 2 hours, and both sides would meet up. This fleet was none other than the number 1 fleet of Southern Cloud, which was controlled by the Southern Cloud family. It was also the most elite fleet of the Nanyan clan. The various empires under the jurisdiction of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were divided into 1 to 10 levels. The starry sky god ships belonging to the various empires were also divided into 10 levels. The first level was the weakest, and it barely had the strength to fight a low-level universe lord. The 10th level was the strongest, and once it was hit by the main cannon, even a top-level chaos god king would be severely injured by it. It wasn't impossible for a weaker top-level chaos god king to be killed by the cannon. As for the strongest divine sword of the 5th grade empire's Yanyan Empire, it was the 5th level spatial god ship, Yanyan's god ship, which was named after the empire. Every single one of Yanyan's god ship had the power to resist the power of a chaos god. With 10 Yanyan's god ships combined into a starry sky battle formation, even a middle-level chaos god could be killed by them. The power of the formation was not 1 + 1 = 2, it was several times stronger than before. This was also the strongest technique used by the various empires to fight against the Chaos Supreme Elders. 3-grade Starry Sky God ships were nothing compared to some high-ranked empires. A second-rate fleet might not even be worthy of their attention, but in a level 5 empire like the Yanyan Empire, it was a first-class Starry Sky God ship. It was the main battleship of the main fleet of the Yanyan Empire. Each 3rd-grade Starry Sky God ship had the power to fight low-level Universe God. In the entire Yanyan Empire, apart from the fleet of the empire, there were only some old aristocratic families and major powers who possessed it. The fact that the Nanyan clan could possess such a fleet of 3 to 1 stars was enough to show that the Southern Cloud family's strength wasn't considered weak even amongst the 108 first-class families. With this fleet, even those below the quasi-chaos god or top-level chaos god wouldn't be able to avoid it, and wouldn't dare to face it head on. Within the universe ship, Nan Yunqian looked up in anticipation. Soon, in just half an hour, the family's reinforcements would arrive. Before boarding this spaceship, she had already contacted the family and asked them to send experts to help. With just a top-level universe lord like him, there were simply too many experts that could defeat her. Any random universe god would be able to easily suppress her. Now, reinforcements had finally arrived. In another hour or so, she would be completely safe. Unconsciously, Nan Yunqian caught a glimpse of Yang Fann again from the corner of her eye. What on earth was going on with this person? Could it be that he really isn't tempted by the origin stone in my hand? For the past month, she had been resting with her eyes closed. She didn't have the slightest intention of making her hand over the origin stone. But was this possible? This was a origin stone. Even if it was a treasure that the Empire's great capital wanted, how could a top-level universe god not be tempted? Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. Once his family fleet arrived, it would be too late even if he really had some kind of plot. This time, not only did the family send the Southern Cloud First Fleet over, they even sent 3 old ancestors. In Nanyan clan, those who could be called old ancestors were all top-level universe god warriors. Among them, old ancestor Cheng Feng was one of the best top-level universe god warriors. He was one of the top 3 expert in Nanyan clan, the supreme expert, extreme top-level universe god. Even if this man was also a top-level universe god warrior, it was impossible for him to take the origin stone away from them. Time passed. Bang, bang, bang. Nan Yunqian's chest heaved up and down, and her heart started to beat faster. The more critical the situation was, the more nervous she became. At this moment, if the mysterious universe god beside her were to be alerted and snatch the origin stone from her hands, the consequences. Nan Yunqian dared to continue imagining how time had passed so slowly. In less than 2 hours, at this moment, in Nan Yunqian's heart, it was much longer than 1,000 years or 10,000 years. An hour later, phew, I'm finally here. Nan Yunqian let out a long breath. Almost at the same time, the ship was directly monitored by the Southern Cloud Fleet. The next second, a group of people quickly entered the cabin. The people in the lead were 3 dignified middle-aged men, followed by dozens of people. Universe gods, they were all universe gods. Nan Yunqian greets the 3 ancestors. Nan Yunqian quickly got up and came to the front of the 3 middle-aged men and respectfully bowed. It was only at this moment that her heart finally relaxed. Before this, even if the 3 old ancestors appeared in front of her, she still felt a trace of uneasiness in her heart. The distance between her and this top-level universe god was too close. If he wanted to harm her, even if the 3 old ancestors were right in front of her, it would be very difficult to save her. Little girl Qian, is that thing there? Nan Yun Chengfeng asked nervously. This was the key to the advancement of Nanyan clan and the advancement of top families. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Ancestor, I'm here, everything is here. Good little Qian, you've made a great contribution to the family. Nan Yun Chengfeng said, good, 3 times, and his voice was filled with excitement. That was a origin elemental crystal the size of an egg. Its value was not lower than 10 million units of origin of chaos. With so many origin of chaos, it was enough to give birth to a middle-level chaos god in Nanyan clan. More than a dozen low-level chaos god warriors. At that time, the Nanyan clan would fulfill the long-cherished wish of millions of eras and join the top families of the empire. Not to mention, he would also be one of the best among them. In the entire Yanyan Empire, top families had 32 people. However, most of them, top families, were only at the low-level chaos god. There were only a few families with middle-level chaos god guarding them, and they were known as the 8 royal families of the empire. Even the Yanyan imperial clan had to be wary of the 8 kings, and they didn't dare to provoke them. As for the Nanyan clan, they were about to reach the heavens in a single bound, and become the number 9 royal family of the empire. Hiss. Just thinking about it made one excited. Taking a deep breath, Nan Yuncheng suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly walked in front of Yang Fann. Nan Yuncheng greets you, sir. Thank you for your help. Your great kindness. The Nanyan clan will never forget it. Our ancestor has been waiting for you in South Cloud Star. I hope you will be honored. As he spoke, the 2 top-level universe god beside Nan Yuncheng unconsciously moved to the side, as if they were trying to seal off Yang Fann's surroundings. The universe gods behind them also had a wary look in their eyes. Hee. Interesting. Southern Cloud family, I'll accompany you all for a day. Yang Fann sneered in his heart. He had vaguely understood their plan. Repaying kindness with ingratitude was not a rare thing in the universe, especially when it involved the Origin Stone, a supreme treasure. It was not impossible for father and son to harm each other. It was not even possible for blood brothers to turn against each other. It was nothing more than saving their lives. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he would play with them. Brother Nan Yun, you are too polite. You should take it that I am going to pay Nanyan ancestor a visit. Hearing this, Nan Yun Chengfeng was immediately delighted. No matter what, the news of the Origin Stone must not be leaked. They were not confident that a top-level universe god would be able to keep him here, but it would be different when they arrived at the Emperor Star in their nest. Even extreme top-level universe god would have to come and not go. However, he said humbly, Sir, please. Sigh, I'm afraid this person is finished. When we reach the Southern Yun family, they will let him go easily. But who can be blamed for this? He asked for it himself. How dare he not save my parents? He deserves to die. Many of the passengers were deep in thought. Their faces revealed a trace of pity, but most of them were gloating over Yang Fann's misfortune. They were angry that Yang Fann did not make a move in time. It was not only those tens of thousands of people who saved their families, but they were also rational. They knew how powerful Yang Fann was. They did not just question and scold Yang Fann like those tens of thousands of people. However, very soon, they couldn't laugh, and what replaced it was endless fear. No, spare me, spare me, spare me, spare me, woo woo woo. How could this be? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. Sir, we know we were wrong. Please, save us, save us. Master, where are you? Where are you? I am still young. I am still trying to advance to Universe Lord. How can I die here? I am not willing to die. Nanyan clan, you will all die a horrible death. The Punishment Bureau won't let you go. They won't let you go. Roar Nanyan clan, you bunch of girls, I won't let you all go even if I become a ghost. C-2699 Invitation Yanyan Empire, the starry sky of the universe. Nan Yun's god ship, this was the flagship of the South Cloud Fleet, and also the only quasi-grade 4 starry sky god ship in the fleet. In the Yanyan Empire, a Tier 5 god ship was the foundation of the empire. It was one of the strongest forces of the empire. All the Tier 5 god ships were in the hands of the empire's royal family. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to control a level 5 starry sky god ship would be considered a traitor and a rebel. They would definitely be eliminated by the empire. Even the 8 great royal families would at most have a few quasi-grade 5 starry sky god ships. Of course, whether or not there were any grade 5 starry sky god ships in the dark was hard to say. The Nanyan clan was only a first-rate family. It was rare for a marquee family to have a quasi-grade 4 space god ship. South Cloud, in a luxurious room. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. As expected, these aphids couldn't escape death. Whether it was the Black Flood Dragon Prefecture or the Southern Cloud family, they were all birds of the same feather. The Southern Cloud family thought that they had already distanced themselves from the universe ship, hundreds of millions of light-years away from Yang Fann's top-level universe god perception. Little did they know, everything was just wishful thinking. Yang Fann's divine ability was far from what they could imagine. The massacre within the universe ship. There were also the cries of the passengers for help. All of them fell into Yang Fann's eyes. However, Yang Fann had no intention of helping them. A group of ungrateful ingrates who didn't know how to be grateful, they would just die if they died. If he wanted to save them a second time, he wouldn't even think about it. Planet Flowing Cloud, one of the two great emperor stars of the Yan Yun Empire. The Yan Yun Empire controlled the two great origin universe, the Jade Swallow and Flowing Cloud. In order to make it easier to control the two great cosmoses, the Yan Yun Empire implemented the double imperial stars policy, one for each master and one for each. Amongst which, the Flowing Cloud imperial star was the main imperial star, and the current great emperor Yanyan lived there. The Jade Swallow star was the secondary emperor star, and it was like an imperial city in the mortal world. Currently, it was taken over by the younger brother of the Emperor Yanyan, Prince Yanbei. As the Emperor Star of the Yan Yun Empire, the Flowing Cloud Star could be said to be the #1 star of the Yan Yun Empire. It was the head of the 17 special stars in the Flowing Cloud universe. Compared to a high-level star like the Moyang star, it was like comparing a wizard to a senior. Whether it was in terms of area or origin force, it was 100 times, 1,000 times worse. And with the Flowing Cloud Star as the center, four-direction starry sky was densely packed with stars. They were like stars surrounding the moon, and they surrounded the Flowing Cloud Imperial Star with a mysterious aura. Amongst them, 108 stars were the most dazzling, and they were hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the other stars. These 108 stars were none other than the 108 high-level stars of the Flowing Cloud universe. According to legends, most of these high-level stars were moved here by the imperial family's chaos god. And these 108 high-grade stars were the fiefdom of the most ancient noble family in the Flowing Cloud Empire. The South Cloud Star where the Southern Cloud family was located was one of those 108 stars. Among the 108 first-class families in the Yan Yun Empire, in terms of strength, the Southern Cloud family, which only had one quasi-chaos god guarding it, could only be said to be below average. Even the top 60 were quite a distance away, but in terms of history, it was definitely among the top. Compared to the history of the Yan Yun Empire, the Southern Cloud family only had 3 million short eras. South Cloud Star Port. This was the biggest star harbor in the South Cloud Star, and it was also the exclusive star harbor of the Nanyan clan. It was not allowed to be used unless one was a direct disciple of the Nanyan clan or an important guest of the Southern Cloud family. On this day, the South Cloud Star Port was under martial law. Almost all the higher-ups of the Southern Cloud family were present here. Even the elusive top-level universe god Old Ancestor and the true pillar of the Southern Cloud family, Nanyan Ancestor, appeared on the Star Harbor. What's going on? Who has such great face that the Old Ancestor can personally welcome him? Could it be that a Grand Duke has come? A group of juniors from the Southern Cloud family gathered together, curiously guessing. Their Old Ancestor was a quasi-chaos god who had stepped into the Chaos God realm, one of the top-tier experts in the Empire. In the entire Empire, there were only so many people that he could personally welcome. At least, it had to be an Archduke of the Empire. The others, even the descendants of the royal family, or even the ordinary royal family, did not have the qualifications to startle their Old Ancestor. Right at this moment, the sky darkened, and a large fleet descended from the sky. Ah, is it the first fleet or the entire fleet? Hiss. Who could actually make the entire first fleet protect them? Gulp, gulp. Could it be that a king has arrived? Last time, when the Fire Ridge Grand Duke had personally arrived, the Southern Cloud family had only sent a small squadron of the First Fleet, 10 starry sky god ships, to escort him. They had sent out the entire First Fleet. In their memories, only one of the 8 kings of the 3,000 eons ago, the Green Scorpion King, had come. It was also a grand occasion. The Nanyan clan, from their ancestors to their juniors, had all gathered together. In an instant, all of the juniors were shocked, and they tried their best to show off their abilities. The 8 kings, to the juniors like them, it was practically a legend. They were existences that even their ancestors had to look up to. If they could be chosen by the 8 kings, and even obtain the support of the 8 kings, the position of family lord in the future would be a piece of cake for them. Even their ancestors wouldn't dare to go against the will of the 8 kings. Ah, Which king is this? Why don't I have any impression of him? However, very quickly, the expressions of the younger generation changed. They had only seen the Dawn Brilliance King in real life. Apart from the Blue Scorpion King, they had only seen the Dawn Brilliance King in real life. However, they had seen the images of the other 6 kings more than once or twice. Not only the 8 kings, but also the 24 top families. They were familiar with some of the major figures of the other first-rate families. They didn't want to offend someone they couldn't afford to offend and bring disaster to their Nanyan clan. However, they were certain that there was no such person amongst the major figures they knew. Could it be the new Chaos God? However, thinking about it, it couldn't be right. Recently, there hadn't been any phenomena occurring at all, with the ability level of the Flowing Cloud universe. Once someone advanced into the Chaos God level, the entire Flowing Cloud universe would be filled with strange phenomena, celebrating the addition of another supreme expert in the universe. At this moment, Nanyan Ancestor brought a group of Universe God Elders from the Nanyan clan to greet Fan Yang. Nan Yun greets little friend Fan Yang. Our Nanyan clan will never forget your great kindness. If you have any orders in the future, you can climb the mountain of blades and plunge into the sea of fire. We will not hesitate to do so. Ming Yang Dao Zun and the rest were still searching for him. Their real names could not be used for a short period of time. Fortunately, they had given him an alias. However, this alias was too lazy. It only knocked down his name. You're too polite, old ancestor. It was just a small effort. It's nothing. Yang Fann chuckled. With just a glance, he had already seen most of Nanyan Ancestor's background. Even if high-ranked quasi-chaos god, who had almost exhausted all of his potential, obtained that origin elemental crystal, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through to the chaotic god realm. As for middle-level chaos god, he didn't even need to think about it. A middle-level chaos god potential elixir was much more valuable than that origin stone. Little friend Fan Yang, please come in. I have prepared a feast for you. Little friend Fan Yang, you must reward me handsomely. After drinking for 3 rounds, Nanyan Ancestor waved his hand and the maids beside them, as well as the dancing dancers and singers in the middle of the hall, all left. In the entire hall, only Nanyan Ancestor and the other universe gods of Nanyan clan were left. Little friend Fan Yang, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if little friend can agree to it. Oh, may I know what old ancestor is talking about? Yang Fann squinted his eyes and looked at Nanyan Ancestor with a playful look. He wanted to see what the two of them were up to. Little friend Fan Yang, your cultivation base is shocking. Immeasurable divine abilities, I am deeply impressed. Right now, our clan is in the midst of recruiting people. I wonder if you would like to join us. Don't worry, my young friend, you will become a guest elder of our clan. As long as you agree, our clan will do our best to help you break through to the quasi-chaos god. Even taking the last step to become an indestructible chaos true god. You will stand at the top of the empire. C-2700 turn hostile Yan Yun Empire, South Cloud Star. Nanyan Ancestor had a sincere expression on his face as he invited Yang Fann to join their Nanyan clan. The news about the origin stone must not be leaked, otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. If they were not careful, even their Nanyan clan might be destroyed because of it. The origin stone, which was worth tens of millions of units of origin of chaos, was not something a first-class family like theirs, which only had one quasi-chaos god guarding it, could defend. Not only were the ordinary passengers mercilessly killed by them, even Black Flood Dragon, the Black Flood Dragon King, was mercilessly killed by them. When Yang Fann and the others returned, Nanyan Ancestor had already led a few of his family's old ancestors to Black Flood Dragon Planet. They wanted to kill Black Flood Dragon Palace. Black Flood Dragon was one of his subordinates. Black Flood Dragon Prefecture was a second-rate power with only one top-level universe god guarding it. They also wanted to attack the Nanyan clan. They really didn't know what death was. Now, only Fan Yang was left. However, he had done a great deed for the Nanyan clan after all. Without him, they would have died a long time ago. Not only would the leader of the young generation of the Nanyan clan, Nan Yunqian, die, even the origin stone would fall into the hands of Black Flood Dragon. At that time, it would be virtually impossible to retrieve the origin stone. As long as he was willing to pledge his loyalty to the Nanyan clan and become the guest elder of the Nanyan clan, it was not impossible to spare his life. A top-level universe god was a great help to the Nanyan clan. In the entire Nanyan clan, apart from him, who was a quasi-chaos god, there was also a top-level universe god old ancestor. There were only 9 of them, less than a handful of them. It could be said that every top-level chaos god was the mainstay of the Southern Cloud family. Invite me to be a guest elder. Yang Fann looked at Nanyan ancestor with a strange expression. A small family that didn't even have a single chaos god actually wanted him to be a guest elder. What was this? Digging a corner of the primeval chaos Tao palace. How dare you at this moment? He had no choice but to raise his thumb and say, I submit, something that even those level 10 empires would not dare to do. But the Southern Cloud family, a small family of a rank 5 empire, did it. Their audacity was beyond description. Little friend Fan Yang, I will keep my promise. As long as you join my clan, quasi-chaos god, and even the true chaos god, it will only be a matter of time. Nanyan ancestor continued to promise Yang Fann. If Yang Fann really joined Nanyan clan, it wouldn't be impossible for him to help him break through to the chaos god realm. He only needed half of the origin stone, and it would be enough for a dozen or 20 top-level universe god warriors to break through to the low-level chaos god. It was far more powerful than the top-level universe god that the Nanyan clan possessed. Nanyan ancestor, I'm used to idling around in the wilderness. I'll skip the position of guest elder. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and rejected the offer. You all have the guts to poach the primeval chaos Tao palace, but he can't really betray the primeval chaos Tao palace. It's not like he was kicked in the head by a donkey. He was a Tao child from one of the top 10 powers of the primal chaos, but a guest elder of such a small family. Little friend Fan Yang, you'd better think it over carefully. Nanyan ancestor's voice sank. One could only accept 2, but not 3. He had already sincerely invited Fan Yang, so it was a bit too much for Fan Yang to refuse. As he spoke, Nanyan ancestor lightly waved his hand. All the old ancestors and elders of Nanyan clan took a step forward. Although they didn't release any powerful pressure, the atmosphere in the hall was still extremely tense. Nanyan ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to force me to stay? Yang Fann calmly poured himself a glass of wine. His facial expression remained unchanged, and no one could see through his thoughts. Nanyan ancestor's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Fan Yang still has something he can rely on? This composure was not something an ordinary top-level universe god could do. One should know that at this moment, the top combat strength of the Nanyan clan's 9th floor was gathered in the main hall. The 9 great top-level universe god were even more powerful. Not a single one of them was missing. That oppressive aura was enough to make a middle-low order top universe divine god unable to breathe. But very quickly, that trace of worry was snuffed out by Nanyan ancestor in the cradle. This was the South Cloud Star. Even if this Fan Yang really had something to rely on and hid his true cultivation base, he was still a quasi-chaos god like him. There was no way he could overturn the heavens. After thousands of years of hard work from the Nanyan clan, the South Cloud Star had become an impregnable fortress. Under the Chaos God, even great perfection quasi-Chaos God would be suppressed by them in the South Cloud Star. Could this Fan Yang be the Chaos God? In Yan Yun Empire, there were less than 100 people in the Chaos God. He had met almost all of them, but none of them was as powerful as Fan Yang. As for the Chaos Gods from other empires, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? He could meet the Chaos Gods in any civilian spacecraft. Did he really think that the Chaos God was a weed on the roadside, so he could have as much as he wanted? Little friend Fan Yang, the origin stone is of great importance. If little friend Fan Yang agrees to become a guest elder of Nanyan clan, everyone will be happy. Otherwise, I can only thicken my face and ask little friend Fan Yang to stay in South Cloud Star for a few more days. As I thought. I just want to let you go, but I can't find a chance. Yang Fann shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart. The next second, his voice turned cold as he said, "What a good Southern Cloud family. Repaying kindness with ingratitude, how can you speak so righteously? However, Nanyan ancestor, do you really think you can take me down? Little friend Fan Yang, you don't have to worry about this. As long as the Chaos God isn't here personally, my Nanyan clan is confident that we will be able to stay here. So, little friend Fan Yang, you better stay in South Cloud Star for a period of time. One day, when you have made up your mind and are willing to be a guest elder of my Southern Cloud family, I will naturally return your freedom. Is that so? Nanyan ancestor, are you so sure that I'm not the Chaos God?" The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up as he gave Nanyan ancestor a meaningful look. Chaos God, Nanyan ancestor chuckled. To think that Fan Yang would say it out loud. How could a Chaos God stage be broken through so easily? Thinking back, he, Nan Yunyao, was also a heaven-warping genius. Amongst his peers, there were very few who could compare with him. However, not only high-rank quasi-Chaos God had cultivated bitterly for millions of eras. Not to mention the Chaos God, even great perfection quasi-Chaos God was nowhere to be seen. Let alone a junior like him. Little friend Fan Yang. Don't. Zero. Without waiting for Nanyan Ancestor to finish his words, Nanyan Ancestor's pupil shrunk, revealing an indescribable panic. Rumble, a terrifying pressure that was millions of times more terrifying than high-rank quasi-chaos gods, burst out from Yang Fann's body, crushing towards Nanyan Ancestor and the others. Poochie poochie poochie. In an instant, hundreds of universe gods from the Nanyan clan. The rest of them were all pressed to the ground, unable to move, especially low-level universe god, who was bleeding from all his orifices and lying on the ground like a pile of mud. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Mixed together. Chaos God, it really is Chaos God. No, how could this be? How could this be? An indescribable panic spread across the hall. This pressure, this aura, it was definitely the Chaos God. Furthermore, it was not the low-tier Chaos God that had just advanced. Regret, endless regret, it was as if it was going to devour Nanyan Ancestor's soul. If he knew that Fan Yang was a Chaos God, he would never have dared to be so reckless and directly fall out with him. A Chaos God was not someone the Nanyan clan could fight against. It wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the Nanyan clan. At most, they would have to pay a small price. It's a misunderstanding, Lord Fan Yang. All of this is a misunderstanding. I was just joking with you, joking with you. Misunderstanding, a joke. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth, and he pushed it away cleanly. Yes, sir. What happened just now was just a joke from me after I drank. It can't be true, it can't be true. I can't take it for real. How about this, I'll eliminate your Nanyan clan first, then I'll tell you a misunderstanding. What do you think? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, revealing the intention of a cat toying with a mouse. No, Master, please forgive me. Master, please forgive me. Nanyan Ancestor felt anxious. The Nanyan clan was gone. There was no need to say a single word of misunderstanding. What was the point of saying 1,000 or 10,000 words? These are your last words. Then, I'm going to make my move. No, Master, are you really going to be so ruthless? Don't forget, this is the Luyun Emperor District. My Nanyan clan is also a marquee family of the Empire. If you really dare to destroy my Nanyan clan, the Empire will definitely not let you off. Even if you are the Chaos God, you will only die in front of the Empire's army. C-2701. Your Majesty, please help the Southern Cloud Clan Yanyan Empire, South Cloud Star. Nanyan Ancestor's face was filled with anxiety and regret. He thought that Yang Fann was the sheep that they could torture as they pleased, but he never thought that Yang Fann was actually a man-eating beast, and it was the wild beast that came from the ancient wilderness. Helpless, Nanyan Ancestor could only use the name of the Empire to intimidate Yang Fann and win the Nanyan clan a chance to live. The Yanyan Empire was not considered a powerful country in the huge Zhenyang Chaos domain. It could not even be ranked in the top 10,000. However, it was still a rank 5 empire after all. It had the power to fight against a high-level Chaos God. It was likely that Fan Yang, this low-level Chaos God, would still be wary of it. As one of the 108 noble families of the Yanyan Empire, the Southern Cloud family was not one of those viscounts or barons. Once something bad happened, the Empire would not let it go. If they could not even care about the life and death of a great noble like the Marquis of the Empire, the Yanyan Empire would definitely be disloyal. No one else would be willing to pledge loyalty to Yanyan's royal family. Are you using the Yanyan Empire to pressure me? Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and a playful smile appeared on his face. No, Master, I did not mean that. But it's better to get rid of enemies than to get married. It was indeed mine just now. No, I can't just compensate you here. I hope that sir will be magnanimous and forgive our Nanyan clan this time. Nanyan Ancestor said hurriedly. It was better not to alert the Empire's royal family. It was also not easy to ask the Imperial family for help. If they were not careful, they would have to spit out the origin stones that they had just obtained. If a Chaos God suddenly came looking for trouble with their Nanyan clan, how could the royal family not investigate? Although the secret that the Nanyan clan had done had killed almost all the people who knew about it, Nanyan ancestor didn't dare to underestimate the strength of Yanyan's royal family. Perhaps he could find some clues from it. Not to mention, if he took the opportunity to tell the truth, how could the Nanyan clan still have a share of the origin stone? If the origin stone was only worth tens of thousands of origin stones, considering the achievements of the Nanyan clan in the past, Yanyan's royal family wouldn't care about it. However, the origin stone in their hands was as big as an egg. It was enough for the royal family to have a new middle-level chaos god. If the royal family really knew the truth of the matter, even if it would cause the public to criticize them, the royal family wouldn't hesitate to do so. In the Yanyan Empire, the high-grade chaos god was a legend. The middle-level chaos god was almost equivalent to the expert. Even in the royal family, the number of middle-level chaos god did not exceed 2 hands, and on the surface, there were only 4 of them. They were the first-generation great sovereign of the Yanyan Empire, Yanyan. His son was also the second-generation great sovereign of the Yanyan Empire, great sovereign Yan Chu. He was the chief worshipper of the Hall of Worship, High God Tian Lin, the general of the empire, and also the uncle of the current great sovereign, King Yang Yan Shao. Each additional middle-level chaos god was enough to increase the strength of the royal family by a notch. Especially now that the situation was in turmoil, the 8 kings seemed to have the intention of joining forces. The imperial family would never miss this opportunity to increase their strength. However, before Nanyan ancestor could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Fann. He said, "Apologize. If compensation wasn't useful, there wouldn't be so many dead people in the world. I would like to see what abilities your Yanyan Empire has. If you can make me compromise, I'll give you the time it takes an incense stick to burn. What means do you have? External help, use them all." As he spoke, whoosh, a stream of light flashed past. There was an extra incense stick in front of Yang Fann. It was too easy for him to kill them all. He wanted them to know what despair was. Repaying kindness with ingratitude, he even wanted to detain Yang Fann. It had to be said that the Nanyan clan had no choice but to detain him. They were really bold. "Sir, our Nanyan clan doesn't have much enmity with you. Why do you need to do this?" Nanyan ancestor continued to persuade him. He gritted his teeth and said, "In this case, sir, you can only let bygones be bygones. My Nanyan clan is willing to give you 1,000 units of origin of chaos. 1,000 units of origin of chaos to get rid of beggars." A hint of ridicule climbed onto Yang Fann's face. Did he think that he did not see that origin stone? A few mere god restriction mystic techniques were completely useless in front of his eyes. 1,000 units of origin of chaos was less than a 10,000th of the origin stone. To think that this old thing would say such a thing. "Sir, 10,000, my Nanyan clan is willing to give you 10,000 units of origin of chaos." Clenching his teeth, Nanyan ancestor increased the price by 9 times. "Nanyan ancestor, this incense stick has already burned 1/5 of its worth. If you don't ask for help, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. 100,000 units of origin of chaos. As long as Sir stops here, my Nanyan clan is willing to offer you 100,000 units of origin of chaos." Yang Fann just quietly looked at the incense in front of him. He was too lazy to continue paying attention to this old thing. 300,000 units of origin of chaos. "Sir, this is the limit of what we can take out. That origin stone is only worth that much origin of chaos. Limit, and now you're trying to play tricks on me. Very good." A cold shine flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. If this Nanyan ancestor could hand over that origin stone, he would consider it as his sincere regret. He could only kill the higher-ups of these families. The other universe gods and below were too lazy to bother with them. They could still leave a part of the inheritance for the Nanyan clan, but now, all the people of the Nanyan clan had to die, not a single one of them would be left alive. 300,000 units of origin of chaos isn't enough. Why is this Fan Yang's appetite so big? Isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? Nanyan ancestor's heart sank. 300,000 units of origin of chaos, even many high-grade and top-grade chaos gods might not have this much origin of chaos. However, this Fan Yang still looked like he was unwilling to give up. It was obvious that he still felt that the price he offered was too low. "HMPH, since that's the case, then stay here for me." A bright light flashed across Nanyan ancestor's eyes. He steeled his heart and stopped bidding. Fan Yang was like a hungry wolf that couldn't be fed. Even If he offered 1,000,000 units of origin of chaos, he would still want 2,000,000 and 3,000,000 units of origin of chaos. In the end, the Southern Cloud family would be completely drained. In the next second, wang, hum, the light from the 3 paths flashed past Nanyang Ancestor's sleeve and quickly disappeared into the hall. Yang Fann seemed not to have seen Nanyang Ancestor's movements. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank it himself. He was not satisfied at all and did not feel like a big battle was about to happen. It was just a mere 5th grade empire. How could there be any expert that could endanger him? Even in a 10th grade empire, he, Yang Fann, was invincible. Fan Yang brat, I'll let you be proud for a few minutes. You will die soon. Nanyang Ancestor glared at Yang Fann. If his eyes could kill Yang Fann would have been torn into pieces and turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, the incense stick was about to burn out. There was at most 1 minute left. Right at this moment, 3 rumble, the void twisted, and the 3 of them appeared within the hall. One of them was around 40 years old. He wore a golden dragon robe and had handsome facial features. He was surrounded by numerous dragon cheese, causing his bearing to be mighty and dignified as he descended upon the world. It was as if with just a glance, one would be unable to resist kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to him. His entire body was filled with an unconcealable confidence. It was as if the world was so big that everything was under his control. Another person seemed to be in his early 30s, and his appearance was ordinary. It seemed as if he would disappear without a trace as long as he was still within the crowd. However, the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a cynical and evil smile that drew the finishing touches of a dragon, and it caused his entire body to reveal an evil charm. Carrying a divine saber on his back, his killing intent was faintly visible. Once it was unsheathed, blood would flow like a river. The last person was a tall and graceful young man. He wore an ocean blue robe, and his skin was white like snow. He possessed a graceful bearing, and he held a white paper fan in his hand as he lightly waved it without revealing the slightest trace of expert aura. He was called a cultivator, and he was more like a wanderer in the world of games. Yao Hua greets His Highness Xian King, the ancient barbarian worshipper, the red dust worshipper. Nanyang Ancestor brought a group of elders and old ancestors of Nanyang clan to greet them and said, "My 3 lords, this is the man who declared that he wants to destroy our Nanyang clan. Please help us seek justice." C2702 The Tao of Man Yan Yun Empire, South Cloud Star. Nanyang Ancestor gave Yang Fann a fierce look, his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Fan Yang brat, I had good intentions and wanted to improve our relationship, but you refused. Go to hell then." He believed that with Xian King and Hongchen, the 2 great reverends of the ancient barbarians would definitely kill this Fan Yang brat. One should know that Xian King was the son of the great marshal of the empire, King Yang. He had already succeeded in reaching the Chaos God stage 1,000,000 years ago, and now, he had even reached the peak of the Chaos God stage. He could be considered one of the best amongst all the kings of the imperial family. He had a chance to become the 2nd middle-level Chaos God after his father, King Yang. The 2 great reverends, Red Dust and Ancient Barbarian, were not weak either. They were ranked in the top 10 Yan Yun empires of the Yan Yun Empire's offering pavilion. Especially the Red Dust officials. They looked harmless and ordinary, but in fact, they were very strong. He was even stronger than Xian King and Yan Qing, and he had already stepped into the extreme Chaos God realm. With the 3 great expert combined, even the real extreme Chaos God would be able to fight him. Although Fan Yang was terrifying, the feeling he got from Fan Yang was that he was only a match for a middle-ranked Chaos God, and with the help of the Nanyang clan. He had the geographical advantage. He had to make sure that this Fan Yang wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Of course, Xian King and the other 2 didn't help for nothing. Although the Nanyang clan had a good relationship with them, it wasn't to the extent where they had to face a Chaos God for the sake of the Nanyang clan. Each of them had 50,000 units of origin of chaos. The 3 of them had a total of 150,000 units of origin of chaos. Regarding this, Nanyang Ancestor had considered it carefully. The Nanyang clan had existed for tens of millions of eras, and when all of their belongings were combined, they would have a total of 160,000 units of origin of chaos. 150,000 units of origin of chaos was the limit of the Nanyang clan. If there were any more, it would only arouse suspicion from Yan Qing and the others. If the origin stone were to be drawn out, it would be the disaster of their race. Old Marquis, rest assured. We will uphold justice for you. If you dare to bully the Marquis of the Empire, even the Chaos God will have to pay the price of blood. Cyan King and Yan Qing swore that 50,000 units of origin of chaos were equivalent to 2 levels of his wealth. It was enough for his cultivation to rise to another level, and his opponent was only a middle-ranked Chaos God. How could he miss out on such a profitable deal? Besides, he had the help of the 2 great reverends, Hongchen and Ji Yu Man. However, this time, the Nanyan clan had really put in a lot of effort. They had promised him 50,000 units of origin of chaos, and even if the Red Dust Pavilion and the ancient barbarian tribe didn't have this amount, they wouldn't be too far off. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 units of origin of chaos. When the 3 of them combined, it was about 130,000 to 130,000 units of origin of chaos. Even if the Nanyan clan had a long heritage and was one of the oldest noble families in the empire, they would still lose all their fortune if they took out so many resources at once. No one knew how Fan Yong had offended the Nanyan clan and made Nan Yun Yaohua want to take his life even if he had to go bankrupt. Speaking of which, I have to thank this Fan Yong. Without him, there wouldn't be such a good thing. 50,000 units of origin of chaos. Even if he didn't eat or drink, he would need 100,000 eras to accumulate it in order to repay your kindness. I will show great mercy and give you a quick death in the next second. Rumble. A terrifying pressure of a top-grade chaos god burst out from Cyan King's body, crushing towards Yang Fann. Vile creature, surrender now and wait for my orders. Cyan King's voice was as loud as a bronze bell. It was very thought-provoking. Get lost. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he shouted. The terrifying human-shaped reel who boiled and shattered everything. Ah, no. Puff. Cyan King and Yan Qing let out a wail of despair. He threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a pile of mud as he collapsed onto the ground. His eyes were filled with despair and fear as he looked at Yang Fann. You are so ruthless. What a ruthless heart. It was destroyed. The chaos in his body, including the origin universe, had completely collapsed. Crippled. His cultivation base as a peak primal chaos god was completely wasted. Life was worse than death. Life was worse than death. Ah, no. How could this be? His Highness Cyan King. How could His Highness Cyan King? Nanyan ancestor was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. His Highness Cyan King was a top-grade chaos god. How could he not even withstand a single shout? No. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Ah, old man Nan Yun, you tricked me. Beside him, High God Red Dust let out a hysterical wail. He was like a furious beast that wanted to eat someone. He was very clear about Cyan King and Yan Qing's cultivation base and strength. Even if he was compared to Cyan King, he would only be slightly inferior. The result was good, but they couldn't stop Fan Yang's stern shout. What kind of terrifying existence was this? A middle-level chaos god was absolutely a middle-level chaos god, and it wasn't that low-rank middle-level chaos god, but this old man Nan Yun actually lied to him. He was only a first middle-ranked chaos god. The gap between them was more than a million times, and it was completely a trap for him. Roar. Die bang. The enraged red dust god wasn't someone that high-rank quasi-chaos god could defend against. He didn't even have the time to let out a wail before his entire body exploded like a watermelon. Ah, no, old ancestor. The Nanyan clan universe gods let out heart-wrenching screams, as though they had lost their parents. The sky had collapsed. Their Nanyan clan's sky had collapsed. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? This wasn't supposed to be how the script should be. It shouldn't be that Cyan King and the others had forcefully suppressed that Fan Yong. How could it become like this? The old ancestor was gone, and Cyan King was destroyed. It was over. The Nanyan clan was finished. Despair, endless despair spread in the hearts of the universe gods. Putting aside whether or not evil spirit would let their Nanyan clan go, even if they disdained to bicker with ants like them, their Nanyan clan would not be able to escape the calamity of extinction. His Highness Cyan King, he was the son that King Yong doted on the most. He was one of the geniuses of the imperial family. Now that the Nanyan clan had become a cripple because of him, would King Yong let the Nanyan clan go? Would the empire let the Nanyan clan go? Woo. What sins have we committed? Why must we force Fan Yong to stay? 3. If he wanted to leave, let him go. If I die just like that, I'll let this old thing off the hook. Yang Fann sneered. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Otherwise, he would have been imprisoned and stopped by Red Dust God when he attacked in a fit of rage. Thinking about it carefully, It was a good choice to return the favor to the enemy. It was better to let these aphids die in the hands of their reinforcements. The next second, Yang Fann turned to look at the red dust god and the ancient barbarian god. Bang bang. In an instant, the red dust high god, the ancient barbarian high god's knees went soft, and he fell to his knees in front of Yang Fann. Their heads were like garlic pounding against the ground. Spare my life, please spare my life, my lord spare me, my lord spare me. The pride and dignity of the chaos god had been thrown out of their minds at this moment. It was not easy for them to become a chaos god. How could they be willing to die just like that? Do you want to die or live? I want to live, I want to live, my lord, I want to live, I want to live. Red dust god, ancient barbarian yes god and ancient barbarian god hurriedly replied. Their hopeless hearts were filled with a glimmer of hope. As long as they could survive, they would not hesitate to swear to be their slaves. If you want to live, you can. I don't want to see anyone from the southern cloud family. I don't want to see any of them. My lord, don't worry. I, Hongshan, swear with my heart that I will destroy all the bloodlines of the Nanyan clan in this life. Lord, I also swear that I will destroy all the bloodlines of the Nanyan clan. The red dust god, the ancient barbarian god. God's killing intent surged. If it wasn't for the Southern Cloud family, they would have ended up in such a state. Even if Yang Fann didn't say it, they wouldn't let the Southern Cloud family go. Ah, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. Spare me, revered sir, spare me, I am a marquis of the empire, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. C-2703 Brave King Yan Yun Empire, South Cloud Star. Ah, no, don't kill me. Spare me, my lord. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die ancestor, where are you, and where are you? Let us go, my lord please, let us go. All of this has nothing to do with us, it has nothing to do with us. Wails of despair rang out from every corner of the South Cloud Star. Resistance, that was simply an extravagant hope, especially after the number 1 fleet of their Nanyan clan's trump card fleet was destroyed by the palm of the ancient barbarian god. Collapse. Countless members of the Nanyan clan had completely collapsed. The power of the Chaos God had far exceeded their imagination. Even if they wanted to escape, it was just a dream. The spiritual sense of the ancient barbarian god and red dust god had completely sealed off the South Cloud Star. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape from it. Not only the people of Southern Cloud family in South Cloud Star, but also the disciples of Southern Cloud family who were scattered all over the Yan Yun Empire. No matter if they were male or female, old or young, they would all die. This was the only way to vent the anger in their hearts. If it wasn't for the Southern Cloud family, they wouldn't have ended up like this. They were like lowly servants, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Just thinking about it made the anger in their hearts explode like a volcano, as if it was going to devour their rationality. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying killing intent radiated out with them as the center, rising endlessly. This would be the shame of their entire lives, a stain that they would never be able to wash away in their entire lives. Ever since they ascended to become chaos deities, in these millions of eras, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Not to mention that they even used their Tao hearts as the trigger, making a heavy vow that if they didn't destroy the Nanyan clan, then the Nanyan clan would be destroyed. As time passed, it would become a knot in their hearts, and even their inner demons. It would affect their cultivation base, and perhaps even their future. They would never have a chance to break through to the middle-level Chaos God. South Cloud Star, Southern Cloud family. Within a grand hall, Xian, king of the Yan Yun Empire, who looked like a pile of mud, stared at Yang Fann with his pair of eyes. His eyes were almost dripping blood. He wished he could eat Yang Fann's flesh and drink his blood. It was precisely this flower that broke the chaos in his body and crippled his cultivation base, causing him to become a complete cripple, making it difficult for him to step into the door of cultivation. This grudge, this hatred. They were irreconcilable enemies that could not be washed away even with all the water in the 5 seas and 4 seas. Die, I want you to die, I want you to die at this moment. Yang Fann's gaze shifted and landed on Yan Qing. A playful expression appeared on his face. Why? Are you not convinced? Do you want to take revenge on me? I will give you this chance. Call out all the people behind you. I will be right here, waiting for them. I didn't want to bother with this aphid. Unfortunately, some people were just courting death. They actually dared to use the enmity's eyes to look at him. In that case, he might as well teach Yanyan a lesson and let him know what regret was. Good Wa Sheng, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. Cyan King Yan Qing's eyes were filled with enmities. His voice was cold and emotionless, causing one's hair to stand on end. This Hua Sheng was so arrogant. Good, very good. I also want you to know what it means to be unable to live, unable to beg for death. Although Yang Fann had easily crippled his cultivation, he was confident that, with the strength of Yanyan's imperial family, they could still easily suppress this woman. In fact, they only needed the strength of King Yang's bloodline to get rid of him. The world only knew that his father, King Yang, was a middle-rank middle-level chaos god. As a matter of fact, his father had already broken through 300,000 eras ago. Not only that, he had also broken through to high-rank middle-level chaos god. His father had also recruited a middle-level chaos god, profound sword high god, a powerful sword cultivator. In terms of attack power, it was no weaker than his father's. In addition to that, the low-level chaos god in King Yang Prefecture were the peak middle-level chaos god. He could even fight a peak middle-level chaos god warrior. Although Hua Sheng was strong, but that power, at most, barely touched the threshold of high-rank middle-level chaos god. There was still a huge gap between him and a peak middle-level chaos god. Emperor Star of Luyun, King Yang Prefecture. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky and shattered the heavens, filling the entire flowing cloud imperial star. Slash swoosh poochie. In an instant, the universe sovereign, which was weaker than universe lords, was a sovereign domain god. It was unable to withstand that terrifying killing intent. They were instantly reduced to dust. This killing intent, that direction, it's King Yang. It's King Yang's killing intent. In the entire Luyun imperial star felt their hearts tremble. Hiss. What exactly happened? Who is it that provoked this dark star? That is the chaos god under King Yang. This. Good King Yang, you really hid it well. 2 middle-level chaos god and 37 low-level chaos god. King Yang, what is he trying to do? That direction is the South Cloud star of Southern Cloud family. This. Am I seeing things? King Yang had gone in. Could it be that the Southern Cloud family had really angered King Yang? But is this possible? With just that little bit of strength of Southern Cloud family, they don't even have a chaos god. Even if they have the guts, they would never dare to provoke King Yang. No, something isn't right. Something isn't right. Something has happened. Something has happened to the Southern Cloud family. That's High God Red Dust of the Offering Pavilion. The ancient barbarian High God, they are here. They are massacring Nanyan clan. Gurgle gurgle, what on earth was going on? Why would the Red Dust God and the ancient barbarian god massacre the Southern Cloud family for no reason? The doubts in the experts grew stronger and stronger. They could not understand why the Southern Cloud family was a marquee family in the empire. Even if the Red Dust God and the ancient barbarian god were worshipping the chaos god of the pavilion, what awaited them would be the suppression of the empire. Furthermore, according to what they knew, the Southern Cloud family didn't have any grudges with these two high gods. Instead, they had a good relationship with them. The two of them had no reason to kill the Southern Cloud family in such a way. In the entire South Cloud Star, except for some disciples of the branch families with thin bloodlines, there were almost no other direct descendants of the Southern Cloud family. Could it be that the reason why King Yang is so furious is because of these two high gods? As the Royal Highness of the Empire, protecting the rule of the Empire was his duty. But thinking about it carefully, it was not right. If it was really for the sake of the Red Dust and ancient barbarian exalted gods, there was no need to mobilize such a large force. Just King Yang alone was enough to easily suppress Red Dust and ancient barbarian. A few breaths later, King Yang, Yan Shao, and a group of chaos gods from King Yang Prefecture appeared in the sky above Southern Cloud family. Roar Hua Sheng, how dare you cripple my Qinger, you unpardonable Hua Sheng! I will kill all your family members and all your family members. Horrifying killing intent surged from King Yang's body. The corners of his eyes were split open, and tears of blood dripped down unceasingly. His voice was like the weeping of a blood ape, and it was bone-piercing and filled with monstrous hatred. If it was another son, he would have been crippled. He wouldn't care too much about it. King Yang had lived for nearly 5 million eras, and he had given birth to countless children. Many of them were unknown to him. In his heart, other than those children who had the potential to advance to the Chaos God realm, he didn't even treat them as his children. Apart from the bloodline connection, there was almost no familial love at all. That was true. He had never met many of his children ever since they were born, so how could there be any familial love between them? However, Xian King and Yan Qing were different. He was the only chaos god among his sons, and he even had the potential to break through to the middle-level chaos god. He had always been doted on by him. He had an irreplaceable position in his heart. To put it bluntly, even when all his sons were together, his position in his heart was not as important as Yan Qing's. However, right now, his most beloved and most valued son had been crippled just like that. Origin Universe had been completely destroyed. With the foundation of Yanyan's imperial family, it was impossible for them to recover. Even if it was the 7th Great Empire that was guarded by Chaos God King, they might not be able to find the precious divine herb that could restore the Origin Universe. It was useless. His Qinger was completely crippled. Roar die this Hua Sheng, I want to kill him, I must kill him. What? Did I hear it wrong? His Highness Xian King. Someone had crippled His Highness Xian King. How is this possible? 3C2704 He crushed it with one hand. Yan Yun Empire, South Cloud Star. A group of quasi-chaos god warriors who were following behind King Yong's group of quasi-chaos gods opened their eyes wide, not daring to believe what they had just heard. What did they just hear? Xian King, Yan Qing, the #1 monster in King Yong Prefecture, had his cultivation base crippled. How was this possible? Even the 8 great royal families didn't have the courage to cripple Xian King and Yan Qing. That was the rhythm of a full-scale war with King Yong and Yanyan. Even a middle-level chaos god wouldn't be able to escape death at that time. The inheritance of the Yanyan royal family had been passed down for nearly 20 million eras. The strength of their foundation was beyond their imagination. According to the legends, Great Sovereign Yanyan was only a step away from becoming a high-grade chaos god a million years ago. Now that a million eras had passed, he might have successfully broken through the last step and become a high-grade chaos god. The 8 royal families could only fight against Yanyan's royal family by joining forces. If Yanyan's imperial family wanted to destroy them, they wouldn't need to pay a great price. However, very quickly, the experts' facial expression changed. Their pupils shrunk, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. This. It was true. Everything was true. Xian King and Yan Qing had really been crippled. The one that was crippled was the complete foundation. Not a single trace of their origin was left behind. All of them had been forcefully destroyed. There was no way for them to recover at all. Gulp. Just what kind of divine being was this? He actually dared to do such a vicious thing. King Yong is here. What should we do? Red Dust and ancient barbarian god, who were slaughtering the Nanyan clan, looked at each other. An unconcealable melancholy flashed across their eyes. Their hearts were in their throats. Boundless fear and uneasiness were just like the endless fear and uneasiness. Boom boom boom. They had come to South Cloud Star with Yan Qing, but in the end, Yan Qing was crippled, while the two of them were unharmed. Given King Yong's character, how could he let them go after seeing them? Even if Yan Qing was crippled, it had nothing to do with them. It was the same. Their biggest responsibility was not to save Yan Qing. This time, they were really tricked by the beauties of Nanyan clan. Regret. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have coveted the 50,000 origin of chaos. No matter how good the origin of chaos were, it wasn't as important as their lives. They had just left the tiger's mouth, and now they were trapped in the wolf's den. This was not giving them any chance to live. That lord, since he dared to ruthlessly cripple Xian King, he should have the confidence to deal with Yanyan's imperial family's revenge. Lord, oh Lord, please don't disappoint us. At this moment, the only one they could rely on was Yang Fann. If Yang Fann could win, it would be fine. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Even if they didn't die, they would still be half dead. No one knew when, but the entire South Cloud Star had been sealed. With their cultivation base, even if they used the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase their cultivation base, it would still be difficult for them to break the seal. Running away was an extravagant hope. 1 high-rank middle-level chaos god, 1 middle-rank middle-level chaos god, 5 quasi-middle-level chaos god, 32. Low-level chaos god, this is your reinforcement. Looks like I overestimated you all. Yang Fann shook his head lightly, and his voice revealed a trace of indescribable disappointment. He thought that there would be many experts, but he didn't expect that these few ants wouldn't even be enough for him to slap them. What? Did I hear it wrong? Does he think King Yong and the others didn't come enough? Hiss. No way. Is he that confident that he can defeat King Yang and the others? The expert's heart skipped a beat. Was there a mistake? They could only feel that their opponent was too strong. They had never seen such a person before. They were deeply afraid that their opponent would be too weak. Looks like King Yang and the others might not have a 100% chance of winning this battle. That's true. It's not like a ferocious dragon can't beat a river. Since they dared to cripple Cyan King's cultivation, they must have something to rely on. Many people's thoughts began to waver. This mysterious chaos god that came out of nowhere was not simple. His cultivation base wouldn't be much weaker than King Yang. It wasn't impossible for him to surpass King Yang. In the face of such a high and even, peak middle-level chaos god, even if King Yang and the others could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. It was highly likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. In an instant, the hearts of many experts began to stir. King Yang's bloodline, that was the great help of Yanyan's imperial family. If there was anything wrong with this bloodline, it was no different from losing an arm to the Yanyan imperial family. At that time, their chance would come. This Hua Sheng's cultivation base isn't any weaker than mine. A trace of fear flashed across King Yang's eyes. With their King Yang prefecture's strength, they would need at least half of their forces to take down high-rank middle-level chaos god. Even he himself might be dragged along with them if he wasn't careful. These were the forces that he had gathered with great difficulty. But soon, King Yang's frown loosened. This was the Luyun Emperor District, the lair of Yanyan's imperial family. Not to mention high-rank middle-level chaos god, even that high-rank high-level chaos god might not be a match for Yanyan's imperial family in the Luyun Emperor District. With such a huge change in South Cloud Star, the great sovereign must have gone to find the old ancestor and the others. As long as they entangled him for a few breaths of time, he wouldn't be able to break out of the encirclement. Once the old ancestor and the others arrived, even if Hua Sheng was 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger than before, he wouldn't be able to stir up any more waves. Roar! Hua Sheng, how dare you cripple my son's cultivation! I want you to suffer the pain of the divine fire burning your soul day and night. You will never be able to reincarnate. King Yang's voice was filled with enmities. It was boiling, and it swept across the entire South Cloud Star. Divine ability, sacred king hegemony, descends to the world rumble. King Yang's body instantly rose endlessly, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. He looked like a devil god, looking down on the world. Invincible horrifying tornadoes radiated out from all the pores on his body. It was as if the starry sky storm had shattered the endless starry sky. This is the inherited divine ability of the Yanyan imperial family, Divine Emperor Nine Heavens. He has actually broken through to the Saint Sovereign Realm, and is only a first layer away from the first layer in Divine Emperor Heavenly Realm. What a good King Yang, he really hid himself well. If it wasn't for the fact that there was such a dragon in the river, we would have been kept in the dark. Divine Emperor was a Nine Heavens, a secret of the Yanyan imperial family. Every day he changed, his combat strength would increase by tenfold every time he broke through to the first layer. Once he broke through to the Nine Heavens, his combat strength would increase by 90 times, which was enough to increase his combat strength by 90 times. Challenging someone who was a grade higher than him. Although his combat strength could only increase by 80 times in the 8th heavenly layer, it was still enough for him to unleash the combat strength of a peak middle-level chaos god. According to what they knew, King Yang had only managed to cultivate to the 7th layer, Heavenly Emperor realm a few centuries ago. It was impossible for him to reach the Heavenly Emperor realm with just a few eras. There was only one answer. King Yang had concealed his true realm. Roar die for this King Rumble. The punch was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. Countless chaos beasts trampled on the voids. A terrifying sound was like the explosion of stars, and meteors fell to the ground. Noisy, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. His right arm moved and he stretched out his hand as if he was playing around. Ah, no, how could this be? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A hysterical wail sounded out from King Yang's mouth. The mighty King Yang was grabbed by Yang Fann like a little chicken. Arg, capture him. King Yang was captured just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? Dream on, I must be dreaming. The group of experts rubbed their eyes hard, not daring to believe the scene in front of them. They had thought that King Yang would lose, but they never thought that. It was just a single move, and King Yang was captured alive. This was even more difficult than blowing King Yang up. Even an ordinary low-rank high-level chaos god wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to do it better. 1. Aphids, go on your way obediently. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face, and he started to exert force with his right hand. Ah, grandson Yan Xiao, no, stop. Stop it right now. C-2705. You don't want to be a human. I'll help you. Yan Yun Empire. South Cloud Star bang. The sky collapsed and the earth split. The mighty King Yang of the Yan Yun Empire, Yan Xiao, was crushed by Yang Fann. Both his body and soul were destroyed without any hesitation. He killed without hesitation. Ah, die dead. King Yang and Yan Xiao have fallen just like that. The expert's eyes bulged out, and they revealed a wisp of disbelief. Although they had seen Yang Fann capture King Yang and Yan Xiao alive, they had really thought that Yang Fann would do it. There weren't many of them, King Yang and Yan Xiao. Unlike Xian King, he was one of the true pillars of Yan Yun Empire. On the surface, he was one of the 4 middle-level Chaos God warriors who dared to kill King Yang. He had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Yanyan imperial family. If there was still a slight possibility of easing the tension, although Xian King and Yan Qing were crippled, they were still alive. If they were willing to lower their heads and compensate Yanyan with a large amount of resources, the Yanyan royal family might not hold them back. A middle-level Chaos God wasn't qualified to make the Yanyan royal family compromise, but if it was a high-grade Chaos God, it would be 2 different concepts. With the Yanyan royal family's strength, even if they could suppress a high-grade Chaos God, they would still have to pay a heavy price. It would be much better than cultivating a new top-grade Chaos God. But now, with the fall of King Yang and Yan Xiao, the possibility of that happening had become impossible. A core imperial family like King Yang wouldn't be affected even if he died. The cohesiveness of Yanyan's imperial family would definitely dissipate. At the same time, a feeling of sadness swept across the hearts of the expert. Even a middle-level Chaos God like King Yang had fallen just like that, let alone a low-level Chaos God like them, or even a quasi-Chaos God who wasn't even a Chaos God. In the future, he had to keep a low profile, and keep a low profile. He didn't want to provoke any big shots that he couldn't afford to offend. No, father, this isn't true. It is not true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not far away from Yang Fann, Yan Qing, who was like a pile of mud, let out a hysterical howl. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it at all. In his heart, his father, King Yang, was the strongest. He was invincible. How could he possibly die in the hands of Hua Sheng? And he was still caught and crushed without any resistance. Right at this moment, ah, grandson Yan Xiao, another heart-wrenching cry that sounded like the mourning of his parents swept over from outside the South Cloud Star. In the next second, rumble, rumble, numerous escape lights tore through the sky and descended from the sky, appearing above the Southern Cloud family. There were a total of 361 people. Each of them had an aura as deep as the ocean. Compared to Nanyan ancestor, they were more than 100,000 times stronger. The Chaos Gods were all Chaos God experts. Among them, 17 of them stood out like cranes amongst chickens. Their aura was so terrifying that it completely surpassed the other Chaos Gods. They were stronger by more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Of course, the most terrifying one was still the person in the lead. That terrifying killing intent caused even middle-level Chaos God warriors to tremble in despair. High-grade Chaos God. This man was none other than founding emperor of Yan Yun Empire, Great Sovereign Yanyan. After a million eras of hard work and a few eras, Great Sovereign Yanyan had successfully taken the last step and advanced to a high-ranked Chaos God. However, at this moment, Yanyan's face was extremely twisted, like a devil from hell that wanted to devour someone. He gritted his teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard from his throat. He was enraged by the lightning, baring his teeth as if he had lost his parents. King Yang, the top 5 expert of the Yanyan imperial family, had fallen just like that. This loss was enough to shake the foundation of the Yanyan imperial family. Hiss. Is this the true power of the Yanyan imperial family? The 8 great royal families are still thinking of resisting the rule of the Yanyan imperial family. They are thinking too much. Phew. Fortunately, I wasn't bewitched by the 8 kings and fell towards them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know how I died. The group of quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Many of them felt lucky in their hearts. This Yanyan imperial family was really too tolerant. Fortunately, They managed to hold it in and weren't tempted by the conditions of the 8 kings. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for those quasi-chaos god and chaos gods who had already fallen to the 8 king families, they were all in a state of panic. No, they had to cut off all contact with the 8 kings, and they had to be fast initially. They thought that even if the Yanyan imperial family was hiding something, having 10 middle-level chaos god warriors was their limit. And with the strength of the 8 royal families, even if they were not as strong as the Yanyan royal family, the difference was not much, and it was enough to fight against the Yanyan royal family. Who would have thought that the difference between the two was not just a little bit? Among the 8 great royal clans, besides the top 3 royal clans, there were 2 middle-level chaos god experts guarding the place, and the other 5 royal families. One of the royal families only had 1 middle-level chaos god warrior. Together, there were only 11 of them. Compared to the Yanyan royal family, there was a big difference. The lower-grade low-level chaos god, the 8 great royal families had sent out all their forces, but none of them had a total of 300 people. Not to mention, Hong Long, he alone was enough to suppress the 8 royal families to the point of suffocation. These 8 royal families were simply a path of no return. Yanyan's royal family didn't make a move to deal with the 8 kings. Perhaps they were just waiting for them to jump out and capture all of them in one fell swoop. This man, it seems like he is going to die soon. A high-level chaos god is going to die here. Pathetic, what a pity, but who can be blamed for this? How dare he kill the royal family of our country? Death is his final destination. Almost no one had high hopes for Yang Fann. The lineup of Yanyan's royal family was truly luxurious. If the numerous chaos gods in King Yang Prefecture were included, it would be a high-level chaos god, 18 middle-level chaos god and 380 low-level chaos god. Even though that man was also a high-grade chaos god, he still couldn't escape death. Great sovereign, I'm here. Martial monarch, there's still me. Insolent maniac, how dare you harm His Highness King Yang? Watch me kill you. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one chaos god after another tore through the void and quickly appeared beside the many chaos gods of the Yanyan royal family. How could they miss out on such a sure-win situation? At this moment, if they didn't show their presence in front of Yanyan, when would they? Especially those chaos gods who had close connections with the 8 royal families, they were even more enthusiastic. With this contribution, the royal family wouldn't blame them too much when they were settling accounts in the future. In less than 3 breaths of time, the number of chaos gods behind Yanyan had exceeded 400. Of course, there were also many who continued to watch. Even if they won, a high-level chaos divine art would die. Many chaos gods would be buried with him in the battle. It was important to perform well in front of Yanyan, but his own life was more important. No one could guarantee that he would be one of them. To be safe, it was better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Roar, you treacherous scholar, you first injured my grandson, Yan Qingzan, and now you killed my great-grandson, Yan Shao. Do you think that there is no one else in my Yanyan imperial family? Today, I swear that if I don't kill you, I won't be a human anymore. What's your name? You don't want to be a human, do you? I'll fulfill your wish. Rumble. The sky darkened, and the entire South Cloud star seemed to have fallen into the limitless darkness. A single heaven-sheltering big hand had crushed the space, including Yanyan, as well as the 400 intermediate and low-level chaos god warriors. Although Yang Fann didn't use too much strength in this palm strike, not even 1/1000th of the strength of divine body, Yang Fann's current strength of divine body was extremely terrifying. It was a middle-level chaos divine king warrior, not even king low-rank middle-level chaos god. Even if it wasn't even 1/1000th of his strength, it was still more powerful than the full-strength strike of a low-rank top-level chaotic god. Ah, no, top-level chaos god, he's a top-level chaos god. In an instant, Yanyan's expression changed. His eyes were filled with panic and despair. This power was 100 times, 1,000 times, more terrifying than the quasi-top-level chaos god of the 7th Grade Empire, the Skyhowl Empire. Not only that, this was a mighty power that only a true top-level chaos god could control. Under this power, low-rank high-level chaos god was like a lowly aphid, unable to resist at all. What? Top-level chaos god? No, how could this be? How could he be a top-level chaos god? It's not good to watch a good show. Why must he get himself involved in this mess? Now, he has gotten himself involved. No, please spare my life, my lord. All of this has nothing to do with me. It's all the fault of the Yanyan royal family. It's all their fault. C2706 End Yan Yun Empire, South Cloud Star. Ah, no, spare my life. Lord, spare my life. Please let me go, my lord. Please spare my dog life. My lord, this is all the fault of the Yanyan imperial family. It's all their fault. It has nothing to do with this little one. It has nothing to do with this little one. Roar, Yanyan imperial family, you bastards, you're all going to die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Begging, wailing, cursing, and regretful voices resounded throughout the entire South Cloud Star. Woo woo woo, what was wrong with watching a good show? Why did he have to intervene? Now, he had even lost his life. Regret, endless regret, it was like a surging tide that swallowed their souls. If they had known that this mysterious expert was actually a top-level chaos god, they would never have dared to make an enemy out of it. A monstrous hatred was boiling within their heart sea. However, it wasn't directed at Yang Fann, but towards the Yanyan imperial family. How much weight and weight did he have? Didn't he know it in his heart? Top-level chaos god, is that something that a puny little Yanyan imperial family like you can afford to offend? Do you really think that Yanyan, a great sovereign, can be arrogant and run amok just because he has advanced to a high-grade chaos god? It's not only you, the Yanyan imperial family, who are going to die, but also them who are going to suffer the same fate. Grug grug grug, the heaven-sheltering big hand didn't slow down in the slightest as it crushed downwards. Since these ants dared to jump out and become enemies with him, their fate was already decided. The dignity of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace's Dao children was not something these aphids could provoke. Yanyan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, followed by the intermediate and low-level Chaos God. None of them could last for even an instant, and all of them were destroyed. Under the mighty force that was chasing after middle-rank top-level Chaos God, Yanyan and the others were just puny ants that couldn't organize any effective counterattacks. The divine ability barrier and the chaotic divine weapon were like paper that could be broken with a single stab. Silence. The entire South Cloud Star seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. It was as if even the sound of panting could be clearly heard. After a while, there were whispers. Gulp. Dead. Yanyan the Great Emperor, and hundreds of other low-level Chaos God warriors were all dead. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? One palm, just one palm. At this moment, the quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods of Yan Yun Empire found it hard to accept what was happening in front of them. They felt like they were dreaming. That was more than 400 low-level Chaos God warriors, 18 middle-level Chaos God warriors, and a high-ranked Chaos God like Great Sovereign Yanyan. This power was found in many 5th-grade empires. It was not too far away either. How could he be killed so easily with a single palm? Southern Cloud family, in a large hall. Cyan King and Yan Qing's eyes were lifeless. They looked like a walking corpse that had lost its soul. He kept repeating the same words, sinner, sinner, sinner. Woo woo woo. I am a sinner of the imperial family. I am a sinner of the royal family. Yang Fann did not kill Yan Qing. Sometimes, death wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was death. Yanyan's royal family had died because of him. He would live in regret for the rest of his life, and he would be condemned by his heart at all times. We won the bet. Red Dust God and Ancient Barbarian God burst into cheers after surviving the calamity. At this moment, the humiliation of kneeling down and begging for mercy disappeared without a trace. They were merely low-level Chaos God warriors, so how embarrassing was it for them to kneel down and beg for mercy from a top-level Chaos God warrior? If it was any other intermediate warrior, or even a high-level Chaos God, they wouldn't be any better. For example, Great Sovereign Yanyan, who was a high-grade Chaos God, was also begging for mercy. This would even be a great honor for them. Not everyone could live under the hands of a top-level Chaos God, but they could do it. In the next second, boom, the two of them looked at each other and cold killing intent flashed in their eyes. Kill. At this moment, they had to complete the mission of their lord. A mere first-rated family dared to provoke a top-level Chaos God. They really didn't know what death was. Death. Everyone, no matter if it was the collateral family or the direct family, all of them had to die. Ah. No, Hua Sheng, you will all die a horrible death. Roar, I curse you all. 2 hours later, the massacre gradually subsided. In the huge South Cloud Star, there were barely any living people left. It was only at this moment that the surrounding expert truly believed that horrifying fact. All of this is true. He is dead. Yanyan and the rest were really dead. Phew. Fortunately, I held back in the end and didn't rush out like the group of old ghosts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed out. Many chaos gods felt a lingering fear. If they acted impulsively and went over to help, the outcome would be the same as Yanyan and the others, turning them into ashes. There was no second possibility. But soon, their expressions changed and became serious. This time, I'm afraid that the Yanyan Empire is going to face a huge change. Although the Yanyan imperial family wasn't completely destroyed in this battle, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they existed in name only. A top chaos god stage combat strength. There was less than a tenth of them. As for middle-level chaos god, apart from the number one person in the consecration pavilion, High God Tian Lin, there wouldn't be a second one. As for the consecration of the consecration pavilion, there was still a big difference between it and the chaotic god of Yanyan's imperial family. It was just like the guest elders of the major families and sect who were more cooperative with the sect and the other families. When the sect and the other families were strong, they would naturally do their best to help them. Once they were weak, these guest elders might not be as devoted to the sect and the other families as before. If something went wrong, they would turn the tables on them instead. There were many of them. Currently, Yanyan's imperial family's strength had plummeted, and the number of chaos gods could be counted on one hand. It was really hard to say whether the devotees of the consecration pavilion would still listen to the imperial family's orders. This was nothing. The most important thing was that the Azure Scorpion royal family and the other 8 royal families were stupid to begin with. They wanted to overthrow the rule of Yanyan's imperial family, so how could they let go of this opportunity that was bestowed to them by the heavens? It wasn't just the 8 royal families. Star Luo, Tian Ping, Jade Pot, and other rank 4 and 5 empires were nearby. It was likely that they were also unwilling to be lonely as they participated in this feast. This won't do. My clan has to make plans as soon as possible. We can't sink the ship together with Yanyan's royal family. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Very quickly, streams of dazzling light tore through the starry sky, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared within the void. Scorpion King Star, one of the 17 unique stars of the flowing cloud universe, the lair of the Blue Scorpion King clan. Scorpion King Star, Blue Scorpion King Palace. Ha ha ha. Good, the heavens are helping me. The 9th and 10th squadrons guard the headquarters. The rest of you follow me to the flowing cloud Imperial Star. The Scorpion King with a human body and a scorpion tail said 3 good words in high spirits. It had never thought that there would be a free lunch in the sky. The Yanyan Imperial family, which was pressing down on them so hard that they almost couldn't breathe, had actually been taken care of just like that. The Heavens Qilin Star, one of the 17 special grade stars in the flowing cloud universe. This was the lair of the Heaven Qilin royal family, one of the 8 great royal families. First Fleet, assemble, request to depart. Second Fleet, assemble, request to depart. Third Fleet, assemble, request to depart. Jade Spring Star, Jade Spring royal family's lair. 2 Rumble, rumble. The terrifying might of chaos god surged into the sky, engulfing the entire Jade Spring Star. Soon, the elite army began to gather. Purple Cloud Star, one of the 12 special stars of the Jade Swallow universe. Yanyan Empire, the 8 royal families, were not gathered in the flowing cloud universe. Among them, there were 3 royal families, which were in the Jade Swallow universe. The Purple Cloud royal family was one of them. Boys, it's time to make a name for yourself. Follow me and take down the Jade Swallow Emperor Star. Rumble, rumble. It wasn't just the 8 great royal clans. The other great clans and powers were similarly foolish. A large number of experts tore through the sky and began to gather towards the clan. When the time was right, they would immediately sweep across the entire area. C-2707 New Universe. In the Yanyan Empire, the wind and rain were unpredictable. In the Battle of South Cloud Star, Yanyan's imperial family had lost less than one of their top grade experts. How could the 8 great imperial families miss such a great opportunity? Although Yanyan's imperial family's foundation was not damaged and the 86 imperial fleets were not damaged, the true deciding factor was still the number of top-grade experts. The imperial fleet had the ability to surround and kill chaos gods, especially the top 10 ships, which were middle-level chaos god. It was very likely that they would be surrounded and killed by them, but the prerequisite was that they had to have a top-grade combat strength to cooperate with them. Otherwise, there was only one possibility for the Imperial fleet to face those Chaos God experts. They would be destroyed one by one. Compared to the real chaotic god experts, in terms of attack power, even the last 86th fleet would not be weaker than a middle-level chaos god. However, in terms of flexibility, one was in the sky while the other was on the ground. No matter how strong the fleet's attack was, it would be useless if they couldn't hit the enemy. Any empire or any empire's fleet would need top-grade experts to keep watch. Only then would they be able to unleash the true power of the fleet's terror-fighting power. Under the leadership of the Green Scorpion King, Purple Cloud King, and Heaven Kylan King, the fleets of the 8 royal families were like a hot knife cutting through butter. The Yanyan royal family had no way to resist, and in less than 100 years, they were able to do so. The Yanyan royal family had lost nearly half of their territory, especially with the rebellion of the chaotic gods in the supporting offering pavilion. The betrayal of many first-rate and top families was getting worse by the day. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the Yanyan Empire was just a broken ship that was about to sink. As far as these ancient families were concerned, their own family was the most important. It was impossible for them to be loyal to the Yanyan royal family. 500 years later, the nearby 5th-level empires attacked one after another. The legacy of 20 million eras had been passed down for a period of time. The Yanyan Empire, which had almost stepped into the threshold of a rank 6 empire, had completely collapsed, turning into 8 rank 4 empires and dozens of rank 3 empires. After tens of thousands of years, the Yanyan royal family had completely vanished. It was unknown whether they had been wiped out, or they had left the flowing cloud and jade swallow great cosmoses and headed to other low-grade universes to hibernate. Of course, all of this was just a matter of the future, it had nothing to do with Yang Fann. He had killed them all. Yanyan still had more than 400 low-level Chaos God warriors left. Yang Fann didn't stay in South Cloud Star for long. He teleported a few times and left Yanyan's territory. Although he didn't think Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others would pay attention to the movement of a small empire like Yanyan Empire, there was nothing wrong with being careful. It wasn't easy to get rid of them. If they caught up to them again, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of them again. Although Yang Fann didn't spend much effort to get rid of Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others, it was only because Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others had underestimated Yang Fann. They thought that Yang Fann, who was only a middle-level chaos god, wouldn't be able to detect their whereabouts and was slacking off. Sigh, this was the disadvantage of having a low cultivation base. If he was a middle-level chaos divine king now, he wouldn't need to be so secretive. Great Dao God's son, with his middle-level chaos divine king cultivation base, unleashed extreme top-level chaos god kings and low-level quasi-sovereigns combat strength. That was a very normal thing. There was no need for him to worry about anything. However, Yang Fann was only thinking about it in his heart. If he really wanted to squeeze out his potential and make a quick breakthrough, Yang Fann wouldn't be willing to do so. Even if he broke through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King in a short period of time, his combat strength wouldn't change much. At most, he would be able to advance from low-level quasi-sovereign to middle-rank quasi-sovereign. If he cultivated according to the usual routine, once he broke through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King, he would be able to defeat any ordinary Great Dao Sovereign, or even suppress him completely. Tian Suo Chaos Circle, Chaos Domain of Taiya. This was one of the 1,136 large-sized Chaos Domain in Tian Suo Chaos Circle, and it could be considered one of the large-sized Chaos Circle in the outer perimeter of Tian Suo Chaos Circle. As long as they passed through the 18 large-sized Chaos Domain, they would leave the Tian Suo Chaos Circle and enter the 12th Dao Devil War Zone. Between the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace and the Heavenly Devil God Palace, there were a total of 16 war zones. At every moment, there was a large number of experts killing each other. Among them, the first 5 war zones. The battle was the most intense. It was said that Great Dao Sovereign was in charge of the war zones. It was that quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Both of them were in danger of dying, and the middle 6 to 10 war zones were the weakest. With a quasi-sovereign of great perfection in charge, the average number of war zones was millions of eras. One of them, low-level quasi-sovereign, would fall, and the last 6 war zones would be the Great Dao. It was just like the novice village. There were very few quasi-supreme beings in charge. Moreover, they were all from low-level quasi-sovereign. The ones fighting were all chaos gods. Chaos God King basically wouldn't have any quasi-supreme experts fall. Compared to Yang Fann, the top 10 war zones were still a bit too dangerous. With his current cultivation base and strength, even though he wouldn't die 10 times if he ran into those extreme and quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, he would still have a slim chance of survival. His chances of survival wouldn't exceed the 3rd level, let alone the supreme great Tao sovereign. The last 6 war zones were more suitable for him. Facing those low-level quasi-sovereign, even if he wasn't a match for them, he had at least 7 or 8 layers of confidence. He would be able to escape without any danger to his life. It wouldn't be too late to plan for the first 10 Tao Devil war zones when he advanced to the advanced level or even the top-level Chaos God after fighting for a period of time in these last 6 Tao Devil war zones. Chaos Domain of Tai Ya, Thunder Empire. This was a grade 8 empire. Its strength was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger. It was not only stronger than the Yan Yun Empire. In the empire, there was a middle-level Chaos Divine King guarding it. The number of low-level Chaos God Kings it had exceeded the number of hands. There were also tens of thousands of Chaos Gods. On the Myriad Kingdom ranking in the Chaos Domain of Tai Ya, he was ranked 98th. He could be said to be a huge figure in the Chaos Domain. The entire Thunder universe occupied a total of 3 top-grade Origin Universe, 42 high-grade Origin Universe, 863 intermediate Origin Universe, and 6,732 low-grade Origin Universe. Of course, these were all innate universe. The Hautian Origin Universe that was left behind after the fall of many Chaos Gods was not included in the list. Among them, with the 3 top-grade Origin Universe and 42 high-grade Origin Universe as the center, they were divided into 45 star zones. Radiant Star Zone was one of the 45 star zones in Thunder Empire. With the high-grade Origin Universe as the center, 18 intermediate Origin Universe, 163 low-grade Origin Universe and a large number of ordinary universes were formed. Divine Light Universe, one of the 18 intermediate Origin Universe in Brilliant Light Sector. Divine Light Star, this was Divine Light Universe Lord Star. Divine Light Star Harbor, the largest star harbor in the Divine Light Star, a giant door of light that was millions of feet tall. Universe ships and warships quickly entered. Star Door, this was a technology that only a level 7 and above high-rank empire could control. It had the same effect as the Universe Transportation Array. It could allow spaceships and warships to quickly travel through the universe and reach another universe in the shortest amount of time. High-grade empires above the 7th grade controlled at least dozens of Origin Universe, and the other ordinary universes were even more unknown. The vastness of their territory was far from what a 5th grade empire like the Yan Yun Empire could compare with. Just relying on spaceships and battleships to fly, even if they could borrow the power of the space wormhole, compared to the entire empire, it would be a drop in the bucket. If there were any conflicts at the border of the empire, when the empire's reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. Only by using the power of the Stargate to travel across the universe could they maintain the rule of the empire. It could be said that if a 6th grade empire wanted to advance to a 7th grade high empire, they would have to give birth to a Chaos God King. It was one aspect, and the other one was to control the construction of the Star Door. Black Cloud Level 7 Universe Ship 0. This was the main ship developed by the Black Cloud Group, although in terms of performance, it was weaker than a Level 7 space ship, but compared to a Level 6 space ship, it was much stronger. It had the power to fight a top-level Chaos God. It was a good choice for the countless residents of Thunder Empire to travel. At this moment, a Black Cloud Grade 7 Universe ship was silently lining up in front of the Divine Light Star Gate. Sigh, the route of Radiant Light Sector is getting more and more congested. The last time we came, we only lined up for a day and we were able to teleport through the Star Door. This time, we've been queuing for 7 days and it's not our turn yet. Looking at the speed, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for another 7 days. There's no choice. Let's wait slowly. Who asked a new universe to appear in the Dragon Sun sector? That is a top-grade Origin universe. Within the Empire, there are countless experts that are rushing towards that new universe. Legend has it that even His Majesty God King has been alarmed. Not only the star gates of the Brilliant Star sector, but also the star gates of the few star zones near the Dragon Sun sector. They are also extremely crowded. C2708 Purple Moon Universe Divine Light Universe, Divine Light Star Harbor, Black Cloud 7th Grade Universe Ship's Deck. Yang Fann drank by himself, casually looking at the scenery around him, very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, he was about to destroy it with his palm. It had been 100,000 years since Yanyan and the others arrived. There were still 18 more large-sized chaos domain, and at most, there would be a 10,000-year light. They would arrive at the 12 warzone smoothly. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The conversation of the three people not far away had attracted Yang Fann's attention. A new universe, this was nothing. It was a vast and boundless chaos, a new universe had always been born. The key was that it was a top-grade origin universe. This was almost the highest-grade universe that could be nurtured by the chaos. Especially the top-grade origin universe in the large-sized chaos circle, the Tian Suo chaos circle's Taiya chaos domain. The resources within it were extremely vast. It was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was just an ordinary top-grade origin universe. The resources in it wouldn't be much weaker than a beginner-grade large-sized chaos circle like the Star Dragon chaos circle. It was enough to give birth to a low-level chaos god king, and it was one of the most outstanding ones among them. It wasn't impossible to give birth to a high-grade low-level chaos god king or even a top-level chaos god king. If it was just an ordinary peak-grade energy-grade origin universe, it would be fine. However, the resources inside would at most allow his cultivation to improve a little. If it was a useless item, it would be a waste to give it up. But if it was that high-level peak-level origin universe, it might have to stay for a short period of time in the Dragon Sun sector. The next second, Yang Fann waved at the three people in the conversation. "Three of you, may I have a chat with you?" In an instant, the three of them stopped talking and looked at Yang Fann. Yang Fann had an imposing appearance, and his body gave them a sense of life pressure. The three of them immediately tensed up. Chaos God, this black-clothed youth in front of them was definitely a Chaos God. The three of them were all quasi-Chaos God warriors who had broken through to the Chaos God stage with just a single step. Only the chaotic divine expert could give them such an oppressive feeling. Without delay, the three of them bowed to Yang Fann and said, "Yang Fann. Ika Van Nuo, Carson greets Master. The three of you, please take a seat." As they spoke, Yang Fann poured a cup for Ika and the other two. Hiss. Could this be the legendary Divine Light Immortal Brew? Looking at the fine wine in front of them, the three of them sucked in a cold breath. The Divine Light Immortal Brew was the #1 wine in the Divine Light universe. Even in the entire Thunder Empire, it was a top-ranked divine wine. A pot of it cost 1 million units of Origin of Chaos. Even many middle-level Chaos God only heard the name of this Divine Light Immortal Brew. Not to mention quasi-Chaos God warriors like them. Just this small cup alone would be more than half of their family's fortune. He then looked at the few empty wine jugs on the table. Ika and the other two swallowed their saliva with some difficulty. The unique wine fragrance told them that it was also the Divine Light Immortal Brew that had been stored inside. Including this pot, it was an entire 8 pots of Divine Light Immortal Brew. Even a high-level Chaos God wouldn't be so generous. This senior in front of him was very likely to be a top-level Chaos God, or even a quasi-God King who had broken through to the Chaos God King stage. Soon, the three of them looked at Yang Fann with even more respect. There were tens of thousands of Chaos Gods in Thunder Empire. However, most of them were low-level Chaos God, high-level Chaos Gods, and not even half a level, let alone top-level Chaos God. There was only 1 in 100 of them. If he was willing to join the Empire, he would immediately be able to obtain the title of Earl, control a low-level origin universe, and become Universe Lord. Although the three of them had some background, each family had the Chaos God in charge. However, compared to a top-level Chaos God, they were nothing. If a top-level Chaos God was willing, he could easily wipe out the 3 families from the Thunder Empire. "Thank you, Senior. May I know what orders you have for us?" "Just now, you said that the universe has been reborn. I am quite excited about this. Can you explain it to me?" "Senior, we have only heard about the new universe from hearsay, so our knowledge is limited." Ika and the other two carefully looked at Yang Fann and said nervously. They were deeply afraid that something bad would anger Yang Fann. With just these quasi-Chaos God and top-level Chaos God warriors, it would be too easy to kill them. Furthermore, the families behind them would never stand up for them. Even if they died, it would be in vain. "It doesn't matter, just tell me what you know." Hearing this, Ika and the other two slightly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this senior wasn't the eccentric and temperamental person. "Sir, that universe is called Ziyu Universe. 3 million years ago, it was discovered by the Ziyu God tribe. The name of the universe was also born because of this. It has not been more than 100 eras since it was born. Actually, the Xiyu god race wanted to monopolize this origin universe. A top-grade origin universe was enough to allow their Xiyu god race's strength to increase by 100 times, 1,000 times, and even give birth to Chaos God King, becoming the sixth royal family of Thunder Empire. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the strength of the natives of the Xiyu universe. Although there were less than 100 Xiyu universes in the Xiyu universe until now, that was only the time they were born. If one counted the time they were born, it would be no less than 10 million eras. During this period of time, a group of terrifying chaotic creatures were also born in the Xiyu universe. Although most of the chaotic creatures had already fallen during the great calamity of the universe, the strength of those surviving chaotic creatures could not be underestimated. The weakest of them all had the power of a high-level chaos god. Among them, the best were no weaker than top-level chaos god, and a few of them had the power of a quasi-god king. The Xiyu god race was only a top-grade god race in Thunder Empire, and there was no chaos god king in charge. The strongest one among them was only top-level quasi-god king. He had fought with the native expert of Xiyu universe for 2 million years, but not only did he not gain any advantage, he even lost a lot of soldiers and generals. Even the only 3 quasi-god king warriors had lost one of their men. In the end, they had no choice but to seek help from their allies. Along with the unusual movements of the Xiyu god race and the other top-grade god race, a large number of soldiers and generals were mobilized, gradually attracting the attention of the other major god race forces. 300,000 years ago, the news of Xiyu universe could no longer be concealed, and it was completely exposed in Thunder Empire. Even the Thunder Emperor clan was alarmed. The resources in a top-tier origin universe was enough to allow the Empire's strength to advance further. In particular, it was said that the Xiyu universe's energy grade was even higher than the True Thunder universe, one of the 3 greatest origin universe in the Empire. The energy level is still above the True Thunder universe, so it's worth a trip for me. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. The True Thunder universe was known as the #1 universe in Thunder Empire. The 2 middle-level Chaos Divine King in Thunder Empire were born in the True Thunder universe. The energy level of the Xiyu universe was higher than the True Thunder universe, so it was very likely that it would give birth to a high-level, or even a top-level Chaos God King. Furthermore, there were less than 100 eras that had just been born, so there were not many resources that had been used up. If he were to plunder them without restraint, his harvest wouldn't be any worse than suppressing a high-level Chaos God King, and might even be better than that. At that time, he would at least be able to break through a minor realm. If he was lucky, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through a few minor realms. It's just that it's not that easy for the Empire to take down the Xiyu universe. Ika continued to speak confidently. Not long after the Xiyu universe was completely exposed, he said. It was known by the 2 empires, Great Yan and Xianfang. Not only my Thunder Empire, but also a large amount of experts. They were rushing to the Xiyu universe, and even the Great Yan Empire. In that Xiyu universe. The Great Yan Empire and Xianfang Empire were 2 neighboring empires. They were the same as the Thunder Empire, and they were both rank 8 empires. Especially the Great Yan Empire, which was even stronger than the Thunder Empire. On the surface, they had 4 middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors, twice as many as the Thunder Empire, and was ranked 872 on the myriad countries ranking of the Great Yan Chaos Domain. Although the Dragon Sun sector was one of the 45 big star regions of the Thunder Empire, in fact, the Thunder Empire controlled a small area with the Dragon Sun universe of the high-rank origin universe as the center. Due to the border of the 3 great empires, 2/3 of the Dragon Sun sector was in a zone that didn't matter. And the newly born Xiyu universe was located in that zone where no one cared. It was also because of this that the other forces, the expert, were given a chance. If this Xiyu universe was located in the central region of the Thunder Empire, it would have been taken down by the Thunder Emperor clan a long time ago. There wouldn't be any other major powers involved in this matter. At this moment, the Xiyu universe was in the middle of a struggle for supremacy between the 4 major powers Thunder, Great Flame, Xianfang, 3 great empires. Also, the local powers of Xiyu universe were confronting each other. Originally, with the arrival of Chaos God King from 3 great empires, the local powers of Xiyu universe didn't have the qualifications to fight against the other 3 major powers. However, 100,000 years ago, the 2 chaotic creatures took the last step and advanced to Chaos God King. Adding the suppression of the universe sources will in the balance between the forces of three great empires, they managed to gain a firm foothold. Three great empires, a native power of the Ziyu universe. Is it a battle for the top four? Unfortunately, with me here, all of you are destined to have no fate with this Ziyu universe C2709 Shantian Divine Weapon Thunder Empire, Dragon Sun Sector, Ziyu universe. Although it was a high-energy level peak grade origin universe, the size of the entire universe was not very large. It was less than 90 billion light-years. Not to mention the other peak grade origin universe, even compared to some low-grade origin universe, it was much smaller. All of this was because he was a new universe that was born less than 100 eras ago. The entire universe was still developing at a rapid pace. At every moment, it was constantly expanding and expanding in all directions. It was far from reaching its limit. If it had been more than 1,000,000 eras, this Ziyu universe wouldn't be much smaller than the other top-grade origin universe. Ziyu universe, outside the cosmic crystal wall. Pucci. Chaos tore apart, forming a spatial gate. In the next second, one of them took a step forward. This was a young man who was around 30 years old. He had sharp brows and starry eyes, and his face was resolute. He seemed as if he was carved from jade, and his aura was ethereal, causing others to be unable to grasp him. He revealed a concept that seemed to have returned to its original state, and if it wasn't the Fan Yang that Yang Fann had transformed into, then who else could it be? He had made up his mind to make a trip to Ziyu universe. Yang Fann didn't stay on the Divine Light Star for long. He didn't even wait for the star door to teleport to the Ziyu universe. He directly tore open the spatial zone and moved towards the Ziyu universe. Although the Ziyu universe was a place of anxiety for the four major powers, it was afraid that none of them would be able to dominate the entire Ziyu universe within a short period of time. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. In order to be cautious, it was better to rush to the Ziyu universe as soon as possible. There were many new universes, but it was not easy to encounter a new top-grade origin universe. A top-grade large-sized chaos circle like the Tien Suo Chaos Circle might not be able to produce a top-grade origin universe even after a few hundred or even a few thousand eras. After this village, who knew how many tens of thousands of eras it would take to encounter a new top-grade origin universe? Buzz. Divine light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he had seen through everything in the Ziyu universe. Sure enough, this is a highly energy-grade universe. My hard work was not in vain. I have come this time. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Ika and the other two didn't lie to him. The energy level of Ziyu universe was indeed above the true Thunder universe of Thunder Empire. It was more than a level stronger, and it had the qualifications to give birth to a high-level Chaos God King. Even in the level 9 Empire, it was enough to become the core universe of the Empire. If the Ziyu universe was completely refined, the harvest would not be much worse than swallowing a top-level Chaos God King. It would be enough for him to advance a few minor levels, or even to advance to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God in one go. However, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann gave up on this idea. If he forcefully devoured the Ziyu universe, it would definitely infuriate the origin will of the Ziyu universe, causing it to fight back with all its might. With his current cultivation base and strength, although he could suppress it, it would take him a few thousand to tens of thousands of eras to do so. The origin will of a high-energy grade origin universe was no joke. Even a top-level Chaos God King would suffer a great loss if he was not careful. It was better to find a way to invade the origin space of Ziyu universe and plunder its origin of chaos. Comparatively speaking, compared to directly devouring the entire Ziyu universe, the gains were less. However, in terms of time, it would drop by hundreds, or even thousands of times. As long as he could enter the Ziyu universe's origin space, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to plunder all the universe source in the Ziyu universe with just a few universe sources. This was much more worthwhile than forcefully devouring the Ziyu universe. With a few thousand or tens of thousands of eras, he had no idea how many experts he could suppress in the Dao Devil Warzone. Perhaps even a top-level Chaos God King could suppress a few top-level Chaos Gods. That harvest! How could a mere Ziyu universe compare to this? Buzz. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled as he scanned the Ziyu universe in front of him. He could see through everything, as if he was searching for something. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 7 breaths. Very quickly, half an incense stick of time passed. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He had found something. The next second, Pucci, Yang Fann took a step forward. The cosmic crystal wall in the Ziyu universe was useless. Ziyu universe, this was a continent-shaped universe. However, because the universe was born, there were no other lesser and lesser continents. Currently, in the entire Ziyu universe, there was only one main continent, and that was the Ziyu continent. It could be said that the Ziyu continent was the Ziyu universe. In the past 300,000 years, along with the Lightning, Great Yan, and Shenfeng's three great empires, many major powers had swarmed into the Ziyu continent. The entire Ziyu continent was completely separated, and could be roughly divided into four large territories. The divine realm of thunder occupied by the Thunder Empire, the divine realm of Great Flame controlled by the Great Flame Empire, the divine wind domain ruled by the Shenfeng Empire, and the primal chaos land where the local powers of the Ziyu universe were located. Divine domain of Supreme Flame, Sunburst Castle. This was the base of operations established by one of the 13 royal families of the divine domain of Supreme Flame, the Blazing Sun royal family. For the sake of this grand feast, the Blazing Sun royal family sent a large number of experts into the Ziyu universe. Among them, there were 16 quasi-god king warriors. There were more than 100 top-level Chaos God warriors, and there was even a Chaos God king who came personally. After 300,000 years of war, the Sun Imperial family had control of the 180 million light-years worth of land in the eastern part of the divine domain of Supreme Flame. Among all the major powers in Ziyu universe, they were ranked in the top 30. Pucci. All of a sudden, the space above Sunburst Castle distorted, and a man stepped out from it. Who could it be if it wasn't Yang Fann? Who is it? How dare you trespass into our Sunburst Castle? Guards, take him down. Before he could finish his sentence. Boom boom boom. Streams of light shot into the sky. In an instant, they had arrived in front of Yang Fann and surrounded him. Waves of high-grade and top-level Chaos God pressure radiated out, crushing towards Yang Fann. A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Bang bang bang. Dozens of high-level Sun Kings and top-level Universe God warriors didn't even have the time to scream before they turned into flying ashes. How dare you, evil flower, you are courting death, the life of the woman, return my son's life. Accompanied by furious roars, streams of powerful Chaos God pressure directly soared into the sky. Noisy Yang Fann shouted coldly. With Yang Fann as the center, the terrifying human-shaped reel who swept in all directions. Pucci in an instant, apart from the 16 quasi-god king and over 100 top-level Chaos God warriors, the entire Sunburst Castle was barely able to hold on. The rest of them, including those high-grade Chaos Gods, were all destroyed and turned into powder. Ah, no, Chaos God King. This is Chaos God King's power. The hearts of the 16 quasi-god king warriors trembled. The fact that he could kill tens of thousands of Chaos Gods so easily had shaken all of them, causing their chi and blood to boil. This power was not something that quasi-god king warriors could possess. Even the strongest great perfection quasi-god king warriors were far from being able to do so. Calm down, His Majesty God King, calm down. Your Majesty God King, calm down. Very quickly, 16 quasi-god king from the Sun Imperial family rose into the sky. One of them, in great perfection quasi-god king, took a step forward and bowed to Yang Fann. Lai Feng from the Sun Imperial family of the Great Yan Empire greets Your Majesty God King. I wonder what has offended Your Majesty in the Sun Imperial family. The death of more than 10,000 Chaos Gods was something that the Fierce Wind quasi-god king didn't even dare to mention. Currently, one of the three great God King of the Scorching Sun Divine family, Lai Long God King, was called to the Divine City by old ancestor Taihao of the Supreme Flame Emperor family. They had no choice but to endure it since they weren't in the Sunburst Castle. Otherwise, if they really angered this God King, they would be the ones to die in the end. God King, Quasi-God King, and Heaven and Earth Cloud and Mud. Even if they combined their strength of 16 Quasi-God King and used the forbidden divine ability to fight with their lives on the line, they still wouldn't be a match for Chaos God King. Hand over all the Ziyu universes you have collected from the Ziyu universe, and I will spare your lives. C 2710. I'll wait for him here. Thunder Empire, Dragon Sun Sector, Ziyu Universe, Sunburst Castle. Yang Fann looked down from above at the 16 Sun Royal Quasi-God King below. There was only one reason why he had come to the Sun family, and that was that Yang Fann had taken a fancy to the innate origin of Chaos Divine weapon in their hands. Treasures were divided into innate and acquired treasures, and the same applied to chaotic divine weapons. Artificial divine artifacts were refined by humans, and innate divine artifacts were naturally born when the universe was born. Between the two, under normal circumstances, there was not much difference. In the native universe, connate divine artifacts could have a slight advantage and could display power that surpassed a grade or even greater. Of course, the reason Yang Fann collected these primordial chaos divine artifacts wasn't because he was interested in these divine weapons. The energy that could be unleashed in the Ziyu universe was a force that could transcend realms. With Yang Fann's divine body's defense, once he fully activated the Chaos Origin divine body, many top-level Chaos Origin divine artifacts would have no choice but to stand aside. As for a newborn universe like the Ziyu universe, let alone a top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact, he wouldn't even be able to find a single high-level Chaos Origin divine artifact. It was a big mystery. The higher the grade of origin of Chaos divine tool, the longer it would take for it to be nurtured. 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million eras. It was not impossible. As far as Yang Fann was concerned, anything below the top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact was useless. It could not increase his combat strength at all. All he wanted was to borrow the power of the primordial Chaos divine artifact to find the location of this spatial origin of chaos in the Ziyu universe. The primordial Chaos divine artifact was born from the universe. It had a trace of the universe sources will mark on it, especially those innate origin of chaos divine weapons. The origin mark on them was even more obvious. Otherwise, it was not impossible to search the origin of chaos space with his own strength alone. It was just that the time needed was probably 10 or 100 eras. Yang Fann didn't have that much time to stay in Ziyu universe for a long time. Seeing that Yang Fann, this mysterious Chaos God King, didn't seek revenge on them, but instead came for the primordial Chaos divine artifact in their hands, Lai Feng and the other 16 quasi-God Kings' hearts sank immediately. After all, it was all for these few primordial Chaos divine artifacts. Furthermore, these innate origin of chaos divine weapons, every single one of them occupied a portion of the fortune of the Ziyu universe. The more primordial chaos divine artifacts they controlled, the more luck they had in the Ziyu universe. The stronger they would be. At that time, the easier it was to obtain the love of the universe sources it would directly affect their final harvest in Ziyu universe. They wanted to reject it, but they were also afraid that it would completely infuriate Yang Fann, causing Dark Star to kill them. The losses of their family was already enough. If even they were killed, Chaos God King alone wouldn't be far away from being eliminated. In Ziyu universe, Chaos God King was more of a deterrent force. Generally speaking, the ones who truly attacked were quasi-God King and Chaos Gods like them. Li Feng rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. You have to wait for Lai Long and God King to come back. As long as they could delay the time until Lai Long returned. At that time, it will be time for them to complain and take revenge. His Majesty Lai Long, he was the second person in their family, just below the old ancestor, His Majesty. His cultivation base and strength had already reached the top-level Chaos God King realm, and he was rank 12 on the 36th God King ranking in their empire. Although the person in front of him was also Chaos God King, and he hadn't even just broken through to the low-ranked Chaos God King, he believed that he wouldn't be a match for Lai Long. You're trying to stall for time with me, right? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and a playful expression flashed across his face. He had roughly guessed Lai Feng's thoughts. In the Sunburst Castle, he had seen no less than 10 primordial chaos divine artifacts, and the highest grade one was a supreme grade quasi-origin of chaos divine weapon. Lai Feng was lying through his teeth. However, Yang Fann didn't expose Lai Feng's words immediately. It was also good that he called Lai Long God King over. It was a good opportunity to get rid of all the primordial chaos divine artifacts in their hands, saving him the trouble of making another trip. Those with great skills and courage were bold. Yang Fann didn't believe that Lai Long, God King, could flip the heavens and overturn the earth in his hands with just a single low-level Chaos God King. Not to mention a mere Lai Long, God King, even the entire Ziyu universe. All of Chaos God King was just a plate of vegetables to him. Alright then, send a message to Lai Long and God King at once. I will wait for him here. Great Flame Divine City, this was the headquarters of the Great Flame Divine City in the Ziyu universe. Within it was a luxurious divine hall. 2 terrifying experts with powerful auras, as deep as the ocean, sat opposite each other. One of them had a blazing sun above his head that shined with boundless light. With his body as the center, there were countless true dragons, flood dragons, and glassy dragons. The coiling dragon constantly vanished and was born. It was a marvelous sight. The terrifying dragon's aura rolled like a tidal wave, spreading across the entire divine hall. This man was none other than the person in charge of this Ziyu universe, Lai Long, God King. Opposite him was a great man who was wearing a black scale armor. The moment he sat down, he immediately gave off an ancient feeling. His chi was so powerful that it made people shiver. Even the four-direction space seemed unstable, as if it was worshipping him. Black Moon God King was one of the two great God King of the Black Flame royal family, one of the 13 royal families of the Great Yan Empire. He was the leader of the Black Flame royal family in the Ziyu universe. He was also a good friend of Lai Long and God King. Rumble. Suddenly, Lai Long and God King's expression turned cold. Terrifying killing intent rose from his body and shattered the four-direction space. Ardwa Shang, you are courting death. What happened? Black Moon God King looked at Lai Long God King with some doubt. A God King who came out of nowhere not only killed millions of our children, but also wanted to plunder the chaotic divine tools that our race has collected. At the end of his words, Lai Long's killing intent skyrocketed once again. Those who were brought to Ziyu universe by him were all the elite disciples of the Scorching Sun Imperial family. None of them had a cultivation base below the universe god realm. There were still over 10,000 chaos gods who had fallen here. This loss was too great. One should know that the Scorching Sun royal family only had 3 million universe gods and less than 30,000 chaos gods. It could be said that they had lost 3 levels of their core strength. Without a million eras, it was impossible for them to recover. Who is it that is so bold? Black Moon God King's expression changed, revealing a hint of disbelief. Among the 13 royal families of the Great Yan Empire, the Sun King was ranked second, and the Sun King was a quasi-middle-level Chaos God King who had broken through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King. Even the Great Flame Emperor clan wouldn't dare to provoke the Sun King clan. I'm not sure. An unfamiliar God King isn't from my Great Flame, Shenfeng, or the 3 Great Empires. Lai Long God King shook his head slightly. There were many God King in the 3 Great Empires. Even though he had never interacted with them before, he still had some impression of them. There was no one among them. Brother Lai Long, do you want me to follow you? That's fine. I'll have to trouble Brother Black Moon then. Lai Long God King did not refuse Black Moon God King's good intentions. Although he was very confident that he could defeat the mysterious God King, he had received a message from Strong Gale. From the looks of it, the mysterious God King was only a middle and low-ranked Chaos God King, and was not his match. However, defeating him was easy, thought Lai Long. Lai Long, God King, did not have much confidence in completely suppressing him. However, with Black Moon God King's help, that was another concept. He was at least a 8th layer warrior, and he was confident that he could take down that thief. Although Black Moon God King's cultivation base was inferior to his, it was only slightly inferior. He was the quasi-top-level Chaos God King who had stepped into top-level Chaos God King's realm, and he was ranked 16th on the God King ranking of the 36th Great Yan Empire. Furthermore, Black Moon God King also had a low-grade spatial origin of Chaos Divine Tool in his hand, the Black Moon Pearl. With the Black Moon Pearl sealing the space, even he, top-level Chaos God King, would have to spend a lot of effort in order to break out of the seal. If it was that middle-low-ranked Chaos God King, he wouldn't be able to break out of the seal without 10 days or half a month. Truthfully speaking, even if Black Moon God King didn't speak, he would still ask him to borrow the Black Moon Pearl. We're all brothers of the same family, so there's no need to be polite. 3 Black Moon God King waved his hand gently. He, Lai Long God King, had known each other for hundreds of millions of years, and they had been friends for a long time. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. You dare to harm my son, I will make you regret coming to this world. C-2711 Instant Kill. Chaos God King Thunder Empire, Dragon Sun Sector, Ziyu Universe, Sunburst Castle. Li Feng and the other 16 quasi-God Kings sized Yang Fann up from time to time. As time passed, a trace of uneasiness rose in their hearts. This guy was really waiting for Lai Long to come. Could it be that he still had something hidden that could defeat Lai Long? His Majesty Lai Long had been famous for hundreds of millions of years. His true cultivation base wasn't some secret. He could easily find out with just a casual inquiry. This person should know about it, but he was still calm and composed, not showing any signs of panic. If he wasn't confident that he could defeat Lai Long, he would be able to remain calm. No, His Majesty Lai Long wouldn't lose. It must be me thinking too much. Even if he really hid something, he wouldn't be a match for His Majesty Lai Long. He kept denying it in his heart, but the uneasiness in his heart couldn't be gotten rid of no matter what. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had never thought that he would be able to buy one for free. Lai Long, God King, wasn't enough, and he even gifted Chaos God King a gift. Good. The two great Chaos God King, it seemed like they had collected quite a number of Ziyu universes from the Ziyu universe. As for the danger, as soon as this thought arose, it was snuffed out by Yang Fann in the cradle. It was merely two low-level Chaos God. At most, they could barely fight a peak low-level Chaos God. Two ants could suppress them with a wave of their hands. One breath later, rumble, rumble, two terrifying pressures from Chaos God King shattered the vacuum and came crushing down on Yang Fann. Grug, 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 wherever it passed, it would crush everything in its path. Boom boom boom, a large expanse of space was unable to withstand that violent pressure, and it collapsed into dust. The next second, two figures, one black and one yellow, stepped into the air and arrived. Every step they took left a huge dent in the void. They were like two chaotic gods trampling on the sky. The figures of the two kept rising in the eyes of the quasi-god king warriors. They were high up in the sky, looking down at all living beings. It was as if everything in the world was under their control. His Majesty Lai Long is here, His Majesty Lai Long is here. Ah! Other than His Majesty Lai Long, there is also His Majesty Black Moon. Ha 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 ha, good, this time, this person is dead for sure, absolutely dead for sure. When they saw Black Moon God King standing beside Lai Long, Lai Feng and the other 16 quasi-god king warriors were immediately delighted, and their hearts were completely relieved. They had never thought that even His Majesty, Black Moon, would be called over. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. His Majesty Black Moon was a peerless expert that wasn't much weaker than His Majesty Lai Long. If the two of them joined forces, they would be able to fight even King Extreme Chaos God. Even if this man really had something to hide, it was impossible for him to be a match for the two of them. Humph, your death has arrived. Chenur, Luor, Sanner, Xiao Wu, your spirits in heaven, watch. His Majesty Lai Long, they will avenge you very soon. In an instant, the group of quasi-god king no longer pretended to be friendly with Yang Fann. The killing intent in their hearts exploded, and their eyes were filled with Yang Fann's and hatred as they looked at Yang Fann. Millions of Yu Eon God, one of the tens of thousands of chaos gods, many of them were their descendants. This enmity and hatred were irreconcilable. It was only because their strength was lacking that they had no choice but to tolerate it. Evil flower, how dare you harm my son? Today, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons, grind your bones and scatter your ashes, and let you know what it means to be unable to live and beg for death. Lai Long and God King's eyes turned red as they stared at Yang Fann. It was as if the devil from hell was going to devour Yang Fann alive. He had never suffered such a huge loss when he advanced to the royal family. Black Moon, attack, roar. Black Moon Pearl, seal space and time rumble. A pitch black dark shine that looked like absolute darkness suddenly rose up from Black Moon God King's body, transforming into a dark shine barrier that enveloped half of the Sunburst Castle, completely sealing off all the surrounding space and time. It's His Majesty Black Moon's lifeblood divine artifact, Black Moon Pearl. Good. With the Black Moon Pearl sealing off time and space, evil thief will not be able to escape even if he has wings. The group of quasi-god king cheered. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a turtle in a jar. Evil flower, die divine ability, 10,000 dragons sun devouring Awu. Awu, Awu, 10,000 dragons roared, blotting out the sky and blocking out the sun. The terrifying dragon's aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The power of every single fiery divine dragon was no weaker than a low-ranked Chaos God King's all-out attack. When the tens of thousands of fiery divine dragons were combined together, even King Extreme Chaos God's expression would change when he heard it. What a powerful skill! It looks like Brother Lai Long's origin of Chaos divine ability isn't far from completion. Black Moon God King praised. Under the attack of the 10,000 dragons, he could feel a strong sense of danger. If it was him, he could only rely on the power of the defensive divine artifact to block this origin of chaos skill. Perhaps Brother Lai Long would be able to deal with this man easily without me even needing to do anything. At that moment, puny tricks, break for me rumble. Yang Fann didn't even move. The terrifying sound waves were like a boundless ocean that swallowed everything. In less than an instant, swish swish swish, the tens of thousands of flaming divine dragons all fell apart, completely collapsing. Ah, no, how could this be? How could this be? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Lai Long and God King let out a hysterical wail. Even a quasi-middle-level Chaos God King wouldn't be able to break through his 10,000 dragon sun-devouring technique, which was almost at the mastery. Unless he was the middle-level Chaos Divine King. But was this possible? With their lightning, grand flame, and Shenfeng as the center, there wasn't a single middle-level Chaos Divine King in the thousands of empires apart from their three great empires. Right at this moment, Yang Fann moved his right arm and clawed at Lai Long and God King. It was just an ordinary claw, but in Lai Long and God King's eyes, it made him feel despair. It made him unable to summon any resistance thought, and it instantly took away all of his attention. Poochie. The divine claw swept across and grabbed Lai Long and God King. This time, Yang Fann didn't kill him like he did to those Chaos Gods. A Chaos God King, even if it was just a low-level Chaos God King, was still qualified to be devoured by him. Ah, no, how could this be? How could this be? Black Moon God King was extremely shocked. With just one strike, Lai Long, who was half a grade stronger than him, was instantly killed. This strength. Middle-level Chaos Divine King, he was definitely that middle-level Chaos Divine King. He wasn't even as simple as King low-rank middle-level Chaos God. Ah, Lai Long, you bastard. You really screwed me over at the moment of life and death. The brotherhood of hundreds of millions of eras had been forgotten by him. Regret and endless regret were like a tide that swallowed his soul. If he knew that this man was a middle-level Chaos Divine King, he would have drawn a clear line with Lai Long and God King. He wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. A middle-level Chaos Divine King was the ultimate expert of an 8th grade empire, one of the top few people in the empire. There was no need to talk about just the two of them. Even with the combined strength of the 5 great God King of the Sun and Black Flame clans, there was no hope that they could defeat a middle-level Chaos Divine King. The reason why the 13 royal families had been living under the Tai Flame Emperor clan for hundreds of millions of years was because they didn't dare to harbor any ill intentions. It was all because of the middle-level Chaos Divine King in the Tai Yan Empire. One should know that the number of Chaos God King in the other 13 royal families was almost double that of the Sovereign Flame Emperor's family. However, none of them had taken the last step to break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King. No matter how much they wanted to replace the Sovereign Flame Emperor in their hearts, they had no choice but to suppress their ambition. Black flame blood escaped. Black Moon God King gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of origin divine blood, directly using their Black Flame clan's innate blood escape. Boom! A black blood light flashed, and Black Moon God King disappeared without a trace. In order to give himself a chance to catch his breath, he didn't even bother to collect the lifeblood divine artifact, Black Moon Pearl. Want to run? Come here, Yang Fann sneered. His figure became blurry and the void shook violently. The next second, a despairing howl echoed. Ah, no, my lord, please spare my life. I surrender, C. 2712. Provoking the entire universe silence. The huge sunburst castle was as quiet as a grave. Li Feng and the other quasi-god king all had their mouths wide open, their eyes wide open, as if they wanted to say something. Hehehehe. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed their necks, making them unable to speak a single word. Woo. What did they see? This. How was this possible? How was this possible? In less than a breath's time, he had been insta-killed. The great Emperor Lai Long, Emperor Black Moon, were all completely suppressed by that mysterious expert. Was there anything more horrifying than this in this world? His Majesty Thunder Dragon and His Majesty Black Moon were both high and mighty Chaos God King. One of them was able to create a supreme existence of a royal family, not the Chaos God or the Universe God. Even if he wasn't a match for Evil Spirit, he wouldn't be suppressed by him so easily. Right at this moment, Yang Fann turned around and looked at the 16 quasi-God King warriors. Now, you are the only ones left. Do you want to die or live? A group of quasi-god king warriors combined together wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation base by even a little bit. Yang Fann really didn't have any interest in suppressing them. Arg. Li Feng and the other 16 quasi-god king warriors shivered and finally reacted. At this moment, their lives were still in the hands of the other party. They hurriedly replied, "Please spare our lives, Your Majesty. If you want to live, I want to live." The hatred of their descendants was once again thrown out of their minds. The world was big, and he had the biggest life. No matter what, he had to protect his own life first. You want to live? Then you can make a trip to the major powers of Xiu universe on my behalf. I will give them the time to bring all the primordial chaos divine artifacts to Sunburst Castle within 3 days. Offer it to me, or else. They don't have to continue to exist. Yang Fann's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, in the ears of Li Feng and the other quasi-god king warriors, it sounded like the world-destroying lightning. They were so scared that they almost jumped up. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? This devil is asking us to inform all the major powers and ask them to respectfully offer all the Xiu universes in the Xiu universe to us. Gurgle gurgle Was he crazy? Li Feng swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. The 16 quasi-god king looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. If it wasn't for the madman, why would he say such crazy words? Did he really think that by suppressing Lai Long and His Majesty Black Moon, he would be invincible? This was ridiculous. He was merely a middle-level Chaos Divine King. Although he stood at the peak of 3 great empires, he was still far from invincible. Which emperor clan in 3 great empires wasn't led by a middle-level Chaos Divine King? The native of Xiu continent was slightly weaker, but that didn't mean that they didn't have the strength to fight a middle-level Chaos Divine King. Otherwise, they would have been swept away by the 3 emperor clans a long time ago. The reason why those natives were able to survive until now was because of the restrictions imposed on each other in the 3 great empires. No one wanted the other party to swallow this piece of fat meat. This was one of the major aspects. The other factor was their strength. Whether it was Thunder Empire, Shenfeng Empire, or the strongest empire in 3 great empires, they would have to pay a hefty price to suppress the native creatures of Xiu universe. As native creatures, they had always been blessed by the cosmic will, especially after the crazy invasion of 3 great empires. Those chaotic creatures seemed to have the help of a god, and their cultivation base was like wild grass that kept rising. The experts came out one after another. 2 great Chaos God King, that was the ancient calendar from 100,000 years ago. Up until now, the number of the chaotic creatures had exceeded the number of Chaos God King's hands, reaching a total of 12. Especially the 2 great Chaos God King who had just broken through, they had already surpassed Lai Long, God King, and had broken through to the extreme middle-level Chaos God King realm. With the help of the cosmic will, the 2 of them could fight a middle-level Chaos God warrior together. This encounter had truly made countless people envious. If it was any other Chaos God King, which one of them would not have bitterly cultivated for millions of years before breaking through to a minor level? However, they were lucky. 100,000 years was only a short 100,000 years. It was far from enough for a single era. They had even broken through several major levels. Even the monster, Yang Fann, was nothing compared to them. One was in the sky, the other was in the ground. The difference was more than 108,000 light years. The breakthrough speed that he had been proud of in the past was like a turtle's speed now. However, everything had its pros and cons. How could there be no cons in pulling the seedlings out and helping them grow? Otherwise, God King would have been overflowing with chaos a long time ago. With the support of the universe source's will, the 2 native ancestors had saved hundreds of millions of years of hard cultivation. However, they had almost exhausted all of their potential. In the future, not to mention high-level Chaos God King, it was still unknown whether they could advance to the middle-level Chaos Divine King or not. One should know that the Xiu universe was a top-grade origin universe that could give birth to a high-level Chaos God King. It could even help people break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm. As the leader of the chaotic creatures and the strongest expert, there was no doubt about their talent and potential. In the entire Xiu universe, there was almost no one who could compare with them. If they cultivated step by step, the high-level Chaos God King would be a sure thing. In the future, the lowest grade would be the top-rank high-level Chaos God King. But now, everything had turned into a dream. This was a heavy price to pay. What is it? Are you unwilling? Yang Fann frowned and his eyes flashed with killing intent. If these aphids didn't know what was good for them, then don't blame him for being ruthless. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that he would alert the enemy and cause the universe source's will to move, the time he needed to find the origin space would be greatly increased. He wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Yang Fann unleashed the spiritual sense and covered the entire Ziyu universe, suppressing all the other major powers. Although he hadn't put in a lot of effort to learn any top-tier soul divine abilities, he had easily mastered some of the ordinary divine abilities. When faced with an expert of the same level, it would be useless. However, it would be extremely easy to deal with these ants that didn't even have a high-level Chaos God King. Ah, yes, Your Majesty, we are willing, he hurriedly replied. It wasn't like they had been kicked in the head by a donkey. How could they possibly refuse such a good thing? HMPH, since you're courting death, how can we not help you? Not only do we have to bring your words to you, we also have to add fuel to the fire for you. Initially, they thought that there was no hope for revenge. With the power of the Scorching Sun Imperial family, even if they joined the Black Moon Imperial family, they would never be a match for a middle-level Chaos Divine King. Who would have thought that when they were at the end of their rope, they would be able to find another way? How dare they provoke the entire universe? This bastard, he was courting death. Out of the 4 big groups, nearly 100 Chaos God King had arrived. Even a middle-level Chaos Divine King wouldn't be able to escape death. Great Flame Divine City, Great Vast Divine Palace. This was the person in charge of the Empire, the Divine Palace of Great Vast God King. What? He asked me to bring all my primordial Chaos Divine artifacts and surrender to the Sunburst Castle. What a reckless fool, does he really think that he can look down on anyone just because he killed Lai Long and Black Moon? God King Tai Hao was so angry that 1 Buddha was born, and 2 Buddha were ascending to heaven. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. Thunderclap Divine City, Lei Xiao's Divine Palace. This was the palace of the middle-level Chaos Divine King God King Lei Xiao of Thunder Empire in Ziyu Universe. Rumble terrifying lightning dragons rose from Lei Xiao's Divine Palace. In an instant, the sky above the entire Thunder Divine City turned into a terrifying thunder prison, causing countless divine cities in the Thunder Divine City to tremble. The dignity of the Thunder Emperor clan is sacred and inviolable. Lowly thing, you will definitely pay the price for this. Divine Wind God City, Morning Wind Divine Palace. This was the Divine Palace of the Morning Wind God King of Shenfeng Empire. You are the first one who dares to provoke me like this. I would like to see what kind of ability you have that you dare to look down on me. Chaotic Great Land, Chaotic Divine City. Bitched Evil God, how dare you provoke the Great Chaos Alliance? You're courting death. C2713. The seed of world annihilation tremor along with the fierce wind quasi-god king and the others running in all directions, the entire Ziyu universe was shaken. Bitch, what did they just hear? They actually asked them to hand over all the primordial chaos divine artifacts. Who did he think he was? He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone so arrogant. Did he really think that he could run amok after killing Lai Long, God King and Black Moon God King? Did he really think that they were nothing in front of him? So what if they were at the middle-level Chaos Divine King? Under the encirclement of nearly 100 low-level Chaos God King, they could only die. One should know that out of the nearly 100 Chaos God King, only one could survive. There were many quasi-middle-level Chaos God Kings, not to mention. There was also Tai Hao, Lei Xiao, Chen Feng, and the other 2 middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors. In order to take revenge, Lai Feng and the others were all at the 16th Quasi-God King. Not only did they take Yang Fann's words seriously, they had also added a lot of provocation to Yang Fann's words, as well as the matter of killing Lai Long and Black Moon in an instant. He hid it from the other major powers, and only told them about it. Yang Fann had used a lot of effort to suppress Lai Long and Black Moon in the past. If they knew that Lai Long and Black Moon could not even last a breath of time against Yang Fann, Tai Hao, God King Lei Xiao, and the others would be much more cautious. They would even dare to sharpen their blades and try to kill him. It was a big mystery. A great battle to suppress, and an instant kill. That was a completely different concept. Even top-level Chaos God King and the quasi-top-level Chaos God King had to put in a lot of effort in order to completely suppress them. This middle-level Chaos Divine King was definitely not that strong. There was at least 8 to 9 of them. It was only one low-rank middle-level chaos god, but in terms of instant kill, this power was definitely not something that a low-rank middle-level chaos god could possess. Black Moon God King and Lai Long God King were not low-ranked chaos god king. It was Tai Hao, Lei Xiao, and Chen Feng. Even the three intermediate god king could not guarantee that they would be able to kill Black Moon and Lai Long in less than a breath's time. Middle-rank middle-level chaos god king, that was the least they could do. It wasn't impossible even for high-rank middle-level chaos god. If it was just a middle-rank middle-level chaos god king, it would be fine, but if it was the high-rank middle-level chaos god king, the matter would be very serious. Whether it was God King Tai Hao, God King Lei Xiao, or God King Chen Feng, they were all just middle-rank middle-level chaos god kings. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the high-rank middle-level chaos god king. As for the other low-level chaos god kings, there was no need to think too much about them. Apart from the two leaders of the chaotic creatures that were supported by the cosmic will, as well as the few quasi-middle-level chaos god kings, they were barely qualified to participate in the battle. The rest of the low-level chaos god kings were shouting, 666 feet at the side. If they dared to interfere, Yang Fann didn't even need to personally intervene. Just the aftermath of the battle alone was enough to kill them all. Days passed by. Soon, it was 3 days later. Ziyu Universe, Sunburst Castle. Rumble. From time to time, streams of Dao light would cut through the void and descend from the sky, landing all around the Sunburst Castle. In less than half a day, a large amount of experts had already been gathered. The lowest was the Chaos God, hundreds of thousands of them. Among them, there were thousands of top-level Chaos God. Even the number of quasi-God King warriors who had stepped into Chaos God King's ranks had exceeded 500. Furthermore, the number of experts was still increasing. However, up until now, not a single Chaos God King had shown himself. Perhaps they were all hiding somewhere, preparing to make their final appearance. How could the dignified Chaos God King make his debut in front of these Chaos Gods? Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that these quasi-God King were even more honorable than them? Where would they put their face? As for the universe gods below the Chaos Gods, none of them dared to approach the land of Sunburst Castle, which was millions of light years away. Unknowingly, the millions of light years of Sunburst Castle had become a huge forbidden area for many people. If they wanted to watch the show, they needed to have a certain level of strength. As for low-level Chaos God, that was the lowest threshold. Another 2 hours passed. Look, the Divine King has arrived. That's the Thunder Empire, Mighty God King. This is the expert ranked 8th on the God King ranking list. It's said that its divine strength is unparalleled. In terms of strength, even many quasi-middle-level Chaos God Kings have no choice but to admit defeat. That's the Teoti God King, known as the Universal World. He eats everything. He is the 6th person on the God King ranking of the Shenfeng Empire. Even middle-level Chaos Divine King experts have to be wary of him. Kun Shu God King is here as well. He is the 5th person on the 36th God King ranking of the Great Yan Empire, second only to the 4 middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors of the Great Yan Empire. He is also known as the number 1 quasi-middle-level Chaos God King. As the God King descended one after another, it would attract the attention of the Chaos Gods and quasi-God King warriors. Especially after the arrival of the 3 middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors, Tai Hao, Lei Xiao and Chen Feng, the atmosphere had reached its peak. He looked at the 3 kings standing in the sky. The eyes of all the Chaos Gods and quasi-God King warriors were filled with respect and admiration. Middle-level Chaos God was the strongest expert in the 3 great empires. If they were lucky, if he was chosen by these 3 big shots, he would be rich, and God King would have a bright future. Brother Lei, Brother Chen, that God King really has a lot of face. He actually made so many of us wait for him here. Tai Hao God King looked at God King Lei Xiao and Chen Feng, then said with some displeasure. That man dares to provoke all of us at the same time. Naturally, he thinks highly of himself. How can a few of us, the little God King, catch his attention? God King Chen Feng laughed at himself. However, everyone could feel that he wasn't as indifferent as he appeared to be. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was unknown when it would completely erupt. Chen Feng, God King, don't use others' morale to dampen your own. Speak, you're not allowed. That guy has already been intimidated by our formation. He doesn't even dare to show his face anymore. That might not be the case. Right at this moment, a calm voice of inquiry descended from the sky and swept across the entire Sunburst Castle. Is everyone here? While they were talking, Poochie, the void cracked open, and Yang Fann took a step forward. Ah, this is that maniac. It doesn't seem like there's anything special about him. Could it be that we've made a mistake? This person isn't that maniac at all. Confusion flashed across the eyes of the Chaos Gods and Quasi-God King. This black-clothed youth looked ordinary, like a wealthy young master who had never cultivated any cultivation technique. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like an expert. However, all of the God King's expert, including the 3 intermediate God King, narrowed their eyes and revealed a trace of fear. One should know that the entire Sunburst Castle was filled with God King's expert and awe-inspiring powers. The surrounding space and time were in chaos. Any ordinary low-rank middle-level Chaos God King who dared to travel through space at this time would fall into the turbulent flow of time and space, completely lost in the chaotic space and time. I'm afraid that we are mistaken. This man might not be low-rank middle-level Chaos God, but a middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King. If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with him. Although a middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King was not a match for them, if he wanted to leave, the group of Chaos God King would not leave him behind for more than 3 levels. This wasn't what they wanted to see. Today, numerous God King had come out from the 4 major camps to kill that maniac. This was what they wanted, and not just to defeat him. Everyone is here. Let's cut the crap and hand over the primordial chaos divine artifacts in your hands. Yang Fann's voice was calm, without any fluctuation. It was as if the person in front of him was not 100 Chaos God King, but 100 lowly Chaos Gods. He did not attach any importance to them. What a reckless maniac. I would like to see how you are going to snatch the primordial chaos divine artifact from me. Lei Xiao, who had the fiercest temper, was the first to explode with anger, especially when he saw Yang Fann's calm expression. It made him even angrier, as if billions of volcanoes had erupted in his spiritual world. Roar. Apocalyptic lightning seed. Come out. C 2714. Suppress intermediate chaos God King Ziyu Universe, Sunburst Castle. God King Lei Xiao of Thunder Empire couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. It was as if billions of volcanoes had erupted. The next second, rumble. A brilliant lightning rose from God King Lei Xiao's body, and endless lightning radiated from his body. Ah, not good. Retreat quickly, retreat, be careful everyone, be careful. The low-level Chaos God Kings' expression changed drastically. They quickly called out to their quasi-God King subordinates and Chaos God. The endless lightning wasn't too scary to Chaos God King, but to the quasi-God King and Chaos God, especially the middle and low-grade ones, it was the divine lightning, the world-destroying lightning. Just a tiny bit of it seemed to be able to kill them all. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless streams of light tore through the sky and flew towards the exit of the Sunburst Castle. All of them were enjoying the milk. They were deeply afraid that they would be swallowed by the endless lightning at night. If they really died here, it would be too unfair. 10 breaths later, more than half of the Sunburst Castle had turned into a terrifying ocean of lightning. Awoo awoo awoo, thunder dragon, thunder beast, thunder lion. Countless thunder divine beasts roared and dissipated within. The terrifying sound of thunder pierced through the soul, causing people to tremble from the depths of the soul. Of course, it wasn't that the sea of lightning was expanding so slowly. It was just that God King Lei Xiao had intentionally controlled it. He didn't have the courage to challenge all the powers in Ziyu Universe. If he really killed these quasi-God King and Chaos Gods who were watching the show, it would definitely cause public outrage, not to mention that there were many of them who were descendants of the Thunder Emperor clan. In the next second, rumble, rumble, Lei Xiao's energy crazily increased, and his body also became infinitely taller. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a terrifying lightning god that was millions of meters tall. Lightning coiled around his body as he stepped on the world-destroying Thunder Sea. He was majestic, and he looked down upon the world. What a good Lei Xiao, he really hid it well. I'm afraid that this apocalyptic lightning seed is about to break through to the level 8. A trace of fear flashed across Taihao God King's eyes. The apocalyptic lightning seed was the strongest divine ability of the Thunder Emperor clan, and it was also the nation guarding divine arts. It was the only high-grade God King divine arts that the Thunder Emperor clan controlled. Unless it was Chaos God King, he couldn't practice it. There were 13 heavens in total, and every first layer corresponded to Chaos God King's grade. Once he reached the huge perfection, he would immediately break through to the middle-level Chaos God and become a high-grade Chaos God. As for the apocalyptic lightning seed, the level 8, it corresponded to middle-ranked Chaos God King. Currently, God King Lei Xiao was only a step away from breaking through. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a quasi-high-level Chaos God King. Thinking back to the past, this God King Lei Xiao was just a junior like him. He was only a high-level Chaos God King, but he was already a middle-level Chaos Divine King. How long had it been? God King Lei Xiao had already surpassed him, and was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-high-level Chaos God King. However, he didn't even see the shadow of a high-level Chaos God King, and who knew how many eras he needed to break through. Having a good inheritance in birth was more important than anything else, and it was enough to save one from tens of millions of eras of bitter cultivation. The background of the Thunder Emperor clan's background. For some of the great clans, and even some of the king clans, it was a great secret. However, compared to the Emperor clan, it wasn't a secret at all. It was a branch of the level 9 Great Empire's Thunder Source royal family. This was a top empire that had a high-level Chaos God King guarding it, and there were even more than one or two of them. Even amongst the many level 9 empires, they were ranked quite high. Compared to them, the Great Flame Empire was nothing. There was no comparison at all. If it wasn't for the Thunder Source Empire's attitude, they would have wiped out the Thunder Empire with their thunderous momentum long before the Thunder Emperor clan arrived in Chaotic Region. In the beginning, the strongest people in the Thunder Source Emperor clan were only a few low-level Chaos God Kings. Compared to the Sun King clan, they were slightly weaker. Compared to the Grand Flame Emperor clan, they were nothing. Any middle-level Chaos God could easily wipe out the entire Thunder Empire, and that was only the Thunder Empire of a 7th grade empire. HMPH, let Lei Xiao think twice about the true strength of this maniac. Very quickly, Taihao God King gave up on the idea of fighting Lei Xiao. Instead, he prepared to use Lei Xiao as a test to see how strong Yang Fann was. Of course, if these two could fight, it would be best if both of them suffered heavy injuries. Not only Taihao God King, but also Chen Feng God King. It was as if they were sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The relationship in three great empires wasn't that harmonious. Everyone wanted to kick each other out and dominate the entire Ziyu universe. If that wasn't the case, even if all the native creatures in Ziyu universe were stupid, in just a few 100,000 years, they were no less than tens of millions of expert in three great empires, or even hundreds of millions of eras, they wouldn't be able to change anything. Although the two Chaos progenitors had the power to fight middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors, they could only barely fight them. As long as Taihao, God King, and the others were willing to pay some price, it wasn't that they weren't confident that they could kill them. The revival of 10,000 beasts awu, howl. Instantly, the roars of dragons and beasts filled the air. Buzz. Bzzz. Buzz. Countless lightning divine beasts devoured, fused, collided, and entangled with each other. Finally, they turned into 7,992 lightning giant beasts, vivid and lifelike, as if they had crossed the long river of history and were revived in this era. Each thunder giant beast had a terrifying aura, and there was no less than one intermediate low-level Chaos God King. Compared to the real Chaos God King, there were only a lot of divine tools missing. However, they couldn't withstand the attack. That terrifying number of low-level Chaos God Kings was close to 8,000, and they didn't fear death. Under the frenzied attack, even a true high-level Chaos God King would feel their scalp tingling. This was the true terror of the apocalyptic lightning seed. It could summon a lightning giant beast with a lower great secret stage cultivation base, and help him break through the enemy lines. Every time he broke through to the first layer, the number of lightning giant beasts would increase by 1,000. Left, and the number of giant beasts would reach 8,000. Obviously, God King Lei Xiao was only a step away from high-rank middle-level Chaos God Wang Zhen. Bitch thing, go to hell. A ferocious expression flashed across God King Lei Xiao's face. 10,000 beasts emerged from the cage, and they trampled on the Thunder Sea. Nearly 8,000 lightning giant beasts appeared on their bodies, and their auras seemed to have fused together with a mysterious formation, causing their strength to rise once again. They were comparable to high-level Chaos God King warriors, as expected of a branch of the level 9 Emperor clan's Thunder Source royal family. Their divine abilities and techniques are far from what we can compare with. Hint of envy could be seen in the depths of Taihao God King's eyes. Compared to the Thunder Source royal family, the foundation of their clan was much weaker, and they couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. With the same cultivation base, he was absolutely no match for God King Lei Xiao, not to mention that God King Lei Xiao's current cultivation base was even higher than his. Under the encirclement of the 8,000 lightning giant beasts, he had no other choice but to retreat to somewhere else. I wonder how this maniac will deal with the encirclement of 10,000 beasts. Hiss. Is this the power of God King Lei Xiao? Terrifying, truly terrifying to the extreme. 7,992, a total of 7,892 God King grade lightning giant beasts. Even a middle-level Chaos Divine King will be killed by him. Ha 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 ha, that maniac is dead for sure. Call him arrogant, serves him right, he asked for it. All the low-level Chaos God Kings looked at Yang Fann. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. If it were them, let alone 7,992 lightning giants. A mere fraction of them would be able to kill them with ease. There was no doubt about it. It was too late. It was too fast. Yang Fann moved his right arm and struck out with his palm. Yang Fann's movement was very light and slow. There was no profound meaning to it at all, let alone any divine abilities or secret techniques. It was just a casual strike. However, something horrifying happened. Puchi lightning giant beasts that were comparable to high-level Chaos God King. Boom boom boom, in less than an instant, more than half of them had been destroyed. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? God King Lei Xiao was dumbstruck. His eyes were lifeless, and he couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. Ah, not good, old ancestor, it's dangerous, dodge, quickly dodge. The faces of the 5 great Chaos God King from the Thunder Emperor clan who came with God King Lei Xiao all changed. The apocalyptic lightning seed in their bodies erupted with all of their strength. Tens of thousands of quasi-God King Thunder Giant Beast rushed towards Yang Fann in a mighty manner. Zero, however, it was all in vain. Wang. Yang Fann's body shook. A wave of energy spread out with Yang Fann as the center. Puchi. Wherever he went, regardless of whether it was a great perfection quasi-God King Lightning Giant Beast or an ordinary quasi-God King Lightning Giant Beast, all of them would be destroyed. Puchi. Under the despairing eyes of the 5 great Chaos God King of the Thunder Emperor clan, the heaven-sheltering big hand that had swelled up to a size bigger than God King Lei Xiao was grabbed by his hand. It was as easy as grabbing a newborn chick. It was effortless and effortless. C2716, The Aftermath. Ziyu Universe, Sunburst Castle. Silence for a moment. The silence was terrifying. All the Chaos Gods and Quasi-God King in the surroundings widened their eyes, not daring to believe what was happening in front of them. No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. How could His Majesty God King? How was it possible? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I can't accept it, I really can't accept it. How long has it been? From the time God King Lei Xiao attacked to the time when Chaos God King was suppressed by emotion, it had only been less than 3 breaths of time. How could Evil Spirit have so many God King in such a short period of time? One should know that there were a total of 98 Chaos God King, and even 3 of them were middle-level Chaos Divine King. To put it bluntly, this power was enough to dominate and conquer the Lightning, Shenfeng, and the 3 great empires. It would be a piece of cake for them to establish another 8th grade empire. Rumble. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, enveloping their entire bodies, causing them to involuntarily kneel on the ground. Ah, this pressure, it's true, everything is true. Woo. His Majesty and the others. Your Majesty, they, woo. What should we do? What should we do? The group of Chaos Gods and Quasi-God King finally believed that horrifying reality. In an instant, all of their expressions changed. They were like ants on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. That monster had even suppressed the high and mighty God King. Would he let them go just like that? Woo. I have yet to verify God King's Tao. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At this moment, a cold and emotionless voice resounded by their ears. Hand over all the primordial chaos divine artifacts in your hands. Otherwise, die. There were over 1 million chaos gods and over 1,000 quasi-god king warriors. It seemed like a lot, but when combined, the strength of origin was not even comparable to a low-ranked chaos god king warrior. Yang Fann had no interest in devouring and refining them. Ah, he doesn't want to kill us, he doesn't want to kill us. When the group of chaos gods heard this, the quasi-god king was wild with joy. The darkness of despair was torn apart, and a ray of hope shot out from it. The next second, "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll hand it over right away. Your Majesty, this is my primordial chaos divine artifact. Your Majesty, this is mine." No one dared to hesitate, and no one dared to hide anything either. All the chaos gods and quasi-god king who possessed quasi-god kings handed over the primordial chaos divine artifacts in their hands, and many of them were even primordial chaos divine artifacts from other universes. At this moment, being able to protect their own lives was already a pleasant surprise to them. How could they care about these worldly possessions? No matter how good the primordial chaos divine artifact was, it was absolutely not as important as their lives. Get lost! Yang Fann waved his hand and kept all the primordial chaos divine artifacts on the ground into the chaos. Although there were a lot of other universe primordial chaos divine artifacts, Yang Fann had no intention of retreating. He didn't like these chaos divine tools and it was good to give them to his subordinates. If he really couldn't do it, he could even sell them. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me." The group of chaos gods and quasi-god king warriors were like pardoned from death. They turned into streams of light and fled in all directions. They didn't even hesitate to use the forbidden divine ability to increase their speed. They were afraid that Yang Fann would change his mind and attack them at night. 2 high-level chaos origin divine artifact, 7 intermediate origin of chaos divine weapons, 42 low-level chaos origin divine weapons, and tens of thousands of primordial chaos divine artifacts. Looks like the energy level of Ziyu universe is even higher than my estimation. Yang Fann counted and pondered. The Ziyu universe had not been born for more than 100 eras. Even counting the time it had been nurtured, there were less than 10 million eras. To be able to produce 2 high-level chaos origin divine artifacts and so many intermediate and low-level chaos origin divine weapons, this was not something an ordinary high-energy level origin of chaos universe could do. The 2 high-level chaos origin divine artifacts were none other than the lifeblood divine artifact of the 2 chaos creatures, ancestors. The fact that the 2 of them were able to fight God King Lei Xiao and the others proved that these 2 high-level chaos origin divine artifacts were of great help to them. If not for the limited cultivation of the 2 progenitors, which made it difficult for them to completely refine the 2 high-level chaos origin divine artifacts, the 3 great empires would have long been chased out of the Ziyu universe by them. The high-level chaos origin divine artifact, even if it was the lowest grade of low-grade high-level chaos origin divine artifact, if it could be completely refined, the power it could unleash would be enough to terrify an extreme middle-level chaos god king. Not to mention, these 2 high-level chaos origin divine artifacts were the innate origin of chaos divine weapons of the Ziyu universe. In the Ziyu universe, their power was comparable to a high-grade high-level chaos origin divine artifact. Even if they were to face a true high-level chaos god king, they would still be able to put up a fight. Of course, it was Yang Fann's turn now. With the help of these 2 great high-level chaos origin divine artifacts, the time he needed to find the Ziyu universe was reduced by at least half. With the help of the primordial chaos divine artifact, Yang Fann calculated the time in the Ziyu universe's origin space. As the chaos gods and quasi-god king left, Yang Fann suppressed the 3 middle-level chaos divine king and 95 low-level chaos god king with his own strength. With a terrifying speed, the news swept across the Ziyu universe and even the 3 great empires. What? 3 middle-level chaos divine king and 95 low-level chaos god king were annihilated. Gululu, this must be a lie. That was the high and mighty god king. That was witnessed by millions of chaos gods. How can it be fake? Hiss. Ferocious. Truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Forget it. It seems like this Ziyu universe isn't a place to stay for long. Many of the experts from the major powers packed their belongings and quickly left the Ziyu universe. With such a dark star around, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. No matter how good the resources were, once they lost their lives, it would be useless. Thunder Empire, Emperor Star of Thunder. Rumble, rumble, heaven and earth suddenly changed, and terrifying lightning filled the entire Emperor Star. Countless lightning dragons rumbled. Their roars were like the furious roars of the heavens and the thunder god. Good, he actually dared to suppress my god king. Do you really think that there is no one behind my clan? So what if you are an extreme middle-level chaos god king, or even a quasi-high-level chaos god king? He has offended our Thunder Source royal family, and even a high-level Chaos God King won't be able to escape death, and that Scorching Sun clan, how dare they offend their superiors and deceive the Emperor clan? This is outrageous. They deserve to die 10,000 times for their crimes. The Tian Empire, the Emperor Star, and the Emperor Star Palace. Tian God King's expression was incomparably solemn. He had never thought that there would be such an evil spirit in the Xiu universe. What should we do? Should we save him or not? A hint of hesitation flashed across God King's eyes. A middle-level Chaos Divine King and 6 low-level Chaos God King, this was the combat strength of 2.5 levels of their empire. However, if they wanted to save him, what kind of price would they have to pay? That was the spatial zone of a space way, God King. Even if he was only an extreme middle-level Chaos God King, it would be extremely difficult for him to save someone. Not to mention, evil spirit might be a quasi-high-level Chaos God King who had broken through to the high-level Chaos God King, just like him. Shenfeng Empire, Shenfeng Imperial Star, Shenfeng Imperial Palace. The atmosphere had reached its peak. Chen Feng, God King, and their Shenfeng Imperial clan's 5 great low-level Chaos God Kings. This time, they were afraid that they would really be defeated. Even he, the Divine Wind God King, was only a mere extreme middle-level Chaos God King. Even if they used all of their strength, the chances of them successfully rescuing Chen Feng, God King, and the other 6 great God King were infinitely close to zero. Bitch, why would such an expert appear in chaotic starry sky? Could it be that this matter is over just like that? Good. The Withering King was completely suppressed by that. Lord, the heavens are truly helping me. Deadwood royal family, your time of death has come. Little ones, the Yan Yang universe is ours. Follow this king and kill, destroy the Yan Yang royal family. Ha 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 ha. Retribution, Devil Knight God King. Today is also your day. The end of your Devil Knight royal family is here. In just a short period of time, the 3 great empires was filled with surging waves. Many of the royal families had become fat meat in the eyes of others. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiu Universe, Sunburst Castle. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Who? Finally, I found it. 5C2717 Kill the Will of the Universe. Xiu Universe, Sunburst Castle. With the help of the tens of thousands of primordial Chaos Divine artifacts and the power of 51 innate origin of Chaos Divine weapons, Yang Fann had finally found the location of the origin of Chaos's spatial zone. The next second, Yang Fann's mind was in an endless state of mind. He traveled through the 9 heavens and appeared in front of a mysterious space. Origin space, I'm coming. Change. Boom boom boom. The strand of soul began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic soul god that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying might caused even the origin space to tremble slightly. At this moment, Yang Fann didn't hold anything back. The strength of soul, which was much stronger than a top-level Chaos God King, was unleashed at full force. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, a soul axe appeared in his hand. Open for me. Rumble rumble rumble. When the axe fell, it was as if the chaotic devil god had created the world. Grug grug grug. The mysterious space shook violently, and faint cracks appeared on its surface. Right at this moment, the mysterious space started to shake, and cracks started to appear on the surface of the mysterious space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heaven and earth suddenly changed. With the Sunburst Castle as the center, a million light years of land was covered in dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the heavens were furious, and the end of the world had arrived. Ah, that's where the Sunburst Castle is located. What's going on here? Who is it that has the guts to provoke that person? Don't you want to live anymore? The nearby expert were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. 10,000 years ago, that battle was still vivid in their minds. It was as if it was right in front of their eyes. Even the hundreds of God King were no match for Dark Star. How dare he go to the Sunburst Castle and challenge that person? He was simply courting death by lighting a lamp in the toilet. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 7 breaths. Very quickly, 10 breaths passed. Rumble, rumble. Countless bolts of destructive lightning began to fuse, collide, and evolve. In the end, they transformed into a terrifying divine eye with a diameter of more than 10,000 years. A terrifying pressure erupted from the divine eye and radiated in all directions. In an instant, all the experts, from quasi-god king to universe god, felt a sense of subservience from the bottom of their hearts. Their legs involuntarily knelt on the ground, as if the purple divine eye was the most sacred existence in their hearts, and they could not tolerate any disrespect from them. Gurgle gurgle heaven's sky law divine eye, that was a sky law divine eye. Hiss. What did that person do to cause the sky law to descend? The Xiu universe was different from those that had a main universe. The will of the universe source was refined and controlled by someone. My heart is the heart of the heavens. The sky law was merely a matter of king of the universe's thoughts. It was not easy to startle the sky law and divine eye in a universe without a master like the Xiu universe. But soon, many experts were delighted. Ha 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 ha, good 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 dogfish, you have such a day as well. Retribution, this is retribution. 10,000 years ago, during that battle, Yang Fann had offended all the major powers in the Xiu universe. No one knew how many major powers he had offended. They wished they could eat Yang Fann's flesh and drink his blood, but their strength was inferior to his. They had no choice but to suppress the killing intent in their hearts and endure it. Now, this dogfish was courting death and provoking the cosmic will. This time, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Xiu universe wasn't any other origin universe. In such a high-level origin universe, the cosmic will was so terrifying that even high-level chaos god king wouldn't dare to provoke it. One day later, the sky law and divine eye had finally reached their peak. The terrifying pressure was enough to make many middle-level chaos divine king unable to breathe. With the sunburst castle as the center, there was not a single living creature in a 5 million light-years radius. If they didn't retreat in time, they would have already been crushed into pieces by the terrifying pressure. Rumble. A purple lightning dragon that was over 1,000 light-years thick tore through the sky and smashed down towards the sunburst castle. It was like a world-destroying lightning dragon, and it wanted to wipe the entire sunburst castle out of this world. Hiss. Is this the divine might of the heavenly punishment? Terrifying, truly terrifying. A trace of power. 5 million light-years away, a great perfection quasi-god king took in a cold breath. Even from 5 million light-years away, the soul was trembling in despair. It seemed like as long as it was just a tiny bit, it would be able to easily kill great perfection quasi-god king like them. In the face of the destruction of the entire world-destroying lightning dragon, even a middle-level chaos divine king could only be killed by it. Good dogfish, your death has come. In the center of the sunburst castle, Yang Fann's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't see the world-destroying lightning dragon descending from the sky. His mind was completely focused on the outside of the mysterious space. With the sole divine axe in his hand, he crazily attacked the spatial crystal wall, allowing the world-destroying lightning dragon to kill him without any intention of stopping him. Even without using the Chaos Origin divine arts, his divine body's defense was still a level stronger than the quasi-top-level Chaos Origin divine artifact. Even if he didn't put up any defenses, what could a mere sky law do to him? The truth was just as Yang Fann had expected. The world-destroying lightning dragon that could severely injure or even kill an extreme middle-level chaos god king was like an itch to him when it landed on his body. Not to mention, inflicting serious injuries on him, even Yang Fann's skin wasn't torn apart. Rumble, 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 rumble. The world-destroying lightning dragon continuously tore through the skies. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. Gulp, gulp, are you for real? The sky law isn't over yet. That monster isn't dead yet. He's not dead yet. Despair. What kind of monster was that? 3 days had passed, and the sky law and divine eyes had sent down countless world-destroying lightning dragons. Anyone below the high-level Chaos God King, even a quasi-high-level Chaos God King, would be turned into dust. The Tian Empire, the Emperor Star, and the Tian Emperor Palace. Tian God King looked at the apocalyptic scene in the center of the palace and felt helpless. It had been 7 days, but that monster's talent had yet to end. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Each of the devastating lightning dragons was more powerful than his quasi-high-level Chaos God King's strongest attack. With his foundation, he could only withstand the heavenly punishment for 3 days at most. However, Dark Star had lasted for 7 days, and it wasn't over yet. His strength had already completely surpassed his. Even if he wasn't the real Chaos God King, he was afraid that he wouldn't be far away. Plus, he was also the most troublesome spatial God King. Just thinking about it made people despair. Is there really a chance for me to take revenge? Sigh. I only hope that the monster will completely die under the Sky Law. 1 month later, the Sky Law was still in effect. However, it was unknown whether it was an illusion or something else. The group of experts actually had a faint feeling that the Sky Laws and Divine Eyes had an additional trace of anxiety. In a mysterious space that no one knew about, the Divine Eyes were now covered with spider webs, crisscrossing with terrifying cracks. It was as if they were going to collapse in the next second. After a month of crazy attacks, they had finally reached the limit of the origin space. Roar, everything ends here, break for me, bang. The heavens and the earth split apart. The spatial crystal wall could no longer withstand the attack and completely collapsed. Origin will, after attacking me for so long, it should be my turn now. Die now. See 2718 Crazy Plundering Thunder Empire, Xiu Universe. Ah, a mournful and despairing wail rang in the ears of all living beings in Xiu Universe. In an instant, an indescribable sorrow enveloped their souls, causing their eyes to become moist. Ah, what is going on? This feeling, could it be, no, how is this possible? How is this possible? The Xiu Universe is a top-grade origin universe. Many experts' expressions changed drastically, as if they had thought of something. However, they quickly denied it. The Xiu Universe was a top-tier energy-grade origin universe. Even though the cosmic will only had its own consciousness and couldn't unleash its full power, it was still terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than many high-level Chaos God King warriors, and it might even surpass them. If it wasn't for this, those middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors would have been aiming for the cosmic will long ago. As long as they could suppress the cosmic will, they would become the master of the Xiu Universe, and they would be able to do everything in the Xiu Universe with ease. This efficiency was much greater than what they could achieve with every step they took. Right at this moment, in the Sky Law, which had a diameter of over 10,000 years, was extremely distorted. It was as if it was enduring an indescribable pain before it finally shattered. The next second, swish swish, Lei Yun, who was covering the sky and blocking the sun and millions of light years away from the Sunburst Castle, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Ah, the Sky Law and Divine Eye have disappeared. Could it be that all of this is? It's all true. The cosmic will in Xiu Universe was really stolen by that man. By that person. Many quasi-god kings swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. The thought of being killed just now. Once again, the disappearance of the Sky Law and Divine Eye appeared in their minds. It was too sudden, especially the final destruction. It was extremely abnormal. Each and every one of them had lived for an unknown number of eras. During that period of time, this was not the first time they had seen Sky Laws and Divine Eyes. They were able to pass through Sky Laws as they normally did. The Divine Eyes and Divine Eyes would naturally disappear slowly, unlike what was happening in front of them. The distortions were destroyed. The Grand Flame Empire, the Emperor Star, the Grand Flame Emperor Palace. Sigh. Taiyan God King faintly sighed as he powerlessly sat on his throne. Grandson Taihao, grandfather is useless, I can't save you. He had given up. God King had completely given up on the idea of saving his grandson. Even the cosmic will in Xiu Universe was suppressed by that man. He was definitely a high-level Chaos God King. He wasn't even an ordinary low-rank high-level Chaos God. This strength, Hong Long, there was only one outcome for him to save someone. They were all wiped out, including him, a quasi-high-level Chaos God King. What? Although Taihao and the other 6 great God King were important, as the old ancestor of the Emperor clan, he should consider the safety of the entire clan. If he were to sacrifice the entire clan to save them, not to mention just losing one middle-level Chaos Divine King, even if it was 2 or 3 of them, he would have no choice but to bear with it. Shenfeng Empire, Shenfeng Emperor Star, Shenfeng Emperor Palace. Phew, it's a good thing that I gave up on that idea a long time ago. Otherwise, I would have stopped thinking about it a long time ago. God King Divine Wind felt lucky in his heart. If he really went there to rescue them, he wouldn't even know how he died. It would be extremely easy for Chaos God King, who was in a high-grade spatial zone, to kill all of them, such as the low-level Chaos God King. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Thunder Empire, Emperor Star of Thunder, Emperor Palace of Thunder. Bitch, it's actually a high-level Chaos God King. God King gritted his teeth. He thought that the man was just a limit or a quasi-high-level chaos god king, but he never thought that. This cultivation base in strength. He wasn't considered a weakling even amongst the high-level chaos god king warriors. Things had become a lot more troublesome, but very quickly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across God King's eyes. So what if he's a high-level chaos god king? I won't just let it go like this. Just wait and see. When the elders of Thunder Source royal family arrive, it will be the day of your death. Ziyu Universe, Origin Space. Wang. A divine light flashed around Yang Fann's body, and he became one with his soul body. He started to size up the entire Origin Space. As soon as he entered the Origin Space, he had a big fight with the Universe Source's will. He didn't have the time to look at the entire Origin Space. The entire Origin Space was almost 1/1000th of the size of the Ziyu Universe, and it spanned for 9 million light years. In the center of the Origin Space, there was a huge mass of chaotic crystal with a radius of 1 million light years. It was none other than the origin of chaos. Gulp. Yang Fann swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. His eyes were filled with blazing hot light. Initially, he thought that he had overestimated the Ziyu Universe. Unexpectedly, he still looked down on him. If a million light years origin of chaos was condensed into a origin elemental crystal, even if it was less than 100 trillion, it would still be 50 trillion units. As long as he could completely absorb and refine this origin of chaos, he would have a 90% chance of breaking through to the middle-rank middle-level chaos god realm. Luck. It's really my luck. Fortunately, this Ziyu universe had appeared in an 8th grade empire like the Thunder Empire. If it had appeared in those 10th grade empires, it would not have been his turn. Even those top-level chaos god kings would go crazy over such a high-grade origin universe. Perhaps the cosmic will in the Ziyu universe could stop high-level chaos god king. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to resist those top-level chaos god kings. At most, it would consume 1,000 times, 10,000 times more time than Yang Fann. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The next second, rumble, a chaotic illusion. It was like a giant whale sucking on water, crazily swallowing the origin of chaos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The origin of chaos seemed to have sensed the danger of death. It shook violently, trying to break free from the terrifying suction force. However, it was all in vain. Almost every year, more than a light year's origin of chaos would be devoured by the chaotic shadow. Moreover, as time passed, the speed of the origin of chaos's absorption would continue to increase. At this rate, it would not exceed 10 million years. All the Yang Fanns would be plundered by Yang Fann. He never thought that he would go into seclusion here and refine these origin of chaos. Even with his current attainments in the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, it would take him several hundred eras to refine tens of billions of units of origin elemental crystals. Moreover, these were origin of chaos and not origin elemental crystals. Hence, time would increase significantly. Without 1,000 eras, it would be very difficult for him to completely refine all of these origin of chaos. The goal of staying here for a long time was a little too big. It was fine if those experts from the 3 great empires were here, but to him, they were nothing more than food. However, if Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others were attracted here, things would not be good. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 million years had passed. The origin of chaos with a radius of 100 light years was already insufficient. Half of it still had a maximum of 1,000,000 light years. Yang Fann was confident that he could completely plunder it. As more than half of the origin of chaos was taken away by Yang Fann, the entire Ziyu universe underwent a significant change. First of all, the speed of expansion had dropped by several times. Not only that, the origin energy had also dropped by more than a level compared to 3 million. It was more than 3 million the origin energy from before the new year. However, 80,000 years later, Thunder Empire, Emperor Star of Thunder, the Empire's biggest star harbor, Thunder Star Harbor, was completely banned. Many legendary figures gathered in the Star Harbor. They were all extremely careful and would occasionally look over. They looked at the huge star door that was thousands of meters tall. Hiss. That's true lightning divine king, that's Lei Nuo, God King. That seems to be my Thunder Empire's founding emperor, the Thunder Sovereign. What is going on? Who is it that can make the Thunder Sovereign welcome him personally? Is it Great Sovereign Tai Yan, or is it Great Sovereign Shenfeng? C2719 Suppress the high-level Chaos God King Ziyu Universe, Origin Space. Kai. The origin of chaos that was less than 100,000 light-years in diameter rapidly shrunk at a terrifying speed. At most, there were 200,000 years left. Yang Fann was confident that he could rob all the remaining origin of chaos. 98,000 light-years, 95,000 light-years, 90,000 light-years, 80,000 light-years, 67,000 light-years, 50,000 light-years, 30,000 light-years, 150,000 years later. The origin of chaos's diameter finally dropped by 10,000 light-years. Right at this moment, swoosh 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 at the border of the Ziyu continent, a large piece of land collapsed and was destroyed. Countless living beings were on it. They didn't even have the time to scream before they were shredded to pieces by the terrifying spatiotemporal storm. The source energy of the entire Ziyu continent was like a deflating balloon that was rapidly leaking and falling. In less than a year, it had fallen by 9 levels and 9 levels, let alone 1,000 times, 10,000 times, compared to a few million years ago. Even some high-level origin universe was not much stronger. It's downgraded. Ziyu universe has been demoted to advanced origin universe. What is going on? Why did Ziyu universe suddenly drop in rank? Could it be that it was that person who did this? But why did he do that? All the experts had blank looks on their faces. Even though all these years, the origin energy of the Ziyu continent. If their guesses were correct, it should be that person who was plundering the origin of chaos, but in their minds. After plundering a certain amount of origin of chaos, he would definitely not continue plundering. Instead, he would let that person recuperate and recover the lost origin of chaos. After recovering to a certain stage, he would harvest again. The cycle repeated itself, endlessly growing. He would kill the chicken to retrieve the egg, drain the pond, fish to burn the forest, and hunt like this. As long as one's head was not kicked by a donkey, it was absolutely impossible to do it. To be able to cultivate to the high-level Chaos God King, which one of them was a short-sighted person. The Ziyu universe was a top-tier energy-grade origin universe, and every era. The newly born origin of chaos could be compressed into dozens of units of origin elemental crystal. He would be able to obtain tens of billions of units of origin elemental crystals, but once he fell into the advanced origin universe. At the same time, let alone tens of billions of units of origin elemental crystals. Even if it was 1 million, or 10 million units of origin elemental crystals, it was an extravagant hope. As for Chaos God King, what he didn't lack the most was time. But why did that man have to do it? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Another 10,000 years passed. Another half of the Ziyu continent was destroyed. The origin power could only be compared to those intermediate origin universe. Middle, intermediate origin universe, that person is still plundering. He won't. He can't be thinking of plundering all the origin of Ziyu universe, right? No way. It seemed like there was really no way for him to stay in the Ziyu universe any longer. Many chaos gods and quasi-god kings started to retreat. Once the origin of the Ziyu universe was completely seized, the Ziyu universe would completely collapse. At that time, the universe would be destroyed, and the terrifying power that erupted from it would be enough to kill anyone below Chaos God King, even those at the Great Perfection Quasi-God King. Anyone below the Quasi-God King would die without a doubt. Besides, as the energy levels of the Ziyu universe continued to drop, the resources of the huge Ziyu continent had become extremely scarce. Even if they continued to stay in the Ziyu universe, they wouldn't be able to obtain much. 3,000 years later, looking at the origin of chaos that had a diameter of a light year, Yang Fann slowly retracted the universe behind him. Ziyu universe had already fallen to the low-grade origin universe. If he were to plunder the remaining 1 light-year origin of chaos, the entire Ziyu universe would soon be destroyed. Thinking about it, Yang Fann suppressed this thought. He had already plundered the 9 levels of the Ziyu universe. The origin of chaos was not lacking a single light-year origin of chaos. It could be considered as giving all living beings in the Ziyu universe a chance to live. It's almost 5 million years. It's time to leave. With a thought, Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped out of origin space. With another step, he appeared outside the cosmic crystal wall. At this moment, origin heavenly god Pearl, suppress space-time. A sound of great Tao that seemed to be hidden in the dark sounded in Yang Fann's ears. Before he finished his words, rumble, A chaotic barrier enveloped the area of millions of light-years around Yang Fann, completely sealing off all of his paths. The next second, rumble, rumble, the three paths was millions of times more terrifying than God King Lei Xiao. A terrifying pressure that was hundreds of millions of times stronger rose up in front of Yang Fann. It was a mighty pressure that enveloped Yang Fann. In the blink of an eye, millions of light-years had turned into a terrifying thunder sea. 3 of them were millions of meters tall. Their divine might was like a prison, insufferably arrogant. Junior, do you know your crime? How dare you kill a disciple of my Thunder Source royal family? What audacity now! Surrender obediently, I might be able to give you a quick death. These 3 thunder gods were none other than the reinforcements from the Thunder Empire. They were high-level Chaos God King warriors from the Thunder Source Empire of the Level 9 Empire. In fact, they had already arrived at the Xiyu universe 300,000 years ago. They had just been lying in ambush outside the universe, not daring to enter the Xiyu universe. The cosmic will had already been suppressed by Relentless. In the Xiyu universe, the opponent was a god, a high-level Chaos God King. Under the blessing of a high-energy grade peak grade origin universe, unless a top-level Chaos God King appeared, it was virtually impossible to find a few opponents. Although they had the advantage in numbers, However, once they entered the Xiyu universe, they had no confidence that they could defeat their opponent. Even though the Xiyu universe's energy level had plummeted, they did not immediately attack. 1A King of the universe was in their own universe. He was the omniscient supreme god. Once they entered it, it would be hard to hide from the other party's eyes and ears, even if the Xiyu universe's energy level had fallen drastically. It wouldn't be dangerous for them, but as long as their whereabouts were exposed. A high-level Chaos God King, especially the Spatial God King. If they wanted to leave, there was a possibility that they would be able to keep him here. There wouldn't be more than one level left. They had gone through so much hardship to come to Thunder Empire, not only to make their opponents flee. When they saw them, they had completely suppressed them. Yang Fann was what they wanted. Especially this kid, he had even robbed a top-tier expert in the Origin universe, the 9 nines mysteries of the 9 levels 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 of the Origin universe. The origin of chaos had made them even more envious. No matter what, they could not let this bastard go. HMPH, vile creature, don't put up a fearless resistance. 4-direction space has already been sealed by my heavenly origin divine pearl. Even if you are the Spatial God King, you won't be able to escape today. Another high-level Chaos God King spoke. His voice was filled with confidence, as if Yang Fann was a turtle in a jar. The heavenly origin bead was a high-grade intermediate spatial origin of chaos divine weapon. Anyone below the top-level Chaos God would be an extreme advanced God King. It would take a lot of effort to break through the seal of the heavenly origin bead. 1 high-rank high-level Chaos God King and 2 middle-rank top-level Chaos God Kings. Good. Yang Fann didn't seem to hear it at all. There wasn't a trace of panic on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of surprise on their faces as they said, "Good," 3 times in a hurry. What did they lack? What did they come for? The 3 high-level Chaos God King warriors were far from what God King Lei Xiao could compare with. If they could suppress and devour all of them, coupled with the huge amount of origin of chaos in their hands, they might not even be able to break through to high-rank middle-level Chaos God in one go. At that time, he might even be able to fight middle-rank quasi-sovereign. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved. He ripped apart the Thunder Sea and lunged at the high-rank high-level Chaos God King. Roar. Aphids, obediently become my nourishment. With a ferocious laugh, the Chaos Origin divine body exploded with all its strength. A terrifying aura that made the high-rank high-level Chaos God King feel despair rose from Yang Fann's body. This wasn't the end. The vast power of Chaos God in his body turned. A layer of power burst out from his body. In an instant, Yang Fann's terrifying pressure increased by dozens of times. The scariness of his aura was much greater than low-rank top-level Chaos God Kings. It was even stronger. Ah, no, top-level Chaos God King. You are the top-level Chaos God King. Please spare my life. Please spare my life, my lord. C-2720. The first to strike was the first to strike Xiyu universe, outside the cosmic crystal wall. Spare my life, my lord, spare my life. An ominous sign of collapse enveloped Lei God King's entire body. Initially, They thought that with the strength of the 3 high-level Chaos God King and the help of their high-grade spatial origin of chaos, the heavenly origin divine pearl, they would be able to easily capture this thief and seize his treasures in Ziyu universe. Never would they have thought that this was a fat piece of meat waiting to be slaughtered. It was a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. Top-level Chaos God King, he was actually a top-level Chaos God King. This was a great existence that even their Thunder Source royal family's founder, the Thunder Source, God King had to look up to. Little brat, if the Japanese king didn't die today, he would definitely skin you alive. Roar 5 Virtues Lightning Pearl, block it for me. Boom, a 5-colored ray of lightning rose from Reed God King's body and turned into a 5-colored barrier. The 5D Lightning Pearl was the strongest defensive treasure in Lei God King's hand. It was a high-grade high-level Chaos Origin divine artifact, and this wasn't the end. Lei God King opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Origin divine blood onto the 5D Lightning Pearl. In an instant, the 5-colored barrier roared twice. At this moment, even quasi-top-level God King wouldn't be able to easily break the 5-colored barrier. However, under the might of Yang Fann, which could rival middle-rank top-level God Kings, the 5-colored barrier was like a piece of paper. In less than an instant, it broke into pieces and collapsed completely. Ah, no, Lord Reed. Stop, don't hurt me, Lord Reed. Kill great divine ability, myriad sword lightning kill die Thunder King's divine spear. 2 great Thunder Source royal family's divine spear. The middle-rank top-level Chaos God King's eyes were on the verge of splitting open, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Then, he started using the ultimate skill to attack Yang Fann. Lord Lei had a special status in their Thunder Source royal family. Although he was only a high-rank high-level Chaos God King, he was still their ancestor. Sometimes, the Thunder Source God King would have to depend on his expression. He couldn't allow anything bad to happen to him. Otherwise, even if they were lucky enough not to die, even their descendants would be implicated. However, Yang Fann turned a blind eye to this. He allowed them to attack and devour him. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to press down on God King. Ah, no, how could this be? In an instant, the 2 high-level Chaos God King's eyes widened. This attack, they had used all their strength to consume milk, and they didn't even hesitate to use the burning strength of Origin. They were trying to forcefully increase their strength, even if it was the top-level Chaos God King. If he dared to use his divine body to defend against their attack, he would surely suffer severe injuries. However, what they saw was that 2 huge ultimate skills landed on that man's body. Not to mention being seriously injured, not even a strand of hair was injured. Just what kind of monster was this? No, my lord, I beg of you, please let me go. Our Thunder Source Empire is ranked in the top 100 of the 10,000 kingdom ranking in the chaos domain of Taiya, and my little sister, Lei Ya, is the beloved concubine of the Taiya Empire's Azure Dragon King. If you dare to harm me, His Majesty Azure Dragon King will never let you go. Reed God King struggled with all his might and cried out in pain. He told everyone that he had a high position in the Thunder Source royal family. Taiya Empire, Azure Dragon King. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had never heard of Azure Dragon King before, but he had heard of the Taiya Empire before. This was the indisputable #1 empire in the chaos domain of Taiya. The name of the chaos domain of Taiya was precisely because of this empire. There was a top-level Chaos God King residing in this empire, and there was more than one of them. His Majesty Azure Dragon King is one of the 6 great God King under Great Emperor Taiya. His Majesty Azure Dragon King was already a top-level Chaos God King 100 million years ago. Great Emperor Taiya, the 6 divine kings under him. That means, yes, let's go to the Taiya Empire and get rid of all future troubles. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. There was a trace of burning passion in his eyes. The old ones had come, but there was no end to it. Fortunately, he went straight to the door and killed that Azure Dragon King. And Great Emperor Taiya, who was behind him, had been killed. It was all over once and for all. If he thought about it carefully, there was no harm in keeping a high profile. In Hunyuan universe, he had only revealed the combat strength of high-rank high-level Chaos God King, and with the help of the origin of Chaos Divine Weapon. In just a few million years, even if Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to link him with extreme top-level Chaos God King, or even low-level Quasi-Sovereign. With his current cultivation base and attainments in the art of concealment, as long as he didn't encounter a quasi-sovereign of great perfection or a real great Tao sovereign, he wouldn't be in any danger of being exposed. Compared to keeping a low profile and spending his days in seclusion, it was even harder for Ming Yang Dao Zun and the others to pay attention to him if he changed his disguise and worked in a high-profile manner. Of course, Yang Fann would never admit in his heart that his main target was the Taya Empire. There were also 7 top-level Chaos God Kings. A 10th-grade empire that had been passed down for 10 billion eras. Its home was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was enough to increase his cultivation base by a large amount. Although he wasn't very confident in breaking through to the high-level Chaos God realm, there was still a high possibility of breaking through to the quasi-high-level Chaos God. At that time, as long as he didn't meet those limits, even if Yang Fann couldn't defeat those quasi-sovereign of great perfection warriors, they wouldn't be able to stop him even if they wanted to leave. Yang Fann suddenly became silent. In Reed's eyes, it was another meaning. That was true. In the chaos domain of Taiya, there were only a few people who weren't afraid of the Taya Empire. That was the absolute overlord of the chaos domain of Taiya. In the entire Tien Suo Chaos Circle, that was a top empire that could be ranked in the top 100. Even a top-level Chaos God King wouldn't want to offend the Taya Empire unless it was absolutely necessary. Sir, my Thunder Source race has no intention of becoming your enemy. As long as you let me go, I guarantee that my Thunder Source race will never find trouble with you again. Sir, my Thunder Source race has no intention of making an enemy out of you. As long as you let me go, I guarantee that my Thunder Source race will never find trouble with you again. Listening to you, do you want me to thank you for not finding trouble with me? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and a hint of ridicule appeared on his face. No, I dare not. Master, this junior never meant that. You wouldn't dare. I'm afraid that once I let you guys go, I'll immediately bring people to take revenge on me. Yang Fann sneered. In order to avoid trouble, I'll personally make a trip. It's not just your Thunder Source race. I won't even let the Taya Empire go. What? Reed God King's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe his ears. Could it be that this guy had gone crazy and wanted to deal with the Taya Empire? Who did he think he was? Even those extreme top-level Chaos God King didn't dare to say that he could definitely defeat the Taya Empire. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's mind moved, and a terrifying suction force enveloped God King's body. In an instant, God King turned into a stream of light and was absorbed into the chaos within Yang Fann's body. The next second, 3 Yang Fann counter-attacked with his palm towards the 2 middle-ranked top-level Chaos God Kings who were still in a daze. Ah, not good. Roar. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. My Thunder Source royal family will never let you go. His Majesty Azure Dragon King will never let you go. You won't let me go. Looks like my decision is correct. I must strike first to gain the upper hand. Thunder Empire, Thunder Emperor Star, Thunder Emperor Palace. God King Thunder paced back and forth, and there was a hint of uneasiness between his brows. Just now, he had received news that Lord Reed and the others had attacked. However, very quickly, the chaotic barrier disappeared without a trace, followed by Lord Reed, the other 2, and Evil Thief. He also didn't know who won. Was it Lord Reed and the others, or was it that Evil Thief? No, it was Master Reed and the others. The winner must be Master Reed and the others. Even if that Evil Thief was also a high-level Chaos God King, he would definitely not be a match for Lord Rend. Lord Reed alone could easily defeat Evil Thief, not to mention Lord Reed, Lei Yong, and Lei Mie. At this moment, Pucci, the space in front of God King twisted, and a man stepped out from it. Ah, it's you. No, this is impossible, impossible. C-2721 The Thunder Empire was destroyed. Thunder Empire, Thunder Imperial Star, Thunder Imperial Palace. God King looked at the young figure with his eyes wide open, disbelief written all over his face. No, how could you appear here? Where are the 3 lords, Lei Yong, and Lei Huo? Do you want to know where they are? I will send you to reunite with them. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked and revealed an evil smile. He wanted to deal with the Thunder Source royal family and Taya Empire, but he would never let go of the Thunder Empire where all of this had happened. Ah, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you have already suppressed them? Suppressed. God King's heart trembled. An extremely uneasy feeling swept through his heart. Ah, no, this is impossible, impossible. Lei Yong, and Lei Huo, these 3 lords are. He must be scaring me. he must be scaring me. Lei De, Lei Yong, and Lei Huo were all mighty high-level Chaos God King experts. Any one of them could easily sweep across their three great empires, especially Lord Lei, who was a high-ranked high-level Chaos God King. With the three of them working together, even if quasi-top-level God King could defeat them easily, it would be extremely difficult to suppress them. Could this Dark Star be a top-level Chaos God King? Was this possible? In the entire Chaos domain of Taiya, apart from the supreme ruler of the Chaos domain, the Taiya Empire, no other empire had ever heard of the birth of a top-level Chaos God King. He was sleeping soundly under the bed. The resources in the vast Chaos domain were limited. Supporting a 10th grade empire was the limit. The Taiya Empire would never allow a second 10th grade empire to appear, and they would be on equal footing with the Taiya Empire. Am I trying to scare you? Yang Fann sneered. Buzz. Chaos appeared behind Yang Fann. The three of them were like living corpses, sealed inside. Ah, it's Lord Rend, Lei Yong, and Lord Lei and Lord Lei and Lord Lei. God King let out a shocked cry and nearly fainted. It really was the three lords, Lei Yong, and Lei Huo. If that was the case, then he definitely wouldn't be mistaken about the aura of the Thunder Source royal family that came from the same source. Woo, how could this be? How could this be? How could Lord Reed and the others be like this? It's over, our Thunder Empire is finished. Collapse. A complete mental breakdown. Even Reed, Lei Yong, and Lei Huo were completely suppressed. The terror of this monster had far exceeded his imagination. Even if it wasn't a top-level Chaos God King, it was still a peak existence amongst quasi-top-level God King. This strength had already far exceeded the imagination of Thunder Empire. Let alone a mere 8th grade empire. Even the level 9 empire behind them, the Thunder Source Empire, was no match for this monster. Although there were many high-level Chaos God King warriors in the Thunder Source Empire, the strongest ancestor of the Thunder Source, God King, was only a quasi-extreme advanced God King warrior who had stepped into the extreme. Advanced God King. Even if they gathered all the strength of their Thunder Source race, being able to fight an ordinary quasi-top-level God King was their limit. Lei Xiao was an unfilial son. If this monster wanted the primordial chaos divine artifact, then just give it to him. Why would he resist this monster? Now, not only had he sacrificed his own life, even their Thunder Emperor clan, and even the Thunder Source royal family behind him had come to a dead end because of him. If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled unfilial son to death the moment he was born. It would save this unfilial son from harming me and our Thunder Source royal family. It seems like you have already confirmed who they are. In that case, you can feel at ease and accompany them. Ah, no, sir, please spare my life. Sir, please spare my life. Bang bang bang. God King's knees went soft, and his head felt like it was beating garlic. He begged with all his might. Although Lei De, Lei Yong, and Lei Huo hadn't truly died yet, even an idiot would know that it was only temporary. Spare me, since you dared to take revenge on me, you should have known that this day would come. Before he finished his words, Yang Fann moved his right arm and grabbed the Lightning God King with his claw. Next, it will be the Fu God King from the Thunder Imperial clan. A few breaths later, the remaining middle-level Chaos Divine King of the Thunder Emperor clan, as well as the 8 low-level Chaos God Kings of the current Thunder Emperor clan, were all suppressed by Yang Fann. Not only that, the treasury of the Thunder Emperor clan was also destroyed by Yang Fann. Not even a single unit of Origin of Chaos was left behind in Thunder Empire. The Thunder Empire had been established for hundreds of millions of years, and had accumulated quite a large amount of wealth. Even compared to an ordinary high-level Chaos God King, it was still better. Just the Origin Elemental Crystal alone was close to trillions of it. With all the other resources and treasures combined together, he was afraid that it wouldn't be less than 2 trillion units. There's still this Thunder universe. Should I? A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Controlling the Lightning God King, this king of the universe, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find the origin space of the Lightning universe. However, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann still chose to give up. The Thunder universe was just a peak grade energy grade origin universe. Middle level Chaos Divine King was its limit, and it couldn't be compared to the Ziyu universe. Even if they robbed him, they wouldn't be able to provide him with many origin elemental crystals. Time passed by slowly, very quickly. 1,000 years had passed. Ah, Great Emperor, the Great Emperor is gone. No, how could this be? The old ancestor, even the old ancestor is gone. What is going on? What is going on? Why did all of the Emperor clans, Emperor God King disappear? An indescribable oppressive atmosphere spread across the entire Thunder Imperial Star. All of God King had disappeared without a trace. Ever since the establishment of Thunder Empire, nothing had happened. The Emperor Star was the core of Thunder Empire and the heart of the Empire. No matter what, there would always be a God King in charge of the Emperor Star. Furthermore, even if there was something that needed to be done, he couldn't just leave without an explanation. Something had happened. The great sovereigns were afraid that something had happened to them. The Supreme Flame Empire, the Emperor Star, and the Supreme Flame Emperor Palace. The Thunder Emperor clan, all of God King has disappeared without a trace. It must be that person. It must be that person who did it. Suddenly, Great Flame God King's pupils constricted, and a wisp of terror that was difficult to conceal appeared on his face. The reason why he was able to take down all the God King of the Thunder Imperial clan in such a soundless manner was also because of that motive. Other than that person, he really couldn't think of a second person. Fortunately, I wasn't reckless. Otherwise, if we were to be wiped out in one go, we might even have to include our Tai Flame Emperor clan. But soon, God King's eyes lit up, and a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. This is a good opportunity. Thunder Empire belongs to our empire. Without God King Lei and the other two, the Thunder Empire was no different from a fat piece of meat on a chopping block. As for Thunder Empire, those royal families and a bunch of motley crew were nothing in God King's eyes. Any middle-level Chaos Divine King from his family could easily wipe them out. The response of the Empire was quick, and the speed of Xianfeng wasn't slow either. One after another, Xianfeng's fleet sailed across the border with unstoppable momentum. At this point, the countdown to the Thunder Empire began. Leiyuan Universe was a top-tier universe. Its energy grade was higher than the energy grade of the Ziyu Universe that was robbed by Yang Fann. It was even higher than the level 1. And this was the Thunder Source Empire's old nest. Just like the Ziyu Universe, the Leiyuan Universe was also a universe of a continent. With the main continent, Thunder Source Continent as the core, in all directions, it was as if stars surrounded the moon, densely covering a large number of lesser and lower continents. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Leiyuan universe turned dark. It was as if he had fallen into the limitless darkness. Even time seemed to have stopped at this moment. A horrendous hand that was even bigger than the Leiyuan universe descended from the sky, shattering the chaos and crushing towards the Leiyuan universe. No, what is that? Not good. A divine king has attacked my Leiyuan universe, and a divine king has attacked my Leiyuan universe. Roar. Quickly activate Empire's number 1 defense system. Quickly activate Empire's number 1 defense system. C-2722 and then destroy the Thunder Source Emperor clan Thunder Source Empire, Leiyuan Universe. The entire universe was covered by a heaven-sheltering big hand, sinking into the limitless darkness. How could this be? Hiss. What a terrifying power, can we really resist it? Endless panic, just like the cosmic storm, swept across the entire universe and spread in the hearts of countless living beings. How terrifying was that palm strike? Even some Chaos God King couldn't produce a single resistance thought under that palm strike. It was as if a tiny bit of power was enough to wipe them out. That was the difference between their lives. At that moment tens of millions of brilliant lightning bolts shot up into the sky from the numerous continents of Leiyuan Universe. They were as brilliant as pillars, piercing through the heavens and earth. In the sky above Leiyuan Universe, a terrifying thunder prison was formed, covering the entire Leiyuan Universe. It's the number 1 defense system of the Empire. The Empire's number 1 defense system has been activated. We are saved. With Empire's number 1 defense system, we'll definitely be able to block that terrifying attack. In an instant, countless living beings' minds shook. A despairing heart bloomed with a ray of hope. The Empire's number 1 defense system was the Thunder Source Empire's strongest defense system. It was created by the Empire using countless resources and time. It was enough to resist low-rank top-level Chaos God King's attack. Although that heaven-sheltering big hand was terrifying, it shouldn't be able to surpass low-rank top-level Chaos God Kings. One had to know that in the vast Chaos domain of the Heavenly Horizon, only the Taya Empire possessed a top-level Chaos God King. Their Thunder Source Empire was one of the subsidiary empires of the Taya Empire, and the Thunder Source royal family was backed by Azure Dragon King, that big tree. For no reason, it was impossible for the Taya Empire's top-level Chaos God King to attack their Thunder Source Empire. Even if he was really careless and offended a king of the Taya Empire, he wouldn't make a big fuss on the account of Azure Dragon King. However, in less than a breath's time, the expressions of the experts suddenly changed. Poochie poochie, poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter as it rapidly destroyed the endless thunder seas. The entire thunder sea began to shrink and dry up at a visible rate. In 3 breaths, at most 3 breaths, the Empire's #1 defense system that they were so proud of would completely collapse. Ah, no, how could this be? How could this be? Heavens, what kind of power is this? Could it be that my Thunder Abyss Empire is really going to die? The #1 defense system of the Empire was able to withstand low-rank top-level Chaos God King's attack. Even middle-rank top-level God King would have to spend a lot of time to break the #1 defense system of the Empire. It was so easy for him to destroy the #1 defense system of the Empire. This strength had far exceeded their imagination. At least, it was high-rank top-level Chaos God King, or even the peak top-level Chaos God King. Compared to a level 9 empire like the Thunder Source Empire, high-rank top-level Chaos God King was a complete legend. Even if he was their backer, one of the 6 kings of the Taya Empire, His Majesty Azure Dragon King, was merely a middle-rank top-level God King. Bang bang in all 4 directions of Leiyuan universe, a large amount of mushroom clouds rose up. Thousands and thousands of lesser and lower-grade continents turned into a dazzling firework, burning their final glory. It was broken. The #1 defense system of the Empire was completely destroyed. Woo woo woo. It's over, the Empire is finished. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. Despair and wails rose and fell within the Leiyuan universe. Even the #1 defense system of the Empire was destroyed. What else could they use to defend against that palm that covered the sky? Right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure comparable to low-rank top-level Chaos God King rose up from the center of the Thunder Source continent. In the next second, a terrifying thunder god with a height of more than 1,000,000 light-years stepped into the sky. Lightning flashed under his feet. Every step he took left behind a terrifying thunder sea with a width of 1,000,000 light-years in the void. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has come to save us. The old ancestor has come to save us. Woo woo woo. We don't have to die anymore. We don't need to die anymore. In an instant, the despairing hearts of the crowd split open once again. In their hearts, the old ancestor was the strongest and undefeatable. He would never let them down. He would definitely be able to defeat that powerful enemy and protect their safety. Even if that person was a top-level Chaos God King, it would still be the same. One should know that this was the Leiyuan universe, the lair of the Thunder Source royal family. Roar break for me. The Thunder Source God King's voice was like the ringing of a bronze bell. The Thunder God roared and boiled, engulfing the entire Leiyuan universe. As he spoke, thunder flashed in his hand, and a thunder halberd that was over 1,000,000 light-years long appeared. It was surrounded by purple thunder and lightning. The purple thunder god breaking halberd, the first origin of chaos divine weapon in the Leiyuan universe, a supreme grade high-grade primal chaos divine weapon. Outside of the Leiyuan universe, the purple thunder divine halberd was nothing special. But in the Leiyuan universe, this innate origin of chaos divine weapon was powerful enough to be comparable to a low-grade top-level chaos origin divine artifact. As for the Thunder Source God King, although he was only a quasi-extreme advanced God King, as king of the universes, with the support of the origin will of Leiyuan universe, his strength Hong Long, he was not much weaker than a low-rank top-level Chaos God King. The power of this halberd was something that even an ordinary middle-rank top-level God King would have to avoid. Wherever the divine halberd went, it would slice the heaven-sheltering big hand in half. 0. Insignificant skill. Vaguely, there seemed to be a disdainful voice coming from all directions. In the blink of an eye, everyone's heart, which had been slightly relieved, rose to their throats once again, as if something bad was about to happen to them. Could it be that even the old ancestor was not? Impossible, the old ancestor was the strongest, and the strongest. How could this be possible? No, this isn't true. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Suddenly, the voices of the group of God King rose as they let out hysterical howls. What did they see? Grasp the old ancestor's lifeblood divine artifact, the purple thunder divine halberd, was grabbed by the heaven-sheltering big hand. Then, with a pull, even the old ancestor was grabbed by the heaven-sheltering big hand. Woo 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 woo. Old ancestor. What should he do? What should we do? Flee, flee immediately. Right, right, right. Those who can escape are the ones who can. Our clan's inheritance cannot be cut off because of this. The hundreds of thunder sources, Chaos God King, finally reacted. Their lives were more important. Only by living could they have hope, and only then could they continue the inheritance of their thunder source royal family. As for saving their old ancestor, none of them thought about it. With the support of the universe source's will, their old ancestor could even fight low-rank top-level Chaos God King. They even had a high chance of winning, but in that person's hands, they couldn't even hold on. This strength was far from what they could contend with. Even the legendary master of Taya Empire, Great Emperor Taya, was much weaker than them. Rescue was simply courting death. If you want to escape, all of you can stay behind Rumble. The terrifying power of space that could seal quasi-top-level God King was mighty. It could seal the entire Leiyuan universe. Ah, no, spare my life. Lord, spare my life. Let us go, my lord, let us go. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. A quasi-extreme advanced God King and a top-level Chaos God King. 2 high-rank high-level Chaos God Kings and 2 middle-rank top-level Chaos God Kings. 3 low-rank high-level Chaos God Kings, and 71 middle-level Chaos Divine King Kings. 367 low-level Chaos God King, not bad. After devouring them, I should have the confidence to break through to the peak middle-level Chaos God. In addition to the Thunder Source Empire's 10 billion eons of accumulation, it should be able to increase my chances of breaking through to the 3rd level. Just a few mere guardian puppets, yet they dare to block my path. Break for me. C 2723 Azure Dragon King Thunder Source Empire, Leiyuan. Universe, Empire Treasury. This was the Thunder Source Empire's treasure trove. Not only were there layers upon layers of divine formations and restrictions set up by the Thunder Source royal family, but there were also many combat puppets guarding it. There were also some quasi-top-level God King. If they didn't have the proper method to enter and exit, they might suffer a great loss if they trespassed into the Empire's treasure vault. However, to Yang Fann, whether it was the layers of divine seals or the combat puppets whose combat strength was no weaker than a high-level Chaos God King, they were all useless. It was difficult for Yang Fann to stay for another breath of time. 3 breaths later, bang, the tightly shut doors of the Empire's treasury slowly opened. The next second, rumble, rumble, dazzling treasure lights shot out from behind the door, shining with a dazzling light. After the time it took to make a cup of tea. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. Yang Fann left the Empire's treasury in satisfaction, as expected of the top 100 empires that had existed for 10 billion eras. The wealth of his family was far from what Thunder Empire could compare with. It was at least a few hundred times less than what low-ranked top-level Chaos God King had. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen a peak middle-level Chaos God waving at him. Next up is the origin of chaos from the Leiyuan universe. The Leiyuan universe was different from the Lightning universe. Its energy level was so high that it was even higher than the Ziyu universe that he had plundered. Without a billion origin of chaos, there would be at least a few 100 trillion units. How could such a large piece of fat meat let him slip away in front of his eyes? The next second, with a flash of light, a man appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was none other than the Thunder Source God King that he had suppressed. With the Thunder Source God King as the guide, it would be extremely easy to find the Leiyuan universe's origin space. Moreover, with the help of the Thunder Source, God King's origin mark, there was no need for him to use force to tear apart the spatial crystal wall, and he would be able to smoothly enter the origin space. It wouldn't cause too much resistance from the origin will. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 30 years, 100 years, 300 years, very quickly, 800 years had passed. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Found it. Wang. Yang Fann's body moved and appeared in the origin space. With a trace of the Thunder Source, God King's soul imprint, it didn't have any intention of resisting Yang Fann, and allowed him to plunder the origin of chaos. 18 million years later, Pucci. In the Leiyuan universe, outside the cosmic crystal wall, the space was torn apart like a curtain. Yang Fann took a step out from within. After 18 million years of frenzied plundering, the entire origin of the Leiyuan universe was almost completely plundered by Yang Fann. Although it didn't completely collapse, just like the Ziyu universe, its energy level dropped drastically, turning it into a low-grade origin universe. The entire universe had shrunk by more than half. A large number of lesser and lower-grade continents had collapsed into dust and were completely destroyed. Especially the origin power of the universe, which was less than a 10,000th of what it used to be. In the future, not to mention giving birth to a high-level Chaos God King, it would be extremely difficult to even give birth to a low-level Chaos God King. In the Leiyuan universe, which was famous even in the vast chaos domain of Taiya, it could be considered to be completely useless now. Of course, all of this wasn't something Yang Fann needed to worry about. Anyone who dared to take revenge on him must have the resolve to get revenge on him. Next is the Taiya Empire. As the #1 empire in the chaos domain, you all better not disappoint me. Whether or not I can successfully step into the quasi-high-level chaos god will depend on you all. A glimmer of anticipation flashed across his eyes. Yang Fann didn't touch the remaining top-grade origin universe of the Thunder Source Empire. Of the 24 top-grade origin universe of the Thunder Source Empire, the true core. In other words, the other 23 top-grade origin universe were all very ordinary. Compared to the Thunder universe, they weren't much stronger. The combined strength of 23 top-grade origin universe might not even be comparable to the Ziyu universe. Not to mention the Leiyuan universe. The Thunder Source royal family was able to rule the empire for 10 billion eras, never putting the other powers of the empire in their eyes. There was only one reason, and that was that they had taken control of the Leiyuan universe. In the next second, Yang Fann's body moved, tearing the space apart and disappearing into the boundless chaos. Taiya Empire. The territory wasn't too vast. Compared to the Level 9 Empire's Thunder Source Empire, it was only about 10 times larger. It occupied almost the entire first level of the Chaos Domain. There weren't many top-grade origin universe within, only 138 of them. They weren't even 5 times larger than the top-grade origin universe of the Thunder Source Empire. However, the richness of resources was far from what the Thunder Source Empire could compare with. It had to be known that the Taiya Empire controlled the top-grade origin universe. The lowest grade was the first grade in the Ziyu universe, and most of them were not inferior to the Leiyuan universe. Even the number of energy grade experts in the origin universe above the Leiyuan universe was not small. In the huge Taiya Empire, the Taiya Imperial clan was the supreme existence. They controlled most of the empire's resources. Out of the 138 top-grade origin universe, there were 72 of them, and they were controlled by the Taiya Imperial clan. The remaining 6 royal families divided 42 top-grade origin universe. Once again, the 18 Grand Dukes were all the best of the high-level Chaos God King. They each occupied 1 or even 2 top-grade origin universe. Azure Dragon King, He Jian, had just advanced to middle-rank top-level God King 100 million years ago, and was ranked 4th among the 6 kings of Taiya Empire. He was in charge of a total of 6 top-grade origin universe, and he was also one of the 6 kings. There was also a big gap between them, just like the ancestor of the 6 kings, Spirit King Hong. He was the supreme expert that was second only to Great Emperor Taiya in the Taiya Empire, and he controlled 13 supreme grade origin universe directly. It was more than 2 times the number of top-grade origin universe controlled by Azure Dragon King, and it was the last ranked one, the Blue Cloud King Skylark. Furthermore, it only controlled 3 top origin universe, which was comparable to some Grand Dukes. It was just one more top-grade origin universe. Azure Dragon Universe. Out of the 6 top-grade origin universe controlled by Azure Dragon King, the one with the highest energy grade was the origin universe. The abundant resources was almost equal to the sum of the other 5 top-grade origin universe. It was where Azure Dragon King's true lair was located. The entire Azure Dragon universe was not one of the 3 mainstream universes, but an ocean universe. It was a boundless ocean with no end in sight, and there were a lot of islands scattered across it. The smaller ones were only 1 million miles in radius, and the larger ones were more than 1 million light years, like continents. They were millions of meters long and millions of meters long. True dragons of different colors shuttled back and forth, playing or cultivating. It was very lively. This was the true dragon paradise. In this place, the dragon clan was high and mighty, possessing supreme authority. The other living beings were all slaves of the dragon clan, allowing the dragon clan to control them and even devour them. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that made high-level Chaos God King Despair descended from the sky and swept across the entire Azure Dragon universe. Pucci, a large area, the space around them, as well as some of the weaker true dragons, were unable to withstand the berserk pressure, and they were instantly destroyed. Ah, what's going on? Top-level Chaos God King, a top-level Chaos God King has come to our Azure Dragon universe. Quickly go and invite His Majesty the Dragon King, and His Majesty the Dragon King. In the entire universe, countless true dragons were trembling in fear. The top-level Chaos God King was the strongest expert of their Taya Empire, an expert of the same level as their Dragon King. As for this top-level Chaos God King, he had killed a large number of true dragons the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he didn't come with good intentions. Right at this moment, boom, a brilliant dragon's aura that could make 10,000 dragons submit rose from the center of the Azure Dragon universe. In the next second, a woo, accompanied by a loud and clear dragon's roar, a person stepped on the waves. He was a dragon-headed man with a human body and a green scale armor on his body. He had a proud face and looked down upon the sky. In an instant, an extremely dangerous aura filled the entire universe. This aura was extremely terrifying, ferocious, and supreme. It possessed a peerless dignity that surpassed all living beings. Greetings, Your Majesty Dragon King. Greetings, Your Majesty Dragon King. Paying respects to the Dragon King. Who are you? I don't know if my true dragon clan has offended you in any way, but you actually want me to do this. C2724. This is too much. Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. Azure Dragon King stood proudly outside the cosmic crystal wall. His eyes were shining with a divine light, as if he could see through everything. Deep in his pupils, there was a trace of fear. That terrifying pressure was much stronger than middle-rank top-level God Kings. The incomer wasn't a simple man. Middle-rank top-level God King even seemed to have the power of high-rank top-level Chaos God King. If it was possible, Azure Dragon King wouldn't want to have a falling out with this kind of expert. Even if that person had just killed a lot of his sons and grandsons, it would still be the same. In Azure Dragon Universe, there were countless true dragons. Apart from their Azure Dragon bloodline, which was a direct descendant of a few generations ago, Azure Dragon King didn't really care about the casualties of the other true dragons. A group of dragon sons and grandsons that he had never even seen before, how much status could they hold in his heart? They were not much stronger than strangers that he had never met before. For their sake, Azure Dragon King had to fight to the death with a top-level Chaos God King. He didn't think that Azure Dragon King would be so protective of him. Right at this moment, the space in front of Azure Dragon King distorted, and a man appeared out of thin air. This was a 30-year-old young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His temperament was extraordinary, and he seemed like a floating immortal, as if he was going to ride the wind to the west in the next second. If it wasn't the Fan Yang that Yang Fann had transformed into, who else could it be? Who is that person? Could he be that mysterious expert? Looks like there's nothing special about him. Is he really that mysterious expert? In Azure Dragon Universe, the eyes of all the dragon sons and grandsons revealed a trace of doubt. The terrifying pressure that made them despair just now didn't seem like something that could be unleashed by black-clothed youth. Or is this person just a spokesperson? Is there someone else behind him? Azure Dragon Universe, outside the universe crystal wall, you true dragons, no one in your bloodline has offended me. Yang Fann looked at Azure Dragon King and gently shook his head. To be honest, there was nothing to hide from him. Since no one in my true dragon bloodline has offended you, why did you kill him? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, my true dragon clan isn't someone to be trifled with. Azure Dragon King's voice suddenly turned cold, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. Although he didn't want to become Yang Fann's enemy, if it wasn't for some reason, he was unwilling to attack the true dragon bloodline. He had no choice but to fight it. Otherwise, if they could even tolerate this, how would the world view their true dragon clan? Where was the dignity of their true dragon clan? Where was the prestige of Azure Dragon King and Shibai? Didn't they think that their true dragon clan thought that he, Azure Dragon King, was weak and could be bullied? At that time, no one would dare to ride on their true dragon clan's head. Azure Dragon King, that Leia from the Thunder Source royal family is your beloved concubine. Yang Fann didn't directly answer Azure Dragon King's question, but instead asked a question. That's right, Azure Dragon King nodded his head lightly. The chaos domain of Taiya was a place with millions of races. Most of the races had his women. Of course, most of them were women. A few hundred eras. He didn't even bother to remember their names. There weren't many women that could truly make him take them seriously. However, one of them was Leia. Firstly, it was because of the Thunder Source royal family. As one of the top 100 empires in the Chaos domain, and even the top 50 empires, it was a great help to Azure Dragon King, Shijian. Secondly, it was Leia's own strength. Although he had countless women, there were only a few who had reached the middle-level Chaos Divine King. In the cultivation world, there weren't many female experts, especially top-grade experts. Just like the Taya Empire, none of the 7 top-level Chaos God Kings were female. Even among the 18 Grand Dukes, there was only one female. Due to these two reasons, Leia's status in Azure Dragon King's harem was not low. It was enough for her to enter the top 10. It was because of this that the Thunder Source royal family dared to act under the banner of Azure Dragon King. Could it be that Leia had offended this person? With a twist of his mind, he was quickly killed by Azure Dragon King, Hejian, in the cradle. Ever since he was married to Yafei, apart from returning to the Thunder Source Empire a few times, he had never left the Azure Dragon universe. Every time he returned, his subordinate, the Green Dragon Guard, would follow him. If he really offended a top-level Chaos God King, logically speaking, it was impossible for him not to know about it. The Green Dragon Guard was the most elite and most loyal soldier under his command. It was impossible for them to hide anything from him. Mother, Thunder Source Empire. Could it be the Thunder Source royal family? Azure Dragon King's expression changed. Slightly, as if he had thought of something. He had heard about the Thunder Source royal family using his name from time to time, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The Thunder Source royal family knew what they could do. They knew who they could offend and who they couldn't afford to offend. At most, they could only offend level 9 Empire. The Thunder Source royal family, don't let it be you otherwise, I will. At this moment, Yang Fann continued, it's good that you admit it. This Thunder Source royal family actually sent their people to hunt me down. They are truly audacious and have committed a heinous crime. Bitch, it really is this bunch of bastards Azure Dragon King cursed in his heart. They actually dared to chase after a top-level Chaos God King. Why didn't these bastards ascend to the heavens? Did they really think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they had the backing of this king? Taking a deep breath, Azure Dragon King suppressed the anger in his heart and apologized. Sire, you can rest assured that I will let Thunder Source royal family give you a satisfactory answer. There's no need for that. The Thunder Source royal family has already been taken care of by me. A trace of doubt appeared in Azure Dragon King's eyes. You have already taken care of this, why are you still looking for me? As if he had seen through Azure Dragon King's doubt, Yang Fann continued speaking. It's just that before that old man Thunder Source was suppressed by me, he kept saying that you, Azure Dragon King, will avenge them. I had no choice but to go through a lot of trouble to settle this matter with you, Azure Dragon King, so as to avoid future troubles. Fuck, are you for real? Just because of this, you want to deal with me? Azure Dragon King's eyes were wide open and his jaw dropped. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a madman. Motherfucker, is there anything crazier than this? The Thunder Source race said that I will avenge them, you just have to believe them. If they say that Great Emperor Taya wants to avenge them, do you want to go to the Taya universe and get rid of Great Emperor Taya? This madman, I have no idea how he cultivated. He has no brain at all. Zero few. Taking a deep breath, Azure Dragon King forcefully knocked Yang Fann's head open and looked inside. Was it all an impulse? He said, Sir, you can rest assured that the Thunder Source royal family would dare to offend you. They're asking for it themselves, and I'm not the one who doesn't know what's going on. If the Thunder Source royal family had only offended quasi-top-level God King, he would have helped them out for Yafei's sake. However, the person in front of them was middle-rank top-level God King, who was the same as him. His strength was even higher than his, and it wasn't like his head was kicked by a donkey. For the sake of a mere Thunder Source royal family, he had provoked such a supreme expert. To be honest, he didn't deal with the Thunder Source royal family with his own hands. Even if they were lucky. What a nice way to say it. How would I know if you're just trying to confuse me? In this world, the thing that cannot be ignored the most is that pillow wind. Yang Fann sneered, he didn't believe Azure Dragon King at all. Sir, how can you trust me? Azure Dragon King frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the opponent's powerful strength, he would have slapped this guy to death. What the hell is this? Don't you know that I always keep my promises? If he said that he wouldn't stand up for the Thunder Source royal family, then he would never stand up for the Thunder Source royal family. Hand over Lei Ya, the evil survivor of the Thunder Source royal family, and then swear on the dragon soul that I will never stand up for the Thunder Source royal family. Yang Fann kept pressing forward, stopping at this point. What kind of joke was this? The revenge of the Thunder Source royal family was just an excuse. He, Yang, was going to get revenge for Azure Dragon King. Yang Fann didn't think that Azure Dragon King would agree to such harsh conditions. He had to hand over his woman and also swear that if Azure Dragon King, Shibai, was so cowardly, he would become the laughingstock of the world. How would he have the face to establish a foothold in the Taya Empire in the future? Sure enough, as Yang Fann had expected, Azure Dragon King and Shibai were so angry that one Buddha was born and two Buddhas were born. Both of her eyes were red, as if she was going to spurt out flames. This was going too far, this was going too far, this bastard. What did he think Azure Dragon King was? That weak high-level Chaos God King. Could he let him do whatever he wanted? Sir, don't go too far. If you really want to tear our relationship apart, neither of us will benefit from it. C-2725. It violently attacked the Azure Dragon King Taya Empire, Azure Dragon Universe. Boom boom boom. The fury in Azure Dragon King's heart was rising, and it was on the verge of exploding. He really thought that Azure Dragon King didn't have a temper, but it was still the same. Not only did she want him to hand over his beloved concubine, she also wanted him to swear on the dragon soul. Who did he think he was? Even Great Emperor Taya would not dare to force him. What's wrong? Azure Dragon King, you are unwilling. It seems like my prediction is right. You must stand up for the Thunder Source royal family. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth as he spoke in a serious manner. Good sir. Looks like you are purely looking for trouble with me. Azure Dragon King, Shi Jian, hurriedly said, good, 3 times. He could tell that this battle must be carried out. This bastard had no intention of easing the tension between them. In the next second, rumble, a terrifying pressure radiated out from within his body, causing it to seethe and boil as it swept out in all directions. Grug 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 poochie. The vast expanse of chaos was obliterated into nothingness. Humph, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Don't forget that this is the Azure Dragon universe, even if it's the real high-ranked top-level Chaos God King. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight, he was even confident that he could win this battle. Azure Dragon King, show your true colors now. I knew it, you are just a villain with a different heart. Yang Fann's eyes were fixed on Azure Dragon King, his face showing that he had already seen through his true colors. In an instant, Azure Dragon King and Shibai were so angry that they were staring at each other. Bitch it, this bastard, who doesn't have the same thoughts? From the beginning to the end, it was you, this bastard, who was forcing this king. If he didn't teach this bastard a lesson today, he would really think that Azure Dragon King wouldn't fight back. No, he didn't. Did he have a temper? Evil creature, you will pay the price for your words. As he spoke, a loud and clear dragon's roar resounded across the sky. In the Azure Dragon universe, countless true dragons trembled, and a sense of subservience emerged from the depths of the soul. In the next second, whoosh, a green dragon's roar tore through the chaos, and a dragon-headed spear about 3 meters long appeared in Azure Dragon King's hand. Azure Dragon Divine Spear, Azure Dragon King He Jian's lifeblood divine artifact. It was the strongest origin of Chaos divine weapon in the Azure Dragon universe, low-grade top-level Chaos origin divine artifacts. In the Azure Dragon universe, the power that erupted from them was even greater than many intermediate top-level Chaos origin divine artifacts. Rumble with the spear in hand, Azure Dragon King's chi was like a great river, soaring crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed middle-rank top-level God King's limit, and in the end, it seemed like he was going to fight high-rank top-level Chaos God King. This was not the end. Azure Dragon's will, support my body buzz. In the darkness, the will of Azure Dragon Universe descended upon Azure Dragon King's body, causing the pressure of Azure Dragon King's will to increase tenfold, 100-fold. Even some high-rank top-level Chaos God King couldn't match up to it, and it seemed like he was going to catch up to a peak top-level Chaos God King. Die Dragon King strike boom, the spear thrust out like a Dragon King destroying the world. All around, the phenomena of gods perishing and the myriad world shattering could be seen. All right, Your Majesty, kill him, kill him. In the Azure Dragon universe, countless of dragon sons and grandsons were gnashing their teeth in anger. Just now, they were the true dragons. Countless true dragons had died under that terrifying pressure, and countless people had died under that terrifying pressure. They had lost count of how many people had died under that terrifying pressure, and they had lost count of how many people had died under that terrifying pressure. Insignificant skill, break it for me. Yang Fann sneered and raised the power of Chaos God in his body to the third layer. Then, he thrust his palm toward the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Now wasn't the time to use his full strength to suppress Azure Dragon King. In this trip to the Taiya universe, his target wasn't only Azure Dragon King, Shi Jian, but also Great Emperor Taiya. There were also the other 5 kings, which were the main course of the meal. Before the main course was served, they couldn't eat Azure Dragon King's appetizer, lest they scare Great Emperor Taiya and the other 3. If they hid in their own nest, it would be difficult for him to deal with them, especially Great Emperor Taiya, who was only a step away from extreme top-level Chaos God King. With the help of the terrain, even low-level Quasi-Sovereign would have a chance. If they really fought in the Taiya universe, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Adding the suppression of the universe source's will, it would be hard to say whether Yang Fann would be the one to lose. Even if he could win, he might not be able to keep him alive for more than a level. Using Azure Dragon King as bait to lure Great Emperor Taiya and the others into attacking was the way to go. Bitch it, this bastard is actually hiding something. In an instant, Azure Dragon King's expression changed. Even though it was just a 3-layered power of Chaos God, Yang Fann's power was not any weaker than his current strength. In fact, he was even a little stronger than a peak top-level Chaos God King. But soon, Azure Dragon King's eyes lit up, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Bastard, since you are courting death, how can I not help you? He actually didn't use the origin of Chaos Divine Tool, but wanted to use his divine body to confront his Azure Dragon Divine Spear. This was simply courting death. Unless his divine body was comparable to a top-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. But was this possible? Not to mention a quasi-top-level Chaos God King, even extreme top-level Chaos God King's divine body's defense couldn't compare to the top-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact. And this was the body cultivator that specialized in divine body cultivation. If it was someone else, it was unknown whether they could compare to the high-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact or not. Bastard, let's see if I'll stab a big hole in you with my spear. In just an instant, Azure Dragon King's face changed again, and his pupils dilated. His face was filled with disbelief. Vaguely, how is this possible? He had blocked it, his divine body, resisting my Azure Dragon Divine Spear. No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Azure Dragon Universe. The group of true Dragon Clan's Chaos God King wasn't in a good state either. They were all dumbfounded. He had actually used his divine body to resist the Azure Dragon Divine Spear of His Majesty, and yet he was still unharmed. What kind of monster was this? This is a good opportunity. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. He wanted to take advantage of his illness to take his life. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You are courting death. Kill Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the chaos and headed towards Azure Dragon King. Your Majesty, be careful. This is not good. Azure Dragon King's heart skipped a beat. If he wanted to dodge, how could he make it in time? He could only hastily pull out his Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Bang! A terrifying force directly shattered the space between Azure Dragon King's thumb and forefinger, causing the Azure Dragon Divine Spear in his hand to almost slip out of his hand. Kill. Yang Fann did not show any mercy. His hands were like heavy hammers, fast like shooting stars, crazily attacking. Bitch it, this bastard. Azure Dragon King shouted out in anger. The Azure Dragon Divine Spear in his hand was crazily dancing, and he was trying his best to block Yang Fann's attack. Unfortunately, he had already lost the initiative. How could it be so easy to turn the situation around? Especially since Yang Fann was relying on the terrifying Chaos Origin Divine Body, he only attacked and didn't defend. He was using a fighting style that didn't care about his own life. Azure Dragon King couldn't even raise his head. He could only defend and didn't have the strength to fight back. No, how could this be? It seems to be His Majesty. His Majesty. No, this is not true. How could His Majesty possibly do that? Woo woo woo. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. In the Azure Dragon universe, the true Dragon Clan's God King widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the lair of the true Dragon Clan. His Majesty had the geographical advantage, how could he possibly be suppressed and beaten? 15 minutes later. PCHT Azure Dragon King was like a lone boat in the middle of a furious ocean. He was in danger of being overturned at any moment. He spat out countless mouthfuls of dragon blood from his mouth. There was also the quasi-top-level defensive origin of Chaos Divine Tool, Azure Dragon God. The armor was covered with cracks, and it was unknown when it would completely shatter. 1. Ah, no, stop, stop. You won. If you win, I will hand Leia over to you. Furthermore, I swear on the dragon's soul that I will never take revenge on you after this.